Chapter 521. Water turns to ice when it drips. Even if the sun is shining brightly, it can't give people a bit of warmth. Under the guidance of Gongging No. 3, Xiangjila went all the way north. The further north she went, the faster her heartbeat became, and even her breathing became difficult. She quickly established contact with Gongging No. 3. Xiao 3, I feel very uncomfortable. In a moment, a warm current slowly spread upward from the position of the bracelet close to the wrist until it flowed through Xiangjila's body. Xiangjila immediately felt much more comfortable. At this time, Gongging No. 3's languid voice sounded from Xiangjila's consciousness. There is something underground. Do you feel uncomfortable too? Xiangjila asked hurriedly. Changjua has a reaction, and the further north you go, the greater the reaction. Gongging No. 3's voice was much more serious than usual. Hearing this, Xiangjila didn't care whether he would continue to feel uncomfortable, and changed from walking all the way to jogging. If Changjua had a reaction, that thing must be something extraordinary. Finally, they arrived at a mass grave covered with weeds, and Gongging No. 3 stopped her. Little ghost, don't run away. The soreness from last night had not yet been completely recovered. Xiangjila stopped and adjusted for a long time before he recovered. Looking around, the tombstones were scattered all over the place, and the half-man-high weeds had long been drained of moisture by the north wind, withered and yellow. If you push the weeds aside a little, you can occasionally see a few pieces of exposed broken bones and jagged gravel. In general, there are more gravel than broken bones. Xiangjila twisted his hand that pushed the weeds aside, and muttered to himself. Strange, it snowed in Sichuan these days, but it's still so dry here. There was no trace of being covered by snow. There was no moisture at all. Xiao 3, are you sure there will be something here? She confirmed with Gongging No. 3 again. You were running just now, and Changjua was restless. Since he stepped into the range here, Changjua has been quiet. After getting the confirmation from Gongging No. 3, Xiangjila pursed his lips that were dried by the wind and moistened them, and then walked deeper into the gravel grassland. As he walked, he was alert to the movements around him. After walking about 10 feet, Xiangjila was about to push aside the hay in front of him, when a thin old man suddenly jumped out of the grass. Ha, I found you. Xiangjila quickly stepped back, and cautiously pulled out the long whip from his waist. The old man was in tattered clothes, with a black and shiny gourd hanging around his waist. His white hair had long been tangled into clumps by the dirt. He kept dancing and repeating the words I found you in his demeanor, and his behavior was a bit crazy. Xiangjila thought it was just an old beggar who came from nowhere, so he put away his long whip, and didn't want to get entangled with him. He turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the old man spoke again at this time. Eyes full of killing, if you don't become an emperor, you will become a disaster, hee, interesting. Eyes full of killing? Is it talking about her? Xiangjila stopped turning around. With his right hand behind his back, he held the whip handle calmly, with a warm smile on his face. Old man, are you lost in this wilderness? Who else is at home? How about I take you back? Without answering Xiangjila's question, the old man still stared at her, his eyes sometimes focused and sometimes distracted, smiling foolishly. They found the wrong one, ha. They all found the wrong one. The one they should find is you, ha. Old man, what does it mean to find the wrong one? Xiangjila asked patiently. While asking questions, she did not forget to communicate with Gongging No. 3. However, Gongging No. 3 didn't know what was wrong at this time. No matter how she called him in her mind, he just refused to say a word. Xiangjila was about to go up to the old man to ask him about it, but he turned around and ran away like a child. Xiangjila was not good at qigong, so she could not be as light as Chu Shan and Yan Zhenyuo, so she could only resign herself to her fate and use her legs to catch up with him. The strange thing was that Xiangjila had tried very hard to catch up, but no matter how hard she chased, there was always a distance of 2 feet between them. Because there were too many gravels, Xiangjila was eager to catch up, and accidentally spraying the gravel at her feet. When she looked up again, there were already wild grass everywhere, and there was no trace of the old man. She sighed in defeat, stood up again, and patted the grass debris on her body. At this time, the voice of Gongging No. 3 rang in Xiangjila's consciousness. Little ghost cultivator, that old man just now scared me to death. What happened? Xiangjila was also very curious. Why did Gubili ignore her for no reason? That old man just kept staring at me, it was so scary. Staring at Gongging No. 3? But my clothes are so thick, and I didn't show the bracelet outside. Before Xiangjila finished, Gongging No. 3 interrupted her in a hurry. Little ghost cultivator, you don't understand. Forget it, don't ask. It's not good for you to know this kind of thing. Oh! Xiangjila responded, and was about to find a way back. Suddenly, a familiar smell blew to her nose along the north wind. Xiangjila sniffed. This smell? Flame saltpeter. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she immediately followed the direction of the smell. Yowzling. The snow on the mountain has not completely melted. In front of a pile of ruins, and a pile of bodies that had long since committed suicide, Yin Zhenyu and Chu Shan's expressions were colder than the snow on the mountain. My lord, what should we do now? The temperature in Yowzling was even lower than at the foot of the mountain. When Chu Shan spoke, white steam was coming out of his mouth. A trace of cruelty flashed in Yin Zhenyu's eyes. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since they like to play like this, then we will accompany them to the end. All the ambush points before will be destroyed today. I want to see how many nests they still have. Yes. Chu Shan responded. Boom. Several loud noises shook the snow on the trees into piles. In the air, there was a faint smell of saltpeter after being burned by fire. Not long after the loud noise, a soldier dressed as a general came hurriedly and knelt down to report. Your Highness, the loud noise came from the mass grave in the north of the city. The sound was deafening. I suspect there is an explosives depot hidden there, and the loud noise came from the explosion of the explosives depot. Yin Zhenyu's expression was stern. Send someone there quickly. After the general received the order, Yin Zhenyu went down the mountain without stopping. Worried that some stupid woman would join in the fun, he immediately ordered Chu Shan, go back to the inn quickly, intercept the princess, and don't let her run around. Yes. Chu Shan left in a hurry, and didn't notice the guard who passed by him. Just as Yin Zhenyu got on the horse, and was about to rush to the west of the city, the guard ran off the horse, and knelt in front of Yin Zhenyu. Your Majesty, the princess left the mansion not long after you left. After the loud noise, we found that the princess had not returned to the mansion yet. After asking, we learned that many people saw her go to the north of the city. Before the guard finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and the man and horse in front of him had disappeared. Chapter 522. The loud noise brought a lot of panic to the people. The streets that should have been bustling were now in a mess, with broken eggs, fallen chicken feathers, crushed vegetables, and several people who had been trampled beyond recognition and had already died. The sun had long been hidden in the clouds. It had been snowing since I had known it. Riding a horse all the way. When Yin Zhenyu arrived in the north of the city, the vast mass grave had already been leveled. There was a big and deep pit in the middle, and the pit was full of broken walls. Some specially fired bricks and stones flew out near the pit. The broken tombstones, the broken stones, and broken bones. The dry grass on the ground was burning. Each one of them pierced into Yin Zhenyu's eyes like a needle, making his eyes hurt. He rode his horse around and listened carefully to every tiny movement around him. He convinced himself in his heart. Stupid women would be weak at the sight of bones, and they would definitely not come to these places. He was overthinking. However, his understanding of his woman and his intuition told him. This explosion must be related to his woman. Your Highness. General Chi Mai, who had just gone ahead, saw Yin Zhenyu returning to the mass grave after patrolling a few times, and immediately stepped forward with the things in his hand. Before he could speak, Yin Zhenyu's eyes were attracted by the cloak in his hand, which was half burned by fire, and tied with a knot. His face, which was originally a little bloody, turned pale. Have you found anything? His voice seemed the same as usual. But if Chu Shan was there, he would definitely be able to hear that Yin Zhenyu's voice was trembling slightly at this time. Chi Mai didn't notice anything at all, and respectfully held a piece of cloak in front of Yin Zhenyu with both hands. The only thing left in the entire mass grave is this piece of cloak, except for the rubble. In addition, many stones have deep scratches, which don't seem to be caused by sharp weapons, but rather by a long whip. I suspect that there must have been a fight in the explosives warehouse before the explosion. As he spoke, Chi Mai pulled open half of his cloak a little more, revealing a relatively intact brick underneath. This kind of whipping force. Yin Zhenyu's eyes went dark, and he almost couldn't breathe. My lord, what's wrong with you? Chi Mai hurried forward and wanted to help Yin Zhenyu off the horse, but Yin Zhenyu raised his hand to refuse. He straightened up again, and his eyes slowly turned a little scarlet. Besides these, are there any other discoveries? Facing Yin Zhenyu's increasingly cold eyes, Chi Mai felt a numbness climbing up from his tailbone, and soon, his back and forehead were covered with fine cold sweat. He suppressed his fear, lowered his head, and tried to make his voice sound more natural. In the largest pit, I found 3 secret passages. I just said people to explore them, and they all led to different directions. There are secret passages? Chi Mai's words rekindled Yan Zhenyuo's hope. He immediately dismounted and walked quickly towards the pit. He was stopped by Chi Mai. Your Highness, I can arrange this kind of thing. You are a precious body. What if there are explosives in the secret passages? As soon as he said this, Yan Zhenyuo stopped immediately. If there were still explosives in the secret passage, there was silence in front of him. Chi Mai couldn't help but lift his eyelids to look at the master who had just resolutely approached the pit. Unexpectedly, he met the deep phoenix eyes that were like a venomous snake entwining him again. He took a breath and almost screamed. Prince, do you know that scaring people can kill people? While Chi Mai was not paying attention, Yan Zhenyuo walked quickly to the pit. The soldiers around wanted to dissuade him, but were scared away by Yan Zhenyuo's look. He looked down. As expected, this was a basement that looked like a warehouse, and the height of the warehouse was comparable to the moon-raising tower of the Regent's palace. Without any hesitation, he jumped down. Chi Mai-hun, who came later, almost flew out, and without any hesitation, he also jumped into the pit. At the same time, in the space, Xiang Jila took the scissors and cut off the burnt long hair at the end with cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily I have you and that cape, otherwise I would have been turned into a pulp. Recalling the thrilling moment of the explosion, Xiang Jila is still in shock. Her right face was cut, her lips were pale due to the severe pain, her right hand had a burn covering the entire back of her hand, her left forearm was also red and swollen, her right calf was bloody, her clothes were torn by the impact of the explosion, and her back was also a large scratch. After waiting for a long time, the egg next to her did not respond to her, so she pushed it despite the severe pain. Xiao 3, are you okay? Xiao Guixiu, I don't think I can help you recover tomorrow. The pink on Gongjing No. 3's body had long faded, and it was obvious that he was overconsumed. Or, you can go out and find a doctor to bandage it first. Chapter 523. Biling. Little New Year's Eve. Little New Year's Eve in the south is the 24th day of the lunar year. Qin Pei and Qiuxi just rushed back to Jin's house on Little New Year's Eve. At that time, Jin Yu and others had already returned to the house in advance to prepare to have Little New Year's Eve dinner together. When they heard that Qiuxi was back, they all put down their chopsticks and stood up to greet her. Front yard. Seeing that Qiuxi needed Qin Pei's support to walk, Chuncho hurriedly took the pale Qiuxi from Qin Pei's hands. Didn't you say it was a minor injury? Why does your face look so bad? Can't even walk properly? Qiuxi put all her strength on Chuncho, not looking at Qin Pei, and her usually cold voice was a little weak. It's hard to explain. Xian Yin hurriedly thanked Qin Pei. Jin Yu, who was standing by, told the servants to call a doctor with concern. Poor thing, you've lost so much weight. Qin Pei's heart tightened when he saw that Qiuxi didn't seem to want to pay attention to him. After confirming that the people present were all old acquaintances, he said softly, Miss Qiu's injuries are mainly on her back and legs. Before I came back, I had already applied medicine to her. The light words were like a thunderbolt. Jin Yu, Chuncho, Xian Yin, and Dongren all looked at Qin Pei at the same time. Qin Pei bowed to them sincerely. I will be responsible for Miss Qiu. I will not let Miss Qiu suffer any grievances by sending 3 letters and 6 engagements and carrying a sedan chair. Hearing Qin Pei's words, their eyes fell back on Qiuxi. Qiuxi nodded and shook her head gently. Mr. Qin saved my life. He does not need to be responsible. So that's it. Xian Yin thanked Qin Pei again solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your righteousness. Since Qiuxi doesn't need you to be responsible, you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, she and Chuncho supported Qiuxi and walked towards the backyard, and Dongren followed closely. Jin Yu invited Qin Pei to have a small New Year's Eve dinner at Jin's house today and stay overnight, and then set off to return to Fuding tomorrow. As secret guards, Chuncho, Xian Yin, and Dongren fully understood Qiuxi's thoughts. As for Jin Yu, her own experience was different from that of ordinary people, and she did not take this problem too seriously like her peers. Qin Pei, on the other hand, secretly sighed that he was careless. Dahuang women value their reputations, and originally thought that as long as he despicably told Miss Qiu's friends that he had seen Miss Qiu's body, they would more or less persuade him, but he didn't expect that it would be like this. Boss Jin. Mr. Qin. Seeing that Qin Pei seemed to be determined to achieve his goal, Jin Yu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Akio is Nanan's person. For this kind of thing, in addition to telling Nanan, you also need Akio's consent. You can't force it. What's more, You also know that Akyu and the others are different from ordinary boudoir girls. What you think is the best way for her, she may not accept it. Qin Pei fell silent after hearing Jin Yu's words. He lowered his head in disappointment, his half-closed eyelashes concealing the soft light in his eyes. The same little New Year. The Nanchuan city was filled with the joy of the New Year. General Huangfu's palace. No, father, I don't agree. Hearing Huangfu Jing's words, Huangfu Xiao stood up and objected without thinking. Let's not talk about going to Xixia to cross the Yang Pass road of Dahuang and the territory of Xinbei. How good are the people of Xixia at poisoning, father? Don't you know? What's the difference between you rashly following the king's orders and putting your neck on a knife? Besides. At this point, he looked at Huangfu Jing's right hand with a bandage hanging on his chest with red eyes, and almost shouted, I am the source of all the troubles. If anyone wants to go, I will go. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a strong force hit his face, followed by a severe numbness, and then a burning pain. Huangfu Jing hit him. If the pain on his face wasn't so clear, Huangfu Xiao would even think he was dreaming. From childhood to adulthood, when his father was angry, he would either chase him around the house with a crescent blade, or let the servants beat him with a few boards. This was the first time he was slapped directly. From the moment he slapped him, Huangfu Jing regretted it. His hands trembled slightly, and his beautiful eyes were stained with a layer of scarlet water vapor. This is the adult's business. Why are you interfering? Can impulsiveness solve the problem? With your temper, even if you go to the battlefield, you will give the enemy an opportunity to receive military merits. It is honorable to give military merits to others? This is Huangfu Jing's serious and stern anger in front of Huangfu Xiao. He has suffered the loss of impulsiveness. This big fall has also brought his daughter's friend to the emperor. He feels bad. Seeing that his son's temper is as hot-tempered and impulsive as his own, Huangfu Jing doubted his previous way of educating his children for the first time. He had always believed that as long as he was strong enough, the child could do whatever he wanted under his wings. But now, he slowly discovered that this kind of strength must be based on the king's lack of suspicion, or he must be the absolute ruler. When he first cooperated with Nangong Yao, he only wanted to climb up, to remove all obstacles, and to give Xiao the best. By the time he realized it, he had already reached the highest position in the government. Now, there were only two options before him. Either he fought a desperate battle to bring Nangong Yao down, or he would be dealt with by Nangong Yao. In order to maintain the harmony when Nangong Yao first ascended the throne, it was a luxury to retreat unscathed. Father, I have grown up, Huangfu Xiao shouted back with red eyes. I can take responsibility for everything I do. After saying that, Huangfu Xiao bypassed him and ran away. Huangfu Jing looked at Huangfu Xiao's back as he ran away, and his lips moved slightly to call him. But in the end, he just sighed, and instructed Huang Xian, who was standing not far away. Keep an eye on the young master. Don't let him sneak out of the house. Yes, master. Huangfu Xiao ran all the way, and finally stopped beside the corridor. There were memories he and Li Yu had planted together. Li Yu liked lotus, but the season was wrong. He foolishly left the house, and bought lotus roots to plant in the pond. He didn't expect that it was already autumn, and the lotus roots rotted in the pond without sprouting. After Li Yu knew about it, she laughed and scolded him for being stupid. Under the setting sun that day, the two sat side by side on the flower bed of the corridor. At that time, he had just dug out the rotten lotus roots from the pond that was as deep as his knees. He rolled up his trousers, and barefooted to Li Yu, and promised her that he would give her a white lotus in the green pond next year. Li Yu shook her head and said she didn't like white lotus, she liked green lotus and red lotus. Where can there be green lotus? Huangfu Xiao sneered at her preference at that time. Little Li, you are fooling me because you see that I don't pay attention to these things on weekdays. Some Li Yu said seriously, the color is green and green, the appearance is dignified, and the stretch is generous. Under the red sunset, the girl's skin is unhealthy white. Because of the lip balm, her beautiful little mouth opens and closes. Huangfu Xiao inexplicably feels that the sunset that day is a bit hot. Chapter 524. Afterwards, on Li Yu's birthday, he personally carved a wooden rabbit for her. He threatened Li Yu to give him a handmade birthday gift next year. He still clearly remembered that Li Yu accepted his rabbit with disdain, and said got it without any emotion. Huangfu Xiao's heart was soaring after getting Li Yu's guarantee. He had even completely forgotten the extra cuts on his hands when he carved the rabbit. For several days, whenever he saw Li Yu holding the wooden rabbit he carved, he would laugh like a fool. However, his happiness was short-lived. Huangfu Jing was imprisoned because of the Xixia state letter. He wanted to ask Shan Lingyun for help and ask Huangfu Jing's old subordinates to intercede for him, But Zhang Lingyun told him that at this critical moment, whoever pleaded for mercy would die. In the court, the sacrifice of rushing forward knowing that one would die was the most stupid and useless. In desperation, Wang Fuxiao could only go to his brothers. Several playboys sat together to discuss, and finally decided on a plan. If Uncle Jing was really doomed, they would conspire to break the prison and then flee together. This idea, which couldn't be any worse, became Wang Fuxiao's life-saving straw at that time. Without saying a word, he immediately returned to the mansion to prepare for the prison break. Unexpectedly, before his plan was implemented, the news that Li Yu stayed in the palace was brought back by the eunuchs. Afterwards, the news that concubine Li in the palace was sent to the coal palace and never returned because of her disrespect for a mysterious woman spread all over the streets and alleys, and even concubine Li's mother's family was implicated. All the men in the family who had entered the officialdom and the court were dismissed. On the third day, Wang Fujing, who was detained in the Tianlao, was released. Wang Fuxiao knew that the king had a special relationship with Li Yu. That's why he was so disgusted with Li Yu entering the palace. Now, Li Yu is for their father and son. Whenever he thought of this, Wang Fuxiao's heart was like being tortured by a sharp blade. The other three playboys saw that he was listless and immediately helped him to stand up. They conspired and said that the method of breaking the prison to enter the palace to rescue Li Yu was feasible. Who would have thought that several people would be arrested halfway through the plan? This time, it was Wang Fujing who stepped in again. That night, Wang Fujing talked with the king all night before releasing them. No one knew what they talked about. Wang Fuxiao only knew that when Wang Fujing took him out of the palace, his right hand was bleeding, and the wound on his arm was so deep that the bone was visible. It was not until recently that he knew that the king was determined to investigate them as assassins. His father took the blame for the trouble he had caused. He made his determination in front of the king, and cut off his right hand to show his loyalty. He was also the king. At the last moment, he swung the teacup to stop his father from swinging the crescent moon sword, but at that time, the sword had already chopped his hand. Now his father has to go into battle with injuries. It's all his fault. This is the first time in 17 years that Wang Fuxiao feels so useless. Not only did he bring trouble to his father, he couldn't even protect Xiao Lily. For the first time in his life, he tasted the feeling of trying his best, but still not being able to turn the tide. For the first time, he had an endless desire for power. His vision was blurred, and Wang Fuxiao only felt a dull pain in his chest. He had to use all his strength to breathe. His mind was full of thoughts about protecting his father and rescuing little Lily. Holding the sturdy red-painted wooden pillar, Wang Fuxiao slowly stood up and wiped away the tears in his eyes. His red fox eyes were less innocent and more profound. The Nanchu Palace. Xiaoyuer, this is the latest pastry made by the Imperial Kitchen. It is said to be a specialty of the nomadic tribes in the northern border. Try it. If it tastes good, my brother will transfer that cook to your small kitchen in the future. Nandong Yao smiled and put a rabbit-shaped milky white pastry into Li Yu's bowl. I heard from the servants that you have a bad appetite recently and often wake up at night. Are you not used to sleeping on the bed in the palace? Even before seeing Li Yu every time, he had to take the poison-repelling pills specially made by the imperial physician, and after seeing Li Yu, his clothes had to be soaked for a few days before washing. Nandong Yao still happily ran to Li Yu every day. He just hoped to make up for his sister's lost childhood. Li Yu was wearing a blue shirt, her hair was hastily tied behind her head with a cloth strip, and she was still tightly holding the wooden rabbit, whose ear was broken due to the fight on the day she entered the palace. There was no other reaction on his face. I see you have been holding the wooden rabbit in your hand. Do you like rabbits very much? If you like them, I will ask someone to find you a batch of rabbits of good breeds to raise in your bedroom? Seeing that Li Yu had no reaction no matter what he said, Nandong Yao could no longer hold the smile on his face. The chopsticks in his hand were often gently placed on the edge of the bowl. The tone was no longer as enthusiastic as before. If you want Wang Fujing and his son to be well, take good care of yourself. Don't think that if you keep acting like this, I will get angry with you and drive you away. There is a word called venting anger on others. Hearing this, Li Yu's body stiffened slightly, and she looked up at Nandong Yao, her voice calm and without any waves. Lord, you have the wrong person, I am really not your sister. If she was a relative, how could she have no impression of him? Hearing Li Yu's constant denial, Nandong Yao pretended to be angry and frowned, and said seriously, if I say you are, then you are. Ever since the imperial physician said that Li Yu's memory loss when she was a child was related to the goo worm entering her body from her head, he has been ordering people to go out and find a way to remove the goo king in Li Yu's body, and at the same time, he has been recruiting doctors who have some attainments in goo poison. Before this, he had always thought that the medical books in the palace covered a wide range of topics. But when faced with something like poison, even with the medical skills of Nanchu imperial physician, he was still clueless. Facing Nandong Yao's stubbornness, Li Yu didn't say anything else, because she was really afraid that Nandong Yao would vent his anger on Uncle Jing and his son. There were several opportunities when she had the chance to poison his tea when he came to her place. But every time she thought of his appearance when the poison took effect, she inexplicably felt a trace of sympathy in her heart. What he did was just a brother who wanted to find his sister. Moreover, if something really happened to him, with her current status in Nanchu, Uncle Jing and his son would definitely suffer. With this understanding, Li Yu hardly interacted with anyone in the palace, fearing that she would accidentally poison someone. In addition, seeing that he almost always responded to her requests these days, she inexplicably thought of Huang Fuxiao, who was the same to Xiang Jila. There was no calculation, just a simple desire to be good to this person. But not everyone is Huang Fuxiao. How can someone be good to you for no reason? The incident with Gong Sunning is still a thorn in her heart. Except for Xiang Jila and Huang Fuxiao, she has never completely let down her guard against anyone in this world. Chapter 525. Feeling Li Yu's restraint, Nandong Yao's expression eased. Today is the New Year's Eve. I just want to have a good reunion with you. Let's not talk about other things that will spoil the fun, okay? There was a bit of earnestness in his tone. Li Yu's heart trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes. Yes. Time flies. 2 days have passed. Gongjing number 3 really didn't lie to her. The 2 days of coma promised to last for 24 hours. Not even a quarter of an hour more. The north wind was howling outside the window. There was also the sound of snowflakes falling from the roof. Xiang Jila suddenly opened his eyes. Under the dim light, it was the same scene as before in Nanling. There were doctors lying on the floor in the room. A stupid man was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. There were a few strands of black hair hanging down his temples, his face was untidy, and there were obvious black and blue spots on his eye sockets. The floor was burning fiercely, and her neck was a little tired, and she was about to move her neck. Only then did she realize that she was sleeping on the bed. The wounds on her body hurt when she moved. She wanted to speak, but her throat seemed to be burned by fire, and she could only utter harsh monosyllables. The person who was dozing heard the movement beside him, and immediately opened his eyes and looked down at her. When he met her eyes, the sinisterness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a clear and bright one. Awake? His voice was a little hoarse, and the doctors who were sleeping in the room heard his voice, and immediately jumped up from the ground, as if they had been electrocuted. Awake? Looks like she's awake. Quick, quick! Several people stood up and wanted to move forward, but stopped halfway under Yan Junyuo's gaze. Xiang Jila opened her mouth and moved. Yan Junyuo immediately understood what she meant. Water. Taking the warm water handed over by the servant beside him, he carefully fed the water into her mouth with a spoon. He didn't forget to remind her. Slowed down. With the moisture of water, the dry pain in Xiang Jila's throat finally eased. She wanted to get up, but was stopped by Yan Junyuo. You still have an injury on your back, don't move. The tone was gentle, which the doctors in the room had never heard in the past 2 days. Recalling the dire situation in the past 2 days, and the heavy guards outside the door, everyone was relieved when they saw the person on the bed wake up. They finally had the chance to go home for the new year. With Yan Junyuo's permission, the doctors took Xiang Jila's pulse and estimated the degree of recovery of her back injury from the injury on her hand. After confirming again and again that Xiang Jila had no other injuries except skin injuries, Yan Junyuo let her go. Xiang Jila tried to contact Gongjing number 3, but found that Gongjing number 3 did not respond to her. Although she was worried, she could not perform the magic trick because Yan Junyuo was there. Facing the storm that was slowly gathering in his eyes, Xiang Jila took the initiative to frown and spoke. Junyuo, it hurts everywhere. The little woman in front of her was pale, and the wound on her right face had just healed. Her pitiful tone matched her embarrassment. Even if Yan Junyuo wanted to get angry again, his anger was completely vented when he met these tears-filled eyes. He didn't care that he was also in a mess, and returned to the bedside, very gently copying the wounds on her back and hands with his hands. Finally, his fingertips stopped at the scars on her right face. What happened at that time? God knows how much he wanted to kill her when he caught her covered in blood and tattered clothes. Xiang Jila endured the pain and gently rubbed his hand with his face. Help me get up. Yan Junyuo looked down at himself, slightly disgusted. Wait a moment. After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked behind the screen. Xiang Jila obviously heard the sound of water coming from behind the screen. It was freezing cold, and he was probably the only one who would prepare hot water for bathing at any time. Not long after, he came out from behind the screen with a steamy body, wearing clean clothes, and even shaved his face. When the steam dissipated, he carefully squeezed onto the bed, and gently laid her on top of him. Will it be more comfortable like this? The injuries on her body hurt more because he moved her, but when she met his probing and cautious eyes, Xiang Jila curved her eyebrows and smiled weakly. Much more comfortable. Jun Nuo is so nice. Yin Junyuo maintained the posture that Xiang Jila said was comfortable, without moving. If it's comfortable like this, do you want to sleep for a while, or? I'm not tired yet. Xiang Jila rested his head on his chest, shook his head gently, and a serious look slowly emerged in his eyes. Junyuo, there is a huge explosives depot over the mass grave. I know regarding the explosives depot. Yin Junyuo's expression gradually became serious. I also know that the explosives depot there is at least 80% empty. Otherwise, according to the power of the explosion at that time, it would be more than enough to flatten most of Sichuan. Xiang Jila nodded slightly, hiding the part about the conversation with Gongjing number 3, and restored the whole thing to Yin Junyuo. The more he heard, the stronger the murderous intent in Yin Junyuo's eyes became. The mass grave was the first point I suspected, but I didn't find any abnormalities later, and with the disturbance of Changyu, I transferred some people to guard the Yang Pass Road, so I relaxed a little. They know your mind very well. Xiang Jila frowned, knowing that you would definitely suspect the mass grave. They just did the opposite. It's just strange that everyone seems to be in charge and acts so straightforwardly and viciously. I discovered them while they were transporting all the remaining explosives away. They would rather destroy the remaining explosives than take my life. If they just did the opposite, I would suppress them directly with force, and they would still be wiped out. If they are just vicious and decisive, it is only a matter of time before they are dealt with. But Chapter 526. Speaking of this, Yin Junyuo seemed to have discovered something interesting, and a meaningful smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. But they are not only vicious and decisive. If I am not mistaken, there must be someone among them who can calculate, and his attainments are not low. The so-called cunning rabbit has 3 burrows before. Maybe it only has 1 burrow. Why do you say that? Xiang Jila looked at him puzzled. When he heard Yin Junyuo mention the calculation, the first person Xiang Jila thought of was Qin Pei. Yin Junyuo lowered his eyes, and reached out to brush away the hair on her cheek. Do you know Qimenduanjia? Qimenduanjia? Xiang Jila frowned and shook his head. I have heard of it, but I have never seen it. Now you can see it. Yin Junyuo stretched out his hand to smooth the wrinkles between her eyebrows. Before, I was wondering why I always missed those people before I took action. Even the mass grave that I suspected at the beginning could cause such a big mess. Every time I found the key location, those people could be so rampant under my nose. As he spoke, his eyes slowly moved to the top of the tent, and his eyes slowly became a bit sinister. I had only read about Qimenduanjia in books before, and I thought it was just a fairy tale. But you said that those people could hide it well before the warehouse was blown up, and they wanted to blow you to death in it. By analogy, the mass grave was also likely to be set up with some formation, so the existence of the warehouse was hidden. As long as he thought of his little woman, who almost lost her life, the sinister look in Yin Junyuo's eyes became more intense. The Shadowless Guard was founded by the founding monarch of Dahuang. Since the founding of the country, the court of Dahuang has always been in a contradictory situation of being afraid of the existence of the regent, but having to use the regent to quell the rebellion. If you combine this with the fact that there are people who can calculate in the Shadowless Guard, Yin Junyuo felt that the Shadowless Guard's external rhetoric was to eliminate the regent, who had ulterior motives, but now it seems that it exists specifically to eliminate him. In this way, the so-called inheritance and original intention of the Shadowless Guard have changed so much after all these years, which seems to be justified. Feeling the slight movement of the person on his body, the viciousness in his eyes instantly dissipated. He quickly turned his gaze back to the little woman. What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable lying down? Xiang Jila frowned. The wound on my back is a little itchy. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Gongjing number 3's voice rang in her mind. Little ghost cultivator, I will help you repair your injuries now. It may be a little itchy when the wounds scab over. Please bear with it. Have you recovered your spiritual power now? 2 days ago, its condition was not much better than hers. In order to repair her, its spiritual power was seriously overdrawn. It has recovered most of it, but it won't be a problem to repair your injuries. I can sleep for a few more days after I have repaired them for you. Although Gongjing number 3 said it didn't matter, Xiangjila knew that it must be very uncomfortable. Xiao 3, if I let some blood out for the bracelet to absorb, will it help your spiritual power to recover? It was so good to her, she always felt that she had to do something to repay it. What? Is it still itchy? Before Gongging number 3 could answer, Xiangjila heard Yin Junyuo's voice in front of her. Only then did she realize that this person was carefully brushing her back with his fingertips, trying to relieve her discomfort through the bandage. She felt a warm feeling in her heart and shook her head. It doesn't itch anymore, it just itches for a while, and then it stops. A familiar warmth and itch came over her body, and Xiangjila could clearly feel that her wound was healing at a perceptible speed. Knowing that Yin Junyo had always been concerned about the healing of her wounds, and that Yin Junyo had a good memory, any subtle changes could not be hidden from him. So after feeling that the pain in her body had disappeared, Xiangjila sat up without any hesitation. This action frightened Yin Junyo. Your injury. He instinctively reached out to help her, but saw that she was already untying the bandage on her hand. What are you doing? Now, even his tone became serious. But soon, his expression began to change, from serious at the beginning, to surprise, and then to shock. This was also the first time that Xiangjila saw so many vivid expressions on Yin Junyuo's face at the same time. It turned out that stupid men were not only gloomy and angry. She pursed her lips and smiled secretly, and handed her smooth right hand to him. Look, it's healed. Yin Junyo looked up at her right face, and found that the scar on her right face was gone. He lifted the quilt, and lifted up her right leg. The right calf was also restored to its original state. There was a strange silence on the bed, and the two could only hear each other's heartbeat. Why, do I have to take off my clothes and let you confirm whether the wound on my back is still there? Yin Junyo did not answer her, but looked straight into her eyes, with emotion surging in his eyes. This is... What's going on? Xiangjila raised his left hand, and handed the bracelet to him like offering a treasure, with an expression of I knew you would ask. Here, because of it. If it weren't for it, I would have been blown to pieces in the explosion. I told you a long time ago that this is a magical bracelet. When Yin Junyo saw the bracelet again, a woman whose face could not be seen appeared in his mind. She was wearing this bracelet, covered in blood, and fell behind him dying. Intuition told him that the strange dreams he had been having before were vaguely related to the bracelet. Junyo, what's wrong with you? Accompanied by a concerned call, a soft little hand wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He reached out and grabbed the hand that wiped his sweat, and his eyes fell on the bracelet again, trying to remember more things. Junyo, you heard me. The little woman's cry of pain brought Yin Junyo back to his thoughts, and he realized how hard he was holding her hand. He quickly loosened his grip. Don't let others know about the bracelet, he instructed her seriously. Xiangjila nodded repeatedly, speaking as if it was a matter of course. This is natural. If I wasn't worried that you would have wild thoughts, I wouldn't tell you this. I told you about the bracelet to let you know that I'm not a monster. The injuries on my body were healed by the bracelet. You don't have to be afraid of me. The little woman's strange remark successfully made Yin Junyo laugh. Seeing that she had recovered, the haze in Yin Junyo's heart dissipated by half, and he tapped her forehead with his fingers lovingly. What are you thinking about? As long as it's you, I accept you as a monster. Infected by his smile, Xiangjila also curved his eyebrows, and tilted his head to look at the person in front of him. Silly Junyo, I feel that you have really changed a lot. If you were the old you would definitely snort coldly and turn your face to say that even if you are a monster, you are definitely an unprecedented ugly monster. When he said the latter part, Xiangjila imitated Yin Junyo's previous arrogant and awkward appearance. Seeing the little woman imitating him, Yin Junyo grabbed her face, squeezed her little mouth with both hands, and rubbed her little face with interest. Xiangjila is so bold that she even dares to squeeze her husband. Xiangjila, Sure enough, no matter how the stupid man changes, the bad roots in his bones remain unchanged. Chapter 527. There is a new direction for the uprooting of the Shadowless Guard. Yin Junyo, who had stayed up all night for 2 days, because Xiangjila was in a coma, wanted to pursue the victory, but he could not resist Xiangjila's soft and hard persuasion. In the end, he just hugged her and took a nap for a long time. When he woke up, it was dark. I don't know when the heavy snow stopped. There was a slight noise outside the door. Yin Junyo tiptoed to move the little woman's hands and feet away from him, washed himself, and left the room. Chu Shan had been waiting outside the room for a long time. Seeing Yin Junyo, he immediately stepped forward. Before he could finish his words, Yin Junyo raised his hand to interrupt him. At Yin Junyo's signal, Chu Shan followed his master's steps step by step. In the study, Chu Shan reported to Yin Junyo the difficulties he encountered when capturing the shadowless guard. As expected by Yin Junyo, the situation he encountered was the same again. Your Majesty, if the enemy is always in the dark and we are in the light, the people below will be very tired. Chu Shan told Yin Junyo his thoughts truthfully. Yin Junyo thought for a moment. Call back all the people who are following us. Call back? Chu Shan hesitated. We can't deal with those people even if we keep following them. If we don't? Yin Junyo raised his hand to interrupt, not letting Chu Shan finish his words. Do as I command. You don't need to follow us anymore. You only need to set up an ambush on the road that must be taken to leave Sichuan in the next few days. Your Highness means. Chu Shan seemed to understand Yin Junyo's plan, but he also seemed to not understand it at all. Yin Junyo's eyes fell on the inkstone on the desk, and his voice was calm without any emotion. The enemy this time is different. The prince seemed to say something, but it seemed that he said nothing. After thinking it over, Chu Shan finally respectfully took his leave. I will do it immediately. Wait. Prince? Don't waste the resources that are delivered to your door. Let him in tomorrow. He? Who is it? It's him. Is it? Or is it her? Chu Shan looked at Yin Junyo in confusion. When he saw the little flame in Yin Junyo's eyes, Chu Shan immediately understood who it was and quickly answered. I will ask the people below to make arrangements immediately. After Chu Shan left, Yin Junyo raised his eyes and looked in the direction where Chu Shan left. His calm expression slowly turned cold. His slender fingers twisted lightly, and his drooping eyelids concealed the cruelty in his eyes. He took the initiative to take the initiative before, and now those people know how he usually acts, so this time, he will catch them by surprise. The wind and snow stopped a little. A deserted house, near the mass grave in the north of Sichuan City, affected by the aftermath of the explosion, had already been crumbling walls, which collapsed under the pressure of a heavy snow. The sound of the falling stones was particularly crisp in the cold and empty night sky. The next morning, in front of Sichuan Inn, an old man with gray hair and beard, wearing coarse cloth clothes, hunched over, and a big hairy mole on his left face, carrying 2 baskets of radishes, stopped in front of the guards. Excuse me, do you want to buy radishes here? The guard glanced at the old man calmly. He didn't say anything. Before the old man could continue to speak, the guards beside Zhai Jioma came to the door of the inn with a few servants. He was about to enter the inn as if no one was around. The guard immediately reacted and stopped the man with his machete. Who is coming? The man who wanted to force his way in had followed Zhai Jioma to the door several times to ask to see the prince, and the guard had already recognized the man's identity. But due to his master's instructions, even if he recognized him, he could only pretend to be blind. Big brother, my master has something to ask the prince, please let him know. Yeah, this time he changed his excuse, but the purpose is still to ask the prince. And it's very impolite to ask the prince. The guard at the gate refused without thinking. Let's not talk about whether the prince will see guests or not. With your attitude, even if your master comes to the door in person, he may not be able to see the prince. Come on, don't block him. During the shove, the man held the guard's hand with a sincere look on his face. The past is the past. The prince will definitely meet today. Please pass on the message. Don't you understand what I'm saying? The guard at the gate suddenly raised his voice. This attracted the other guards. The scene was in chaos. Even the 2 baskets of radishes were knocked over. And the old man who delivered the radishes was squeezed to somewhere for a while. He took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the inn. With his experience of visiting the inn several times before, Zhai Jioma quickly found Yin Junyo's study. Before he could push open the door, the study was open from the inside out. Chu Shan looked coldly at Zhai Jioma, who almost fell to the ground because the study door was opened. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. Master Zhai Jio, oh no, I should call you His Highness Beiki. The prince has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. He lowered his eyes to look at the sword that Chu Shan held beside his neck. Zhai Jiomo's first concern was not for his own safety, but take care of this fragrant hair of mine. Antechamber. Zhai Jioma gritted his teeth and looked at the person above him, feeling angry, but he couldn't beat him, so he could only look at the person beside him. Be careful with your knife, don't cut my fragrant hair. Chu Shan, who was leading Zhai Jioma to the antechamber, laughed. Your Highness is really good at joking. If your Highness didn't move around, how could my knife accidentally touch your fragrant hair? That harmless look, how simple and honest it can be, how honest it can be. Pa, honest as hell. The people under Yin Junyo are all very difficult to deal with. Chu Shan is difficult, and Lin Bufan, who guards the northern frontier, is even more difficult. Seeing that communication with Chu Shan is ineffective, Shai Jiumo gently turned his head again and shifted his attention back to Yin Junyo. Yin Junyo, is this your way of entertaining guests? This time, it was Chu Shan who answered him. Your Highness, what you said is very interesting. Even if you are a guest, you are just an uninvited guest. There must be a difference in treating uninvited guests and guests who come through the main gate, otherwise others will criticize my master. Does your master need to be criticized? If the knife was not on his neck, Shai Jiumo would have rolled his eyes at Chu Shan. Chu Shan. Seeing that Shai Jiumo's patience was almost exhausted, the person in the upper position called out calmly. Chu Shan immediately shut up, took the sword and returned to Yin Junyo's back to act as a wooden stick. Shai Jiumo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly watching the person in the upper position slowly brush away the tea foam, take a sip of hot tea, put down the teacup, and then slowly raised his eyelids to look at him. The deep eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's inner thoughts at once. Even if he didn't speak, Shai Jiumo still clearly felt an invisible pressure that made him want to soften his tone involuntarily. Where did you hide Mu Junyan? Knowing that Yin Junyo didn't like to listen to nonsense, he didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. My people went to Yaoziling and saw a large area of destroyed ruins. There was no one inside. If you wanted to catch someone, you should have caught him by now. Where is Mu Junyan? Chapter 528. Because he was injured and needed to rest, Yin Junyo ordered that no one was allowed to approach the room. This provided great convenience for Xiang Jila's actions. After Yin Junyo got up and left the room, she also got up and dressed up as Mu Junyan. With the help of Gongjing No. 3, she easily left Sichuan in. Xiao 3, are you okay now? On the way to the mass grave, Xiang Jila was not worried about Gongjing No. 3's situation. Don't worry, as long as there is enough time, I will recover soon. Gongjing No. 3 spoke so briskly that Xiang Jila could not hear a clue. The small piece of jade you snatched from the underground warehouse a few days ago has been placed in the space for 2 days, and has been refined by me. I have confirmed that it is exactly the same material as Changju. Fortunately, I refined it in time, otherwise if Changju discovered the spiritual power on it, I would not be able to suppress it. Cannot suppress Changju? Xiang Jila frowned. Is it still restless now? Xiang Jila did not tell Yin Junyo the truth about the jade. First, the matter involved something mysterious. If he was helpless, it would only cause him more trouble. Second, since Gongjing No. 3's discomfort came from the jade, who knows if the jade would have any hidden dangers. Now that it has been refined by Gongjing No. 3, it is a good thing. Changju has never been quiet, but I don't know what happened these days. It is very active, and always suddenly competes with the seal that the master had made before. Fortunately, the appearance of the small piece of jade helped me solve the urgent problem. Xiang Jila lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, then asked Gongjing No. 3. Can you sense if there is such jade in other places? According to Gongjing No. 3, jade should be able to strengthen the seal of Changju. This is an opportunity, little ghost cultivator. Guessing Xiang Jila's thoughts, Gongjing No. 3 broke her fantasy without hesitation. It's a blessing to find this small piece. If I'm not mistaken, this small piece of jade has been in that warehouse for hundreds of years. There are still a few strands of dragon energy wrapped around the jade that have not yet dissipated. Maybe it fought with the Lord of the River and Mountain here at that time. A word awakens a dreamer. Xiang Jila, who was walking, stopped suddenly. At that time, I saw a note in Yin Beiqi's bedroom. The note mentioned that the Yin family's kingdom was not legitimate, so they had to suppress the legitimate heir and support the illegitimate heir. Do you think it is possible that it is related to the jade you refined? Hearing Xiang Jila's speculation, Gongjing No. 3 also fell silent. Not far ahead was the mass grave that was bombed before, and there were still heavy soldiers guarding it. One person and one egg could not figure out the reason, so Xiang Jila could only put the problem aside for the time being. She touched her body, and found the token Yin Junyo had given her was still there. She immediately held her head high and walked in front of the guards, raised the token in her hand, and said, I am Mu Junyan, and I am here on the orders of the prince to help investigate the explosion. With the token, Xiang Jila could travel unimpeded. When she came out before, she was forced to sleep by Gongjing No. 3, so she couldn't see what the mass grave looked like after the explosion. Now, she seemed to understand why Yin Junyo asked her if she had heard of Qi Min Dun Jia. The mass grave in front of him was completely different from the one a few days ago. Except that it was leveled, the heavy snow yesterday could cover it, and the ground here was no longer dry. Squatting down, Xiang Jila stretched out her hand, to touch the snow on the ground that had not yet completely melted. Put the damp fingers under the nose and sniffed. There was a very light smell of saltpeter, and a smell of blood that was almost covered by the saltpeter. Seeing Xiangjila squatting down from a distance, looking at the snow on the ground with a serious face, Qimai walked quickly to her side. "Brother Mu, have you found anything else?" Xiangjila did not answer Qimai's question, but stood up again. She first put her hands to her mouth and rubbed them, then looked around. The mass grave was no longer as endless as when she first came. This may be related to the so-called formation being broken. But Xiangjila always felt that it was strange, and she felt good in her heart, which made her feel strange when she saw things. She patrolled back and forth several times. A strange empty space in the west attracted her attention. "What's that over there?" She pointed to the empty space and asked Qimai. Qimai looked in the direction of her finger. There was a dilapidated wall there yesterday. It was probably collapsed last night due to the heavy snow and wind. In the lobby of the inn, Zhai Jiumo and Yin Zhenyuo were still in a stalemate. The so-called stalemate was nothing more than Yin Zhenyuo lazily supporting his chin with his hand and sitting on the armchair with his legs crossed. Zhai Jiumo stood in front of Yin Zhenyuo as if facing a great enemy. "I don't agree." Without thinking, he rejected Yin Zhenyuo's request. "Yin Zhenyuo, this is not Kyoto, and your people are not here. Don't think about controlling me again." They both value their reputation, so why can Yin Zhenyuo's people stay behind while his people have to die in front? "I am not giving you a chance to choose, but notifying you." Ignoring Zhai Jiumo's refusal, Yin Zhenyuo took a sip of cold tea and sneered sarcastically, "You don't really think that you can sleep soundly these days because of Yin Beiqi's reputation." They both knew what Yin Beiqi's ability was. Kyoto was in chaos, and Yin Beiqi had messed up Yin Beimo's affairs, so it was impossible for him to free up his hands to deal with other things. Zhai Jiumo naturally knew that Yin Zhenyuo always kept his word. As long as it is something you want to do, or something you want to get, there is nothing you can't do or get. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhai Jiumo changed his words with a firm look. "If you want me to cooperate, it's not impossible. I want Mu Zhenyan." "You're dreaming." Without thinking, Yin Zhenyuo refused outright. "You are not qualified to negotiate with me." Zhai Jiumo straightened his back. "Your Majesty, don't forget that if you can solve it yourself, you won't talk to me so calmly." Dare to threaten him? Yin Zhenyuo narrowed his narrow eyes slowly. "Do you think that if you are rejected, you can leave here?" "Your Majesty, why don't you give it a try?" Zhai Jiumo was not willing to be outdone. No matter how cowardly he was still the prince of a country, facing a toothless. "I thought about it for a while. In fact, cooperating with the prince is not without benefits." Seeing the Qilin guards coming in from outside, Zhai Jiumo slowed down his tone. "But Mu Zhenyan." Yin Zhenyuo casually raised his hand to let the Qilin guards gathered in the hall, and the guards outside the door retreat, raised his eyebrows and said, "This king does not need you. But this king does not like trouble, so I give you a chance to cooperate." In addition, at this point, Yin Zhenyuo's sharp eyes met Zhai Jiumo's eyes. "Mu Zhenyan is my man." With one sentence, Zhai Jiumo's possibility of asking for someone was cut off. Chapter 529. Zhai Jiumo slowly clenched his fists at his side. "Mu Zhenyan is my bottom line. Besides, this matter is not within my scope of solution. If the prince really insists on his own way, I will bet everything on it. Both sides will suffer. Who will benefit? The prince knows it well. It's unfortunate." Yin Zhenyuo lazily adjusted his sitting posture. "Mu Zhenyan is also my bottom line." "Yin Zhenyuo, don't go too far." Hearing this, Yin Zhenyuo stood up and walked in front of Zhai Jiumo with his hands behind his back. The two men were almost the same height, but their auras were very different. Even though Zhai Jiumo was the crown prince of a country, he left the palace at a young age and went to Dahuang. He was growing up in a savage way, so he was naturally not as good as Yin Zhenyuo, who fought on the battlefield at the age of 13 and returned to the court as regent at the age of 16. Seeing Yin Zhenyuo approaching step by step, Zhai Jiumo instinctively wanted to retreat, but Yin Zhenyuo stretched out his hand and grabbed his arm. A creepy numbness ran from the soles of his feet to Zhai Jiumo's forehead, and Zhai Jiumo instinctively trembled. Before he could speak, Yin Zhenyuo had already whispered in his ear, "This king, I just want to bully you." Zhai Jiumo couldn't help but tremble again as he felt a tingling chill in his ears. He instinctively turned his head to look at Yin Zhenyuo. There was only a finger's width of distance between them. They could even feel each other's breath. The familiar sweet osmanthus fragrance rushed to Zhai Jiumo's nose. It was exactly the same as the smell on Mu Zhenyan's body. Zhai Jiumo's heart was shocked, and the shock surged to the bottom of his eyes. making it easy for Yin Junyo to discover it. It was expected that Zhai Jiumo had guessed something, and the fierceness and coldness in his eyes emerged without any concealment. Mu Junyan is not someone you can covet. A strange fear and bitterness surged into Zhai Jiumo's heart at the same time. What shocked him even more was that Yin Junyo actually used the word covet to describe his attention to Mu Junyan. He was the crown prince of a country, and even if he really had his eyes on a gangster, he should not have used these two words. Unless Mu Junyan had another identity. In a flash, Zhai Jiumo grasped a key point. The same sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance. On the eve of the Chinese New Year, Yin Junyo was flirting with a woman in the dark. And the woman seemed very afraid of being seen by him. His breathing became more and more rapid. Could it be that the person in Yin Junyo's arms that day was Mu Junyan? When this absurd idea came out, Zhai Jiumo's pupil shrank slightly. When he met Yin Junyo's eyes again, Yin Junyo gave him a tacit sneer. The idea immediately became a fact. In this way, it seems to be understandable that the dead kid is so afraid of the cold. She is a woman with a cold body, so she is afraid of the cold. Because Mu Junyan returned to Yin Junyo, Sichuan has one more favored woman who lives and eats with Yin Junyo. However, thinking of the pregnant regent princess in Kyoto, Zhai Jiumo was confused again. Yin Junyo is not lustful, and since he is in a high position, he does not need to sacrifice his looks to get close to anyone, so the regent princess is pregnant. Either Yin Junyo is willing, or the regent princess has set up Yin Junyo. According to Yin Junyo's personality, the latter possibility is extremely low. But it is not ruled out that the couple is acting. It's just that the procedures in the palace are meticulous. If it is a fake pregnancy, it can't be hidden from those old maids with sharp eyes. Let's take a step back and say that the regent princess is really pregnant, and Yin Junyo can't stand the loneliness and find Mu Junyan. However, according to Yin Junyo's personality, after the two are together, he can't help but give her a status. But between them, there is the regent princess, who is pregnant and nurturing the fetus in the palace. If Yin Junyo has the regent princess in his heart, then what is Mu Junyan in Yin Junyo's heart? All thoughts took away Zhai Jiumo's thoughts, like a tangled mess, and his heart was suddenly in chaos. Mass grave in the north of the city. Xiang Jila and Mai Chi went to the place where the wall collapsed with a few soldiers under the cold sun. In the wilderness, there was only that lonely abandoned old house with a large area, which looked particularly eye-catching. Didn't you find this place before? Xiang Jila asked Chi Mai. Chi Mai shook his head. It's strange. This house seems to have been blown out of thin air. Our people have been guarding nearby for a while, but we didn't see any houses around. Xiang Jila said oh, and didn't say anything else. He stopped at the collapsed wall. The bricks on the ground were fired in the same way as those in the gunpowder depot. The dilapidated house had some characteristics of Nanling tile houses. It seemed to be destroyed by the airflow caused by the explosion. The gray tiles fell to the ground, but the pillars were still standing. After the heavy snow last night, many things were buried in the thin snow. Xiang Jila asked everyone to breathe as slowly as possible and walk as lightly as possible. Each person held a long stick in his hand and explored in the snow. Everywhere he passed, the snow was loosened and melted. Brother Mu, if we keep turning like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find clues even after dark. Chi Mai glanced at the sun that was gradually moving to the middle, and reached out to pinch his nose that was red from the cold. Xiang Jila glanced at the people behind him, and said to Chi Mai, then narrow the scope and pay attention to those places like the corners at the base of the wall. Are you doubting that the secret passage only leads to here? Chi Mai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible? I remember that my brothers have been going back and forth in the secret passage countless times these days, but they just can't find the end. If it's only this close, it's impossible that they can't find the end. Chapter 530. Ignoring Chi Mai's words, Xiang Jila arranged the search range for the soldiers on her own. Finally, she turned around and looked at Chi Mai. We probably won't find anything if we search the mass grave again. Does the prince have any other arrangements for you to stay here? Recalling Chu Shan's instructions, Chi Mai organized his words. In addition to asking us to pile up the broken bricks and cover the deep pit with oilcloth to prevent snow from falling into the pit, the master also asked us to stay there and report any disturbance immediately. Xiang Jila nodded. Then you go back and guard it well. It gets dark early in winter. If nothing unexpected happens, we will all come out at the hour of you. Chi Mai glanced at the half-collapsed house that looked gloomy, and said worriedly, how about I send some more people over? No need, these are enough. She should have found it, and she could have found it alone. Letting these people come to look for it is just to cover up. There is an 80% chance that this house is the secret base of the Shadowless Guards, but it was deceived by the sleight of hand before. The formation of the mass grave was broken, and this place was implicated, so it appeared. As for the original people and objects inside, thinking of the fight in the explosives depot before, those people could hide freely. A dark color flashed in Xiangjila's eyes. After Chi Mai left, Xiangjila looked at the other people she had sent away, and found that they were all very seriously looking for the so-called exits according to her method, and did not look at her. Xiangjila picked up the long stick without hesitation and quietly sneaked into the dilapidated house. Under the direct sunlight, mottled spots of light fell on the roof. From time to time, there were gusts of north wind outside the house, and tiles fell on the ground covered with light snow, making a dull sound. At this time, Gonging number 3 established contact with Xiangjila. Little ghost cultivator, go inside, there is something underground. Underground again? Xiangjila frowned, and under the guidance of Gonging number 3, she walked deeper into the house. The further she went inside, the colder it became, and even the sun's rays could not reach her. In the dark corridor, most of the dust on the wall had fallen to the ground. The dust on the ground was quite thick, and it was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. But it shouldn't be like this. If this was really a base, the dust shouldn't be so thick. Just as Xiangjila was full of doubts, Gonging number 3's voice rang in her mind again. Little ghost cultivator, look around here. I feel like there may be another piece of jade here. Xiangjila nodded, and tapped the ground and the wall with a wooden stick, listening carefully to the sounds of the floor and the wall while observing the surrounding environment. A long metallic sound of ding echoed in the dark corridor. Xiangjila immediately looked down at the place where the wooden stick had hid just now. It was in a corner. In the dim environment, Xiangjila could barely see that it was a finger-sized protrusion of metal. Xiao San, flashlight. Her mind turned, and a small flashlight appeared in front of her. Xiangjila turned on the flashlight and knocked it again with the wooden stick. Without a doubt, the sound was indeed coming from the small metal protrusion. After studying it for a long time and not being able to figure it out, Xiangjila stood up again and shone the flashlight towards the remaining part of the dark corridor. The dark corridor looks short from the outside, but when you enter it, it feels like you are swallowed by a dark mouth. There is a dead silence all around, which is extremely depressing. Xiao 3, are you really sure there is something here? There was no sound in her consciousness. Xiangjila was shocked. Xiao 3? Xiao 3? She couldn't help but wail, another failure at the critical moment. I found you, hee hee. An old voice came from behind. Xiangjila sounded familiar. He turned around quickly. As expected, it was the old beggar from the mass grave. You again? Facing Xiangjila's eyes, the old beggar grinned at her crazily. Hee hee, isn't it me? They don't know it's you yet. Interesting, really interesting, haha. While speaking, the old man did not forget to take off the gourd from his waist. The moment the gourd was opened, the air was immediately filled with the mellow smell of wine. Seeing the old beggar pouring wine into his mouth like drinking water, Xiangjila's alcohol bug was suddenly aroused. Recalling the last incident with the explosives depot, although she guessed that the old beggar was deliberately leading her to break the formation, she still had no intention of winning him over before she knew what he wanted to do. She quietly put her hand on the whip handle at her waist and stepped aside. GD Jian Chun is really worthy of its reputation. It's a pity that hundreds of years of foundation were destroyed. Now it takes a lot of effort to drink a sip. As if ignoring Xiangjila's existence, the old beggar shook his head with regret, gulped down the wine in the gourd, and smacked his lips, and burped before putting the gourd back to his waist. He yawned and fell to the ground, folded his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and sang incoherently, Today I have wine, I will get drunk today, tomorrow I will have no wine, I will have no life. Xiangjila watched his every move throughout the whole process, not daring to relax his vigilance. With such an uninvited guest, it was impossible to investigate further. She had no choice but to slow down her breathing and move out step by step. She still dared not relax her guard when passing by the old beggar. Finally, Xiangjila passed by safely, and she didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. There was a strange airflow behind her, and she turned around and swung the long whip to strangle the old man's neck directly. A gourd with a strong wind came towards her, and Xiangjila quickly moved to the other side. The dark corridor that was flat a moment ago seemed to be an illusion. Xiangjila missed his step and rolled down a dark passage. The sky gradually darkened. Yin Junyuo, who had been dealing with affairs for most of the day, put down the jade pen in his hand and leaned back to relax a little. Chu Shan knocked on the door and came in, holding an exquisite wooden box in his hands. Your Majesty, urgent mail from Kyoto. After a pause, his voice became a little softer. There is also one in Nanchu. Yin Junyo glanced over, and Chu Shan immediately stepped forward and opened the box with ease, took out the letters inside, and placed them in front of Yin Junyo one by one. Yin Junyo casually pulled out the letter, with a unique seal, and unfolded it. As time went by while reading the letter, his expression gradually changed from indifferent and cold at the beginning to solemn. Finally, he calmly instructed Chu Shan, "Step up the deployment." "Prince, has there been a change of heart?" If he was not mistaken, the letter that the prince had just opened should be from Nanchu. "Is there a problem with the uncle?" Yin Junyo lifted his eyelids and glanced at Chu Shan lightly. Chu Shan felt a chill running up his back, and he immediately straightened his back. "I will go to find Master Zhaijio immediately." When the door closed, Yin Junyo turned his attention back to the western expedition in the letter. His eyes dimmed. Nandong Yelwan, because he was ruthless enough. No matter how cunning Huang Fujing was, he would be impulsive if he had concerns. The best time had passed. Huang Fujing could not win this game. Chapter 531. It was completely dark. The biting cold wind was carrying the fine snow. Every breath was bone-chilling. Yin Junyo could not help but quicken his pace back to his room. When he saw the still dark room, his heart tightened. Just as he was about to push the door open, a dart with a cold blue-black light flew through the air. Yin Junyo flexibly turned sideways and raised his leg to change the direction of the dart, which was deeply embedded in the red lacquer pillar under the corridor. There was a note tied to the red tassel on the dart. The Qilin guards arrived shortly afterwards, and flew down one after another. "Your Highness, the one who threw the dart just now was a man in black, heading north of the city. There are several people coming, and it seems that they had planned it in advance." Yin Junyo nodded, and waved his hand to let them leave. His attention fell on the note on the dart hanging again. "North of the city? In the basement of the abandoned house." The bean-sized candles emitted a faint light. The simple furnishings in the basement were reflected. Xiang Jila sat cross-legged on the ground. Across from her was an old man with white hair and beard. The old man was skinny, like a monkey, without a hair tie, and his knotted white hair fell from the bed to the ground, and his long silver-white beard was vertical to his legs. He was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, his hands and feet were shackled, and his Taoist robe was already tattered. "It's finally over." He closed his eyes and said hoarsely, "It's all over." Xiang Jila frowned. "Who are you? What's your relationship with the old man up there?" The old man didn't seem surprised at her arrival. When he saw her falling to the ground, he even asked her to sit down first in a calm tone. Feeling that there was no great danger around, Xiang Jila simply made the best of it, and sat cross-legged on the ground like the old man. The two of them sat in silence for about 3/4 of an hour before the old man said something out of nowhere, which really confused her. Combined with what the old beggar had done to her, Xiang Jila had every reason to believe that the two old guys were in the same group. The old man's eyelids slowly opened, and his sunken eye sockets could not hide his sharp eyes. When he looked at Xiang Jila, the light in his eyes was even brighter. It was a waste that Yin Shi had been guarding against the direct descendants of the Yin family. In the end, he was caught off guard, and you picked the peach. Peaches were picked? Xiang Jila blinked, confused by what he said for no reason. Peaches of what? The old man sighed. The country is forever stable, suppressing the legitimate wife and supporting the illegitimate wife. As soon as he said this, Xiang Jila was immediately horrified and stood up immediately. Even his tone became more defensive. Who are you? The old man seemed to be unaware of her shock, and just coughed weakly twice. John Wuyong. John Wuyong? Xiang Jila frowned. This name sounded very familiar. She tried to review her memories of past and present lives, and suddenly, her eyes widened. In her previous life, she had the honor of reading the founding of the Great Phoenix under the supervision of Lin Bufan. At that time, the book mentioned that when Yin Shi, the ancestor of the Yin family, conquered the country, he received help from two masters of the Xianin. The two masters were so good at Taoism that they could cut grass into horses, and sow beans into soldiers. They made many contributions to the Great Phoenix. One of the masters was named Zhan Wuyong. At that time, she always thought that these two characters were fictional to highlight the destiny of the Yin family king to conquer the country. Unexpectedly, there really is such a person. In this case, the formation of the mass grave. Xiang Jila didn't finish his words. Zhan Wuyong nodded. It was set up by me, hundreds of years ago, and the range of the formation was not that large at that time. I didn't expect that under their manipulation, the range became wider and wider. Back then, as if he had found someone to talk to, John Woo-young told Seong Ji-la in detail how he led his junior brother to follow the ancestors of the Yin family to build a kingdom in the chaotic world. From John Woo-young's tone, Seong Ji-la could hear that he missed the past quite a lot, until he knew that the Yin family was not destined to be his, but giving up halfway was against the heart of Tao, so he could only write this sentence to Yin Shi with full of contradictions. The country will be forever stable, suppress the legitimate wife, and support the illegitimate wife. However, what made her more concerned was that he had been here for hundreds of years, since the founding of Da-One. So, according to what you said, the one outside. Could it be Zhang Wu-wei? The word Yu is enough to explain Seong Ji-la's change of mind. That's my junior brother Wu-wei. Because he was young and arrogant, he pried too much into the secrets of heaven, and he didn't have much time to be awake throughout the year. It was indeed like this. His thoughts were confirmed, and Seong Ji-la opened his mouth to ask why his fellow brothers ended up like this. But then he thought about it. Everything seemed to be destined. Just like Xiao 3 told her, there were some things that she was too curious about, and knowing them might not be good for her. In this way, it is understandable that Gongjing No. 3 saw the old beggar as if he had seen a ghost. No matter what its past was, without the body of a fairy servant, it was just a crane spirit in its bones, and this was a fact that it could not change even if it was attached to the robot egg. And the profound Taoist masters, especially these two masters, who have lived for hundreds of years, have always been sensitive to spirits. If they are not careful, they can beat it to death without a body. How can it not be honest? It's just, Senior, how can you and the seniors above do it? Live so long. As if he had guessed what Seong Ji-la was thinking, John Woo-young sighed softly and interrupted her. Come here. Although Seong Ji-la didn't understand what he was up to, she still stood up and walked in front of John Woo-young. Put your hand out. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly stretched out her left hand. John Woo-young slowly put his clenched right hand on Seong Ji-la's hand and released it. Feeling a warm and cool sensation on his hand, Seong Ji-la's eyes were immediately attracted by the thing that John Woo-young put in his hand. It was a small piece of imperial green translucent jade, exactly the same as the one found in the basement of the mass grave. After the jade was placed in Seong Ji-la's hand, Seong Ji-la clearly felt that John Woo-young was relieved. We went against the will of heaven and assisted the Yin family. We should have died, but God has mercy on us and gave us the opportunity to wait for the destined person here. Now, after hundreds of years, we have finally waited for you. No matter who you are, since you are destined to be with the Dragon Marrow, you must take on some responsibilities. When the country is stable in the future, you will definitely get what you want. Chapter 532. Take responsibility? Seong Ji-la took the jade from John Woo-young and stood in front of him, her pretty eyebrows gradually frowning. Take what responsibility? Get what you want. If you can really get what you want, it doesn't matter if you risk her life? What responsibility do you mean by senior? Dragon Marrow produces dragon bones, and you have dragon bones. The rise and fall of the world depends on your thoughts. John Woo-young slowly closed his eyes. You are a guilty person, and there is no chance to start over. It's just that someone took the sin for you. Everything is just a coincidence. Hearing the word reborn, Seong Ji-la's face changed instantly, and even his eyes widened in shock. You know me, I. She felt as if her throat was strangled, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't squeeze out the word reborn. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. If your virtue is not worthy of your position, there will be disaster. Our fate ends here. Let's go back. As he raised his hand, the basement began to shake, and his body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the water in his body was drained away at once. A living person just a moment ago, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. As the basement shook more and more violently, the top began to collapse slowly, and a piece of rubble fell on the remains of the stone bed, and the skeleton immediately shattered into slag. The mass grave in the north of the city. Some of the wounded soldiers led by Chi Mai were outside the mass grave, and looked into the depths of the mass grave from time to time. Under the moonlight, there were two figures facing each other. The blood beads slowly slid down from the sword of Byron, and Yin Junyo was full of cold and bloodthirsty terrifying momentum. All around him were soldiers wearing purple-black armor who had been killed by one blow. Outside the soldiers stood a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. Anti-poison beads? The man's voice was as clear as sweet spring water, which was completely inconsistent with his rough and old appearance. From his tone, it was not difficult to hear that he was surprised that Yin Junyo was not poisoned. Yin Junyo looked at the person in front of him, and the gloom in his eyes became more and more intense. Shi Hongbin, the current helmsman of the Shadowless Guard. The previous twists and turns were almost all to catch him. The two were like cat and mouse, and Shi Hongbin seemed to want him to see the gap between the Shadowless Guard and the Qilin Guard. Every time, no matter how he changed the strategy, there would always be a little difference, as slippery as a loach. Now, he came to the door himself. The man called Shi Hongbin raised his lips slightly, and spoke in a cold tone. You are so brave. Not only did you annihilate all the people we sent to Kyoto, but you also dared to block the news from Sichuan and deliver yourself to the door. Shi Hongbin was angry and hateful towards Yin Junyo. If it weren't for Yin Junyo's relentless pressure, why would they be so embarrassed now, and even have difficulty finding a place to stay? They didn't think there was anything wrong with killing the regent, because it was the sacred meaning of their existence. But Yin Junyo, as the regent, dared to fight back, which was wrong for him. His ancestors had clearly said that they would destroy him, but he dared to resist. Isn't this just going against the Yin ancestors? This kind of unfilial descendant should be punished. Fortunately, Yin Junyo didn't know his thoughts. If he knew his thoughts, he would definitely let him see how to peel off a human skin beautifully. This was the first time the two of them had a head-on confrontation. Except for the initial conflict, which was more serious and bloody, the two had been deadlocked for a while. No one was willing to move first. In the end, it was Shi Hongbin who broke the silence with his arrogance. Since you know who we are, you should surrender obediently, otherwise you will not be able to face your Yin family ancestors after you die. Conquer obediently? Yin Junyo couldn't help laughing. Why? Because you. Before Shi Hongbin finished speaking, a deadly sword energy came towards him, forcing him to pull out the long sword behind him. He barely took a few moves from Yin Junyo, and his face was full of disbelief. You dare to touch me? You know who I am, and you dare to touch me? This tone. It reminded him of a certain idiot in Nanchu. A man in his 50s could still be so naive. Unless, if he remembered correctly, his people had gone to great lengths to investigate, and found out that Shi Hongbin had a son in his early 20s. It was said that he had inherited Shi Hongbin's martial arts, and was the next person to take over the Shadowless Guard. And Shi Hongbin had fought with him before, and his moves were not so flexible. Compared with the experienced Shi Hongbin, no matter how similar the moves of the man in front of him were, they still lacked the fire. With a guess in mind, Yin Junyo's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Not only will I move you, I will also uproot you. After saying that, Yin Junyo attacked Shi Hongbin again. If at the beginning, with the assistance of the Shadowless Guard, he could still tie with Yin Junyo or even have the upper hand in the tie, then now without the assistance of the Shadowless Guard, Shi Hongbin can be said to be losing step by step. The so-called Shadowless Guard has long forgotten his original intention. From working for the previous emperor, to wanting to hoard troops, and form his own country, he is really brave. As if Yin Junyo's words touched his sore spot, Shi Hongbin denied it without hesitation. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext for it. He didn't think there was anything wrong with him stockpiling soldiers and explosives. They were soldiers, and it was as natural for them to have weapons as it was for people to have food. Besides, if you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext for it. Yin Junyo attacked even faster and more fiercely, and Shi Hongbin was almost powerless to resist, and was defeated. Then explain to me, what's the matter with the large explosives warehouse set up here? Don't tell me that you stockpiled these explosives to let the people of Sichuan set off fireworks during the new year. Oh, by the way, maybe I shouldn't call you Shi Hongbin, I should call you Qi Weijia, Master Qi. As soon as the word Master Qi came out, Shi Hongbin immediately panicked, letting the 100 blades wrap around his neck easily. The winner has been decided. A trace of surprise flashed across Qi Weijia's eyes. It seems that he can't believe that Yin Junyo can guess his identity so quickly, and he can't believe that the other party seems to have taken him down without paying a big price. The hands holding the handle of the long sword tightened and relaxed, and Qi Weijia was still making the last struggle. He snorted coldly, Yin Junyo, don't think you can mess with my mind by making up a name. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly darkened, and he raised his hand to throw a dart. Yin Junyo turned around without hesitation and retracted the 100 blades to avoid the plum blossom dart that glowed with a dark blue cold light under the moonlight. At the moment of retracting the 100 blades, he mercilessly cut his neck. Qi Weijia had a triumphant smile on his lips. What if you kill me? Even without the Shadowless Guard, Da Huang will still be destroyed in your hands. Yin Junyo, you are the disaster star of Da Huang. People like you who are cold-hearted and cold-blooded are doomed to fail. After finishing his words hoarsely, and with difficulty, Qi Weijia, who had achieved his goal, had a meaningful smile on his face and slowly closed his eyes. Chu Shan led people holding torches to support. Yin Zhenyo looked at the slowly cooling corpse on the ground and felt that he had won too easily. From Qi Weijia's calm attitude, he seemed to have been ready to die. Ready to die? His heart trembled slightly, and Yin Zhenyo immediately reacted. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, divide the troops into 4 groups, and stagger the original path, and intercept all the large and small channels from Sichuan to Xixia. Chu Shan's face suddenly changed. Yes. After Chu Shan left, Yin Zhenyo was about to rush back to the inn, and the faint pain in his left arm suddenly attracted his attention. At this time, he realized that there was a dart in his left hand. Chapter 533. The dart seemed to be poisoned with numbing poison. Yin Zhenyo only felt that the pain in his left hand was particularly dull. He did not use the poison dart in his hand, but stretched out his hand without hesitation to press the acupuncture point on his left shoulder, and immediately jumped on the horse. Clear the place. Leaving a few simple words in the direction of Chi Mai, he clamped his legs around the horse's belly and rode away. Watching Yin Zhenyo jump on the horse and leave neatly, a soldier beside Chi Mai said, "I thought the prince came so urgently this time to find that Mu." "I thought so too." Another soldier echoed. Because Yin Zhenyo left, Chi Mai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered the people behind him, "Don't talk nonsense, you two. Continue to look for it there this afternoon. It's impossible for a living person to disappear just like that. But the prince didn't come here to look for that person. Is it possible that the person has already gone back?" One of the soldiers, who was pointed out, spoke up. The old house looked eerie to him during the day, and there was such a large mass grave nearby. It was a bit creepy to have only 1 or 2 people looking for someone. Chi Mai glanced at the soldier who was talking, and was about to start scolding him when a loud noise came from the west, shaking the place where they were standing. The dilapidated house, that was crumbling during the day, collapsed. In the ruins, Xiang Zhila struggled to push away the beam next to her, that barely blocked the huge stone slab. It was a dry night without rain or snow. The north wind blew gently, raising a large cloud of dust. Even with the protection of space, Xiang Zhila was still choked and coughed non-stop. "Xiao 3, can't you trigger some passive skills? This is the second time. If I wasn't smart, I would have been crushed into a meat pie again." Gongjing number 3 said aggrievedly in her mind, "Little ghost cultivator, look at what you said, as if I don't want to save you. My spiritual power is limited, and there is something suppressing my spiritual power below. It's already good enough to let you teleport out without the blessing of the task." God knows how scared it was when it saw the 2 ghost Taoist priests. However, it was fine as long as the 2 people's obsession was gone. Everything was over. The dust cleared, and the scene in front of Xiang Zhila became clearer. She looked around, found a wall that had not completely collapsed, stood on it, and looked around. The whole old house was almost in ruins. Because of the collapse of the underground secret room, the ruins were scattered with pits the size of several rooms. It seems that there is more than one secret room. Xiang Zhila muttered to himself. The scope of the secret room is wider, so it was not filled up by the fallen rubble and would for a while. The scope of the secret passage is longer and narrower, so it is naturally easier to fill it up. Xiang Zhila shifted her sight a little, and a strange depression on the south side of the ruins attracted her attention. The depression is in the shape of a long arc, and the secret room does not look like a secret room, and the secret passage does not look like a secret passage. What place could it be? He frowned and looked at the long arc depression for a while. Xiang Zhila suddenly remembered the underground passage of the mass grave. To the south of the ruins, isn't it a mass grave? After roughly guessing the direction of the underground secret room and the underground passage connected to the mass grave, Xiang Zhila retracted her sight and tried to find other discoveries. A small object caught her attention amidst the devastation. Under the pale moonlight, the gourd with patina, which the old beggar was holding to drink, was particularly eye-catching in the ruins. Xiang Zhila immediately jumped down from the wall and quickly stepped forward to dig in the ruins. When she saw the stone slab in the ruins pressing down a ragged and almost broken wreckage, her nose was inexplicably sour. No matter what the 2 masters' intentions were in telling her these half-truths, the discovery of the explosives depot in the mass grave and the collapse of the old house were all good things for her and Jun Nuo. Raising her head and taking a deep breath, Xiang Zhila carefully placed the gourd with patina next to the remains, slowly stepped back a few steps, knelt down, and kowed out 3 times to the remains. "Thank you for your help, 2 seniors." Almost at the same time she stood up. The old house, that had not yet completely collapsed, moved a few times again, and the walls that had not yet completely collapsed all collapsed to the ground at once. The remains of the old beggar were completely buried in the ruins because of the shaking of the old house. "Brother Mu, are you okay?" Xiang Jila, who had barely stood up, looked back and saw Chi Mai rushing towards her with 5 soldiers. In a blink of an eye, Chi Mai arrived in front of Xiang Jila. Seeing that Xiang Jila was unharmed, with some dust on his body and a messy hair, he looked quite embarrassed. He did not hide the worry on his face. "Do you need to go back to see a doctor?" Xiang Jila smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. This time the old house collapsed, and we made some new discoveries. Sir Qi, please send some people to dig deeper according to what I said." Xiang Jila returned to the inn in the late night. As she thought, the underground passage of the old house was directly connected to the underground explosives warehouse of the mass grave. The 3 winding passages of the explosives warehouse finally converged together, and the final destination was still the old house. After digging deeply, they also found a new underground secret room in the collapsed part of the old house. At the door of the secret room, a broken stone fell, blocking everything from the outside world. Is it possible that the explosives are behind the guillotine in the secret room? With this more than 50% probability, Xiang Jila couldn't wait to rush back to tell Yin Zhenyu. But after returning to the inn, before she could see Yin Zhenyu, she saw Chu Shan and his group standing in a row with their heads down, like children who had done something wrong. Chapter 534. Under the corridor, after seeing Xiang Jila dressed in Mu Zhenyan's clothes, Chu Shan immediately regained his usual cheerful appearance. "Brother Mu, have you done everything?" Seeing Chu Shan smiling, the others followed Chu Shan's lead in whitewashing the situation. Those simple smiles were as bright as they could be. Unfortunately, the sadness in a person's eyes could not be covered up, no matter how much he smiled. Walking slowly in front of the row of people with his hands behind his back, Xiang Jila looked at the bright fake smiling faces in front of him one by one, and his fox eyes slowly narrowed. "Everyone's smile is uglier than crying, put away your smiles." With a stern rebuke, everyone immediately straightened their backs and returned to a serious face. Slowly walking back to Chu Shan, Xiang Jila said leisurely, "What are you all standing here with your heads down for? Are you waiting to share the New Year's money? Where is the prince?" Thinking of Yin Zhenyuo's appearance, Chu Shan turned his head away guiltily. "Prince he." Seeing Chu Shan hesitating, Xiang Jila was almost dying of anxiety. "What happened to the prince? Also, don't you have to do anything? What are you all standing here for?" "The prince?" Just as he was about to tell Xiang Jila the truth, Yin Zhenyuo's threat suddenly popped up in his mind. Chu Shan forced a smile again with difficulty. "Brother Mu has something to do today. Just tell me directly. The prince should still be busy now." "Chu Shan," Xiang Jila threatened in a serious tone, "you should know that I can't hide your little tricks from you. Do you think I can't find out in other ways if you don't tell me?" This. Knowing Xiang Jila's personality, Chu Shan looked to the right with difficulty, and whispered to Xiang Jila, "How about you go to the study room yourself? At the end of the right side, turn left and you will find the study room." Xiang Jila glanced at Chu Shan, who looked both eager and sad. What kind of strange look was this? Xiang Jila ignored the dozen people standing in a row and walked quickly to the study room. Until Xiang Jila disappeared at the corner, Chu Shan told the people beside him, "Stay standing and reflect on yourself." In his heart, he was worried about Yin Zhenyuo's current situation. Originally, it was a good thing to capture the group of escaped shadowless guards alive, but seeing the prince become like this, for some reason, he always felt that he had lost both the lady and the soldiers. Behind a high ground to the north of Yaoziling, a blazing bonfire was lit in the vast wilderness. A group of soldiers wearing purple and black armor sat on the ground around the bonfire, still holding their weapons tightly in their hands, without relaxing for a moment. Not far from the soldiers, there was another small bonfire. A middle-aged man in a coarse cloth robe was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, holding a long sword in his hand. In front of him sat several tall and thin men in black robes. The middle-aged man was burly, with a dark face and a few gray hairs on his temples. Although his beard was not thick, it gave people a messy feeling, as if he had not washed it for a long time. This man was not someone else, but the helmsman of the Shadowless Guard, Qi Hongban, who was described by Yin Zhenyu as slippery as a loach. The real Qi Hongban. "Brother Qi, what should we do now?" The tall and thin man sitting on Qi Hongban's left-hand side had an increasingly obvious look of anxiety in his eyes. "Almost all of our useful people have been killed. The remaining ones guarding here are elite soldiers, but they can't poison or detect. If they really fight with the Imperial soldiers, they won't have any advantage. If it doesn't work, we can find a way to go back to the mass grave and transport all the explosives out. At worst, we can just break up. Another tall and thin man next to the tall and thin man said impulsively, since killing the Regent is our sacred mission, we won't lose out if we can die together with Yin Junyo. Brother Chi, please say something. That's right, Brother Chi, we are ready to fight at any time, just waiting for your order. The two tall and thin men took turns to urge, and the other person on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao Sheng Zhao Fan, can you be quiet for a while? Xiao Jia lost his life and couldn't hold back Yin Junyo's people. Now you are just going to die together with your blood. Why don't you think about it? If Yin Junyo is so easy to be assassinated, will it be your turn? If it doesn't work, let's go find Yin Changzhou. If he hadn't split some of our brothers and fled to Xixia, how could we end up like this? The one who spoke was the impulsive tall and thin man Zhao Sheng. If we go find him now, won't we just wait for him to laugh at us? Zhao Fan said. It's better than waiting to die here, right? Another tall and thin man who had been silent all the time also spoke. Just as the few people were deadlocked, Qi Hongbin's tightly closed eyelids slowly opened. Beside the dim bonfire, his face flickered, and his eyes revealed a bit of vicissitudes. Xijia's sacrifice was not in vain. His voice was hoarse. The people who went to bring Xiujia back searched the scene and found only one poison dart. In other words, Yin Junyo was very likely hit by another poison dart. After these words came out, the people who were still arguing stopped arguing and looked at Qi Hongbin at the same time. As if to confirm their thoughts, Qi Hongbin nodded slowly. Wang Yu, it's done. Hearing this, everyone took a breath of cold air. Really worked? There was a bit of surprise in his tone. They all knew it. The scary thing about Yin Junyo was not his martial arts, nor his viciousness. But it was his photographic memory. He was a smart man who had a photographic memory. In addition, he was a strong martial artist and ruthless. He was invincible. Forgetting worries was the last thing they dared to hope for when they were desperate. Xiao Jia inherited my legacy. If he wanted to escape, he could escape. At this point, even if Qi Hongbin's tone was calm, he couldn't cover up the gradual choking in his voice. But this is a rare opportunity to take advantage of Yin Junyo. If he misses this time, Yin Junyo will be more cautious next time, so... Qi Hongbin didn't say anything else, and the others all lowered their heads. They were all present when Qi Weijia was brought back. At that time, he was still wearing a human skin mask that disguised him as Brother Qi. He was covered in blood, and only a little flesh was left connecting his neck and head. How cruel and cold-blooded must a person be to do such a cruel thing? No, Yin Junyo is so cruel that he can no longer be called a human being. Even the blood of animals is warmer than his blood. Brother Qi, we were wrong. Zhao Sheng stood up and bowed to Qi Hongbin solemnly to apologize. We shouldn't be impulsive. Zhao Fan also stood up. Brother, I'm sorry. Seeing the brothers stand up one by one, Qi Hongbin shook his head and stood up. His eyes became more determined. Now there is no way out. We should unite, and not let Xijia's sacrifice go to waste. If we don't get rid of Yin Junyo, we can't rest easy. Yes. The morale of several people was greatly boosted. What should we do next? It was Zhao Sheng who spoke again. Qi Hongbin's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and the drooping corners of his eyes wrinkled because of his gradually ferocious look. Wait. Wait for Yin Junyo to be poisoned, lose all his memory, lose all his martial arts, and be unrecognizable. Chapter 535. It's the 28th day of the lunar year. There are still 2 days until the first day of the lunar year. Sichuan is filled with a festive and lively atmosphere. Only in the end, there is a depressing atmosphere of chaos. Haven't you found it yet? Xiang Zhila's eyes were full of anxiety. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. What are you doing back? Look for it quickly until you find it. Ever since he couldn't find Yin Junyo in the study last night, Xiang Zhila rushed to the room without stopping, and even forgot to change out of Mu Junyin's clothes. There was no sign of Yin Junyo in the room, so she went back to the corridor to look for Chu Shan. Chu Shan's face suddenly looked uglier than hers. The prince is missing? How could he be missing? Isn't that what I'm asking you? Xiang Zhila was going crazy. Especially when she learned from Chu Shan that Yin Junyo was injured and poisoned. An ominous premonition quickly spread in her heart. Poisoned? He had my anti-poison beads. How could he be poisoned? She muttered to herself like a madman. Even if the poison-avoiding beads cannot prevent poison from entering the body, Junyu also brought detoxification pills with him on his journey to the west. They were specially prepared by Gong Sunming for him, and they have significant detoxification effects on most common highly toxic drugs and even poisonous insects. Although he was casual and almost willful, it was only when he was in front of her. In the face of major issues, no one would be clearer than him. In order to benefit the overall situation of Da Huang, he would sometimes even temporarily put aside personal grudges and accept his opponents to work together with him. Not to mention that at this critical moment, when the Shadowless Guard was caught, the Shadowless Guard has always been his biggest worry, and he has no reason to disappear at this time. Something must have happened. It is very likely that the antidote pill cannot cure the poison in his body. As soon as this thought came out, Xiangjila immediately grabbed Chushan's collar. After the prince was injured and poisoned, didn't you call a doctor? Yes, but I don't know if it's because the prince took the antidote pill immediately. The doctor said that the prince's arm was only injured by a sharp weapon, and it was not serious. At this point, Chushan was about to cry. After sending the doctor away, the prince's hair suddenly turned half white, and even his face began to turn red, swollen and rash. Is his face swollen and has rashes? Xiangjila grasped the key point at once, and the knuckles of his fingers holding Chushan's collar turned white. Has he become ugly? Being stared at by Xiangjila, Chushan nodded with difficulty. It is a bit unsightly, so that's why the prince should be calm. I was wondering whether it was a problem with the detoxification pill or because the prince was poisoned. I didn't expect. Before Chushan finished speaking, Xiangjila pushed him away and turned to trot around the corner. Their people searched all night but didn't get any news. Now they can only see what's going on with Gongjing number 3. Because of the need to refine the jade from last night, Gongjing number 3 has not responded since last night. Now it's almost dawn. No matter what, she has to try to see if Gongjing number 3 can help find people. She flashed into the space. The temperature in the space was not much warmer than outside. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the wind in the space was stronger than outside. After patrolling everywhere but not finding Gongjing number 3, Xiangjila's forehead was already covered with cold sweat, and she felt that the blood in her body had run cold. Little 3. She could no longer hold back her emotions, and shouted at Gongjing number 3 at the top of her lungs. Shanshui. Little 3. Xiangjila used her arms to wipe away the tears on her face, and the cold wind poured into her throat, which hurt like a knife. But no matter how she shouted, the only response she got was the cattle and sheep grazing in the distance. She fell to the ground helplessly. This was the first time that she felt so powerless and useless after her rebirth. No matter how hard she tried to improve herself and become stronger, she still couldn't help Jun Nual. Now he has disappeared. With tears pouring out of his eyes, Xiangjila knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Jun Nua's appearance had changed. God knows if those so-called poisons have any other side effects. What if at this critical moment, Jun Nua meets those assassins who want to kill him at any time? Xiangjila didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Just as she wiped her tears and turned to leave the space, a green light flashed, and then a jade hairpin with a rui pattern and an imperial green color appeared in front of Xiangjila. Changju? Xiangjila was a little surprised that the hairpin could appear by itself. But she didn't dare to forget Gongjing number 3's instructions. Xiangjila didn't want to, so she bypassed Changju and was about to leave. Are you looking for the master? A boy's voice sounded intermittently, and Xiangjila looked at Changju with wide eyes in horror. Next, she saw Changju surrounded by green light, and transformed from a jasper hairpin into a little boy wearing an emerald green silk summer dress with a headband of the same color. The boy walked barefoot, wearing a rui pattern necklace around his neck. He looked only 5 or 6 years old, with big eyes and a small mouth, and a face like a jade plate. Upon closer inspection, his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Yan Junyuo. Realizing that he seemed to have scared Xiangjila, he took a step back, his face full of tension. No fear, I can. When Xiangjila heard the little boy ask her if she was looking for a master, she guessed that the little boy in front of her was very likely to regard Junyuo as the master, just like Gongjing number 3. At this time, she no longer cared whether Changju would break the seal on his own, let alone the other messy words that Gongjing number 3 said. Chapter 536. Her mind was full of thoughts. She had to find Jun Nual as soon as possible. Can you help me find Jun Nual? She looked at him with red eyes. Even if his appearance has changed, can you help me find him? The little boy tilted his head and looked at Xiangjila, his eyes flashing green, and he grinned. Found it. Found it? Xiangjila took 2 steps at a time and walked to the little boy. She half knelt and wanted to reach out to hold the little boy's arms to confirm with him. But as soon as she thought of his fragile body, Xiangjila immediately retracted his half-stretched hand. Did you really find it? The little boy took 2 steps forward and took Xiangjila's hand. Take me out. Perhaps because the body was made of jade, the little boy's hand was also not warm at all. The moment the little boy touched her hand, Xiangjila shuddered instinctively, and even her hair stood up. Okay. Without caring about being afraid, she picked up the little body. With a change of mind, she took him out of the space. After the little boy and Xiangjila left the space, Gongjing number 3, which had been hidden, immediately appeared. She spun around on the ground twice before she stopped. The pink on her body was completely gone, and even her wings were translucent, as if her spiritual power was seriously overdrawn. Just now, it was hidden by the backlash of Changju, so it could not give Xiangjila any response. I could only watch Xiangjila leave with Changju. Damn it, Changju not only has spiritual intelligence, but also knows how to snatch the spiritual power of the Jade Stone, and use the owner's remaining spiritual power to transform into a human form to use the obsession of the little ghost cultivator. What does it want? Under the guidance of Changju, who had transformed into a little boy, Xiangjila hurriedly left a letter for Chu Shan, and then ran all the way to Yaoziling. Along the way, she did not forget to leave secret signs for Chu Shan to follow, until they reached the back of a high ground to the north of Yaoziling. The little boy asked Xiangjila to stop, pointed to the north, widened his eyes, and his face was puffed up. Bullying, betraying, the master. Almost at the moment, when the little boy finished speaking, Xiangjila heard laughter coming from not far away. TSK, the Regent, the King of Virtue, has become such a horrible state now. No one would believe it if I told you. The wolf of the northern frontier, the Regent of the dynasty, is now trampled under our feet like garbage. However, among the 3 regents since the founding of Dahuang, you have the worst fate. Do you know why? Because we want to get rid of you. It's fine if you resist, but you are so audacious that you want to uproot us. How can you, a young boy, uproot an organization that has existed for hundreds of years? Zhao Sheng gnashed his teeth as he looked at the bloated figure that was thrown to the ground like a rag, and couldn't help but kick him a few more times. The man's black clothes had long been torn by his swollen body, his hair was dry and white, and he was dying. Zhao Fan glanced at the people not far away, and then at the group of unarmored soldiers, and the altar station farther away, and stepped forward to persuade Zhao Sheng. Brother Qi gave you a chance to vent your anger, that's enough. Just chop off his head to avoid any more trouble. They were all waiting to use Yan Zhenyo's head to commemorate their dead brothers. It has been nearly 6 hours since Yan Zhenyo disappeared. Yan Zhenyo's people will soon search here. If his people find us, what are you afraid of? Yan Zhenyo killed so many of our brothers, and Xiojia also died at his hands. If I don't torture him more, how can I get rid of the hatred in my heart? Zhao Sheng's face was full of indignation. What's more, as long as Yan Zhenyo dies, all the defenses of Sichuan will immediately fall apart. By then, with our strength, it will not be a problem to directly establish ourselves as kings in Sichuan. At that time, we can do whatever we want to commemorate Xijia and the dead brothers. Brother Qi is worrying about nothing. The most important thing is that he hadn't cut a few pieces of meat from Yan Zhenyo yet. How could his anger be vented so easily? They couldn't act rashly before because the monsters in the fairy hall were bullying, and they were too disdainful to deal with them. Now that the fairy hall is gone, Yan Zhenyo has been eliminated. As long as they stay in a corner of Sichuan, who can do anything to them? Zhao Fan knew that Zhao Sheng was impulsive and stubborn. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he could only return to Qi Hongbin and tell him about Zhao Sheng's attitude. Qi Hongbin was discussing with others how to deal with Yan Zhenyo's men when he heard Zhao Fan's words. A sharp dark color flashed at his eyes, and then he was shrouded in helplessness. Zhao Sheng's temper will hurt him sooner or later. As soon as the voice fell, a miserable howl came from Zhao Sheng's direction. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Zhao Sheng. Zhao Fan screamed miserably and trotted towards Zhao Sheng. The others' faces changed drastically and hurried to follow. Apart from Zhao Sheng, whose head and body were separated, where else could anyone be found on the ground? Where are they? Zhao Sheng, ah! Zhao Fan's painful wail resounded throughout the high ground. The shadowless guards, who were guarding the altar not far away and waiting for Yan Zhenyo's head, heard the noise and immediately rushed in the direction of Qi Hongbin and his group in an orderly manner. Qi Hongbin frowned and looked around vigilantly. Strange, this place is so wide, and there is no place to hide. Yan Zhenyo is gone, someone exclaimed. At this time, they finally realized. Yan Zhenyo was indeed missing. Look for him quickly, he should still be around here. Qi Hongbin had a complicated expression, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. If he was alive, he had to find the person. If he was dead, he had to find the body. Such a big hidden target disappeared without a single cover in this place. It was very likely that Yan Zhenyuo's accomplices had caught up with him. Thinking of this, his eyes lightly swept to the place where Zhao Sheng's head and body were separated just now. There was an obvious dividing line of the neck on the ground, and blood was gushing out like a water column, indicating that Zhao Sheng was pressed to the ground and his head was cut off. The corpse's hands were still covering his neck, and the astonishment in his eyes had not completely faded away, but they were wide open in fear. Obviously, this was a sudden attack. But there was no shelter around here. How did the other party do it? Not far from the crowd. A small world was the same color as the yellow sand, covering everyone's sight. It was the barrier created by the little boy's wave of his hand. The blood on Xiangjila's face had not been wiped off. Half supporting the unconscious Yan Zhenyuo, she coldly watched those people split up to search for their traces, and the scarlet in her eyes became more and more intense. Recalling the thrilling scene just now, when the man raised the long knife to cut off Zhenyuo's spine, she wanted to cut those people into pieces. Fortunately, she brought the long Ju. The long Ju helped her hide her figure and speed up her running speed. At the critical moment, she used all her strength to swing the long whip to strangle the man's neck, dragging him several feet away, and took back the knife he wanted to use to hurt Zhenyuo, and separated his head from his body. The hot blood splashed on her face, which aroused all the bloodthirsty genes in her heart. They and she were destined to be wiped out together. Chapter 537. A muffled groan of suppressed pain came from the side. Xiangjila quickly suppressed the murderous intent in her eyes, and looked at the person she was half-supporting. At this time, the little boy, Changju, had turned into a phantom, and overlapped with Yan Zhenyuo's body. Along with Yan Zhenyuo's painful groan, a faint green light enveloped the two of them. Seeing that he, who had always been invincible, and had a clean and tidy appearance that could hardly tolerate a trace of dirt, was now beaten to tatters, and covered in blood, Xiangjila's hatred that had been buried in her heart because of the destruction of the Xiang mansion was once again, like boiling magma, constantly eroding her reason. Yan Zhenyuo's bloating had not subsided. His long black hair, which used to be smooth and silky, had now turned frizzy and dry white due to the poison. His face was swollen and red with a hint of white, which was pus from the dense rash. If it weren't for the fact that the upturned corners of his swollen eyes still had a little bit of the shadow of the past, Xiangjila wouldn't have believed that this was her Zhenyuo. Looking at his face twisted and distorted by pain, his swollen body curled up and twitched in pain, Xiangjila's heart felt like it was being pinched, and he felt a fine and dense pain, so painful that he couldn't even breathe. Her eyes were red, and she wanted to reach out and touch him, but she was afraid of hurting him. She could only lie down in the direction where he lay, ignoring the strange smell of the poison on his body, and gently took him into her arms, like holding a child. "Don't be afraid, Zhenyuo. Lei is here. Lei will protect you." Perhaps it was because her embrace was too warm, or perhaps it was because her voice was too gentle that made him feel at ease, and the curled-up body slowly relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, the green light on Yan Zhenyuo's body faded away, his black hair regained its satin-like luster, his swollen body and red and festering face were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds on his body disappeared. He closed his eyes peacefully, as if he was sleeping soundly, and the long Ju that had turned into a phantom and overlapped with Yan Zhenyuo was bounced out, hit his own barrier, bounced back, and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of smelly black blood. The imperial green jade ring on his neck had now turned mostly black, and even his summer clothes, which were originally emerald, became gray, and the original color could not be seen at all. Seeing Yan Zhenyuo's breathing slowly become long and even twitching, she cried with joy, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her arm. "Changju, his appearance has recovered, he is fine, right?" Seeing Xiangjila holding Yan Zhenyuo tightly in his arms, as if he had found a treasure, afraid that he would lose him if he let go, he struggled to stand up, limped to Xiangjila, and handed Xiangjila his left wrist that was scratched by the fall. "Ghost, Shio, it hurts." Xiangjila looked up when he heard the voice, and saw that his little face was dirty because he fell to the ground and vomited blood. While raising his wrist to show Xiangjila, he pointed at Yan Zhenyuo aggressively. "Master, hit me." That cute look was enough to melt people's hearts. Xiangjila's heart softened, and he sat up carefully, letting Yan Zhenyuo rest his head on his legs, and raised his hand to him and half-coaxed him. "Come here, I blow on you, and it won't hurt." He stared at Xiangjila for a long time, and Changju didn't go over, but took back his finger and put it to his mouth, tilted his head to look at the sleeping Yan Zhenyuo, and grinned. Master, you are lovely. Almost at this moment, Gonging number 3's voice rang in Xiangjila's consciousness. When the little ghost cultivator, Changju, absorbed the poison from the master, he also tried to let the sealed memory invade the master's consciousness, but was beaten out by the master's subconscious. Whether it was subconscious or not, Xiangjila was no longer interested in knowing. As for why Gonging number 3 could only establish contact with her now, she didn't want to explore it. She just wanted to know, is Jun Nuo okay now? Logically speaking, Changju's intervention shouldn't cause any problems, but hearing Gonging number 3's hesitation, Xiangjila's heart suddenly rose to his throat. But what? The poison that the master was poisoned with this time was very strange. It could actually erase his memory. In order to retrieve those erased memories, Changju used some extreme methods. Hesitating for a moment, Gonging number 3 considered the words and told Xiangjila, there may be some sequelae. What sequelae? Xiangjila asked. Gonging number 3 pondered for a moment and sighed. We have to wait until the master wakes up to know the details. But the most difficult thing now is that Changju has his own intelligence, and you are asked to take him out and return to the master. I guess he will not give up until the master breaks the seal on him. But Changju is so cute. His eyebrows and eyes are similar to Jun Nuo, so Jun Nuo should be cuter than him when he was a child. Hearing what Xiangjila meant, Gonging number 3 interrupted her immediately. Don't be fooled by his appearance. His appearance is actually based on the master he knows. His original spirit stone has a very good memory, and it was carefully polished by the master. It's not surprising that he remembers the master's appearance. Stinky, bird very bad. As if he had heard the conversation between Gonging number 3 and Xiangjila, Changju stood up in front of Xiangjila and raised his mouth. Bad bird. When the word bird came out, Gonging number 3 was like someone stepped on his tail, and he retorted, Who the hell are you calling a bird? I am a crane spirit, and you are a stinky stone. Bad bird. Changju snorted a few times, and looked at Xiangjila aggrievedly. Ghost Xiao bird bad? Little ghost, bring Changju, this stinky stone, back quickly. The situation was urgent, and this man and egg could actually quarrel. Xiangjila's head was buzzing. You shut up. Chapter 538. With a roar, Gonging number 3 immediately slipped back into space, and Changju immediately pursed his lips, and the eyes that were somewhat similar to Yan Zhenyu were suddenly filled with grievance and moisture as he looked at her. Seeing the dirt on his face, and remembering that he had just said to her aggrievedly, Master beat me, Xiangjila guessed that he must have suffered a lot in detoxifying Yan Zhenyu. She slowed down her tone. I'm sorry, Changju, I didn't mean to be mean to you. Changju lowered his head and moved his short legs, walked to Xiangjila, and sat next to her, his small body wrapped around Xiangjila's arm, his eyes full of pleading. No, go back, want to be with the ghost cultivator and the master. She glanced at Yan Zhenyu, who was still sleeping, and then at Changju, who was holding her arms with longing eyes. For some reason, Xiangjila actually had the illusion that she had a husband and a child by her side. She hesitated for a moment. Will you do something bad such as breaking through? Before Xiangjila finished thinking about the words, Changju shook his head desperately. He looked at Xiangjila with clear watery eyes, his face full of tension, afraid that Xiangjila would not want him. Ju, be good. Apart from Changju's background, the person in front of him was just a 4 or 5-year-old child, and a child who looked a bit like Jun Nuo, and saved Jun Nuo's life. Xiangjila's heart was instantly melted. But she put on a cold and serious look on her face. Then you promise not to try to let the memory invade Jun Nuo's consciousness, like Gonging number 3 said just now, otherwise I will destroy you myself. Do you hear me? Changju nodded quickly. Ju, be good, protect the master. Seeing that his expression was not fake, Xiangjila's coldness subsided a little. Okay, I trust you this time. After communicating with Changju for a while, Xiangjila learned that Changju had used a lot of spiritual power to help Yan Zhenyu remove the poison from his body, which caused the clothes on his body and the jade ring around his neck to fade. He rubbed his little head, told him to protect Yan Zhenyu in the barrier at the original place, and then asked him to send her out of the barrier. Zhenyu is fine, she can settle the account. Outside the barrier, Chushan also rushed to this high ground with his men. Due to the advantage of numbers, his men surrounded the remnants of the shadowless guards, who were about to scatter. The two sides were in a confrontation. Xiangjila changed back into a woman's dress when she left the barrier, no longer hiding. Since she was going to settle accounts for Jun Nuo, she naturally appeared as his wife. From a distance, She heard Chu Shan's questioning. Where did you hide the people? It was not difficult to hear that Chu Shan's heart was already in turmoil, and he began to be a little manic. Chi Hongbin looked calm. I said, our sacrifice has just ended. If we go to the altar now, your prince's body should not have been eaten by wild beasts yet. You are lying. Chu Shan's eyes were red, and he pointed his long sword at Chi Hongbin with shaking hands. Don't think about disrupting our army's morale. If you don't hand over the people today, you will all stay here. Zhao Fan, who was behind Chi Hongbin, stepped forward. Sneered, Yan Zhenyuo deserved to die, but just chopping off his head to sacrifice to our brothers is already a good deal for him. Zhao Sheng was killed, and Zhao Fan's mind was full of how to kill Yan Zhenyuo and the people around Yan Zhenyuo. Even though Chu Shan was trying his best to hide his anxiety, his trembling hand holding the sword could not deceive anyone. The corners of his mouth raised a happy arc, and he looked at Chu Shan provocatively. Why are you so sure that we are lying? It's just because you think your prince is invincible, right? To tell you the truth, haven't you seen your prince's appearance change drastically? He was poisoned by forgetfulness, a strange poison from Shishio with no cure. For a poisoned person, the pain will disappear within half an hour, the internal strength will decline within an hour, the martial arts moves will slowly be forgotten within 2 hours, and the people around him will be forgotten one by one within 3 hours. His appearance will become old and ugly, and his body will become bloated. Generally, in about 5 hours, his body will swell like a floating corpse. As long as his body swells, it is basically time to die, and the remaining hours are just waiting. Death. Before he could finish his words, a dark long whip was wrapped around his neck. The long whip shook, and with a click, Zhao Fan's neck was broken, his head drooped softly, and the whole person fell to the ground. The sudden change made the people standing around Zhao Fan scattered with alert faces. I don't know when it started, but behind them stood a beautiful woman with red clothes as bright as fire, a face as cold as ice, holding a long whip, and a woman's bun. The woman's fox eyes were shining with cold light, and she slowly walked towards them, looking at Chi Hongbin and his group as if she was looking at a dead person. Who poisoned? Even though she knew that these people might not tell the truth, Xiangjila still asked the question, and observed the subtle changes in the expressions of the leaders. Soon, she caught the fierceness in Chi Hongbin's eyes, and the slightly twitching facial muscles. Xiangjila knew that even if he was not the one who poisoned, the poison must be related to him. When Chu Shan saw Xiangjila, the scarlet in his eyes quickly disappeared and returned to its former brightness. He couldn't wait to report the lies of this group of people to Xiangjila, Master the Prince. Knowing that Chu Shan was worried about Yan Zhenyuo, Xiangjila nodded to him. The prince is fine, don't worry now. Speaking of this, Xiangjila's eyes slowly swept over the people in front of him, and a hint of bloodthirsty coldness slowly covered his eyes. Either peel off the skin of these bastards, or I peel off your skin myself, you choose one of the two. Others may still be doubted. But Chu Shan believed Xiangjila's words. Because after more than a year, he found that the princess's feelings for the prince were no less affectionate than the prince's. If something really happened to the princess would definitely be crazier than him. Knowing that Yan Zhenyuo was out of danger, he immediately responded happily. I will skin them right away. After saying that, he turned around and raised his arms to boost morale. Just in case, he distributed drugs to several confidants before he came out. Now, the effect of the drugs was brought to the extreme by them. Even if the remaining shadowless guards were good at fighting, without those shadowless guards, who could use poison, hypnosis, and anti-detection, they were just paper tigers. Under the effect of the drug, Chu Shan's men were busy like harvesting radishes. Some were busy cutting radishes, and some were busy peeling skins. The scene was very chaotic. Even the Qilin guards, who were hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to rescue Yan Zhenyuo, were called by Chu Shan to join the skinning army with a signal flare. Seeing that their own people were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the scene in front of them was bloody, Chi Hongbin and his men hurried to stop Chu Shan. There was a whistling whip wind in their ears, accompanied by a few crackling sounds. The 5 people led by Chi Hongbin covered their faces and looked in the direction of the whip. Xiangjila smiled brightly and harmlessly. I have to peel your skins. Anyone who dares to touch her man will die even if the emperor comes. Chapter 539. Skinned? At this time, Chi Hongbin realized that Chu Shan seemed to call her Master. He was full of disbelief. You are? Even though he had a guess in his mind, Chi Hongbin still couldn't believe it. Is this possible? As if he had guessed what he was thinking, Xiangjila raised his eyebrows and smiled, nodding along with his words. Yan Zhenyuo's wife, the Regent princess, Xiangjila. As soon as she finished speaking, she dodged a dart shot from Qi Hongbin's side, and whipped the hand that had not yet been retracted. It seems that you are the one who played a dirty trick on my prince. If you can't control your hands, forget it. As her voice fell, another person joined the screams. The one who screamed was none other than Zhao Fan. At this time, he was rolling on the ground holding the broken end of his arm. Xiangjila turned his head indifferently, and looked at the shadowless guard, who was fighting behind him. According to the strength and inertia of the dart, it was most likely this person who was hit. As expected, his movements gradually became slow after being hit by the dart, and soon his head and body were separated. The remaining few rushed forward, and it was not difficult to see that these people were all majored in swordsmanship, and they were all top-notch fighters. But in terms of battlefield melee experience, how could these people who specialized in serving the imperial power be the opponents of Xiangjila, who had escaped death countless times on the battlefield? Moreover, before leaving Kyoto, she was subjected to a hellish special training by Yin Junyuo for more than a month, which was specifically to train her attack and escape speed. In the Willing League, almost every 3 or 5 days, different stubborn and stupid people would come to her to learn martial arts. With practical experience, Xiangjila's whip skills improved rapidly. She was so angry that she swung her whip as nimbly as a snake, hitting them by surprise. There were also several times when they almost injured their allies due to lack of tacit understanding. Finally, perhaps she was tired. Xiangjila raised his hand, and the long whip seemed to have life, rolling the long swords in the hands of the 5 people together, and throwing them aside like scrap copper and iron. Several people stepped back and showed shocked expressions, looking at the girl in front of them, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, as if she was looking at a monster. "Who are you?" The one who asked the question was still Qi Hongbin. Xiangjila's breath was slightly disordered, and he sneered. "Didn't you guess it just now? I also told you that I am Yin Junyuo's wife, the current regent princess, Xiangjila." Qi Hongbin blurted out. Impossible. Before this, he was not too isolated from the news in Kyoto. The regent princess was just the unfavored daughter of a third-rank official. Where did she learn such amazing martial arts? Furthermore, he had not heard any news about the regent coming to Sichuan to quell the rebellion and bringing the regent princess with him. Moreover, if it were not for his status and position, how could a woman be willing to risk her life for a heartless man like Yin Junyuo? Xiangjila snorted coldly. "You are not marrying him, so it is none of your business whether it is possible or not." After saying that, she launched another fierce attack. The other people she targeted all changed their faces, and were beaten back step by step. The whip technique was tricky. Apart from defense, they could not use any offensive moves. The yellow earth on the ground raised pieces of dust, but Xiangjila's red clothes were not stained with a single speck of dust. After a few crisp sounds accompanied by muffled groans, Qi Hanwu was the only one standing. "Little ghost cultivator, you are poisoned, your left arm." Almost at the moment Xiangjila stopped, Gongging number 3's reminder sounded in her mind. Xiangjila hurriedly turned back, and a dart with a cold blue-black light deeply pierced her left arm. The dark red blood stain stained Zhang Yang's red clothes, like a rotten and withered flower. Almost at the same time, a stream of heat spread from her bracelet, slowly spreading to the wound. "I understand now. You guys are so desperate to plot against my prince and poison him?" Seeing Xiangjila pull out the dart without changing his expression, Qi Hongbin's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. "Forget worry, there is no medicine to cure it. Who are you pretending to be calm for?" He didn't believe the lies she told Chu Shan that Yin Junyuo cured the poison. Before he could finish being proud, Xiangjila's long whip came around again, this time dragging him to the ground, and the small cloud-head shoes stepped on his chest mercilessly. The pain hit Qi Hongbin, and he felt a sweetness in his throat, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xiangjila retracted his foot in disdain, and threw the poison dart in his hand with force, and the poison dart was nailed hard on his right shoulder. "I let you use a dirty trick." While speaking, Xiangjila did not forget to kick him a few times, just like his people kicked Ju Nua just now. Seeing Xiangjila act like nothing happened, Qi Hongbin's pupils trembled slightly, and he looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. "Are you okay?" Xiangjila kicked him again. "What can happen to me?" The forget worry poison took effect, and the pain in his body began to dull. Coupled with a kick, Qi Hongbin lost most of his energy at once. But he still didn't give up. "Who are you? Why did worry-free have no effect on her? Is what she said true? Did she really cure Yin Junyuo's poison?" Without the patience to answer his question again, Xiangjila's red lips slowly curled up. "You should be thankful that my prince is still alive. In just a few hours, she tortured her Junyuo like this." Thinking of this, Xiang Jila stepped hard on the dart that had just sunk into Qi Hongbin's right shoulder, and red and black blood splashed out, dyeing the bright red tassel at the end of the dart red. Qi Hongbin pursed his lips and groaned. Knowing his fate, he looked at Xiang Jila with eyes wide open unwillingly. Xiang Jila inserted a silver needle into Qi Hongbin's Baihui acupoint expressionlessly, watching his hair slowly turn white, his face slowly swell and develop rashes, and his strong body swell up like a steamed bun. She originally wanted to peel off the skin of those people herself, but later she saw that Chu Shan's people were really good at it. After thinking about it, she finally decided not to dirty her hands and directly handed this technical job to Chu Shan. Chapter 540. Having no patience to wait for Qi Hongbin to die for 12 hours, Xiang Jila saw that his body was swollen and smelled foul, so he cut him down with a knife and killed him very quickly. As the sun was setting, Chu Shan's people had almost finished dealing with the situation. Seeing that Xiang Jila wanted to leave the crowd as if nothing had happened, he immediately chased after him. "Princess, you!" Xiang Jila snorted twice and raised his eyebrows to interrupt Chu Shan's words. "No need to flatter me, just follow me." Chu Shan glanced at the group of brothers, who were still busy behind him, and then at Xiang Jila's back, who walked towards the high ground without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, he quickly followed. Back in front of the barrier at noon, Xiang Jila called out Changju softly, and Chu Shan felt that his eyes seemed to shake, and two figures, one big and one small, appeared in front of him out of thin air. Yin Junyo was still in a coma and sleeping soundly. Beside him, a little boy in gray clothes and a strange-colored collar sat cross-legged, with his hands supporting his chin on his legs, staring at Yin Junyo intently. After seeing the little boy's face that looked somewhat similar to Yin Junyo's, and seeing Xiang Jila's serious expression, Chu Shan's mind flashed through countless melodramatic plots from the storybooks, and he quickly explained to Xiang Jila with trembling lips, "Princess, it's just a coincidence that this child looks like the prince. In fact, they are not very similar. The prince has definitely not done anything to let you down. What are you thinking about?" After being tense all day, Xiang Jila finally relaxed and rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. "Is he sorry for me or not? How could I not know?" Then this child. Chu Shan was confused. "Where did this kid come from?" "You don't have to worry about the child. Just carry the prince back quickly. Oh, don't let too many people know that the prince has been cured. When you go back, remember to spread the news that the prince is poisoned and in danger. He doesn't recognize anyone." Chu Shan understood all of a sudden. "Princess, you are suspicious." Xiang Jila nodded. "We all know the strength of the Qilin Guard, even if Jun Nuo has temporarily lost the ability to protect himself because of the poison. It is impossible for ordinary people to take Jun Nuo away easily under the noses of Qilin Guard, not to mention that Jun Nuo disappeared in the villa in a short time. The news was known so timely, and the cooperation was so perfect, she would never believe that there was no trick." Thinking of the spies in Qilin Guard before, Chu Shan's expression suddenly became cold. There are people who are good at soul stealing in Wuing Guard. Soul stealing? Recalling that in Kyoto, Yusong mixed blue tongue grass into the grass because Gong Sunming's medicine boy was controlled by soul stealing, Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Shan. Qilin Guards. Knowing what Xiang Jila was worried about, Chu Shan quickly explained, "I and the prince have dealt with a group of people controlled by soul stealing techniques before. For now, there is no problem with the Qilin Guards who came to Sichuan." After getting Chu Shan's assurance, Xiang Jila was relieved. But she still didn't dare to relax. This is related to the safety of the prince. No clues can be missed. Find two confidants and bring back the doctor who took the prince's pulse yesterday. Yes. When Chu Shan was about to turn around after carrying Yin Junyo on his back, Xiang Jila said again, "Don't take the prince back to the guest house." "Princess?" Chu Shan turned around and faced Xiang Jila in confusion. If he didn't take him back to the guest house, would he take the prince to hide in some other corner? After hesitating for a while, Xiang Jila finally made up his mind. "Let's go find someone to help." Who? Who else can help in Sichuan? Thinking of that person, Xiang Jila's eyes flashed with a meaningful emotion. "You take the prince down first. I change my clothes and follow." Facing the barren mountains and ridges, Chu Shan didn't know where Xiang Jila went to change clothes, and was curious about where she got the clothes, but Yin Junyu's safety was more important, so he nodded to her and walked ahead with Yin Junyo on his back. Xiang Jila was about to walk away, but her leg tightened. She looked down. She found that Changju was hugging her thigh, looking at her stubbornly. "Ghost Cultivator together. Little Ghost Cultivator, you promised to let me stay with you and the master." Xiangjila reached out and touched his head, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes without knowing it. Okay, let's be together. As she spoke, she took Changju's cold little hand. But I may be very busy when I return to the inn. You have to be good and don't run around. From now on, you can call me sister and Ju Nuo brother in front of others, okay? Changju raised his head and tilted his head to look at Xiangjila. He naturally ignored the question of how Xiangjila addressed him and smiled at Xiangjila. Ju, bad guy. Changju can help you catch bad guys. Although she didn't understand what Changju wanted to express, Xiangjila still smiled and pinched his little face. I buy you new clothes and new shoes when you go back. Your feet will hurt if you walk barefoot. Changju chuckled. No, it hurts. That night, Sichuan was busy again. Xiangjila quietly stayed by Yin Junyuo's bed, watching the doctors coming in and out to check his pulse. He gave Chushan a calm look, asking him to send people to arrest those people when they left, and at the same time let the Qilin guards secretly observe the changes in the actions of the guards in the mansion. After all this, it was the second half of the night again, and there was nothing unusual. Are all the doctors who checked the prince's pulse here? Everyone's behavior seemed normal. But it shouldn't be like that. When she asked Chushan to take people to Yaoziling, she clearly asked Chushan to take his confidants with him. Logically, the news shouldn't have leaked out. It shouldn't be a complete failure. Is it possible that one of your confidants has been hit by a soul-stealing spell? When Xiangjila asked this, Chushan immediately recalled the pursuit of several groups of soldiers yesterday. In a flash, he found that one of the soldiers was indeed a little different from the past. He hurriedly said goodbye to Xiangjila. I will go and investigate immediately. Xiangjila looked at Chushan's back, rubbing her fingertips hidden in her sleeves gently, trying to recall everything that had happened in Tianqing Pavilion in the past few days, hoping to find some clues. Just when she was at a loss, Changju, who had changed into festive new clothes, appeared out of thin air at the door of the room like a New Year's picture doll. Seeing Xiangjila frowning in thought, he also squatted on the threshold of the door, with his hands supporting his chin, and imitated Xiangjila to twist his two delicate eyebrows, like a caterpillar. With his eyes tightly closed, he seemed to be sensing something, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and finally suddenly relaxed. He ran forward and took Xiangjila's hand and dragged her out. Come on, bad guy. Xiangjila was confused, so she was dragged out by a small body before she could react to what happened. The guards guarding the courtyard were also full of confusion. They didn't even know how this little kid got in. The two figures, one big and one small, finally stopped in front of the back room where the servants lived. Yin Junyo was suspicious. Even though he came to Sichuan, the original servants of the inn were not allowed to get close to his residence and office. This was an inevitable rule. Therefore, the original servants of the inn were generally idle except for doing miscellaneous work such as pruning flowers and plants, carrying water, and cleaning toilets. Except that they could not leave the inn, the servants were free to move around the back room, and there were not many soldiers guarding here. Logically speaking, it was cold, and it was the second half of the night, and the servants should have turned off the lights and rested, but at this time, a very subtle sound came from a room at the end of the back room. Xiangjila looked at Changju, who looked up, raised his chubby fingers to make a silencing gesture to her, then waved his hand and set up a barrier. Changju helped her set up a barrier 2 or 3 times in one day without negotiating conditions. Xiangjila couldn't help but complain about Gongjing number 3 in her mind. Look at Changju, then look at you, tut tut tut. Gongjing number 3, Chapter 541. With the protection of the barrier, Xiangjila and Changju didn't need to deliberately keep quiet. They stopped outside the door of the room where the noise came from. In the dark room, the two people's deliberately low voices reached the ears of Xiangjila and Changju. How can we get out when the search is so strict now? This was a deep voice. Based on Xiangjila's experience in 2 lives, she guessed that the owner of the voice was probably a middle-aged man in his early 40s. It's not like we haven't tried before. What are you afraid of? The other voice was a little younger. Xiangjila guessed that he was less than 30 years old. But this time is different from the past. At this point, the middle-aged man cursed, Damn, I don't know if there is someone behind the dog beside Yin Junyo. This time, the interrogation was much more cautious than before. Just now, a brother told me that he has intercepted and returned to investigate the group of personal soldiers who were infected. Hearing this, Xiangjila's breath was slightly choked, and he secretly poked a small hole in the window screen and peeked inside. In the dim room, there was a large bunk bed where servants usually slept. 2 men in gray clothes sat cross-legged on the bunk bed, facing each other. As she guessed, the two men, one in his early 30s and the other in his 40s, the man in his early 30s was dressed like a handyman, while the man in his 40s was dressed in a long robe with a medicine box beside him. It was obvious that he was a doctor. Xiangjila's eyes narrowed slowly. Doctor? Before she had time to think about it, the young man spoke again. There was a bit of pride in his tone. What if they found out? Those people were under the spell of soul stealing. If they have the ability, just let that lackey kill them all. But now Yin Junyo is poisoned, and they are in need of people. Will they be willing to kill all these people? Seeing the young man's confident face, the middle-aged man was not relieved, and his face was more worried. Is your soul stealing really okay? Speaking so confidently, it is easy to be punished by God. Had the young man ignored the middle-aged man's worries, looking at Da Huang, the person who can compete with me in soul stealing has not been born yet. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the one standing in front of me now is Yin Junyo, who has not been poisoned, it is not certain that he can escape from my palm. The middle-aged man seemed to not want to listen to the young man's arrogant boasting anymore and sighed. It's a pity that the shadowless guards in the past were so talented, but now they are scattered like this. That's because Qi Hongbin is useless, the young man interrupted with a sneer. If he had listened to Brother Yan's advice and used his strength to fight against his own strength, why would the brothers have scattered? Fortunately, Brother Yan is wise and knows to find a backer. In this way, even if the shadowless guards in Sichuan are wiped out, the shadowless guards, who have lost their edge in Xixia, can still make a comeback. Are there still remnants of the shadowless guards in Xixia? Xiangjila's eyelids twitched. No matter what, the Ying family is still a hidden family in Xixia. Logically speaking, Da Huang and Xixia have always been at odds with each other. Why did they accept Brother Yin and his group? Perhaps he was surprised that Yin Changzhou and his group could gain a foothold in Xixia, or perhaps he was confident that the place they were staying in was very safe. The middle-aged man spoke without any concealment. Ying family. When mentioning the Ying family, a hint of amusement flashed in the young man's eyes. Just a hypocrite seeking fame and reputation. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiangjila inexplicably felt a sense of resistance in his heart. It was the Xixia Ying family again. At this moment, another tall and thin figure with a cold aura sneaked past Xiangjila's barrier. Xiangjila carefully wrote down the 3 long and 1 short rhythm when he knocked on the door. After the tall and thin man entered the room, he immediately said to the two people with a serious face, Yin Junyo in the main bedroom is fake. What? The other two people sitting turned their heads and looked at the tall and thin man at the same time. The clothes of the tall and thin man looked familiar, and so did his figure. Where had I seen him before? The tall and thin man did not stay for too long, and was very cautious. After bringing the news to the two, he left in a hurry without hesitation. Master, smell? Changju's voice came from the side, and Xiangjila immediately looked down at Changju, just catching the green light that flashed quickly in his eyes. The green light dissipated, and Changju pointed in the direction where the tall and thin man left. He said to Xiangjila angrily, Bad guy. Bad guy. After thinking for a while, Xiangjila told Changju what he understood. You mean, that person is the bad guy who took Jun Nuo out? Changju nodded. Getting Changju's affirmation, Xiangjila's fists clenched and made a crackling sound. No wonder she felt that the tall and thin man's figure and clothes were familiar. Last night, when she went to find Jun Nuo, he bumped into her in a panic and delayed her for a while. This was one of the guards promoted by Chu Shan to guard Yin Jun Nuo's study after he came to Sichuan. Because he was promoted by Chu Shan and knew Chu Shan's loyalty, she didn't think much at that time. Chapter 542. After all, Chu Shan has always been cautious in employing people around Yin Junyo. From the personal guards at the door to the personal guards at the door of the study, without going through layers of tests, those people would not even be able to see Yin Junyo, let alone see him from a distance. This person was able to deceive Chu Shan, which is enough to show how deep his scheming is. If it weren't for the discovery that Junyo was a fake, it is estimated that this person could still quietly blend in with the crowd. Now that these people know that Junyo in the main bedroom is a fake, they will soon take other actions. How many nails are still unremoved in this inn? Thinking of this, she involuntarily put the fingertips of her right hand on the bracelet on her left hand. After analyzing their current situation, Xiangjila finally set his sights on Changju and established contact with Gongjing number 3. There is something that concerns the safety of your master. You need to cooperate with Changju. At the same time, in an inconspicuous inn in Sichuan, Zhai Jiumo paced back and forth in his room in a restless manner. When his eyes accidentally fell on the sleeping handsome man, who occupied his bed, he felt even more irritated. Time goes back to the time when it was getting dark. Because Mu Junyun's daughter had that kind of relationship with Yin Junyo, Jai Jilmo had been in a state of entanglement about whether to ask Mu Junyun for clarification. Unexpectedly, God seemed to have heard his entanglement. As soon as he returned to his room and closed the door, his neck was immediately strangled by the long whip of the dead kid. That familiar strength, and the faint sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance, who else could it be except her? It's me. Oh yes, and that voice that is deeper than that of an old cow. Jai Jilmo immediately said that he would not call for help. Feeling the long whip around his neck loosen, he immediately turned around and looked at her, his eyes slightly bright without knowing it. What are you doing here? The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. But soon, he could no longer laugh. Because in addition to the dead kid, there were Chu Shan and Yin Junyo, who was lying on Chu Shan's back in a mess. He immediately got angry. What do you mean? Yesterday Yin Junyo didn't stab him enough, so today she came to give him a finishing blow? Chu Shan refused to come when he came. After asking carefully, he found out that Yin Junyo had secretly cut off her love affair yesterday. Xiang Jila was angry and amused. But laughing aside, at present, except for finding Jai Jioma, using other methods to hide Junyo has certain risks. As for Junyo's unkindness to him yesterday, if you help me this time, I won't let you work in vain. When the matter of Da Huang is settled, I will go to Beiki with you. As soon as Xiang Jila finished speaking, before Jai Jioma had time to react, Chu Shan called Xiang Jila. Princess, no. For a moment, the whole place was so quiet that even the whistling wind outside could be heard clearly. Princess? Thinking of all the misfortunes since he met the dead kid, a sense of humiliation of being played around instantly climbed into Jai Jioma's heart. Are you Yin Junyo's wife? His eyes slowly became sharp as he examined Xiang Jila. His voice was very calm, and his words were very clear, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. At this point, Xiang Jila no longer hid, and returned to her original soft and tender female voice. I am. This voice. Jai Jioma recognized it. He had dealt directly with the Regent Princess in Xiang Mansion before. But just in case, Jai Jioma still didn't give up. Sneered, if you say it is, I will believe it? In order to show his sincerity, Xiang Jila asked Jai Jioma to find Qi Shui, and in front of him, he took off the disguise on his face, and revealed his true face. His clear fox eyes met his scrutinizing gaze frankly, and he said firmly, You and my true face have met several times in Kyoto. I am really Junyo's wife. Thinking of what Yin Junyo had told her about crossing the line before, Xiang Jila emphasized, it can only be his wife. One sentence cut off any thought Jai Jioma had about her. She said that she was Yin Junyo's wife, and did not emphasize Yin Junyo's identity. It was obvious that she was telling him clearly that she was not attracted by Yin Junyo's power, but simply because Yin Junyo was Yin Junyo. Inexplicably, Jai Jioma felt a sour choking feeling rising in his throat, making him very irritated, and even the look he gave Chu Shan and Yin Junyo became full of hostility. Yin Junyo was so powerful before, why is he looking for me now? Our cooperation does not include taking him in when he is in trouble. I know, the two things are one and the same. As you can see, we were ambushed. Xiang Jila said half-truthfully, now that the spy has not been eliminated, I think it is safest to stay with you. He is the safest place? Jai Jioma sneered and turned away from her. What do you think of my place? You come and go as you please. You come to me, and give me a candy when you need me, but you ignore me when you don't need me. If you don't vent your anger now, when will you do it? Staring at his cold and hard back, Xiang Jila was silent for a moment, then he bowed to him very neatly and said, In that case, sorry to bother you. After that, she held the long whip at her waist again, called Chu Shan, and was about to jump out the window and leave. Seeing that she left so easily, Jai Jioma turned around and called her back unhappily. Can't you say a few soft words when you ask for help? When did I say I wouldn't help you? Sure enough, she and Yin Junyo are husband and wife, and their behavior is as annoying as Yin Junyo. Xiang Jila reached out and grabbed Chu Shan, who was about to jump out of the window and leave. Cooperation requires both your willingness and willingness. If you are unwilling, you can't become a partner. Besides, the situation is urgent now, and there is no time for nonsense. Listen, talking to him is nonsense. Is this human language? Although Xiang Jila was angry, Jai Jioma still walked to the bedside awkwardly and lifted the bed curtains. When did you agree to pick him up? Xiang Jila looked at him gratefully. If it's fast, tomorrow. If it's slow, the time is uncertain. If he wakes up or there are other emergencies, You could also send someone to notify him as soon as possible. Chu Shan and I will definitely get there as quickly as possible. It was the first time that Shai Jiamo received such a look from Xiang Jila, and his expression became unnatural. Remember, Yan Junyuo owes me a favor. Xiang Jila nodded firmly. Junyuo's affairs are my affairs, and I said I would repay this favor, and I will definitely repay it. In this way, Xiang Jila led Chu Shan, who was on guard, put Yan Junyuo down, and asked him for a set of clothes for Yan Junyuo to change into. When he saw the tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Yan Junyuo, which was so gentle that it almost squeezed out water, his teeth were sore. Before he could finish his sour words, his hand suddenly felt heavy. She gave him money. She actually gave him money. Not only did she give him money, and said she wanted to buy his clothes, she also thanked him. Damn kid, besides thanking him and buying his clothes, couldn't you say something else to him? You have to give money to wear his clothes, and you have to make the two of them so alienated. Shai Jiamo's thoughts came back, and he looked at Yan Junyuo, who was pale on the bed. He crossed his arms, and said a few times with a sour tsk. You, such a cold-blooded person, how can you be so lucky to meet a beauty like this damn kid? It's no wonder Yan Junyuo couldn't wait to declare his sovereignty to him. If it were him, if he married a beauty like the dead little ghost who had a clear distinction between love and hate and was capable, he would have to lock her up to prevent others from coveting her. Thinking of this, Shai Jiamo couldn't help but lift up a strand of hair on his shoulder and sniffed it. Being too obsessed with the fragrance of his own hair, Shai Jiamo didn't notice that the person on the bed moved his fingers slightly. Chapter 543. It is the 29th day of the lunar year. The weather was not good. The snow that had stopped for a day yesterday began to fall again. Despite this, it still could not stop the people from celebrating the new year. Outside the inn, the new year atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger. Inside the inn, more than a dozen servants and guards wearing various uniforms were kneeling in the front yard, shivering in the snow. In front of them, there were several fresh human skins that had just been peeled off and were steaming. The common feature of these human skins was that they all had a crepe myrtle tattoo on their backs, which was the symbol of the shadowless guards. After touching the snow on the ground, the blood that was still flowing on the human skin instantly solidified. Xiang Jila pursed his plump little mouth tightly, and looked back and forth at those people without changing his expression. He said in a deep voice, "This is the last chance. If you keep talking stubbornly, don't waste everyone's time." Seeing that the people beside him seemed to be giving in, I don't know if they were scared or because they really despised Xiang Jila. In the crowd, a young servant who specializes in cleaning wheat shouted fearlessly, "Even if we are servants assigned here by the court, and you are just a toy that can be discarded at any time. What qualifications do you have to kill us and punish us? Oh, you speak in a very logical way. You can tell you've read books." Xiang Jila glanced at Chu Shan disapprovingly, and Chu Shan immediately stepped forward to pull the man out and drag him away. After a few screams, not long after, a fresh human skin was thrown in front of the servants again. Two maids finally couldn't help it, and vomited all over the floor with a wow, then rolled their eyes and fainted. Xiang Jila glanced at the two people who fainted, and Chu Shan immediately raised his hand, and the guards dragged the people away tacitly. Not long after, two more perfect and delicate human skins were brought up and thrown on the ground like garbage. Now, the rest of the people dared not to make trouble anymore, and they all kowtowed like crazy. I say, please spare my life, madam." At noon in the study, Changju was sleeping soundly beside Xiang Jila's legs, hugging her thighs, and he couldn't be pulled apart. Xiang Jila had no choice but to have someone bring a blanket and spread it on the ground so that he could continue to sleep, hugging her legs. Chu Shan pretended not to see it. He meticulously explained to Xiang Jila the confessions he had compiled and the results of the remaining matters. Except for the three people the princess gave to her subordinates, who were real shadowless guards. The servants, who confessed, were mostly bribed, and not real shadowless guards, so they did not have the courage to die. Similarly, what they knew was limited to the basics. In order to avoid complications, I also dealt with them all. Thinking of the conversation between those people, Xiang Jila looked at Chu Shan. What about the soldiers controlled by the soul-stealing technique? Chu Shan curled his lips and smiled bitterly. More than 20 people, after knowing that I was going to interrogate them, wanted to conspire to resist and kill me, but I executed them on the spot. Those 20 people, although they had never fought with him, were also selected by him in the barracks. If he said he was reluctant to let them go, he would definitely be a little reluctant, but if he couldn't let them go, they would become enemies, so there was no need to keep them. After a pause, Chu Shan seemed to have made a great decision, took a deep breath, knelt on his knees in front of Xiang Jila, and said to Xiang Jila with a guilty face, "I didn't know people well, and caused the prince to suffer." Xiang Jila stood up quickly, but her movements were so big that the long knot that had been pulled apart just now rolled to the side like a ball. Worried that Chu Shan would be upset, she raised her hand and interrupted him with a serious face. "I can't make the decision on this matter. When the prince wakes up, you can apologize to him in person. Now, there are still many things to do, so put away your hypocrisy." "Princess." Chu Shan looked at Xiang Jila and wanted to speak again, but Xiang Jila obviously didn't want to communicate with him and turned around. "Now is not the time to blame you. If you really want to atone for your sins, you should seriously conduct another major investigation of the villa to make sure there is no problem at all, and then take the prince back." Chu Shan knelt for a long time, and finally softened his attitude and stood up to accept the order to leave when he saw that Xiang Jila still showed no sign of turning around. "Yes." After Chu Shan left, Xiang Jila had been working non-stop for 2 days and 2 nights without closing his eyes. Only then did he slowly relax, carefully stuffed Changju back into the quilt on the ground, and rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Little ghost cultivator, you will go blind if you keep doing this, do you believe it?" Gonging number 3's voice was filled with deep worry. "Jun Nuo has not woken up yet, and I cannot relax in any words or actions." Especially knowing that the shadowless guards had not been completely destroyed, her sense of crisis became even stronger. As long as the shadowless guards were still there would be a chance for them to make a comeback. For them, they were all sharp swords that could be swung down at any time. Fortunately, Jun Nuo was very interested in the shadowless guards' actions and ways of controlling them, so he asked Chu Shan to keep some of the shadowless guards' methods of controlling people, escaping strategies, and poisoning methods. If he studied them thoroughly, he might be able to find some ways to fight against the shadowless guards, who had fled to Shixia. In order to prevent this from happening again, Xiang Jila asked Gonging number 3, "Do you have any way to help Jun Nuo detoxify and protect his life after being injured by a poisonous hidden weapon?" Before, she had always thought that with the poison-avoiding beads and detoxifying pills, Jun Nuo's personal safety would not be a problem. But this time, forget worry made her alert. There is always a loophole in 100 precautions. Just this one loophole almost cost him his life. If it weren't for Xiao 3 and Changju. Chapter 544. Thinking of this, she also supplemented her doubts to Gonging number 3. "Yesterday I saw Qi Hongbin's poison attack with my own eyes. His appearance when the poison attack was not as obvious as Jun Nuo's, nor as serious as Jun Nuo's. Could it be that the difference in martial arts strength caused the poison attack to be different? Or is it because his poison attack did not last long enough?" Gonging number 3 was silent for a while. "I decomposed the ingredients of the poison dart you gave me yesterday. I also decomposed the ingredients of the detoxification pill that the master had been carrying with him before. The detoxification pill has something that counteracts the ingredients of forget worry, so I can't help but guess that the master might have taken the detoxification pill, which caused his poison attack to be so rapid." Detoxification pill? Ingredients conflicting? Xiang Jila's eyes dimmed. The detoxification pill was made by Gong Sunming, and forget worry is a poison from Shixia. Could it be a coincidence? Jun Nuo's fall was really too big. In the late afternoon, the blizzard stopped suddenly. A gray figure hurriedly knocked open the door of the villa. "My master wants to ask Commander Chu to go to him." Xiang Jila, who got the news, immediately raised his head from a pile of messy confessions. The dark bruises were obvious under his eyes. "Commander Chu is out, I go." After saying that, she coaxed Changju to stay in the study to look after the house, and she herself wore her true face, put on her cloak, and hurried to the inn where Zhai Jioma was staying. Under Zhai Jioma's intentional or unintentional instructions, the group of martial artists all went out in the wind and snow. After knocking on Zhai Jioma's door, Xiang Jila didn't even have time to greet Zhai Jioma, and rushed to his bedside. Naturally, he ignored the strange look on Zhai Jioma's face. There was only the person on the bed in the room. It seemed that he had been awake for a while. He was helped to sit up, and was looking at the surrounding environment, with a confused look on his face. His cold eyes were full of vigilance. The moment he saw Xiang Jila, his face, which was still dull a moment ago, seemed to be injected with vitality, and he became lively. "Lulu." He smiled and stretched out his hand to pull her to his side. His voice was still a little hoarse because he had just woken up from a coma. Although he always felt something was strange, when he saw that he recognized her, Xiang Jila finally put down most of his hanging heart. "It's good that you woke up." Zhai Jioma, who was standing by, stepped forward, as if thinking about how to tell Xiangjila. After hesitating for a while, he spoke slowly. Not too good. Xiangjila turned to look at him in confusion. Zhai Jioma cleared his throat and moved closer to Yin Zhenyu. Hey, you know who I am? Yin Zhenyu immediately got out of bed and stood in front of Xiangjila, looking at Zhai Jioma coldly. Who are you? Zhai Jioma gave Xiangjila, who poked his head out from behind Yin Zhenyu, a look that said that's it. There are no other problems, but... As you can see, Xiangjila finally knew what was strange. If it were the past, with Jun Nua's caution, when he woke up in an unfamiliar environment, he should have been secretly prepared for defense, keeping an eye on all directions to find the right time to leave, and rarely showing emotions. Even if he saw her, at most he would just pull her to his side, without saying a word, and protect her behind him. Instead of acting like this now. This is unreasonable. Jun Nua? She walked to the middle of the confrontation between Yin Zhenyu and Zhai Jioma, interrupting the hostile confrontation between the two, straightened Yin Zhenyu's shoulders and looked at him, her heart pounding. Do you know who I am? The latter withdrew his gaze from Zhai Jioma, nodded, and looked determined. You are Xiangjila, my wife. Hearing this, Xiangjila secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhenyu still remembers her. Don't be too optimistic. Seeing Xiangjila's optimistic face, Zhai Jioma couldn't help but remind him, with unconcealed concern in his eyes, Yin Zhenyu has not had a good memory since waking up. Within an hour, I have told him my name more than 30 times, and he forgot it as soon as he turned his head. Before Zhai Jioma finished speaking, Xiangjila interrupted him impatiently and stopped him from continuing. Zhai Jui, this favor, Jila has made it a point. At the same time, Jila also hopes that Zhai Jui can follow the basic principles of our cooperation and distinguish what can be said and what cannot be said. TSK, the dead kid actually threatened him. Is he such a despicable person? Zhai Jioma glanced at Xiangjila lightly, stepped aside to make way to show his acquiescence. On the roof of the inn, Zhai Jioma stared at Fengxue, tightened his big flag, and looked down from a high place. He just saw Xiangjila carefully and considerately helping Yin Zhenyu get on the carriage back to the inn. He smiled bitterly, and the white air exhaled from his mouth dissipated instantly. What a heartless woman. The wind and snow were cold, but not as cold as his heart. The carriage blocked the wind and snow, but it couldn't block the cold. In the carriage, the two held hands tightly. Xiangjila clearly felt that Yin Zhenyu's hands were not as warm as before, and was about to take off his cloak to cover him, but was stopped by him. You are afraid of the cold, don't take off the cloak. Xiangjila's hand holding the knot paused slightly, and his eyes looked at Yin Zhenyu with a few bright colors. Zhenyu, do you remember anything? Yin Zhenyu was slightly startled. Did I forget something? No. Xiangjila shook her head repeatedly. Zhai Jioma's words were still lingering in her mind. She told him his name more than 30 times, but forgot it the moment she turned her head. But he remembered her little habits and her fear of cold clearly. She thought optimistically that everything might be clear when he met Chu Shan. When the carriage returned to the door of the inn, it was completely dark and the wind and snow stopped. Chu Shan had been waiting at the door, since he knew Xiangjila was going out. He was even more delighted when he saw the carriage and walked forward quickly. Almost at the same time, he saw a corner of the curtain lifted. Yin Zhenyu, wearing Xiangjila's cloak, hugged Xiangjila and jumped out of the carriage and was about to walk in, seemingly not noticing Chu Shan, who was standing by with a joyful face. Just in case, Xiangjila quickly turned around and said to Chu Shan, follow me. Yes. Chu Shan followed the two closely. Under the hidden corridor, Xiangjila immediately pointed at the person, who followed and looked at Yin Zhenyu expectantly. Zhenyu, do you know who this is? Yin Zhenyu followed Xiangjila's line of sight and looked at Chu Shan. His eyes were full of confusion. He shook his head. Seeing that Yin Zhenyu's confused expression was not fake, Chu Shan's heart immediately beat, and a bone-chilling coldness ran from his heels to his back. He hurriedly looked at Xiangjila. Xiangjila's face also lost all color. Obviously, she also seemed to find it difficult to accept that Yin Zhenyu had forgotten Chu Shan. Chu Shan took a step forward without giving up. Your Majesty, I am Chu Shan, the Chu Shan who has followed you for more than 10 years. Feeling that the person in front of him had no ill will towards him, Yin Zhenyu frowned slightly. Chu Shan? Chu Shan's eyes lit up, and he responded repeatedly. I'm here. Yin Zhenyu rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, and turned to look at Xiangjila. Lulu, I'm tired. Seeing that he looked really tired, Xiangjila didn't care about anything else. Okay, I take you back to your room to wash up, and you have a good rest. In order to make Yan Zhenyu remember Chu Shan, Xiang Jila complained that she was tired and asked Chu Shan to take Yan Zhenyu back to the room with her. When the door was about to close, Yan Zhenyu seemed to be trying to recall something, and then frowned and asked Chu Shan, "What's your name?" At this moment, Chu Shan and Xiang Jila's eyes were red. Chapter 545. At night in the room. The dragon in the room was roaring. Yan Zhenyu lay on the edge of the bathtub, letting Xiang Jila rub his back, massage and wash his long hair. "Lulu, I had a dream. I dreamed that I became very ugly, and you didn't want me anymore." "Silly Zhenyu, what are you talking about?" Xiang Jila was still upset about the gap that he had forgotten Chu Shan and everything. When he heard his words, he immediately hid the tears in his eyes. "Zhenyu has become ugly, but he is still Zhenyu. How could you not want you?" Hearing Xiang Jila's assurance, Yan Zhenyu's uneasy heart seemed to have found a place to rest, and all the uneasiness was swept away. Thinking of the guard, who followed him closely, and seemed to have some status when he came in, he looked at him with loss and sadness on his face, and his eyebrows slightly frowned. "Just now, I asked the man his name, and he looked very sad. Is it because of me? I should know him." "Yes, I should know him." Xiang Jila gently squeezed the water out of his long hair and said gently, "He is a subordinate who has risked his life for you countless times, and he is also one of the few people you can trust. You must remember him, otherwise he will be very sad." "Okay," Yan Zhenyu nodded, "then I try to remember his name. His name is called." But no matter how hard he tried, his mind went blank when he was about to call out the name. Xiang Jila saw that he was really struggling to remember, and immediately reminded him, "Chu Shan." Yes, Yan Zhenyu's eyes lit up. "Chu? What's Chu?" "Chu Shan." "What mountain?" "Chu Shan." This happened several times, and every time Yan Zhenyu wanted to call out Chu Shan's name, his mind was still blank. His eyes dimmed. "Lulu? Am I useless? I can't even remember a name. Would you dislike me like this? Would you not want me?" Aware of Yan Zhenyu's cautiousness, Xiang Jila stopped tying his waist belt. It took him a while to find his voice again. "Silly, you don't remember what you said just now? You are my Zhenyu, the only Zhenyu in the world. No matter what you become, as long as you are Zhenyu, it is enough." At this point, she met his unconfident eyes, raised her hand and covered his face. Just like he used to caress her right cheek, she felt his real presence. Her eyes were full of tenderness that could drown people. "No matter how good others are, it has nothing to do with me. No matter how bad you are, I still like you." To put it another way, if Zhenyu really couldn't remember things because of the sequelae of forgetfulness, and even forgot the way home, then she would fight for everything he wanted. He has been regent for many years, and he is destined not to get out of this unscathed. And she has been preparing to fight for him. Inside the room, the two of them were warm and affectionate. Outside the room, Chu Shan stood guard at the door with red eyes, and holding his sword, not daring to leave for a moment. After coaxing him left and right, he finally calmed Yan Zhenyu to sleep. Little ghost cultivator, the master's forgetfulness is only temporary. When he wakes up again, his memory will be restored. You don't have to worry too much. After getting the assurance from Gongging number 3, Xiang Jila rekindled hope. Could this be the sequelae you mentioned? Xiang Jila clearly heard the voice and his mind paused for a moment, then slowly sounded. No. Having Gongging number 3 veto his guess, Xiang Jila's heart suddenly lifted. What is the sequelae? If this is not a sequelae, will the so-called sequelae be worse than the current situation? Xiang Jila dared not think about it. For the specific sequelae, we have to let Changju come back. We have to confront Changju face to face to see how much of his master's memories he actually peeked into. Xiang Jila had heard Gongging number 3 mention more than once what Changju wanted to do to Ju Newell, but when she thought of his soft and cute appearance. After hesitating for a while, Xiang Jila decided to go back to the study to find Changju. She ignored her physical and mental fatigue, and tiptoed out of Yan Zhenyu's arms, got dressed again, and got out of bed. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, Chu Shan turned around immediately. Princess, the prince? Xiang Jila was not convenient to reveal too much about Gongging number 3. Seeing Chu Shan's loss, all she could do was raise her hand to interrupt him. Anyway, I will find a way, don't worry. Chu Shan was choking with words in his heart, and finally he just sighed with red eyes. Your Highness is such a proud person, but now? But because of the loss of memory and poor memory, he was wandering like a child. Xiang Jila patted his shoulder, trying to reassure him, it will be fine. At this time, Chu Shan realized that Xiang Jila was dressed neatly, and did not seem to plan to go back to his room to rest. Princess, you haven't slept for a few days, don't you want to rest with the prince? Xiangjila shook his head and said in a nonsensical way, I was thinking, is it possible that the prince's condition is just the residual poison that has not been cleared? So let's go to the study, and look through the books you searched back from the Wangwei's lair to see if you can find something useful. Hearing Xiangjila's words, Chu Shan said in annoyance, it's my fault. If I could disobey the prince's order and guard him when the prince was in a bad mood, I would have been more cautious in employing people. We should always think positively about everything. Because of this incident, we have dealt a heavy blow to the Wangwei and found new clues. It is better than falling into a passive situation of being plotted against in the future. Xiangjila comforted him, no one wants this to happen, and you should not take all the responsibility on yourself. It can't be blamed on you. Chapter 546. After being comforted by Xiangjila, Chu Shan lowered his head even more ashamedly. Xiangjila knew that unless Yin Zhenyuo could recover as usual, Chu Shan would definitely live in guilt for the rest of his life. Now that she knew that Zhenyuo could recover his memory after waking up, what she could do was to understand the possible sequelae as soon as possible so that she could have a better way to deal with them. When Xiangjila turned on the light in the study, Changju was still sleeping soundly in the quilt. During the day, when he cooperated with Gongjing No. 3 to use the barrier and illusion to abolish the soul-stealing technique of the Shadowless Guard and catch the spy in the hall, he seemed to have spent a lot of spiritual energy. The collar, which had faded halfway for detoxifying Yin Zhenyuo, faded again, and then remained listless. Xiangjila gently pushed him, but he just grumbled twice, and continued to turn over and sleep. The cute little appearance melted Xiangjila's heart. She chuckled helplessly, and carried Changju into the space with the quilt. As soon as he stepped into the space, Changju woke up immediately. He kept struggling in Xiangjila's arms. Go, go. Gongjing No. 3 immediately flapped its wings and flew in front of him, and the pink color on its body had not yet recovered. You want to go out after coming back? No way. Seeing Gongjing No. 3 appear, Changju stopped struggling and immediately confronted it. Bad bird. Stinky stone. It's already this time, and you are still bickering here. Can't you explain to me what is going on with Jun Nuo? After not getting enough rest for several days, Xiangjila's temper has reached the critical point. It was just a little short of a flame to ignite. Changju saw this, and immediately opened his cocoon and jumped down, taking several steps back. Gongjing No. 3's movements were no slower than Changju. Little ghost cultivator, you should interrogate Changju about the master's affairs. No, I do. Changju looked at Xiangjila and spoke awkwardly. Gongjing No. 3 was firm. You do? Then, it flew to Xiangjila and complained, Little ghost cultivator, you came in that day to find me but couldn't find me. In fact, Changju stole my spiritual power when I was refining the jade and suppressed me, so that I couldn't respond to you. After hearing what Gongjing No. 3 said, Xiangjila recalled everything that happened in the space that day, and the coincidence of Changju's appearance suddenly became traceable. But when they were outside, Changju spent a lot of spiritual energy to help her rescue Jun Nuo, and cooperate with Gongjing No. 3 to help her find the remaining spies. Xiangjila saw all of this. There is no standard answer to whether a person is good or bad from different perspectives. Jun Nuo is like this, she is like this, and Changju probably is also like this. With this understanding, Xiangjila embraced Gongjing No. 3 in his arms. Okay, Xiao 3, no matter what Changju did in the past, it can't cover up that he really helped a lot this time, so don't bully him all the time. I bully it? Gongjing No. 3 was furious and wanted to break free from Xiangjila's arms, but Xiangjila held it too tightly, and it struggled for a long time, but couldn't get out, so it could only howl. Little ghost cultivator, have you ever thought that Changju is now in human form, and it is very likely to become a bigger threat? If it can't be controlled, it will break, and the bracelet will also break, and you. I know, Xiangjila nodded firmly. Meeting Changju's uneasy look, she gave him a reassuring smile. I've read some storybooks before, which said that it would take hundreds or thousands of years of practice for a monster to transform into a human form. Of course, I don't know if Changju belongs to this type. But since he has transformed into a human and can communicate with us, it means that he has now formed his own ideas. As long as we guide him, maybe we can get him on the right track and make him a good helper like you. Whatever his past was, it could only represent an instinct before he had his own ideas. Besides, at this point, Xiangjila withdrew his gaze from Changju, picked up Gongjing No. 3, and looked it up and down. If Changju really wants to fight with you, Are you sure you can be his opponent? Gonging number 3 was silent. If it was before, it could fight with Changju, this stinky stone, but this despicable stone actually dared to attack it while it was refining the spirit stone, and even snatched the spiritual power from the spirit stone. Bird, I can't beat it. Just as Gonging number 3 was secretly grieving over its stolen spiritual power, Changju's voice once again successfully ignited its anger. Isn't it because you are mean? Bad bird. Stinky stone. Seeing that the man and the egg were about to quarrel again, Xiangjila hurriedly stuffed Gonging number 3 into Changju's arms. You two, both of you, cultivate your relationship well. The egg is so cute. Changju seemed to like Gonging number 3's egg very much, and couldn't let it go after Xiangjila stuffed it into his arms. Stinky stone, take your cold and stinky hands away. Gonging number 3 was obviously very resistant to Changjua's touch. Changjua looked at Xiangjila with grievance, pouting his mouth as if he wanted to cry. Egg scold Ju. Xiangjila immediately glared at Gonging number 3, egg, be obedient. Gonging number 3, Damn it, they all bullied it for being an egg now. In the end, under Xiangjila's friendly persuasion, Changjua and Gonging number 3 reached a settlement. For the time being. After repeated inquiries from Xiangjila, Changju finally went forward and hugged Xiangjila, urging his own spiritual power. Xiangjila only felt a warm current flowing through her limbs. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself holding Changju's hand and standing in a dungeon that looked like hell on earth. Seeing that dungeon, Xiangjila couldn't help but think of the dungeon in the Regent's palace. The guards' movements and arrangements were exactly the same as in this dungeon. A woman's sneer attracted Xiangjila's attention. Yin Xiaoyao, the woman's voice was cold and hoarse, you beast. Not far away, a woman was half hanging on the rack, with messy hair scattered, but still unable to hide her peerless beauty. The woman's ragged bright yellow gown, which was not completely stained by blood, made Xiangjila vaguely guess her identity. In Dahuang, the only people who can wear bright yellow gowns are the current emperor and the current queen. It's just that the style of the woman's gown is a bit wrong. It always makes people feel awkward. In front of the woman, with his hands behind his back, stood a man with a long beard and a majestic demeanor, wearing a dragon robe. The man's narrow eyes were like icy blades when he looked at the woman, wishing he could cut off a few pieces of flesh from her body. Zhu Xingwan, you dare to speak so shamelessly even when you are about to die. Xiangjila felt that the man looked familiar. Although he had a beard, it did not diminish his outstanding appearance. Yan Xiaoyu. The name sounded familiar, and the face was familiar too. Suddenly, Xiangjila's pupil shrank, and he blurted out, Yan Xiaoyao, Zhu Xingwan. Zhu knew his late father and late mother. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth, fearing that she would be discovered. Changju tugged at her skirt. No, afraid, I can't see. Xiangjila nodded and let go of her hand. No wonder she felt familiar. Didn't Zhu Nuo look like his father? No. After carefully looking at her mother-in-law whom she had never met, Xiangjila found that Yin Jun Nuo's nose and mouth were more like her mother's. No wonder she looked more outstanding than the Yin Beiki brothers. Xiangjila never dreamed that she would meet her father-in-law and mother-in-law in such a situation, and she didn't expect that at this moment, her father-in-law and mother-in-law were in a tense confrontation. Everything is your fault, the Zhu family. Yin Xiaoyao's voice was emotionless. Now I keep Yin Zhu Nuo because of our marriage. Chapter 547. If it weren't for my Zhu family, how could your Yin Xiaoya's treasury be so full? Zhu Xinglan sneered. His laughter was crazy. When you married me, you promised to be together for life. But who knew that you would favor the legitimate daughter of a fifth-rank official on the grounds that I couldn't have children? This is just what I found out. You know what you did secretly in the corner that I don't know. Poor Zhu Nuo should have been the eldest son and grandson, but now he has become a victim of your Yin family. It's even more pitiful for my Zhu family. I was devoted to the country and worked hard for you in the court and in terms of money, but in the end I couldn't escape the murder of your secret guards. The whole family of 962 people was wiped out overnight, and even the babies in their cradles could not escape the murder. You are an ungrateful beast, Yin Xiaoyao, who is ungrateful and repays kindness with hatred. No, calling you a beast is an insult to beasts. Yin Xiaoyao did not comment on Zhu Xingwan's accusation. The voice was still emotionless. Zhu Xingwan, I have said long ago that as a queen, being confused has its own advantages. You refused to listen and insisted on investigating the Zhu case. You brought this upon yourself. After saying this, he raised his chin, and the jailer beside him immediately swung the long whip soaked in salt water, and with barbs at Zhu Xingwan. In the dungeon, There was only the sound of a long whip hitting flesh. Zhu Xinglan clenched his teeth throughout the whole process, and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Xiang Jila's eyes shifted to the side with soreness, and the corner of her eyes was attracted by a small hem of a brocade dress in the dark. She immediately took Changju, and walked in the direction of the hem. She saw a small body, whose owner was hiding behind the wall, covering his mouth and crying. Behind him, there was a tall personal guard. Seeing that the small body was still trembling, the guard squatted down carefully and persuaded, "Third Prince, please keep your voice down and don't cry. It will be bad if you are discovered later." Hearing the guard's words, the owner of the small body immediately wiped away his tears, turned his head to look at the guard, who was half crouching beside him, and said in a baby voice, "Often, father is a bad man, bullying mother." As the little boy turned around, Xiang Jila saw the boy's appearance in the dim light. He was chubby, and had a pair of phoenix eyes with a beginning outline. This was clearly Jun Nuo, who was about 3 or 4 years old. No wonder the woman's bright yellow gown looked strange and awkward. It was basically a shroud. All the clues matched, and Xiang Jila's guess became bolder. So, Yan Junyo's late mother did not die of illness, but was imprisoned and tortured to death by his late father? Just thinking of this, Xiang Jila couldn't help but clench his back teeth. However, the scene that made her want to kill more was still to come. As Yin Xiuya left and the jailer withdrew, little Junyo couldn't wait to trot over to the woman, who was half hanging and bleeding. As soon as Zhu Xinglan saw Junyo, her expression, which was originally depressed due to the beating, was immediately filled with fear. She hurriedly drove Junyo away with a weak breath. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Why don't you leave quickly?" "Mother, I am Junyo. Junyo is here to take you out." "Mother, don't be afraid. After you are untied, Junyo will help you ask the imperial physician to bandage you, and it will stop hurting." At this time, Junyo was still an innocent little boy who knew nothing about the world, and had full trust in the guards around him. "Offing, help me untie mother." The guard called a phone was embarrassed. "Third Prince, let's take a look and leave quickly. If we are discovered, we will definitely be in trouble." Jun Nuo was stubborn. "I don't care. I will take my mother out." Seeing that Nen Feng was motionless, he simply trotted to the rack and tried to jump high, wanting to untie the chain by himself so that his mother would not be so uncomfortable. As a mother, anyone's heart would be softened when seeing her child trying so hard. However, Zhu Xinglan used all his strength to kick him away with a side kick. He stared at him fiercely. "Get lost." After seeing Xiao Junyo fall to the ground without any resistance, and even his palm was scratched, a trace of tension and heartache flashed across Zhu Xinglan's eyes. However, thinking of her current situation, she hardened her heart again. "If you don't get lost, I kick you to death, believe it or not." Xiao Junyo shook his head, and cried while hugging her calf. The blood dripping from her body stained his brocade robe, but he didn't care at all. "Mother, Jun Nuo will be good." "Mother, please don't chase Jun Nuo away, okay? Jun Nuo misses mother very much. Jun Nuo goes to ask father to release mother, okay? You recognize the wrong person. I am not your mother." As she said, she kicked away the little Jun Nuo, who was hugged on her legs again. "The child won't leave. Why are you chasing him away?" Yin Xiuya's careless voice came from behind. Zhu Xinglan looked up when she heard the voice. When she saw Yin Xiuya's creepy smile, she immediately reacted. He deliberately let Jun Nuo see the scene where father imprisoned and tortured mother. "Yin Xiuya, you beast, Jun Nuo is so young. How could you do such a thing?" After scolding Yin Xiuya, she lowered her head in fear, and drove Yin Junyo away again. "Yin Junyo, you are a man, put away your worthless tears, and disappear from my sight now. Your mother is dead, she doesn't want you anymore, get out." Chapter 548. While speaking, Zhu Xinglan once again raised her leg, and kicked away Junyo, who wanted to approach her. "Mother, Junyo won't leave." Seeing that she couldn't get close to Zhu Xinglan, Junyo turned around and knelt at Yin Xiuya's feet, pulling the hem of Yin Xiuya's robe, begging, "Father, please, let mother go, okay? In the future, Junyo will not be playful, will listen to father, study hard, practice martial arts well." Seeing the collapse of the mother and son, Yin Xiuya's eyes flashed a trace of revengeful pleasure. He did not let Yin Junyo leave, but bent down and picked up Yin Junyo according to the force of his pulling on the hem of his robe, and smiled cruelly at the woman, who was almost crazy in front of him. "Jun Nuo, look carefully. If you treat someone who doesn't obey you, you have to cut off her tongue and peel off her skin." Understanding his intention, Zhu Xinglan's eyes widened immediately. If Jun Nuo really saw it, it would be a shadow in his life. From then on, the loving and gentle mother would only be a bloody and mutilated corpse in his dreams and heart. Yan Xiaoyao, are you still a human? You deserve. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Xinglan's tongue was pulled out in front of Yan Junuo. Mother! The hot blood splashed on Junyuo's face. The little kid was stunned. After he came to his senses, he immediately cried and wanted to get down to the ground to push away those who hurt his mother, but Yan Xiaoyao held him tightly, and he couldn't move. Zhu Xinglan's uncontrollable screams resounded throughout the dungeon. Then, there were the nails on his hands, the flesh on his body. Junyuo, who was forced to watch the whole process by Yan Xiaoyao, cried heartbreakingly. After Zhu Xinglan died, Junyuo was also scared to death and fainted. Xiang Jila, who witnessed everything, had red eyes, and was shaking uncontrollably. His palms were already bleeding from being pinched by his nails. The scene changed, and Na Feng carried little Junyuo to a pool. At the cold signal from Yan Xiaoyao, who was hidden behind the rockery, Na Feng hesitated. Your Majesty, the third prince is still so young. Na Feng, don't forget, what was my original intention for letting you stay with him? What I need is a killing weapon to protect Da Huang, not a so-called prince. If he dies, it means that he deserves it. If he doesn't die, it means that this is his destiny. One day, he will be able to kill all those who covet Da Huang's kingdom. Upon hearing this, Na Feng immediately put aside his hesitation and threw the unconscious little Junuo into the pool. Then he shouted, Hurry up, the third prince has fallen into the water. The nearby guards, palace maids, and eunuchs jumped into the water to save him. The scene switched again. This time, it was in a palace called Xianyan Palace. The front hall. The imperial physician knelt tremblingly in front of Yan Xiaoyao. Your Majesty, the third prince is still running a high fever. Yan Xiaoyao snorted coldly. Useless thing. This disgusted look, I don't know if he was scolding Yan Junuo or the imperial physician who examined him. It was obvious that the imperial physician had identified himself. He immediately shuddered. I am guilty, and I beg the emperor to show mercy. Yan Xiaoyao did not give the imperial physician any look, but stood up and spoke to the eunuch beside him majestically. Pass on my decree, the third prince fell into the water and caught a cold and was frightened, and the servants who served him will all be beaten to death. If there is negligence again, and the third prince is left alone, everyone in the Xianyan Palace will die. Yes. Since Junuo fell into the water and was rescued, he was sick for more than 3 months before he recovered. Because he had just recovered from a serious illness, his face was pale and unhealthy, and even his lips, which should have been pink and moist, were dry. At first glance, he looked like a little old man. At first, Junyuo would ask Na Feng laughing, Is your mother locked up in the dungeon by your father? I had a terrible dream. Every time this happened, Na Feng would always tell him with lingering fear, Third Prince, don't you remember? That day you and your subordinates fell into the water while chasing kites, and you scared your subordinates. After several times, Junyuo no longer asked Na Feng about the dream. The child who loved to play, and would cry for his mother, when he was sad seemed to have grown up in an instant after being sick. He no longer loved to play and laughed. At the age of less than 5, he was as calm as an adult. His eyes, which should have been full of light, did not have any innocence that should be at this age. From time to time, he only flashed a few brilliance and restraint that belonged to the royal family. Spring went and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, Junyuo was 7 years old. The nightmare seemed to have no great impact on little Junyuo. Once again, he carried a silver spear and fought fiercely in front of Yan Xiaoyao. When he finished his move, he received Yan Xiaoyao's satisfactory praise without any suspense. Junyuo's recent progress makes me very pleased. The half-grown child skillfully put away the spear and bowed his head humbly. Thank you, father, for your praise. In the following days, Yan Xiaoyao was like a kind and loving father, asking about Yan Junyuo's homework and policy papers one by one, and from time to time asking Yan Junyuo's opinions on some issues reported by some ministers in the memorial. After getting a satisfactory answer, the smile on Yan Xiaoyao's lips became deeper, and the dark color in little Junyuo's eyes became more intense. The scene changed again. It was Yan Xiaoyao's last moments. Yan Xiaoyao's lips turned black, a typical sign of poisoning. The 8-year-old Yan Junyuo was as calm as an adult at this time. He dismissed his attendants and stood by the bed with a cold face, without any sadness. Everything I did was to protect myself. Thank you, father, for your support. Yan Xiaoyao was so angry that he pointed at Yan Junyuo with a shaking hand. You rebellious son. Yan Junyuo gently slapped Yan Xiaoyao's hand away. Although his clear voice was still immature, it did not have any ups and downs, which made people inexplicably creepy. The one who poisoned was my brother's people. Father scolded the wrong person. Besides, since my father had already set his sights on my brother, why did he let me be the target? As he said this, he glanced at the outer hall and gently leaned into Yin Xiaoyu's ear. My brother should be here soon. He should be very happy to see the imperial edict of succession. As for our accounts. Speaking of this, Yin Zhenyo dragged out the tail tone, his eyes slowly dyed scarlet, and his body was full of bloodthirsty murderous intent that was completely inconsistent with his age. After my father is buried, we will slowly settle the accounts. How did you treat my mother back then? I waited until you died before doing that to you. It was already based on the father-son relationship over the past few years. Hearing Yin Zhenyo mention what happened back then, Yin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to ask Yin Zhenyo how much he remembered, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't squeeze out a sound for a long time. My son's skinning technique was taught by you, father, and it just happened to be used on you. Yin Zhenyo chuckled. By the way, father, do you think that I was very young at the time, and what I saw with my own eyes was fooled by me? I also hope that I am dreaming, but my mother is unwilling to accept it. She looks for me in my dreams every day. The whole Zhu family, and my mother's blood debt. I will always let my mother rest in peace. Look, my mother came to pick you up. Following the position pointed by Yin Zhenyo at the end of the bed, Yin Xiaoya seemed to really see the bloody Zhu Xinglan staring at him. He was already dying, and Yin Xiaoyu was shocked and frightened. He was so angry that he triggered the poison. His head tilted, and he died without closing his eyes. He looked at Yin Xiaoya's body, as if he was looking at garbage. Yin Zhenyo sneered, and wiped away the bloodthirsty murderous intent in his body. He returned to his usual calm appearance, his eyes reddened, and he shouted in grief, Father. Chapter 549. The following events were exactly the same as what Yin Zhenyo told Xiang Jila. Except for the past with the guard named Nafeng, and his childhood experience with Chu Shan. Because the guard named Nafeng told Yin Zhenyo the truth of his dream in time, he still had Yin Zhenyo's trust. After all, no one would doubt that the person who grew up with him and protected him countless times would suddenly betray him. It is not difficult to see that although Yin Zhenyo's tone was disgusted with Chu Shan, he regarded Chu Shan as a friend from the bottom of his heart. At that time, he was still under house arrest by Yin Juno. Chu Shan would sneak out every now and then, and sometimes he would bring Yin Zhenyo, who was half-hearted, with him. Under the cover of Nafeng, Chu Shan took him through some of the childhood that a boy should have. In the summer, the two of them would go to the mountains to hunt birds from time to time. In the winter, under the influence of Chu Shan, he would squat on the roadside in luxurious clothes to eat a hot meat bun. When he did these things, he would never forget to bring a portion for Nafeng, who was at home. The gloom in his eyes slowly faded after he saved Chu Shan. In those years, although he was still cautious, he lived like a big boy because Chu Shan was by his side. However, as for reuse, he, who had already saved Chu Shan and Uncle Li, was still inclined to reuse Nafeng. He never thought that one day, Nafeng, who treated him like a disciple and a son, would betray him. Until later. Yin Xiaoyuz forced him to go to the battlefield. When he was 14 years old, in a battle that was about to be won, Nafeng used the spear that taught him spearmanship to pierce his left chest fiercely. After a brief moment of shock, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to send the spear in his hand into Nafeng's chest. All the scene stopped abruptly. Xiang Jila and Chang Ju were ejected. However, when Yin Zhenyo was pierced through the heart by a confidant with a spear, the hurt and shock in his eyes, after being betrayed by the person he was most familiar with, made Xiang Ji unable to recover for a long time. Zhenyo, how strong is his heart, to be able to maintain his rationality, and not kill innocent people in such a bloody and dark environment, after being betrayed by the person he thought he was closest to and trusted the most. Even retain the purity in his heart. How much determination and deep feelings can make him, who is suspicious, be so open-hearted to her. A suffocating feeling of despair surged in my heart. Xiang Jila sat on the ground with her knees together, burying her head between them. She wanted to cry, for Zhenyo and for herself. Their pasts were so similar, one was used as a tool for revenge by her mother, and the other was used as a tool for killing by her father. The difference was that she was luckier than Zhenyo, and had never seen such dirty human nature. The time and the space had long turned into daytime. The air was still freezing cold. It was unknown how long it took before Xiang Jila slowly recovered from the suffocating despair. Chang Ju saw her raise her head from her knees, and immediately imitated her, sitting beside her, leaning on her arm, puffing out his chest, and proudly said to Xiang Jila, Master, is lovable. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongging number 3 yelled at Chang Ju. Stinky stone, you are not kind. Seeing that Xiangjila seemed dissatisfied with its fierceness to Changju, it quickly explained, Changju means that what you see is exactly what the master sees. This is a past that the master does not want to mention to anyone. Therefore, after the master wakes up, there is a great possibility that another side of his personality will appear. Because the previous master was too serious, Changju thought he was not lovable, so as long as it is not his previous temper, Changju thinks it is lovable. The other side of the personality? Cute? Xiangjila murmured and repeated Gongjing No. 3's words, not understanding why. Will he be any different from the one he is now? Gongjing No. 3 pondered for a moment, organized his words, and then spoke carefully. It's not certain now. If that personality appears, the master will probably do something that he would never do even if he was beaten to death, and say something that he would never say even if he was killed, such as. Before Gongjing No. 3 finished speaking, Yin Junyuo's tone, which was completely different from the past, came from outside the space. Madam, are you there? Madam? Chu Shan, didn't you say that you were in the study? How come I didn't see you? Such a frivolous tone. Xiangjila immediately turned his head and looked at the man and the egg in front of him with the same expression as him. Southern Chu. The 5 countries in the Central Plains have slightly different solar terms and calendars, but they are basically the same. New Year's Day. Early in the morning, the imperial edict that had been posted on the city wall for nearly half a month was taken down by a young man in white. General Huangfu's palace. As soon as the court was over, Huangfu Jing, with a wound on his hand, rushed to the palace without stopping. After changing out of his heavy court robes, he took the thick red envelope and walked towards Huangfu Zhao's residence. I thought the brat was staying in bed again, but I couldn't find him anywhere in the palace. Where's the young master? He asked Ah Yin in a good mood. Ah Yin hesitated for a long time with a flickering look in his eyes. The young master. The young master. He. Say. With a loud shout, Ah Yin shrank into a ball from the bottom of his heart. He closed his eyes and said loudly, the young master secretly left the house last night and went to Fenghua Tower, and has not returned yet. Hearing this, the smile in Huangfu Jing's eyes was instantly replaced by a sharp light. Fenghua Tower? Has not returned all night. He repeated word by word, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Ah Yin had no doubt that if the young master came back, the general and the prince would definitely skin the young master. Before he finished thinking, he felt his collar tighten, and the whole person left the ground. Take me to find him, you little brat, you're itching for trouble. Thinking of Huangfu Zhao's instructions, Ah Yin looked at Huangfu Jing's still stiff right hand with worry. General. Your hand. This is not something you should care about. Ah Yin shut up wisely. Chapter 550. Nanchu Palace. After Nandong received the homage from all the officials, he immediately rushed to Guangyu Palace where Li Yu lived, followed by a long line of rewards. After the eunuch announced the song, there was still no response in Guangyu Palace. And he seemed to be accustomed to such a situation. As long as she did not leave the palace, he could allow her to do anything in the palace, including disrespecting him. He sent the eunuch to pass the message, and while waiting, he straightened his clothes a little awkwardly, fearing that he would leave a bad impression on his sister. He straightened his sleeves again and again. Looking at the exquisite and noble palace, he always felt a little strange. But for a while, he couldn't tell what was strange. Until the eunuch came back in a panic. My lord, everyone in Guangyu Palace has been drugged. What? At this time, Nandong, who was full of joy, realized what was strange about Guangyu Palace today. No matter how rude the palace people in Guangyu Palace were in the past, they didn't dare to be so rude. It turned out that these people were not rude, but were simply in a coma. Xiaoyuer, how long have you been back? How dare you run away from home? In this deep palace, if no one helps, there is no way to leave without being noticed. Thinking back on these days, Li Yu seemed to have contacted his concubines in the harem intentionally or unintentionally. Nandong summoned the imperial guards with a cold look. Send the order to block the entire Yuancheng. Yes. The leader of the imperial guards immediately took the order and withdrew. After the leader of the imperial guards withdrew, Nandong instructed Xia Quanzi beside him. Summon all the concubines that the princess has met in the past few days. Princess? Kaiozumi bowed quickly after roughly guessing Nandong intention. Yes. Nandong sat upright on the main seat in the front hall. The empty hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The force on the armrest slowly tightened, and Nandong eyes were unclear. I thought that Huangfu Jing was still strong now, and rashly restoring Xiaoyuer's status as the eldest princess would only put her at the forefront and give her the opportunity to be used by Huang Fujing and his son. That's why he wanted to take Xiao Yuer to the palace, take her under his wing and protect her well, and cut off her contact with Huang Fujing and his son. But now, Xiao Yuer doesn't seem to understand his painstaking efforts, and her heart is still inclined towards the father and son, so... Just thinking about this, the guard outside the door hurriedly came to report. Lord, the General Wang is riding a horse in Yuancheng, and he seems to be looking for someone. Nandong Yao's expression was stern. Follow. South of Yuancheng. In the secret house of Huang Fuxiao and the other 3 playboys. The other 3 were very considerate and left the space for communication to Huang Fuxiao and Li Yu. They gathered together under the tree in the front yard and chatted boredly. Finally, we rescued the people. Tao Tao is the best. The first person to speak was Lu Pinghai. Thinking of the tacit cooperation between the few people, he gave Zhao Tao a thumbs up without hesitation. However, I always feel that the atmosphere between the 2 siblings after leaving the palace this time is a bit strange. Do you think that Huang Fu can't stand the stimulation, and even here has become a little abnormal? While speaking, he pointed to his forehead and looked at the room. Because he was worried that Huang Fuxiao would go astray, he couldn't even pretend to be frivolous this time. Xiao Tao, who always wears a flashy red dress, nodded. I felt it too. It wasn't obvious before, but it was really obvious this time. The way Huang Fu looked at his sister was not like the way a brother looks at his sister, but the way my father looks at my mother. You two know a lot. Listening to the 2 people's nonsense, Chimuji, who was originally waving his folding fan in a chic way, put away the fan and knocked on their heads. Your father looked at your mother. Why don't you say it was the loving look your old nanny gave you? This concerns the reputation of their brother and sister, so don't talk nonsense. The 2 people who were hit covered their heads and cried. Brother Muji, you are too much. Isn't it just a word? You can't even say it. That's right, Brother Muji. I am very familiar with the way my father looks at my mother. How could I make a mistake? Still saying it, still saying it. Seeing that the 2 people not only had no remorse, but also had the intention of arguing with him, Chimuji swung his folding fan to teach them a lesson again. Zhao Tao and Lu Pinghai seemed to have long been accustomed to Chimuji's surprise attack. Even if they couldn't escape a beating in the end, they still chose to act separately with ease. Brother Muji, you are just bullying us because we can't beat you. The front yard suddenly became lively. Inside the house, Huang Fuxiao looked at Li Yu, who was sitting on the stool with her head down, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Little. When he opened his mouth, he felt phlegm stuck in his throat. He quickly cleared his throat and found his voice. Little Lily, you can only stay here temporarily. Once the storm is over, I will find a way to send you back to the north ridge of Dahuang. Holding the wooden rabbit tightly, Li Yu raised her eyes to meet his concerned gaze, and shook her head gently. Huang Fuxiao, I won't go back to Dahuang. If she really went back to Bailing as he arranged, the man in the palace who claimed to be her brother would definitely not let it go, and might even implicate them. Thinking that Li Yu had lost her innocence and hope for life after entering the palace, Huang Fuxiao took a deep breath, half knelt down and looked at her sitting on the stool. His pair of dark and clear fox eyes were full of seriousness. I know you may have that, but I will take care of you. You don't have to feel inferior, and don't have to worry. A faint and familiar lotus fragrance came from the wings of her nose. Li Yu sniffed hard and confirmed that it was the smell of Huang Fuxiao. Her ears turned red. However, after hearing what Huang Fuxiao said, she was confused. Inferiority? Why should she be inferior? She might have been that? What is she? Why is Huang Fuxiao talking so strangely? While she was still confused, Huang Fuxiao was still nagging in front of her. Really? This kind of thing is not a big deal. If no one wants you in the future. At this point, he unnaturally turned his eyes away, and his red ears successfully betrayed his nervousness. If in the future, you really have no one to want you, I want you. I don't mind what you've experienced. No, but you have to give me some time. My father is old. I have to take on the responsibility. Wait until I've solved all the problems. Seeing that Huang Fuxiao was incoherent and his face was flushed, Li Yu reached out and put her hand on his shoulder. Huang Fuxiao's whole body immediately tensed up, and he took several steps back as if he had been electrocuted. Li Yu sat there awkwardly, and the hand she had extended was still on his shoulder. She retracted her hand and stroked the wooden rabbit in her hand a few times to ease the embarrassment of being rejected. Huang Fuxiao, I won't go back to Dahuang. She cleared her throat and repeated what she had just said. Chapter 551. Why? Huang Fuxiao was in disbelief. He had finally sorted out his feelings these days, and figured out why he couldn't help but want to rush into the palace to rescue Xiao Lily when he thought of her being forced by the old man, the king. He even dragged his good brother to take risks with him, just to let her run away. But after they had taken so much effort to bring her out, she actually told him that she would not go back to Dahuang. Xiao Zhila is in Dahuang. If she doesn't go back to Dahuang, where else can she go? At first, he thought she was afraid to go back because she was inferior, but he said that if no one wanted her in Dahuang in the future, he could just take her. She knew he didn't mind. Even when he said he wanted her, she still refused to go back to Dahuang. Does she dislike him so much? Could it be that you like the old man in the palace? Apart from this possibility, Huang Fuxiao couldn't think of a reason why Li Yu would stay in Nanshu. When Huang Fuxiao asked this question, Li Yu couldn't help but think of the man who claimed to be her brother, and how he had taken care of her these days. Although she didn't think of him as often as she thought of Huang Fuxiao, she didn't hate him in her heart. Seeing Li Yu lower her eyes, Huang Fuxiao thought she agreed and advised her sourly. Although he looks good, he is much older than you, and will die early in the future. Don't consider him. Much older, die early? Li Yu frowned slightly. Actually, he is not very old. He is only 2 years older than Xiang Jila's husband. Not very old? 11 years older, almost a generation, not old. The old man is half a generation older than Xiao Zhila, and he still dislikes it now. Xiao Lily actually found such an old man. Huang Fuxiao felt that his sincerity, which had finally settled down, was wasted. You are speaking for him now. You like him, right? He didn't know why he felt so uncomfortable, but he just felt wronged. Xiao Lily, you don't even want me for him, right? Feeling that the style of the painting was a little off, Li Yu frowned again. Huang Fuxiao, what are you talking about? Just then, there was a noise outside the house. Not long after, Zhao Tao rushed in. Quick, take your sister away, the Imperial Guards are coming. This time, Huang Fuxiao's face also changed. Imperial Guards? This place is so secret, how could the Imperial Guards find this place so quickly? Because your followers are now being escorted into the palace with the General King. Outside the house, the voice of the leader of the Imperial Guards came, and everyone's mood suddenly sank to the bottom. Can't escape. Since there is no escape, Huang Fuxiao's expression gradually became cold and hard, and he instinctively protected Li Yu behind him, without noticing the strange look that flashed across Li Yu's face. As expected, the Imperial Guards outside the house filed in under the order of the leader, and restrained Zhao Tao in an instant. In addition to Zhao Tao, Lu Pinghai and Qi Muji were also restrained. He couldn't abandon his brothers and father, but he couldn't send little Lily back to the tiger's mouth of the palace. Just when Huang Fuxiao was in a dilemma, the Imperial Guards, who were originally aggressive, knelt on the ground in unison. Welcome the princess back to the palace. The Imperial Guard said princess in unison. Everyone in the room was stunned. They were all children of Yuancheng nobles, so they naturally understood the identity of the princess. Lu Pinghai said hesitantly, She is not. Is she Huang Fuxiao's sister? How did she suddenly become the emperor's sister? Qi Muji and Zhao Tao had the same idea as Lu Pinghai. No one answered them, so they could only look at Huang Fuxiao at the same time. At this time, the blood color on Huang Fuxiao's face had long faded, and even the fox eyes that were always bright like a cluster of flames became dim. The biting cold wind in the cold winter was no match for the coldness spreading from his heart. Li Yu panicked. Huang Fuxiao, So, you are the eldest princess. He looked at her dully, gave up resistance, and let the Imperial Guards come forward to take him down. When he heard Li Yu calling his name, the corners of his mouth even raised a mocking smile. No wonder you refused to leave, it turns out. So it was to delay time. My sincerity was shattered into dust at this moment. In the hall, Huang Fuxiao was tied up and knelt in front of several people, straightening his back. Everyone is responsible for his own actions. Everything was done by Huang Fuxiao. They were also deceived by me. They just found a place for me to hide the princess. I hope the king will see clearly, and not hurt innocent people. There are more crimes I want to settle with you. With a sneer, Nandong did not look at Huang Fuxiao again, but set his eyes on Huang Fujing, who was standing behind Huang Fuxiao, and was about to speak. There was a noise outside the hall, and Nandong immediately stood up. The people kneeling in the hall, except Huang Fuxiao, all turned around. A thin little figure was retreating into the hall. Li Yu put a dagger against her neck to threaten the Imperial Guards guarding the door to make way. The Imperial Guards did not dare to move forward rashly, and could only let the palace maids and eunuchs who had served her before dissuade them. After entering the hall, Li Yu looked directly at Nandong. Let them go. Her voice was cold, and the look she gave Nan Gongniao was like looking at a stranger. All the dislike for Nan Gongniao turned into disgust after he captured Huang Fujing and his son. Where? Put down the dagger. Nan Gongniao narrowed his eyes slowly, his tone cold. Li Yu ignored Nan Gongniao's words. Looking into his angry eyes, she spoke word by word. I know that the king must want to punish Uncle Huangfu and Huangfu Xiao for deceiving the king because of this matter. But the king blamed the wrong person. From the beginning to the end, I was greedy for wealth and glory, and used Huangfu Xiao to ask Uncle Huangfu to take me in. Even the title of Princess Yongle was obtained by me begging Uncle Huangfu to ask the king for me. If they hadn't brought me back to Nanshu, do you think I would have had a chance to reunite with you? If the king must punish this crime of deceiving the king, then I am the culprit, and I should be punished the most. Chapter 552. This is the first time that Nan Gongniao saw Li Yu speak so many words in a breath in front of him. Where? His voice was majestic and low. Even Chi Muji and others couldn't help but want to retreat. But Li Yu didn't retreat at all, and stood in front of Huangfu Xiao. They helped you find your sister, and their merits outweigh their faults. If you really want to punish them, then punish me too. Nan Gongniao's eyes narrowed slowly. You dare to threaten me? With a crisp dong sound, Li Yu bent her knees and knelt heavily on the ground, looking at Nan Gongniao with red eyes. Royal brother Yuer begs you. As she spoke, the strength of her hands increased a little bit, and a touch of bright red fell into Nan Gongniao's eyes, which was extremely dazzling you. Looking at Li Yu's face that was very similar to his mother, Nan Gongniao gritted his teeth and looked at the embarrassed people behind her. All the hidden anger seemed to pour out in an instant. The root of all the troubles is Yuer. If the royal brother is willing to let them go, Yuer is willing to live in the palace in the future, and will not try to escape like before. If the royal brother wants to punish, Yuer is willing to plead guilty, and only ask the royal brother to let them go. Having roughly guessed all the twists and turns, Huangfu Jing first glanced at Li Yu straight back, then calmly set his sights on Nan Gongniao, and finally looked at Huangfu Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground with his head bowed. Finally, he stepped forward and knelt beside Huangfu Xiao. My lord, I am willing to set off to the west soon. Huangfu Jing's words put an end to the stalemate. Although it deviated from the goal he wanted to achieve, Nan Gongniao knew that this was the best result. As the ruler of a country, he would not allow anyone to challenge his authority, let alone the other party was Huangfu Jing and his son. However, if he really touched Huangfu Xiao and his party, he would never doubt that Xiao Yuer would really commit suicide in front of him. Moreover, Huangfu Jing and he had been deadlocked over the Xixia issue these days. Although the agreed Western expedition was put on the agenda, the date of the Western expedition was delayed. It was originally thought that it would be put on the agenda at least after the Lantern Festival. Unexpectedly, the matter was resolved today. He won by killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the life and death of these 4 idiots, compared with state affairs, it seemed so insignificant. As expected, because of Huangfu Jing's concession, Huangfu Xiao and his companions were scolded by Nan Gongniao, and finally left in one piece. In front of the palace gate, Huangfu Xiao thanked and apologized to Chi Muji and his companions one by one. Under the laughter and scolding of several people, they said goodbye one after another. In the carriage, Father, take me with you on this Western expedition. As a man, I should make achievements and shoulder the burden of revitalizing the Huangfu family. Huangfu Xiao said softly. Unlike his usual spirited appearance, his energy and spirit seemed to be drained away in the hall. Huangfu Jing did not object this time, but put his hand on his shoulder and patted him, saying in a rare gentle tone, escape is not what a real man does. Huangfu Xiao was about to tell Huangfu Jing that he was not escaping, but the carriage was jolted and stopped. The father and son looked at each other. The curtain was lifted. Blocking their way in front of them was the imperial carriage from the palace. Although the imperial carriage looked low-ranking, the guards were very strict. Huangfu Xiao immediately guessed who was coming. He was about to return to the carriage, but Huangfu Jing stopped him. No matter what, Li. Princess has helped you. Tell her what you need to say. Be a man. Huangfu Xiao lowered his eyes. Okay. Seeing Huangfu Xiao jump off the carriage and walk to the side, Li Yu quickly jumped off the imperial carriage. Because she knelt too hard in the hall, her knees were still hurting, and she was limping when she walked. The palace maid beside her wanted to help her, but she pushed him away. Seeing that Huangfu Xiao was slowing down, she ignored the pain and quickly chased him to face him, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness. Under his gaze, her lips moved slightly. In the end, she could only call him dryly, Huangfu Xiao. Seeing that the wound on her neck had not been treated yet, Huangfu Xiao's heart tightened slightly, But when his eyes fell on the guards behind the imperial carriage again, all the emotions in his eyes disappeared. She took a step back indifferently and said politely, "Princess, I was young and ignorant before, and I have offended you a lot. Thank you for saving my life. In the future, we should not have any contact with each other, so as not to damage your reputation." Wang Fuxiao. Li Yu called him again. This time, her voice was a little hoarse. Wang Fuxiao ignored her, walked around her, and jumped back into the carriage without hesitation. Li Yu tightly grasped the wooden rabbit in her hand, watching the carriage of General Huang Fu's mansion gradually drive away, and her vision gradually blurred. Wang Fuxiao. A few drops of warm water fell on the wooden rabbit, and were absorbed by the warm wood, leaving only a faint trace of water. In the carriage, Huang Fujing gently put his shoulder next to Huang Fuxiao. At first, Huang Fuxiao could still endure it, but later he leaned on Huang Fujing's shoulder and cried like a fool. Reaching out and touching Huang Fuxiao's hair, Huang Fujing sighed, and a few calculations flashed in his bright and beautiful eyes. Nanchu Palace. Not long after Huang Fujing and his group left, the eunuch brought a man in white into the palace. "I am Gong Sunming. I greet the king. Long live the king." Hearing his accent, Nandong Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of inquiry. "Are you from Da Huang?" To answer the king, "My grandfather is from Da Huang. However, I have traveled for many years, and often stayed in the 5 countries of the Central Plains. It is reasonable to say that I am from Da Huang." Hearing this, Nandong Yao nodded slightly, and did not bother about his identity anymore. "I heard that you revealed the imperial edict this morning. Can you really remove the poison in the heads of the nobles in the palace?" If you want to reply to the king, yes. Gong Sunming's answer was still calm and composed. This calmness alone was enough to make Nandong Yao look up to this wandering doctor. Will there be other dangers in the process of detoxification? After a moment of silence, Gong Sunming told Nandong Yao the consequences of removing the poison from the skull. There is no danger, but because the imperial edict said that the poison has existed for nearly 10 years, once the poison is removed, the memory of the person who detoxified these years may also disappear with the removal of the poison. Will the memory fade away? Does that mean that Xiaoyuer can forget the kindness of Huang Fujing and his son to her, and even forget the suffering she has endured for nearly 10 years? As soon as the thought came out, Nandong Yao's 5 fingers on the armrest of the dragon chair curled slightly. He said slowly, "Okay, if you can detoxify the nobles in the palace, I will reward you generously." "I don't need a reward." Hearing Nandong Yao's words, Gong Sunming's eyes flashed a little brightly. "I just need the king to help me find someone in the territory of Nanchu." "I agree." "Thank you, king." Chapter 553. Biling. Lantern Festival. The cold weather with light rain could not stop the enthusiasm of the people to celebrate the festival. The streets were crowded with people holding umbrellas to watch the lanterns. Jin Yu held Mochi, and Mochi held Moyud. The 3 of them held 2 umbrellas, and went out like a family of 3. Not far behind them, Chun Cho and Chiosi followed in the crowd, holding 1 umbrella, and Chun Cho smiled at Chiosi with ill intentions. "Do you really have no feelings for Mr. Qin?" These days, Chun Cho has seen Qin pay his perseverance. Even during Yuanshao, he did not forget to invite Chiosi to enjoy the lanterns. If it weren't for the fact that the governor of Qinzhou had something to do, and sent someone to call him away, it might be Master Qin who would be sharing an umbrella with Chiosi. After returning to Biling for more than half a month of careful recuperation, Chiosi's injuries have finally healed completely. Except for being a little thinner and looking a little paler, everything is fine. Facing Chuncho's daily questioning, Chiosi has become immune. But she still patiently explained, "As a secret guard, you are always ready to die for your master. You are not qualified to talk about love affairs. Why ruin someone's life? But if you tell the king, the master..." Guessing what Chuncho wanted to say, Chiosi interrupted calmly, "Chuncho, the situation between him and me is different from yours and Chushan. You and Chushan know each other well, and are together, with the psychological preparation that the other party may die for the master at any time, but..." Before she finished, Chiosi interrupted impatiently, "But if you don't tell him clearly, how can he know what you are worried about? He came to you these days, and although you avoided him, you didn't say anything to hurt him or draw a line with him. In fact, you were also moved and hesitant, weren't you?" Chiosi lowered her eyelids, tacitly agreeing with Chuncho's statement. Seeing Chiosi's expression wavering, Chuncho continued to persuade, "Wang, the master told us before that if one day we meet someone we think we can entrust our lives to, as long as we are willing, she can let us make the decision ourselves. Now that you are also moved, why can't you fight for yourself?" "Yes, why not fight for it? But should we fight for it, If Chuncho gets married, many things will be less convenient. The princess will have one less helper. What if she gets married too? I think about it, Chiosi said softly. In her heart, the princess is more important. At least, that's the case for now. After such a detailed chat, the two fell behind Jinyu by a long way. The drizzle stopped, and they simply put away their umbrellas. The crowd was moving. They finally caught up with Jinyu and the others, and were about to greet them. Unexpectedly, the uninvited guest was faster than them. A middle-aged woman with gorgeous clothes, medium-quality fabrics, a plump figure, cheap hairpins, and heavy makeup on her face wanted to bump into Jinyu directly, but Moyu quickly pulled her away. After missing the target, she turned around and saw Moyu standing with Jinyu and holding a child, and immediately smiled maliciously. "Oh, Sister Jinyu, it's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person." When Jinyu saw the middle-aged woman, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled stiffly. Yes. Yes. The person who came was none other than Chinreni's sister, Qin Yulan. At that time, Jinyu Jinhua was still succumbing to Chinreni's tyranny. After being divorced by her husband's family because of her laziness and jealousy, Qin Yulan naturally joined the ranks of exploiting Jinyu Jinhua. While under the banner of getting married, she kept squandering the property that the two had worked hard to accumulate. Since she divorced Chinreni, Qin Yulan's attitude towards the two sisters suddenly changed from contempt to hatred. She hated them for being so heartless that they had the heart to let their whole family go back to the dilapidated old Qin family house. Although there were fields and land in the old house, they had not been cultivated for many years. Not to mention that the good places had long been occupied by others. They had long forgotten how to cultivate the land. After Jinhua died, Chinreni brought people to the house to ask for the house back but failed, and was secretly sold by Xiangjila, which was undoubtedly worse for the Qin family. At that time, they needed money to live, but they didn't dare to provoke Xiangjila, who was staying in the Jin mansion. Qin Yulan, who was lazy and only knew how to dress up, was naturally pushed out by the Qin family, who only knew how to live off the family's wealth to become a secret prostitute. Nearly half a year of inhuman torture not only did not smooth out Qin Yulan's edges, but deepened her hatred for the sisters Jin Yu and Jin Hua. Especially after hearing that Jin Yu was still doing well, and a big boss seemed to be interested in her, her hatred for Jin Yu deepened a bit. Jin Yu had heard about what happened to her in nailing from Chinreni. Although they were all dirty shoes. But in her heart, she sacrificed for the food of the Qin family. She was cleaner than most prostitutes, but Jin Yu was different. She was raped by thieves. This dirty shoe not only did not die to pay for her crime, but also lived a prosperous life, hooking up with a fat man, which was simply a disgrace to her Qin family. Seeing that Jin Yu didn't want to get involved with her, Qin Yulan's arrogance instantly rose a little. She said in a sharp voice, "It's only been less than a year, and Sister Jinyu's child is so big?" Hearing Qin Yulan talking about the child, Jinyu suddenly became alert and pushed Moyud and his daughter out of the crowd. "This is not my child." "Oh," Qin Yulan said with a look of enlightenment, "I said, you were a hen that didn't lay eggs at that time, and you slept with so many men. You didn't give birth to a child, how come?" Speaking of this, she even covered her mouth in a pretentious manner. "I'm sorry, Sister Jinyu. I told you all about your past. I hope the person holding the child with you doesn't mind." Qin Yulan's words were like a loud slap in Jinyu's face, which immediately brought Jinyu back to reality. Feeling that all her unbearableness was exposed in front of Moyud, she blushed on the spot. Chapter 554. At this time, the frolicking in the crowd had already stopped, and everyone was listening attentively to the conversation between the two. "If you mind, do you want to take back what you said?" A cool female voice choked mercilessly. "Your mouth stinks so much. Did you eat manure and garlic before going out today?" As soon as they heard the voice of the person coming, they knew that he was not easy to deal with, and everyone made way for him. Chuncho and Chiosi walked out of the crowd, and in unison, they protected Jinyu behind them, and looked at Qin Yulan coldly. "What? You're not talking anymore." Chuncho raised her eyebrows. After all, she was a secret guard, and a murderous look was enough to make Qin Yulan timid. However, since she had started, if she backed out, wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot? Moreover, there were people watching around. Could they do anything else to her? With this confidence, Qin Yulan's voice became a little louder. "Why, she did those dirty things that were not allowed to be mentioned by others. Everyone in Bailing knows that Jinyu is a slut who can be fucked by anyone." Before she finished speaking, a loud slap fell mercilessly on Qin Yulan's face, and her face was covered with powder, and rubbed Chuincho's hand. She rubbed the rough powder on her hands, and said tsk tsk twice. "I can't even smear as thick as you. And you are still so shameless here? Under the inertia of the force, Chen Yulan turned twice in a row, and half of her broken teeth came out of her mouth. She immediately widened her eyes in horror. You dare to hit someone in public? Chucho sneered. You dare to spread rumors in public. Why don't I dare to hit you? If you have the guts, go to the authorities and see who is right. You. Chen Yulan pointed at Chuncho and the others with a shaking hand, and was about to speak again. Chuncho took a step forward, and she was so scared that she ran out of the crowd. The people who were watching the excitement just now were disappointed. It turned out to be a rumor. I thought it was true. It seems not to be a rumor. Last year, it was circulated in Nanling and Bailing that this boss Jean slept with many men. Yes, I have heard of it. It is said that things gradually faded away because she hooked up with a military officer. Seeing the whispers in the crowd getting louder and louder, Chuncho's cold eyes swept over the people who were talking. Before he could speak, all the people who were joining in the fun dispersed. Outside the crowd, Jean Yu smiled apologetically at Mo Yud and was about to hold Mo Chi's hand, but was blocked by Mo Yud without a trace. It's getting late. I take Xiao Qi back first. A sense of loss inexplicably arose in his heart, and Jean Yu took back the hand that fell in the air in a sullen manner. All right. When they returned to the Jean mansion, Xianyan and Dongren were about to go out to do some work. Seeing Jean Yu, who was listless, they all stepped forward to ask Chuncho and Chiosi. What's wrong? Don't mention it. We met an uninvited guest, so we should have parted unhappily. Chuncho waved his hand, obviously not wanting to say more in front of Jean Yu. They all came from the same secret guard camp, so they still had this tacit understanding. After Chuncho's voice fell, they all shut up. Knowing that they were worried about her, Jean Yu tried to suppress the pain in her heart and spread her hands indifferently to them. It's okay. I don't have any expectations for men. If it weren't for Xiao Qi, I would never go out with that man. Really, I'm not sad at all. Not sad? The few people looked at each other again. Jean Yu obviously didn't want to deal with these topics. Okay, you've been shopping all night, and you're tired. Rest early. After the Lantern Festival, you be busy again. Several people exchanged glances briefly and agreed. After Jean Yu left in a panic, several people gathered together. Chuncho said, and Jean said she is not sad. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Chiosi said. Xianyan shook his head, although I don't know the whole story, but she looks like she has written it on her face. I don't believe it either. Dongren nodded. My idea is the same as yours. How about doing something to make her happy? Xianyan suggested. Dongren nodded. I agree. The woman today bumped into me when she was chased and beaten by the Black Building 2 days ago. She is a secret prostitute. I know where the Black Building is. As soon as the cold voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Chiosi. Chuncho even went forward and hugged her arm. Chiosi, you are so mean. I just like you too much. Sichuan, the red paper all over the ground had long faded its original bright color under the cover of snowflakes. The weather was still very cold. The wind and snow stopped for a while, and from time to time, a few people carrying baskets passed by on the street. On the corridor of the inn, the Daily Cat and Mouse was staged. Madam, where did you hide? Xiang Jila huddled behind a wall and held her forehead. These days, she didn't know how many times she had held her forehead. Madam, you are here, come here and let your husband hug you. The familiar voice came from the side. Xiang Jila felt a chill on her back, and she was about to run, but she didn't expect that the person who wanted to find her was faster than her. Since you're here, why are you running away? Holding in the arms of the man in front of her like a rag doll, Xiang Jila's face was full of tears. That? Junyo. How long are you going to make trouble? Before Xiang Jila finished speaking, Yin Junyo immediately frowned. What Junyo? You should call me husband. Yes, husband. Xiang Jila responded timidly, fearing that it would irritate him. What's the matter, my wife? Yin Junyo smiled at her again. Nothing. Xiang Jila forced a smile. I just feel that you, husband, are lazy now. Chu Shan was almost exhausted. Will it? Yin Junyo touched his chin, as if considering whether what Xiang Jila said was reasonable or not. Xiang Jila had already gotten used to his deeply thinking look in the past half-month. As she expected, after deeply thinking for a while, Yin Junyo nodded seriously. But I feel that it is more important to accompany my wife. Let Chu Shan do other things. Seeing that Yin Junyo had become unemployed since she woke up, and Chu Shan looked at her eagerly every day, Xiang Jila felt a sense of powerlessness rising in her heart. Gongging number 3 said he couldn't be provoked, so what should she do to make Jun Nu return to normal? The initial plan was to return to Beijing around the Lantern Festival. Now it is the 20th day of the first lunar month, but June Nuo has no signs of returning to normal. If it is delayed any further, I am afraid that even the arrangements in Kyoto and other places will be disrupted. Ah, my wife, do you know my shortcomings? My shortcomings are shortcomings in you. Here we go again. After listening to these greasy love words these days, Xiangjila felt that his ears were about to be calloused. Chapter 555. Hey, my lady, do you smell anything? A new sentence suddenly popped up, and Xiangjila's thoughts were instinctively led by him. Smell? What smell? Is there a smell on her body? It shouldn't be. Even if the weather is freezing cold, she will change clothes every day. Xiangjila sniffed hard. No. No. Yin Junyo frowned, moved closer to her side, and sniffed hard. If not, why do you always have a sweet smell on your body? You are trying to seduce me to have a kiss with you. Greasy, but still the same. Xiangjila could no longer bear it, and established communication with Gongjing number 3. Tell me honestly, did you secretly show Junyo the collection of love words? Gongjing number 3 nestled in Changju's arms, trembling under Changju's love touch. It seems that the master himself has peeked at it. It's a very troublesome thing to like you, but I just like to make trouble. I found that I liked you very much yesterday, and I like you very much today, and I feel that I will like you tomorrow as well. Madam, tell me, you like me too, and you like to cause trouble. Xiangjila swallowed hard. Do you think June Nuo will remember these things when he wakes up? Probably. Probably, maybe not. Gongjing number 3 was not sure either. Madam. The person in front of him was not willing to give in, so Xiangjila straightened his back and followed suit. Xingyue, I like June Nuo the most. If liking June Nuo is a troublesome thing, then I also like to cause trouble. Is there really no other way now? Xiangjila asked Gongjing number 3 without giving up. Gongjing number 3 sighed. I also want to have other ways. Who made Changju's detoxification method so simple and crude? These days, the master is really destroyed the image that has stood in its heart for hundreds of thousands of years. But, little ghost cultivator, the master is now like this. In fact, you are also partly responsible. Speaking of responsibility, Xiangjila's eyes quickly dimmed. Indeed? I didn't mean what you understood. Knowing that Xiangjila had misunderstood, Gongjing number 3 immediately reminded him, what I mean is, didn't you tell him in front of him before that he was always busy with official business and didn't accompany you? Also, you also told him that he didn't say sweet words to you. But at that time he was really. Before, he reread those experiences under the intervention of Changju, which was enough to see the flaws in the master's character. The master usually seems to ignore some of your words, but he probably remembers everything you say clearly. Look, the sequelae has become like this. Listening to Gongjing number 3's words, Xiangjila did not speak. To be fair, if she had experienced that bloody, dark and hideous past, she would have gone crazy long ago, and it would be impossible for her to be as calm and composed as June Nuo. Now that the master has become like this, it is actually a different kind of self-protection for the master. You are too important to him, so important that he cannot lose you. So deep in his heart he is actually full of inferiority and fear, fearing that one day you will not want him. He infinitely magnified the darkness of the past, and also infinitely magnified your perfection in his heart, because he is very bad, and you are the best in his eyes. He feels that the dark self is not worthy of the beautiful you, so. After a pause, Gongjing number 3 slowly said, the other self he has manifested now, to put it bluntly, is to go against his nature and follow his heart to please you and play with you. This kind of alternative split personality has a professional name in China, called pleasing personality. Unlike the common pleasing personality, the owner only wants to please you. Now he puts you first in everything, completely ignoring whether doing such things will make himself happy. The inferiority complex deep in his heart has slowly begun to overwhelm the original him. If he is allowed to continue like this, the master may be like this forever. Forever like this? How can that be? Xiangjila blurted out. If it really continues like this, how tired June Nuo will be? He is a man of blood, he should sit high in the hall, and fight all over the world, instead of being tied down by her in the backyard. My wife, what can't you do? Seeing Xiangjila talking to herself, Yin Junyo looked at her curiously. As long as Xiangjila thought that he might always be like this in the future, her heart was broken. She grabbed his collar with both hands, begged with red eyes, June Nuo, the old you is the real you, can you change back? Yin June Nuo was slightly startled, and she smiled gently again. Madam, don't you like what you said just now? You don't even call me husband, then I change it, and change it to, just like this, holding your hand all the time, from youth to old age. What do you say? Jun Nuo. Xiangjila felt like she was about to cry. She used to blame Jun Nuo for not saying sweet words, but now Jun Nuo is stupid. These greasy sweet words gave her goosebumps. The 4 seasons in your eyes are the mountains and rivers I have seen in my life. Jun Nuo, can you say something more normal? Normal. The lady was still not satisfied. Jun Nuo raised his eyebrows slightly, slammed Xiangjila against the wall, gently lifted her chin and looked at him. In the eyes that were full of coldness in the past, there was no deep affection that was restrained in the past, and there was only love on the surface. Have you never seen the world, so you fall in love with my face? Xiangjila stared at him blankly. The face in front of him was the same face, but the expression was completely different. This is not the real him. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her cheeks from the corners of her eyes. The cold wind blew, and the tears disappeared in an instant. My wife, why are you crying? Seeing the shallow tears, Junyo reached out and touched her face helplessly. Did your husband do something wrong to make you sad? Xiangjila wanted to tell him with a smile that it was she who did the wrong thing. But she couldn't stop crying. Her throat felt like it was choked with cotton, and she couldn't say a word. She could only shake her head desperately. Xiangjila's mood obviously affected Junyo. He pulled Xiangjila's hand like crazy and hit his face fiercely, muttering to himself, "It's my fault that I made my wife sad. My wife, please hit me to calm down. Don't cry anymore, okay?" Suddenly, Xiangjila used all her strength to break free from his hand, stretched out her hand to hold his neck, and choked, "My husband, I don't like being here. Take me out for a walk, okay?" Okay, as long as my wife doesn't cry, anything is fine. Chapter 556. Since the snowstorm stopped in the morning, the sky has been gloomy in the afternoon. It is not difficult to see that there will be a heavy snowfall in the evening. Outside Sichuan City, the overlapping peaks are covered with a thick layer of snow. After a long time of calming down, Xiangjila's mood has finally returned to normal. On an official road opened up along the mountain, Junyo carefully led Xiangjila to the direction of the inn. If you like to enjoy the snow, when we return to Kyoto, I will move the palace to the suburbs of Beijing so that you can enjoy it anytime and anywhere. But if you go out like this next time, I will not allow it. Your hands will be frozen. While talking, he did not forget to pull Xiangjila's hands under his arms to warm her up. The people around him kept chattering, but Xiangjila's mood became heavier. Finally, when he wanted to hold her in his arms to keep her warm, she stopped and took away her hands from his hands. Her lowered eyelashes concealed the increasingly thick haze in her eyes. Feeling that her mood was not right, Junyo stopped immediately. My wife, why did you stop? Don't you want to go back? Jun Nuo. My wife, call me husband. Junyo corrected him tirelessly, with obvious dissatisfaction on his face. You have called me Jun Nuo many times today, and I am not happy. Xiangjila shook his hand away. I like to call you Jun Nuo, not husband. Along with her voice, the snow on the trees fell down because of her voice. Junyo's eyes flashed with helplessness, and he wanted to pull her hand back. But don't you always call me husband when you are in a good mood? Before. Xiangjila shook off his hand again. I don't want the past. I don't want my husband. I only want Junyo, the old Junyo. She doesn't want her husband. After receiving this information, Junyo was struck by lightning. Familiar scenes overlapped, and he remembered that in a dark dungeon that made his heart palpitate, he once tried desperately to keep someone. But that person kicked him away, told him to get out, and told him loudly, she doesn't want him anymore. She doesn't want him anymore. Cold scarlet slowly covered his eyes, and he returned to the abyss that he couldn't climb out of. He even gave her his life. How could she not want him? She couldn't give up on him. Her slightly curled hands slowly clenched into fists, and the veins on her fists slowly bulged. Before he could make the next move, he felt a soft touch on his face. Then a soft and cool little body crawled into his arms, pulling him back to reality. Jun Nuo husband, I know you can all listen to what I say, right? Whether it's husband or Jun Nuo, no matter what your personalities are to me, you are the same person. Xiangjila hugged his waist tightly. Of course, husband can do many things that Jun Nuo dare not do. Similarly, husband will never learn Jun Nuo's way of doing things. But it is precisely because of husband and Jun Nuo that I can have a complete Jun Nuo. Thank you for keeping the purity in the deepest part of my heart no matter when and where. Maybe in the eyes of many people, Junyo is not perfect, but to me, Junyo is the most perfect man in the world. You lied before she finished. Junyo interrupted her loudly, his eyes red. You lied. Even you are afraid of him. Even you don't want him. You are talking nonsense. You are the same person. What is the difference between you and him? It's ridiculous. Xiang Zila's voice was louder than his. If I was afraid of you, would I still sleep with you every day? If I didn't want you, would I still try my best to have a child with you? Just to use the child to tie you to my side? Yin Junyo, did you leave your brain in the inn today, and didn't bring it out? She said. She wanted to use the child to tie him? Yin Junyo's heart trembled slightly, and his throat choked. He said unwillingly, but everyone says he is cold-blooded. I just like Junyo's cold and ruthless face, and he always has a cold face to everyone. I never have to worry about you attracting bees and butterflies everywhere, which gives me a full sense of security. Bad temper. My temper is even worse. It's best if no one except Jun Nua messes with me. Also very long-winded. In my opinion, Jun Nua is not long-winded at all. Seeing that he still had the urge to continue, Xiang Jila immediately stretched out his cold, slender hand to cover his lips, raised his eyes, and looked at him. Yes, Yin Jun Nua does have many small flaws in his personality, but I am not a perfect woman. Since Jun Nua can accept everything about me, why can't I accept and tolerate everything about Jun Nua? Jun Nua, do you know why there is only your name written on a piece of paper in the gift bag I gave you in Nanling? Because your name is the shortest love letter I have ever written in my life. In this life, I have encountered bitterness. Until I met you, you let me taste all the sweetness in the world. As long as I can be with you, even if I die, I am willing. Jun Nua, I wanted to write thousands of words for you, but in the end, it became a painting, and the painting is still you. Jun Nua, in the last life, I love drinking, because wine can let me meet you in my dreams. I know you always think that it is not decent for women to drink. If you don't like it, I can stop drinking. Junyo, you are very good, really very good, so good that I feel inferior, and I am afraid that you don't want me. Junyo, listen carefully. From the beginning to the end, it is not that Yin Junyo can't live without Xiang Jila, but Xiang Jila can't live without Yin Junyo. I worked hard to come back just to reunite with you. Please don't shut yourself up anymore, okay? Junyo, the darkness and suffering in the past are all in the past. Don't hide yourself anymore. Let me really enter your life, share your joys and sorrows with you, accompany you through all the downfalls and honors, okay? At the end, Xiang Zila shouted out all the words almost at the top of his lungs. After she finished shouting, her face was wet and cold. Seeing him look dull, and without any reaction, she could no longer control the pain in her heart. She slid down his body weakly, and squatted on the ground, burying her head in her arms, and crying silently. After an unknown amount of time, her body sank, and a warm sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance blended with her breath. He draped his large banner over her. She looked up with tears in her eyes, and the man in front of her was no longer as dull as before. Instead, her eyes slowly began to change. Is it okay, Jun Nua? She looked at him with such caution, afraid that she would accidentally scare him. My ambition is very big, and I have to think about how to get you every day. My ambition is very small. As long as I get you, it is enough. Jun Nua, can you be yourself? I beg you. The gloom in the man's eyes became more and more intense, with a hint of a storm. Xiang Jila originally thought that he would hold her in his arms as before, and scold her in a clear voice as stupid woman, but this time, he did not leave a word, but flew away without hesitation. Junyo. Xiang Jila immediately stood up, and tried to catch up. But her legs were numb from squatting for so long, that she lost her balance and fell forward, landing heavily in the snow. The melted snow soaked into her clothes, and the bone-chilling cold seemed to cool her passion. She felt that all her strength was drained away the moment Yin Junyo left. When did it become a luxury for her to even hear the word stupid woman? The woman's suppressed sobs echoed in the quiet mountains. Chapter 557. Little Ghost Cultivator, you are too careless. You shouldn't provoke the master like this. If you provoke him to be more extreme, you will lose more than you gain. The voice of Gongjing number 3 rang in his mind. Hearing the word stimulation, Xiang Jila's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had indeed gone too far. She immediately struggled to get up from the snow. Little 3, help me catch up with him. This time, for some reason, Gongjing number 3 did not rush to help her, but said leisurely, although the master's personality has changed now, his martial arts and memory are still there, and he is heading towards the pavilion again, so you don't have to worry. From the current situation, it seems that the one who needs to calm down more than the master is. Oh, Stinky Stone, don't knock so hard, the shell is about to break. In the space, Gongjing number 3 repaired Xiang Jila while establishing contact with Xiang Jila's consciousness to comfort her, and did not forget to scold Chungjua. Chungjua seemed to have a special liking for its eggshells. When pulling them out, he often conjured up a small hammer and hit it a few times. Now you need to calm down more than the master, you are the one. After finally getting rid of Chungjua's claws, Gongging number 3 flew into the air and continued to persuade, actually, it's not bad for the master to become like this. At least he looks carefree. As long as the little ghost cultivator doesn't leave him, he can keep being sloppy with the little ghost cultivator. At this moment, Xiangjila has already stood up again tremblingly. Because she is afraid of cold, the fall just now almost froze her. If this is the original him, I would naturally be happy to let him continue like this, she said in a trembling voice, but I know his temper. It's okay once or twice, but he will feel uncomfortable if he always goes against his nature and does this kind of thing. At least, he used to do some things against his will because he loved her from the bottom of his heart. Now, he said those greasy love words to her like reciting a book, more like completing a task. It was not until this moment that she really understood why Jun Nuo told her after their quarrel, if the love you give me is fake, then I would rather stop loving you. Isn't the humble love with flattery also a kind of fake? Such love will change sooner or later, and it is impossible to last. She didn't want that kind of love either. But compared to the danger the master had fallen into before, and forgetting everything, the master at least still has the strength to prevent others from provoking him. Hearing this, Xiangjila was enlightened, and a light slowly ignited in his eyes. You are right, Jun Nuo's strength is still there, and there is still hope. Isn't it better to help him find his position again, than to just lose his temper like just now? So, she was indeed careless just now, irritating Jun Nuo, and making him fly away in anger. That's right, if it really makes his situation worse, it will not be worth it. However, now is not the time to be hypocritical. As she said before, there are some things that he can't do now, so she can do it. With the help of Gongging number 3, Xiangjila successfully returned to Sichuan Inn. Because she chose a companion task of kiss, hug, and lift high, she could instantly move to the vicinity of Yan Zhenyuo's position. So, when Xiangjila appeared near their room, her half-hanging heart was finally completely put down. The weather was very cold, and even though she was wearing 2 large banners, the melted snow on her body still turned into ice. Chu Shan was assigning different positions to the guards in front of the main courtyard, and seemed to be looking for someone in a hurry. Xiangzila's heart tightened. Could it be that Jun Nuo disappeared again? Did Xiao Sen send her to the wrong place this time? As soon as the thought came out, she immediately staggered and trotted to Chu Shan with stiff steps. Is there something wrong with the prince again? Her voice was trembling because of the cold. Chu Shan saw her embarrassed appearance, and his eyes lit up at first, and then his face was full of concern. Princess, are you okay? I am so worried about you. As he said this, he immediately asked someone to prepare hot ginger soup. Princess, go wash up and drink some ginger tea first, otherwise you will catch a cold and it will be bad. Princess. The prince is back, he used his qigong to come back, and he ran straight to the room, and I couldn't catch up with him. Chu Shan knew that Xiangjila was worried about Yan Zhenyuo, and he didn't dare to hide a word. Well, I was worried that the princess would get lost if she was alone, so after seeing the prince rest, I sent people out to look for you without stopping. How is the prince now? Although it was so cold that he couldn't speak clearly, Xiangjila couldn't help but want to know everything about him immediately. The prince may be tired. He fell asleep soon after returning to bed. I will always stay with the prince. Don't worry, princess. After getting Chu Shan's assurance, Xiangjila finally felt relieved. Thank you, Chu Shan. After washing and drinking hot ginger tea, Xiangjila finally recovered. He quietly walked to Yan Zhenyuo's bedside. After confirming with Gongging number 3 that he was indeed Yan Zhenyuo, and that he had really just fallen asleep, she gently tucked the corners of his quilt and returned to the door. Before Chu Shan could speak, she interrupted him seriously. Chu Shan, you have seen the current situation. I don't know when the prince will really wake up, but the deployment in Kyoto can no longer be delayed, so I must go back first to take charge of the overall situation. Chapter 558. Seeing that Chu Shan showed no sign of speaking, Xiangjila continued to speak. I know that in the world, apart from you, the people the prince trusts most are Lin Bufan and Uncle Li. When I return to Kyoto, I will immediately explain the prince's current situation to Uncle Li. I will trouble him to make some arrangements at the mansion and discuss with him the self-protection strategy of the mansion. If you return to the mansion by then, you will cooperate with Uncle Li to protect the prince. I will also keep all the Qilin guards that the prince arranged to protect me secretly for your use. If the prince wakes up, you must first stabilize his emotions, and then tell him that I am in Kyoto. If possible, It would be much safer for the prince to return to the Regent Palace in Kyoto than to stay here. However, whether to stay here or go back to Kyoto, everything should be based on the prince's ideas. Princess, you have your own arrangements. If you preside over the prince's side, you... Seeing Chu Shan's hesitation, Xiangjila shook his head. Compared to the prince's arrangements, my plan can be modified at any time because I am a leader, but the prince's arrangements are different. As long as there is a little mistake, it will involve the innocent lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the northern part of the border. Therefore, you must keep in close contact with Lin Bufan and Uncle Li. At this point, she glanced at the sky. Where is Eugene, who I asked you to release back to Kyoto now? Eugene stole our horse and escaped after the prince came back and knew that the prince was poisoned. If he hadn't been frozen to death on the way, according to the speed of our horses, he should be able to reach Kyoto within 6 days. Chu Shan reported truthfully, and did not forget to look at Xiangjila with concern. Princess, does the plan need to be changed? There are no major changes, but I have to speed up. After saying that, Xiangjila hurried back to the room and glanced at Yin Zhenyu. The prince is sleeping soundly now, and I don't know when he will wake up, so I will leave at night. In order to prevent the prince from doing something extreme, if he is stimulated, you must not tell Zhai Jioma that I promised to go to Beiki. If the prince wakes up and doesn't see me, and gets angry, you tell him that I don't want him, but I am working hard for our future, and let him wait for me at home. Remember, the prince's current emotions cannot be stimulated by anything. As long as you can follow his will without putting him in danger, you should try your best to follow his will. Thinking of Yin Zhenyuo's current situation, Chu Shan knew that any persuasion he could give would be so pale and powerless. Yes. He had no choice but to obey. Next, Xiangjila told him about Yin Zhenyuo's past eating habits, and repeatedly asked him to pay more attention to Yin Zhenyu and take good care of him. After receiving his solemn promise, Xiangjila turned around and left with satisfaction. Watching Xiangjila's neat figure leaving farther and farther away, Chu Shan felt his eyes slightly hot. He had never thought that one day, the Regent Palace would need to be supported by a 17-year-old princess. Sichuan. It was still the same Simpleton. Seeing Xiangjila dressed in men's clothes, and came to see him with his true face, Zhai Jioma said sourly, "Rare guest, you haven't been seen for these days. I thought you and Yin Zhenyu secretly returned to Kyoto." Xiangjila didn't say a word. "How many people do you have in Kyoto? Why are you asking this?" Zhai Jioma suddenly became alert. A few days ago, he helped Yin Zhenyu intercept a group of mysterious people. Although his people did not suffer heavy losses, they definitely did not get away with it. Dragons swimming in shallow water are bullied by shrimps, and tigers in the plains are bullied by dogs. It is really a grief to be in someone else's territory. You don't plan to go back to Kyoto, but you should still have people in the north and west of the city. After being entrenched in Kyoto for nearly 10 years, he can still gain the trust of Yin Beiki. It is impossible that he has not accumulated any family assets. If he doesn't have any spies left in Kyoto, she will never believe it. TSK, you little brat, I knew you were looking for me for no good. Once I have arranged my affairs in Kyoto, I will go north with you. This is the condition you promised me. I will cooperate with you to bring down your uncles. Are you serious? I was upset because of Xiangjila's interruption, but now I heard Xiangjila mention the root cause of the civil strife in northern Qi. Zhai Jioma spoke in disbelief. Is there any conspiracy here? No, it's definitely not that simple. He had sent people to ask for her opinion more than once before, but she always said it was not the right time. Now, he was about to arrange for those martial arts parasites. The martial arts master set off to Beijing, and the dead kid suddenly appeared and said that he would go to Beiki with him after the matter in Beijing was resolved, and help him solve the problem together. What big thing can happen in Beijing? Did she think Yin Zhenyu was dead? Is there anything in Beijing, or even in the whole Dahuang that Yin Zhenyu can't solve? Yin Zhenyu is really useless now. However, although Yin Zhenyu has become useless now, but his previous power is still there. She doesn't use Yin Zhenyu as many people, but must use his people. Is she going to do the same as Yin Zhenyu, letting his people rush to die? Seeing his tangled face, and constantly changing expressions, Xiangjila said coldly, "If you don't need it." Who said it's not needed? It must be very needed. Seeing that Zhai Jioma responded readily, Xiangjila spoke slowly. "I have another condition. Don't go too far." At this point, Zhai Jioma couldn't stand it anymore and jumped up. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. If you continue to be so greedy, we can't cooperate. Damn kid, do you think he is a fat sheep? If you catch him, you will pull him to death. Faced with his protest, Xiangjila didn't change his expression much, but stretched out his hand to cover the whip handle at his waist, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Give you face? The meaning is obvious. She can actually put a long whip on his neck and negotiate with him, but now she is sitting with him in a good temper to communicate. Isn't it giving him face? For Zhaijioma, the shadow of the long whip strangling his neck is absolutely permanent. So when he saw Xiangjila reaching out to cover the whip handle, he was very rational and calm. How excessive is your request? Tell me, I want to see if I can accept it. Everything he saw was blood. It was still that dim dungeon. That was his heart-wrenching cry. Yin Junyo could no longer remember how long it had been since he had seen the scene before his mother's death. From the moment that hot blood splashed on his face, the colors of his world faded, leaving only red and gray. Every day was spent in repetitive nightmares and calculations. His nightmares did not stop until the man's skin was peeled off by his own hands. Looking back at the road he had trudged through, it was gray and red, and there was too much killing. He could no longer tell whether watching his mother die in front of him was real or a dream. He only knew that since when, the bright red color of blood, the warm flowing touch, the delicate texture of the skin, and the cold and warm bones always made him feel inexplicably excited. With a blink of an eye, everything around him was pitch black, and all the scenes disappeared. Who was he? Where exactly was this place? All around him was an endless abyss, and there was no one to answer him. Chapter 559. He curled himself up into a ball in frustration and humility. Yes, he was just a child abandoned by his mother. A tool for killing. Who he was and why he appeared, what did it matter? After all, his hands were stained with blood, and he was not worthy of touching all the beauty in the world. Lonely like this. It's good to stay here forever. Then you don't marry me, but you say you take me in. Isn't that a hooligan? A sweet and innocent girl's voice sounded in front of him, and he immediately raised his head. It was still dark around him, and the voice just now seemed to be an illusion. Remember, my name is Xiangjila. You must marry me quickly when I grow up, otherwise I will be married off in no time even though I am so beautiful. Who is he going to marry? When he was upset, the girl's voice suddenly turned into a soft and tender girl's voice. Junyo, listen carefully. From the beginning to the end, it was not that Yin Junyo could not live without Xiangjila, but that Xiangjila could not live without Yin Junyo. I worked so hard to come back just to reunite with you. Please don't shut yourself up anymore, okay? Junyo, the darkness and suffering in the past are all in the past. Please don't hide yourself anymore. Let me really enter your life, share your joys and sorrows with you, accompany you through all the downfalls and honors, okay? Can I, Junyo? With every hoarse confession and careful plea, the girl seemed to want to pull him out of the dark vortex that had been circulating. Yin Junyo stood up quickly. He didn't know when it started, but a stubborn little girl appeared in his mind. Her fox eyes were as clear and pure as if they had been washed without any impurities. Like a ray of light, she tore a hole in his dark and bloody life. From then on, his world of only red and gray regained its color. As if she had sensed something with him, the little girl in his mind appeared in front of him. He watched the little girl grow up into a girl with his own eyes. The girl's knee-length black hair changed from a girl's hairstyle to a woman's bun. She smiled and performed the wife ceremony to him. From now on, I am your wife, and will only be your wife, and will always be by your side. Soon, the girl turned into a ray of light, illuminating the entire darkness around him. At this time, he realized that those hidden in the darkness included Uncle Li, Chu Shan, Lin Bufan, Chun Shou, Chiosi, and hundreds of servants in the regent's mansion. There were also tens of thousands of personal soldiers in Kyoto, 200,000 troops in the northern frontier, and thousands of Qilin guards. It turns out that he was never alone. Along the way, he met many loyal subordinates. It turns out that he would not die alone. He met a wife who only cared about him, and whom he loved deeply. Who is he? He is Junyo. He is Yin Junyo. He is Xiangjila's husband, the invincible regent of Dahuang, Yin Junyo. He suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was an unfamiliar environment. It took Yin Junyo a while to realize that he was still in Sichuan. The bearded Chu Shan was standing by his side. When he saw him open his eyes were still confused. Thinking that he might still be stupid, and that the regent palace might need the support of the princess in the future, his eyes suddenly turned red. Prince, are you finally awake? God knows that the prince has been sleeping for 5 days. He took his pulse, and found nothing wrong. He was breathing evenly, and had no other symptoms of illness. He didn't dare to act rashly, and look for a doctor. He could only use the dumbest method to stay by his side, which almost drove him crazy. In fact, Chu Shan's eyes were red, his throat was choked, and even his nose was running while he was talking. Even when he saw Chuncho, he probably had never been so affectionate. Yin Junyo immediately frowned in disdain. Put away your sissy eyes and tears, I have a princess. Because he had been sleeping for a few days, his throat was dry, and even his voice became hoarse and low. However, this familiar yet unfamiliar tone still successfully made Chu Shan stop the half-sucked snot. He widened his eyes, and looked at the sky outside the door. The sun had just risen, and the courtyard was filled with sunlight. He turned his head, and looked at the person on the bed, who was trying to sit up. He pinched his face, and felt that it didn't hurt much, so he slapped himself twice. There was a burning pain on his face. Now, he was finally sure that he was not dreaming. The prince was really awake, and not stupid anymore. Chu Shan was overjoyed, and immediately wiped away his tears, and snot with his arm, and flew to Yin Junyo's bed. Prince, are you really okay? This scene was like experiencing some kind of life and death separation. It immediately attracted Yin Junyo's attention. Yin Junyo sat on the bed, trying to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. He was poisoned, his appearance was ruined, and even his internal energy was beginning to drain away. Stupid woman. By the way, where did the stupid woman go? After patrolling the room, he didn't see the person he was thinking about, and his face changed on the spot. Mirror, bring it over. Could it be that after his appearance was ruined, he was so ugly that the little woman was scared away? It's unlikely. So, he looked too ugly after being poisoned. So she avoided him in order not to be sad. However, his internal energy was still flowing abundantly, without any sign of loss. Your Highness, you just woke up. You should drink some water first. Get a mirror. Chu Shan didn't understand, put down the tea that had been poured, and quickly went to the makeup box to get a small bronze mirror, and handed it to him. Your Highness, what are you doing? The dim light did not affect Yin Junyo's ability to see. Seeing the familiar and intact face in the mirror, Yin Junyo's face sank. Chapter 560. After the poison was removed, Chu Shan hesitated, and the little woman disappeared. He immediately asked Chu Shan, where is the princess? After the ecstasy, Chu Shan's heart immediately skipped when facing Yin Junyo's first question. The princess told him what to do when the prince is not awake. But she didn't tell him what he should do when the prince is awake. So should he tell the truth, or should he tell the prince what the princess said before? Speak. Yin Junyo's voice rose a little. Chu Shan's instinct to shrink his neck and close his eyes returned again. The princess said that the overall situation is more important. She will go back to Kyoto to take charge of the overall situation. She also asked her subordinates to tell the prince that she is working hard for your future. You should wait for her at home. Yin Junyo, shocked. From the conversation with Zhai Jiumo, Xiang Jila heard the entanglement of contempt and fear between Zhai Jiumo's words towards Yin Junyo. He guessed that Sichuan's news may have been leaked a lot inadvertently, and Yin Junyo's situation could not be concealed for long. Therefore, after discussing all the details of the cooperation with Zhai Jiumo, and communicating the code for delivering the letter, and the contact point after she arrived in northern Qi, Xiang Jila rushed to Kyoto at full speed. She also let Gongjing No. 3 and Changjue cheat for her on the way. The normal journey was more than 20 days, and it would take half a month to travel at full speed, but she reduced it to 6 days. When rushing into Kyoto, and sneaking into the residence of Li Guanjia of the Regent Palace, Xiang Jila's legs were weak, and her pubic bones on both sides were also painful. Even if she entered the space and let Gongjing No. 3 try to help her repair, she still took nearly half an hour to recover. These days, she has figured out the uses of Gongjing No. 3 and Changjue. Gongjing No. 3 is mainly responsible for repairing and issuing those strange tasks, giving her some gadgets that are better than nothing, and Changjue is mainly responsible for speed and cover, and occasionally can briefly control people's consciousness. Hearing the noise outside, Xiang Jila guessed that it was Li Guanjia coming back, and he immediately got out of the space. After being busy for most of the day, he was about to go back to his room to take a nap, when a living person appeared out of nowhere. Before Li Guanjia could see who it was, he fiercely swung the big knife beside the bed and attacked Xiang Jila. Uncle Li, it's me. Do you still want to eat potatoes and sweet potatoes? Hearing the secret signal between them, Li Guanjia stopped his movements, and the cruelty on his face turned into surprise. Princess? Is it really the princess? You big potato, isn't it me? Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows, and pushed his hand holding the big knife aside with his index finger. The signal was confirmed, and Butler Li immediately put the big knife back into the sheath and came to Xiang Jila. The old face was smiling like a flower, and he didn't forget to move his small stool to Xiangjila's feet, and asked eagerly, "When will the princess come back? Did you have a safe journey? I have done everything you asked me to do before, and I am just waiting for the princess to come back." At this point, he slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. You have been so tired and must not have had time to rest. I will arrange for someone to prepare some snacks for you. Uncle Li, don't worry. I won't stay too long. Don't make this public." Xiangjila grabbed Butler Li, who wanted to leave. Something happened to the prince in Sichuan. "I will make it short. You must listen carefully." Seeing Xiangjila's serious face and solemn expression when he mentioned Yin Zhenyuo's affairs in Sichuan, the smile on Butler Li's face slowly faded. "Princess, please speak." After telling Butler Li about Yin Zhenyuo's current situation and his own guess, Butler Li's cloudy old eyes slowly narrowed. "A few days ago, a dragon robe appeared in the mansion. I thought it was a bribe servant, but after a careful investigation, I found that the bribe servant had already been dealt with, and the one who brought the dragon robe in was a fake. I have been very strict in checking the mansion these days, for fear that some fish would slip through the net and sneak in. Now that the prince is not here, even if the Regent Palace is as solid as an iron barrel, there will always be people who are not afraid of death and want to shake the defense of the palace. If you have the strength, it is better to make more preparations than to remedy the problem." Hearing what Li Guanjia said, Xiangjila's fox eyes also flashed with cold light. "In this case, your mail delivery route is probably being counter-detected now." Surprised at Xiangjila's meticulous mind, Li Guanjia nodded. "This old servant also thinks so. So these days, except for asking a few little rascals and secret guards to cooperate with me to hide the dragon robe in the Qing Palace on the day the dragon robe was found, I basically didn't dare to act rashly. Later, I asked the prince for instructions. The prince asked Chu Shan to deliver the letter back, and asked me to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Then I thought of letting several letter guards set off at the same time to confuse the sight of those spies." At this point, his expression became more solemn. The prince mentioned in the letter he sent back that if the emperor wanted to suppress any news, I would let this old slave play along with him. Not long ago, the people in the palace handed over the news that the emperor secretly executed the Qing prince because of the dragon robe incident. It is very likely that he did not know about the dragon robe. After executing the Qing prince, he did not immediately announce the Qing prince's crimes, as if he was waiting for a certain time to announce them together. Old ministers, like Zhong Taifu, are still pleading for Prince Qing because they don't know the details. The emperor is probably trying to get rid of those people secretly. He just needs an opportunity to get rid of them. And the prince happened to be in trouble at this critical moment. Will it be? No, the man in the palace is not that powerful. Xiangjila shook her head, and the cold light in her eyes did not diminish at all. She was not too surprised by Li Guanjia's analysis of the current situation. To be reused by Yin Zhenyuo, loyalty is enough. How can it be enough without ability? However, if Yin Beiki really had such a master, he would have long since stopped Yin Zhenyuo and the Regent Palace. In fact, when he first ascended the throne, Yin Beiki had not given up using the people and forces left by Yin Juanao to attack Yin Zhenyuo. When the two clashed head-on, Yin Beiki realized how much difference there was between him and his uncle, so he shamelessly let Yin Beimo use his beauty to use her. Yin Beiki must have known something, and then he was sure that Zhenyuo would not come back, so he didn't even need her, and even executed the brother who coveted his position. Seeing that Butler Li didn't seem to understand what he said, Xiangjila patiently explained, "There are many eyes waiting to see who in the palace does stupid things, and those people happen to bet on that person's mind. Now that Prince Qing has been secretly executed, it is only a matter of time before those ministers loyal to him are dealt with. Next, if the prince can't come back." After being reminded by Xiangjila, Li Guanjia also understood immediately. If the prince can't come back, the other 4 countries will definitely try their best to divide up our Dahuang territory. As long as one of the other 4 countries sets a precedent, the 5 countries will definitely be in frequent wars. If things go wrong, the grassland barbarians and sea robbers outside the 5 countries will come to share a piece of the pie. Unfortunately, the person in the palace can't see the essence of these things. He is stubborn and self-righteous. He only wants to take back the military and political power in the hands of the prince and rushes to die. Maybe the dragon robe incident is really related to the spies of the other countries. As long as he thought that the other party could make a dragon robe so easily and sneak into the prince's mansion, Li Guanjia's hair stood on end for no reason. Chapter 561. Xiangjila said nothing to Li Guanjia's words. The 5 countries in the Central Plains usually seem to be indifferent to each other, but now the court of Dahuang is turbulent. How could such a big piece of fat meat be left unattended? However, Yin Junyo had been in charge of most of the government affairs in the court before, and the small winds and waves were suppressed. The other countries could not find any useful information, and dared not act rashly. Now Yin Junyo intends to leave Yin Beiki alone, and he has not returned from the west for a long time. In addition, Xixia has been involved in the affairs of Sichuan. The other three countries are probably unable to hold back. During his stay in Sichuan, Xiang Jila also learned from Chu Shan that Xixia had already sent letters to other countries because of Da Huang's killing of the envoy, denouncing Da Huang for deliberately humiliating other countries by relying on its own strong national strength. Nanchu might be better with Uncle Jing, but judging from the current situation, under pressure from the other three countries, even if Uncle Jing is brave and good at fighting, the king of Nanchu will not put Nanchu at the forefront because of Da Huang, not to mention Uncle Jing and Nanchu. Thinking of this, Xiang Jila blurted out, "It's bad." If Xixia really sent a letter to Nanchu, according to Uncle Jing's protective nature, he would definitely speak for Da Huang. What if the king of Nanchu finds another reason to let Uncle Jing go west? Xiang Jila immediately turned to look at Li Guanjia. "Uncle Li, is there any news from the south?" Frightened by Xiang Jila's suddenly wide eyes, Li Guanjia swallowed his saliva. "Except for the news in Kyoto, which I handle personally, all the news from all over the place came from all directions. I just got involved with the letter guards. Even if there is news, I don't know where it is from, or what it is." Xiang Jila's heart was pounding. Seeing Xiang Jila's strange expression, Li Guanjia hurriedly asked with concern, "I need an old slave." Before Li Guanjia finished speaking, Xiang Jila calmly raised his hand to interrupt. "No need, you are too busy now, I will handle it." Then, she asked again, "I heard Chushan say that the meat in the palace was missing. Did you find the things?" Hearing Xiang Jila mention the things in the palace, Li Guanjia nodded in understanding, picked up the big knife with a scabbard beside the bed, and tremblingly pulled out a wooden box from under the bed and opened it. This was fished out of the water by someone in the palace arranged by the prince. The prince had foresight, and had people closely watching everything in the palace, so the people in the palace were able to fish out the things and hide them, and transport them out of the palace in the shortest possible time. Now the emperor is still suppressing the disappearance of the princess. According to the plan, the prince would come back to make trouble. But now that the prince is in trouble, the plan must be changed. The plan must be changed, but before changing the plan, there is one more important thing. What's the matter? Eugene, enter the palace. Something will happen in the Taifu mansion today. At the same time, in order not to be caught by Yin Junyo's men, Eugene slept in the open air during his escape. He didn't have time to shave off the beard he had grown when he was imprisoned. When he entered the palace, he was covered in dirt, and his beard and hair were tied into knots, which were difficult to untie. He looked like a wild man. The bookish air he had when he was an official had long since disappeared. After showing the token badge to the guards at the palace gate, he entered the palace unimpeded. His legs had long been numb from the cold after being bumpy for more than 10 or 20 days. In order to avoid disturbing the emperor, he hurriedly washed himself with the help of the palace servants, applied medicine to his legs, and went to see Yin Beiki in simple clothes without even having time to drink a mouthful of hot soup. "My dear you, how is it?" Yin Beiki looked at Eugene with a complicated look. Originally, he thought that he had been too angry these days, and was planning to vent his anger in the harem, but he didn't expect that just as he got into the mood, the eunuch called him back from the harem in a hurry, saying that Eugene had returned from Sichuan. Hearing about Sichuan, Yin Beiki couldn't help but think of Yin Junyo. Thinking of Yin Junyo's cold face and cold eyes, he immediately let out all his anger. Regardless of the concubine's pleas, he decisively pulled away. The nails he had planted in Yin Junyo's army were completely pulled out, and he only hoped that Eugene could bring back some useful information during the days he lost contact in Sichuan. Eugene endured the pain of his injury, knelt on his knees, and respectfully touched the ground with his forehead. "Your Majesty, the Regent Prince is still in Sichuan." "I know." Yin Beiki was a little disappointed to hear that Eugene brought back no news, but he still tried to get some other useful information from Eugene. "The Emperor's uncle has been traveling west to Sichuan since the year before. I heard that he has already married a concubine in Yaoziling, which is full of half-gu and half-human. I'm afraid he is now happy and unwilling to leave. Otherwise, why is there no news from the civil strife in Sichuan that should have been resolved years ago?" Yaoziling? Hearing this place name, Eugene, who raised his head at Yin Beiki's signal, couldn't help but frown. The half-gu and half-human on Yaoziling were all killed years ago. How could the prince marry a concubine there? But when he said the word "but," Yu Jin's tone was a little hesitant. But what? Yin Beiqi's eyes were always fixed on Eugene, trying to find out something from his expression. At the end of the year, I heard that the prince was catching assassins in a big way. Assassin? Yin Beiqi's eyelids twitched. Yin Junyo was not only not trapped in Yaoziling by a half-goo, half-human, but also able to catch an assassin with great fanfare. From the moment the news brought back by Eugene was different from the news conveyed to him by Shinmachi, Yin Beiqi began to have an ominous premonition in his heart. Is it possible that Shinmachi lied to him? Chapter 562. But soon, he rejected this idea. Before going to Sichuan, Shinmachi was seriously injured by Yin Junyo. Moreover, Shinmachi had always coveted Xiangjila. Before returning to Bailing, he did not forget to ask him to take Xiangjila away. He should be more eager to let Yin Junyo die in Sichuan than he was because of the hatred of having his wife taken away. But Eugene is the son-in-law and disciple of Master Zhong, and Master Zhong is his master who has watched him grow up since he was a child. As his thoughts turned around, Yin Beiqi immediately thought of another thing. The secret execution of Yin Beima had made Master alienated from him. Eugene had been missing before, but it was such a coincidence that he came back now. Did he really escape back after going through so much hardship? Or was he released after being bribed by Yin Junyo? Or was he kept back by Master Zhong's instruction? He didn't know. Suspicion calmed his passion, and even made him more indifferent to Eugene. The Emperor's uncle is in a high position, so he must be extremely cautious when traveling. In addition to the Emperor's uncle's arrest of the assassin, did you bring back any other news during your trip to the west? Thinking that Yin Beiqi still wanted to know the news about the legendary Shadowless Guard, Eugene kowtowed to Yin Beiqi again, with a guilty look on his face. With red eyes, he looked at Yin Beiqi with shame and anger. I am useless and failed to live up to the trust of the Emperor. Not only did I fail to find the organization, but not long after the civil strife in Sichuan, I fell into the hands of the Regent Prince and was imprisoned. It was not until the prince was poisoned in Sichuan that I was able to steal a horse and escape. Compared to Eugene's emotional fluctuations, Yin Beiqi's expression was calm and almost cold-blooded. Oh, that's what happened. Yin Junyo was poisoned. If he was so easy to be poisoned, would it be so difficult to get rid of him? Stealing horses in the chaos. If someone else made such a mistake, it would be fine. Yin Junyo had seized the military and political power from the back of a horse. Would his people make such a low-level mistake? Dusk fell, and the spring chill was chilly. The Taifu mansion seemed particularly quiet today. Zhong Qiang learned that Eugene went straight to the palace after entering the capital at Seashore, and had not left the palace yet. He had guessed it in his heart. During the day, he asked his confidants to pack up some gold and silver, and quietly left the capital with 2 legitimate sons, who were about to come of age, but had not yet married. Preserving the roots of the Zhong family was his best effort, and the rest could only leave it to fate. At this moment, he may not see any hope, or perhaps he has guessed his fate. The brilliance in his eyes is no longer sharp, but cloudy like an ordinary 60-year-old man. Sitting below him, there are 2 elegant and handsome young scholars. One of them looks older, about 20 years old, and is the newly promoted Hanlin Academy editor Bianji. The other looks only about 15 or 16 years old, and is the tribute student Guiziang. Have you remembered what the teacher said? The 2 looked at each other and nodded. Students remember. After getting the assurances from the 2, Zhong Qiang finally felt relieved. He nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. The dripping sound of the water clock in the front hall was clearly audible, and time quietly passed in the sound of drops of falling water. After sitting quietly for a while, Zhong Qiang raised his hand and sent the 2 back. Guiziang wanted to step forward and speak, but was stopped by Bianji. Seeing Bianji shaking his head calmly, Guiziang could only swallow the words on his lips. Students, take your leave. The 2 of them bowed to Zhong Qiang at the same time. Zhong Qiang slowly opened his eyes, looked at the 2 students who still had some hope, and nodded slightly. Go through the back door. The front is probably not safe. Yes. As if to confirm Zhong Qiang's thoughts, not long after the 2 left, the middle door of the Taifu mansion opened wide, and 2 rows of sword-wielding imperial guards holding torches walked in neatly. Several eunuchs stepped into the gate of the Taifu mansion with a proud look, and the moment they saw Zhong Qiang, they put away all their arrogance and walked forward with a smile and bow. The leading eunuch swept his whisk and said to Zhong Qiang with a smile, Master Zhong, the Emperor invites you. Zhong Qiang glanced at the neatly arranged guards. Did the Emperor say why he mobilized so many troops? The eunuch smiled smoothly and answered flawlessly, the Emperor has his own intentions in his arrangements. I dare not speculate on his intentions. Zhong Qiang stood up and stretched out his hand to straighten the wrinkles on his body. There was no fear on his face. He straightened his spine, as if he wanted to retain the remaining pride of a scholar. Since Yan Zhenyo became regent, he has been fighting with Yan Zhenyo under Yan Juanel. After Yan Baqi ascended the throne, he assisted Yan Baqi in suppressing Yan Zhenyo. Unexpectedly, he did not die at the hands of Yan Zhenyo in the end. It must be fate. The favor of knowing someone 40 years ago has now come to a perfect end. Zhong Qiang had expected that the Taifu mansion would be surrounded by the imperial guards holding torches. He looked up at the silent and dark sky, hid the turbid tears in his eyes, and boarded the carriage to the palace without any hesitation. After the carriage left, the imperial guards filed in, and the Taifu mansion was in chaos. Not letting him see the people in his mansion being arrested with his own eyes might be Yan Baqi's last mercy and face for him. There was a lot of commotion around the Taifu mansion, and some people who had already rested poked their heads out from the streets and alleys to watch. The braver ones stood far away and watched the people in the Taifu mansion being pulled out one by one in shackles, like a string of gourds. Hey, what did this Taifu commit? Even the mansion was raided. That is to say, it is indeed strange. You have to know that this tutor is the emperor's master. Master, once a teacher, always a father. Well, who knows? Our common people's tricks are useless to the emperor. Besides, isn't it the same to do things in front of the emperor? If you speak to the emperor's ears, and the emperor is in a good mood, promotion is a small matter. If one day you are blind and the emperor is in a bad mood, and what you said makes him irritated, it is normal for him to directly exterminate your entire clan. The Grand Tutor Zhong who was executed at Kaishika last year was the emperor's uncle. Didn't the whole family of more than 100 people in the whole palace also have to be executed? Isn't this normal? In national affairs, if you sell out your country for glory, even your own father will not show mercy. I didn't expect that the royal family is so dangerous. Hearing that one of them was still afraid, the other comforted him. What's the saying? Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Yes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The higher the official position, the more dangerous it is. We should just watch and not be officials. Officials will be beheaded, and their property will be confiscated at any time. What's the point of being an official? But isn't the Regent Prince more powerful than everyone else? And the Regent Prince seems to have more power than the Emperor. So why doesn't the Emperor do anything to the Prince when he's in a bad mood? Well, you also said that the Prince's power is greater than the Emperor's. So how can the Emperor touch the Prince? And, regardless of their status, the Prince is still the Emperor's uncle. Have you ever seen a nephew dare to beat his uncle? Yes. Isn't that idiot at the end of the alley beating his paralyzed uncle, who can't get out of bed, and can only eat in bed every day? Yes, Herr Lizie's house is still occupied by his uncle. As everyone was talking excitedly, a weak voice sounded. But if the uncle is fierce and cruel enough, and the nephew can't beat him, will he still fight? For a moment, the crowd was silent. It seems to be the case. After all, when the young Regent Prince led his troops into the capital, many people saw with their own eyes that a group of heavy cavalry and armored soldiers beat the guards of the capital without any resistance. So, the emperor killed his own uncle's family, moved his master, and moved all those who made him unhappy, but only let the regent uncle go. The biggest reason is not that he didn't dare, nor how much he respected his uncle, but he can't beat him. Chapter 563. Perhaps the chat in the crowd was too arrogant. Not long after the group started talking about the regent prince, the guards on the side came to arrest them with knives. Bianji and Guoziong quietly retreated from the crowd. In the dark alley, Guoziong couldn't help but wipe away his tears with the sleeves of his cotton robe. The teacher must have known that there would be such a disaster, so Bianji handed him a handkerchief. The teacher has many students. Why did he only find the two of us? Have you calmed down and thought about the reason? After all, he is still too young, and he lost his composure at such a small storm. Guoziong wiped the tears and snot from his face with a handkerchief. Now that the Taifu mansion has become like this, how can I remain calm? Thinking of when he first came to Kyoto, he had no relatives or friends, and accidentally bumped into Taifu Zhong's carriage. Not only was he not blamed, but he was also arranged to live. Guoziong felt even more bitter. Master Bian, I feel sorry for you. He also heard a lot of gossip in the Imperial College about the Emperor's suppression of the old ministers in the court these days. That person is just being stubborn and self-willed as he pleases. He is not worthy of the teacher's advice. Bianji looked up at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky like a dark eyebrow, and sighed. Guoziong didn't know. As a Hanlon editor in the court, even if he stood at the end of the court, he could more or less sense the undercurrents in the court. Even though he had just taken office, he could feel the tension of the situation. It was not like this when the emperor first ascended the throne, and it was not like this when the regent was in the court. Many things don't matter whether they are worth it or not, whether they are worthy or not, but I just want to have a clear conscience, he said softly. It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not, whether it's worthy or not, just want a clear conscience. A deep and magnetic male voice sounded at the other end of the dark alley. Both of them looked at the source of the voice. In the dim night, a thin boy with an ordinary appearance, who didn't look very tall or very short, slowly walked out of the shadows. The boy's low voice was completely inconsistent with his appearance, just like a child at home stealing adults' clothes and running around the street, which was indescribably awkward. Who are you? Bianji and Guoziang looked at each other tacitly, and both of them slowly retreated and tried to escape. Seeing their intention, the man did not rush to intercept them, but curled his lips and whispered a name. Mu Junyan. Ming Mansion. The raid on the Taifu Mansion caused quite a stir. Almost all the old officials in Kyoto were in danger. Ming Zhong stood in front of the window, his turbid old eyes looking at the dark clouds in the sky that covered the moon. He murmured, "The sky is going to change." Then he sighed, closed the window of the study, and returned to the desk. On the desk was a broken and yellowed ancient book, with the words "Wishu" clearly visible. The title page of the book was still a little damp, and it was obvious that the book was also found in a corner. When Ming Zhong turned the pages, he was very careful, for fear that he would use too much force and break the pages. Wishu, what confusion can it solve? There was a slight noise on the roof. Ming Zhong seemed not to hear it. It was not until the candlelight in the room flickered that he reacted. He looked up and saw a young man with ordinary appearance and bright eyes standing in front of him. There was a dark leather whip wrapped around his waist. Lord Ming. To Ming Zhong's surprise, the young man's voice was particularly low and magnetic. He immediately closed the incomplete book, and his sharp eyes became sharp. Who are you? Ming Zhong always liked quietness, and although he was a censor who had experienced 3 dynasties, he always remained neutral. Compared with many big figures in Kyoto who stood on the side, his position was important, but he had little real power. Basically, it could be said that he was a chicken rib. To put it bluntly, if Yin Beiki and Yin Junyo give him face, he is face, but if Yin Beiki and Yin Junyo don't take him seriously, he is nothing. So no one would be willing to take the trouble to assassinate him, which is a thankless task. Therefore, there are not many servants and guards in the Ming Mansion, which has facilitated Ming Zhong's actions over the years. Similarly, if he really encounters any danger, he can only outsmart it but not fight it. My name is Mu, and I want to ask you for a small favor. Last name Mu. Help? Ming Zhong tried to scan all the memories in his mind, but found that there was no one who matched his name, and he couldn't help but frown. My ability is limited, I'm afraid I can't help you. As if he had expected Ming Zhong to refuse, the young man smiled harmlessly at him. Sir, is the secret passage behind the wall leading to the palace blocked? Do you still want the Chiju study? Hearing this, Ming Zhong's heart immediately went on the alert. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will naturally not say anything. Ming Zhong narrowed his eyes slowly. You want to threaten me? The young man laughed dumbly. Sir, you really misunderstood me. If I want to threaten you, wouldn't it be more direct to kidnap you? In fact, she could have strangled Ming Zhong like she did with Jai Jioma and negotiate with him, but Ming Zhong was already old. If she really put the long whip around his neck, it would be a loss if she accidentally strangled him to death. Chapter 564. Seeing the boy's sincere attitude, and recalling what he had just seen in the incomplete copy, Ming Zhong hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, My ability is limited. Without letting Ming Zhong finish his long-winded humble words, the boy walked in front of Ming Zhong with his hands behind his back, and smiled softly, I don't need your great ability, I just need you. At this point, he lowered his upper body to almost look at Ming Zhong at eye level, and lowered his voice a few points. Convince Master Zhong. The boy's eyes were as cold as ice, and as sharp as a knife. There was a faint smell of blood on his body. It was obvious that he had just killed someone before coming to him. A cold sweat fell from Ming Zhong's forehead. At the moment when he looked at the boy, Ming Zhong inexplicably thought of a certain evil god in the court who was suppressing the rebellion in Sichuan. Until he heard his words, do your best, the boy left with satisfaction. The study returned to silence. Ming Zhong murmured, the boy just now, the villain's behavior was upright. I just don't know who that person is, and what's the point of persuading Master Zhong? The yellowed book turned without wind, and he didn't stop until he saw the page full of scribbled words. The woman is locked in the deep palace, and her words make her sad and uneasy. Meng Zhong frowned and looked at the 2 lines of words connected from beginning to end. Suddenly, his pupil shrank suddenly, and he took a breath. Is it him? Sichuan. Another group of assassins was dealt with. Yin Zhenhua wiped the blood off the Byron and wrapped it back around his waist as if nothing had happened. Your Highness, this is the 6th batch. This time, they are the water ghosts from northern Qi. Water ghosts hidden in the snow? Yin Zhenhua ordered calmly, take off their clothes. Knowing Yin Zhenhua's intention, Chu Shan shouted happily, and called the Qilin guards, who were cleaning up the mess, take off their clothes. That scene was just like a pervert entering a brothel. Yin Zhenhua looked at Chu Shan with disgust on his face, but he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Soon, his thin lips tightened again. These days after returning to Beijing, he always couldn't help but think of the days when he was poisoned and unconscious. He didn't know if the little woman had encountered such an assassination. That stupid woman who could fall into his arms after walking a few steps, and whose qigong was not good, would cry and say her legs were weak when she saw blood. His eyes accidentally fell on the Qilin guards, who were clearing the scene with Chu Shan. He didn't pay attention to them before, but today, he immediately found something wrong. The number was wrong, at least more than 20 people. His expression changed slightly, and Chu Shan just came back to report to Yin Zhenhua with the clothes he had taken off the water ghost. Your Majesty, these close-fitting clothes are all made of very thin rubber. At this point, he couldn't let go of the clothes in his hand and pulled them a few times. I didn't expect that the things used to make the hem of the shaft could be made into such exquisite clothes. I just put my hand into the clothes and found that this clothes can not only prevent water from seeping into the body, but also keep out the cold. Keep out the cold? Yin Zhenhua took the clothes that Chu Shan handed over and stretched out his hand to pull them. It was indeed thin and delicate. But it is easy to be airtight if it is kept close to the skin for a long time, and rubber is flammable when it comes into contact with fire. His eyes darkened, and Yin Zhenhua handed the clothes back to Chu Shan, put all the clothes back first, and then go to a few clothing stores to see if this type of clothes can be replaced with other fabrics. Yes. Seeing that the Qilin guard had already returned to their positions, Yin Zhenhua asked Chu Shan nonchalantly, there have been so many troubles these days, has the princess been scared and cried? According to the temperament of a stupid woman, she should cry while repelling the enemy. Was the princess scared to tears? Chu Shan looked at Yin Zhenhua with a strange look. No. It was good enough that those people were not scared to tears by the princess. During the days when the prince was abnormal, the princess was like a different person. If she didn't take action, it would be fine. But once she took action, she would whip everyone without mercy, and her red clothes would not be stained with dust. Some people who wanted to get close to the prince openly or secretly were so scared that they took a detour when they saw the prince from a distance. As soon as the princess left, those blind people all thought that Chu Shan was also easy to bully, and flew over to the prince like flies that could not be driven away. Isn't this rushing to fill the gap in the prince's teeth? Seeing Chu Shan answering questions one by one, like a wooden stick, Yin Zhenhua patiently asked. The number of Qilin guards is wrong. How many Qilin guards did the princess take with her when she left? None. What? Yin Zhenhua thought he had heard wrongly. Thinking of Xiangjila's explanation, Chu Shan looked hesitant. The princess said that you, the prince, can't protect yourself, so she left all the Qilin guards to protect you. Yin Zhenhua, shock. Although he was poisoned at that time, he shouldn't be so useless, right? Still can't protect yourself? The most important thing is that the stupid woman actually used this as an excuse to ignore her own safety and kept all the guards. This is outrageous, she. At this time, Yin Zhenhua completely stopped thinking about stopping to reorganize, and immediately jumped on the horse. Let's go! As his voice fell, there were also snowflakes flying under the horse's hooves. Biling. It was already mid-February when Chun Chou and his friends received the news from Xian San. Gather all the escort agents of the escort agency, and the people in the martial arts world who have the Qingwan order, and they will go south around June. Xian Yan and Dongren also gathered around the letter. Princess, what is this? Dongren did not say the rest. They both understood each other tacitly. Chun Chou finally looked at the contents of the letter and said, Princess, in the letter, we should make our own arrangements according to the actual situation. So, Xiao Si is currently in Shizhou to deal with the intelligence network. I am also preparing to leave for Yizhou and Tongzhou. Xian Yan has always been good at dealing with people, and is mainly responsible for the affairs of Qingwan Escort Agency. You will be in charge of gathering people from the martial arts world. As for Dongren, you will stay here to accompany Aunt Jean and deal with the affairs in Bailing. What do you think of this arrangement? No problem. The two nodded in unison. Everything was arranged properly, and the few people were about to split up. Jean Yu rushed into the room. Did Nanan send a letter? Chun Cho nodded and picked out some content that Jean Yu could know. The master asked me to tell you that she is busy these days and cannot go south in the short term. Please take good care of yourself, Aunt Jean. It has been nearly 4 months since Xiangjila left for Anqing in August. There were only a few letters, but Jean Yu knew that Xiangjila must be busy. Even so, she couldn't help but scold. Silly child, does she think Auntie is still a child? She must take good care of herself. Does she look like someone who can't take care of herself? Chun Cho smiled and walked forward to take her arm. Otherwise, how did Auntie Jean think the term old naughty boy came from? Old naughty boy? Jean Yu reached out and poked Chun Cho's forehead and laughed and scolded. Why, do you dislike Auntie's old age? No. Chun Cho said with a smile. Xiao Yan and I are going out tomorrow. Xiaoren will accompany you. If you encounter any trouble, you can ask Xiaoren to solve it. After Chun Cho said this, Jean Yu immediately guessed that they were still worried about her, and worried that she would be upset. As long as she thought about not seeing Xiaoqi since the Lantern Festival, and even Imoyud, her smile stiffened for no reason. Don't worry, Annie, I'm so old now, I know everything. You still have business dealings with Imoyud. Don't act on impulse and mess up the business that comes to you. It's just a child. Her father doesn't allow them to meet. As a woman, is she really going to rush to see her daughter? After all, she should live the same way as before. At most, if she still misses Xiuqi in a few days, she can go to the welfare home to adopt a child that suits her. Several people saw through Jean Yu's stubbornness, and finally Xiao Yan immediately changed the subject. Chun Yulan is now working as a prostitute in the Black Building. A few days ago, several of us gave money to the boss of the Black Building to take good care of her. If she is willing, she probably earns so much money that she doesn't even have time to sleep, let alone go out. Chapter 565. Jean Yu understood that they were letting Chun Yulan make money in the name of making money, but in fact, they were just venting their anger for her. But, don't let anyone get killed. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for Nan Nan. Auntie Jean, don't worry, Chun Cho immediately comforted her. We know how to distinguish the important from the unimportant. At most, it would just let her take care of herself in advance. In addition, on the night they went to the Black Building, they had a special chat with the Chen family and said something harsh. If they couldn't control their own people, who would be the next Chun Yulan who didn't have time to go home? Let's not talk about this spoiler. Jean Yu patted Chun Cho's hand. In short, remember one thing, businessmen. Businessmen should put profit first. Chun Cho naturally accepted Jean Yu's words, nodded heavily, and held Jean Yu's hand. And Jean, don't worry, I still understand this kind of truth. Anyway, if he really cares about these things, it's better to recognize it now than to break up, because you really have feelings for each other in the future. Seeing Chun Cho saying care and break up to pull things back, Jean Yu raised her hand and pretended to hit Chun Cho. You are talking nonsense again. Chun Cho smiled and ran out. Okay, Aunt, stop talking nonsense, we are going to get busy. After greeting the others one by one, Jean Yu shook her head and smiled bitterly after everyone left. Just as she was about to go to her own residence, the concierge came hurriedly. Madam, Miss M.O. has been crying in the front hall looking for you. In the front hall, M.O. Chi saw Jean Yu and threw herself into her arms, her eyes red, looking up at her pitifully. Aunt Yu. In the past few months, with Jean Yu's occasional company and gentle coaxing, M.O. Chi's habit of not liking to talk has gradually improved. In addition to calling M.O. Yu daddy, she also calls Jean Yu Annie, Chun Cho Chiosi and other sisters. Apart from the small problem of being timid and cowardly, she is a lovable child. The servant brought some snacks and put them on the table. Jean Yu smiled and held M.O. Chi on her lap. Auntie has been busy recently. Have you eaten lunch? Come and have some snacks. M.O. Chi shook her head and sat on Jean Yu's legs, holding Jean Yu's neck tightly with her little hands. Xiaoqi has eaten well. Can Xiaoqi live with Auntie? She hadn't seen Auntie for so long. Didn't Auntie miss her? Thinking of M.O. Yu's eyes on the Lantern Festival, and seeing M.O. Chi blinking her wet eyes, and looking at her pleadingly, Jean Yu's heart was inexplicably pulled. Children without mothers are the most pitiful. Xiaoqi is lovable, and really suits her taste. But, Xiaoqi. A low and angry male voice came from outside the door, and the two looked outside at the same time. M.O. Yu had a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all, which was very different from the way he looked when they met before. Obviously, he was angry that Emochi came to Jinyu on her own initiative, but because of his business dealings with Chuncho, he was trying to maintain the thin peace between him and his partners. Jinyu also politely held Emochi and stood up. She wanted to put Emochi down, but Emochi buried her head tightly in Jinyu's neck and didn't even dare to look at Emoyud. Jinyu looked at Emoyud in embarrassment. Emoyud moved his eyes away unnaturally and didn't look at Jinyu. Emo has business to discuss later. I hope Boss Jin can help persuade Xiaoqi to go back with Emo, so as not to delay Boss Jin's time. Jinyu looked at Emoyud with a complicated expression. If the child really doesn't want to go back, she will cry even if she is forced to go back. If Boss Missouri doesn't mind, you can leave Xiaoqi with me first. No need to trouble Boss Jin. Emoyud waved his hand and shook his head politely. I have already troubled Boss Jin so much before. It's not good to owe you a favor forever. This situation fully confirmed the saying, the more I wanted to get close to her before, the more I want to stay away from her now. Sure enough, all the men she met were of the same character. Jinyu smiled coldly and straightened her back. At this moment, she no longer regarded Emoyud as a so-called friend, nor did she regard Emoyud as Emochi's father, but just regarded him as an opponent in the business world. Boss Missouri, I'm not a monster, nor a plague. You don't have to be on guard against me. In the past, Jinyu was always warm and friendly in front of him, so gentle that people thought she was just a woman who could only take care of the backyard. Now her attitude suddenly changed, and her gentle temperament also turned into the unique capable momentum of a businessman. Emoyud's mind went blank for a moment, and he blurted out, Emo is not. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Jinyu was still calm, just like when she was negotiating with a business competitor in the past, and said in a strong tone, after all, there is no grudge between you and me. The child gets along well with me. If she doesn't like to go back, she can stay. My Jin family is not so poor that it can't even raise a child. If Boss Missouri insists on being polite to me, you can make up for Shuchi's daily expenses these days. Chapter 566. After saying that, Jinyu hugged Emochi, who refused to let go, and left the front hall, and did not forget to tell the people around him. Boss Missouri still has business to discuss, so we won't keep him for tea, send him away. Emoyud was left in the front hall in an awkward mess. But soon, he regained his usual shrewdness and calmness that belonged only to businessmen. He sighed secretly. It's really a good trick. These days, he has inquired about Jinyu's affairs, both openly and secretly, and has figured out the ins and outs of Jinyu's fickleness. A woman who hooked up with a man in Nanling, and conspired with outsiders to seize the husband's property, this Jin's house, came with shady intentions. Perhaps, when he was about to buy Jinwei Escort Agency, this woman had already been planning on him, playing hard to get, deliberately scaring Xiaoqi with the carriage, making Xiaoqi dependent on her, and thus relying on him. At this moment, Emoyud's mind has been filled with a complete story about a fickle woman playing hard to get with a wealthy businessman in a certain place, getting close to the wealthy businessman through his daughter, and then achieving the goal of seizing the wealthy businessman's property. This story became more certain after he saw Jinyu's face change. Seeing the servant seeing him off for the third time, Emoyud finally took a step and left the Jin mansion. Before getting on the carriage, he took a special look at the plaque of the Jin mansion, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Want to use his daughter to control him? Don't even think about it. The sun is shining brightly. Shizhou Zhongnan. Beside the street, Chiosi, dressed in men's clothes, painted her face dark like Xiangjila, sat in front of a small noodle stall, carefully put the cinnabar pen and sheepskin sketch into her bag, and then slowly picked up the bowl of steaming hot noodles in front of her, and put it into her mouth. Low-key and ordinary, like a wanderer on the road. She has been in Shizhou for quite a few days. These days, she basically runs through a county every 7 days. Every time she visits a store, she will add a red dot to the sketch that Xiangjila originally drew to represent the feasibility of buying the place. After eating this bowl of noodles, she will set off for the next county. At present, there are 5 states and 16 counties, and it is planned to set up 23 points. Now, 12 intelligence points have been set up in 2 states and 11 counties. According to the current speed and the degree of secret connection of the intelligence network, perhaps the entire Southern Intelligence Network will be fully established before the end of the year. According to Xiangjila's discussion with them, the meaning is that the intelligence point will be extended from 23 o'clock in the south to Nanchu and Sangdong. The purpose of the princess seems not just to protect Ah Huang. Miss Chiu, I finally caught up with you. Qin Pei's voice came from behind, and Chiu-Si's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Even the action of putting noodles in her mouth paused. Not long after, a handsome scholar in a plain robe sat opposite her. When he saw Chiosi, his warm eyes were obviously filled with a smile. How about we sit at the same table and eat noodles? Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two, Xiongjiu walked to another table very considerately, and ordered a bowl of plain noodles for Qin which was exactly the same as Chiosi's. Chiosi lowered her eyes, and did not look directly at Qin nor did she get up and walk away, but spoke without any emotional fluctuations in her tone. Mr. Qin, haven't you figured it out yet? Just then, the steaming plain noodles were brought to Qin did not rush to answer Chiosi, but imitated her, picked up a chopstick of noodles elegantly, blew a few times, and put it into his mouth. The upbringing of the children of officials is always different. Even eating noodles carelessly can be so elegant and pleasing to the eye. Seeing that he was slow to speak, Chiosi lowered her eyes, and continued to eat the noodles in front of her. Not long after, the noodles were all gone, and Qin finally put down his chopsticks, and wiped the non-existent oil stains on his mouth with his handkerchief. What do you think of this noodle shop, Miss Chio? It's okay. It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. I think it's better than anything I've eaten before. Qin slightly curved his eyebrows. Because the beauty is in front of me, she is so pretty that I can't help but want to feast my eyes on her. Chiosi stood up instantly after hearing Meng Lang's sudden words. Mr. Qin, please respect yourself. People were coming and going on the street, and Qin didn't care about the strange looks from others, but just lowered his eyes to look at the bowl of white noodle soup with chopped green onions in front of him. Miss Chioi, I'm not pursuing you this time for the purpose of pestering you. Not for pestering you. The unexpected words made Chiosi feel a sense of loss for no reason. She turned away, her ears slightly red. There's nothing to get entangled about. Even though he was used to Chiosi's cold words, Qin 5 fingers hidden in his sleeves still curled slightly. He smiled disappointedly. Yes, if you really don't like it, you can't force it. He thought he knew how to calculate people's hearts, but he didn't expect that in the end, he couldn't even keep his own heart. These days, he finally figured out why the divination is sometimes effective and sometimes not. If the heart is not calm, how can you be a bystander? If you can't be a bystander, how can you deduce things objectively? I caught up with Miss Chio because it was on the way, and secondly, I wanted to say goodbye to her. At this time, Chiosi found that Xiongjiu was still carrying 2 huge bags. She cleared her throat secretly, trying to maintain her calm expression and cold voice. Where are you going this trip? Qin looked at her steadily, as if he wanted to find a little reluctance in her expression, and seemed to want to engrave her appearance in his heart. People were coming and going on the street, and Chiosi had to pay some attention to her surroundings from time to time, and her mind became more sensitive. Under his gaze, her composure was about to break. Just as she frowned slightly and was about to speak, Qin seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes passed over her at the right time, through the sunshade with a big hole on the top of the stall, looking at the layers of white clouds in the sky, and gently said, Sai Bei. Sai Bei? Chiosi lowered her eyes, and reminded in a low voice, that's the prince's residence. I know. Qin nodded. The two walked side by side, and Chiosi was a little uncomfortable on the way out of the city. You didn't bring a few followers who knew martial arts? She asked. Qin shook his head. Sometimes, it's dangerous to bring followers. Besides, it's not appropriate to be too public about what I'm going to do. Qin seemed surprised that Chiosi asked this suddenly, and he was a little flattered. Miss Chio, are you concerned about me? No. Chiosi shook her head. Ever since he changed his name, she always felt inexplicably irritated. She had never felt that the word lateborn would be so harsh as it is today. Chiosi suddenly remembered what Chuncho had said to her. She stopped and looked at Qin elegant back, who was still walking forward without noticing. Her lips moved slightly, and the words on her lips turned into, let's say goodbye here. I'm going to the southeast. Qin paused and turned around. His lost look was obvious, but he still smiled at Chiosi. Okay, Miss Chio, take care and have a safe journey. Yeah, you too. When saying goodbye, Chiosi never dreamed that such a smile would become her nightmare for the next few months. After parting with Chiosi, Qin took Xiongjiu to the carriage that had been waiting on the official road outside the city. Looking at Qin sitting in the carriage, his expression was calm, and there was no trace of the loss just now. Xiongjiu asked in confusion, Master, don't you like Miss Chiosi very much? You wanted to tell everyone. Why did you suddenly do this? Chapter 567. Qin looked at Xiongjiu with an ambiguous expression. Sometimes, if one way doesn't work, you have to find another way. After all, it's good to reach the end. True love is hard to come by in the world. It's not easy to meet a girl who is willing to stand up for him when facing danger. He will never give up. However, he really needs to calm down these days. The prince has gone through a disaster if he doesn't give up. If he doesn't give up again. Thinking of the possible consequences, Qin Pei glanced at the Jade River beside the official road. The green river reflects the blue sky and white clouds. The cool spring breeze blows the willows by the river, creating a harmonious scene of peace and tranquility. However, who knows how many undercurrents there are under the calm surface of the river? As they travel from Sichuan to Kyoto, Yan Zhenyu and his party encounter an insignificant assassination almost every other day. Whose people are they this time? Yan Zhenyu calmly wrapped the 100 blades around his waist again. Nanchu. Shixia, Sangdong seems to be involved as well. Chu Shan reported truthfully, Your Highness, this is not a solution. Although these were just minor incidents, they seriously delayed their progress. It should have taken about 10 days to reach Kyoto, but it was delayed for more than 10 days, plus the news from Kyoto. Chu Shan had no doubt that if the prince really missed the opportunity to meet the princess because of these assassins, the other countries would definitely regret their stupid actions today. Before Chu Shan finished his complaints, the person who made the other countries regret their stupid actions today gave an order in a flat voice. Since they are so free, let's send them some local specialties, and find something for them to do. This creepy tone. Chu Shan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Why did these blind people make the prince angry for no reason? Kyoto. The prison. Zhong Qiang sat on the broken bed with thick hair, looking ashen. At this time, his lips were tightly pursed, his eyes were closed, his gray hair was messy, and his prison uniform was old, but not too dirty. It is not difficult to see that the people in prison did not make things too difficult for him. Of course, this is also due to Yan Beiqi's nostalgia. Oh, he really does. Thinking of the fate of his people, Zhong Qiang suddenly laughed. The laughter was suppressed and restrained, and there was some sobbing. Soon, the suppression and restraint no longer existed. He raised his head and laughed, and 2 lines of turbid tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. The whole cell was filled with the echo of his crazy laughter. The sound of the iron lock being opened came from outside the prison, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Zhong Qiang's cloudy eyes looked at the dark robe that gradually expanded as the prison door opened. As he expected, the person who came was his mortal enemy, Meng Zhong. You are really amazing. You still have his trust. He looked at Meng Zhong, and his expression had long lost its former brilliance. Meng Zhong shook his head and sighed. If I had known this. I don't regret choosing a team. Zhong Qiang interrupted Meng Zhong without hesitation, and said in a tough manner, If you came here to laugh at me, now that people have seen it, you can go back. You are stubborn. Meng Zhong's voice was still calm and full of energy. Everyone who knows can see that this is a trap, but you still hold on to your ridiculous arrogance of a scholar. Zhong Qiang snorted coldly at Meng Zhong, I am dying, and I am not allowed to fight for my dignity? In order to fight for my dignity, you let the whole family die with you. You are really arrogant. Meng Zhong mocked. This bad temper like a stone in the toilet is still the same after decades. Hearing him mention the past, Zhong Qiang was full of vigilance. What exactly are you doing here? The palace? The imperial study. Yan Beiqi looked meaningfully at Jia Daong, who was standing in front of the imperial desk. What do you think about the fact that the regent has not returned yet? Hearing that it was related to Yan Zhenyu, Jia Daong immediately knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. I dare not speculate on the prince's affairs. Your Majesty is wise. I believe that the truth of many things can also be revealed in detail under your keen observation. Lord Jia, I still like the straightforward you in the past. Yan Beiqi seemed very disappointed with Jia Daong's change. I know that because of the Qin Wang incident, the ministers in the court have more or less become afraid of me. If even you become like those old guys in the court, then I will become a real lonely man. As he spoke, Yan Beiqi's eyes never left Jia Daong. I am terrified, Jia Daong said in a panic. The emperor's authority is not something that a small minister like me can challenge. In the past, I was insignificant and could do whatever I wanted, but now that the emperor can use me, it is already a blessing for me. The higher the official position, the greater the responsibility, and the more cautious I need to be to share the emperor's worries and work. In a long and eloquent article, he talked about how he should serve Yan Beiqi, and praised Yan Beiqi for being decisive, and not being soft-hearted because Master Zhong was his teacher. He also dealt with Eugene in a straightforward manner, showing the domineering power of an emperor. In the past, he had always heard others awe of Yan Zhenyu, but now, he heard Jia Daong's tone and expression showing awe of himself, and Yan Beiqi suddenly felt proud. Sure enough, his glory, as a monarch, was overshadowed by Yin Zhenyu. As long as Yin Zhenyu died in Sichuan, the ministers would sooner or later find that his ability was not inferior to Yin Zhenyu. The emperor's uncle can't come back, and I am deeply saddened. He sighed, and spoke softly. Jia Daoheng immediately looked up, as if he didn't understand why Yin Beiki said this inexplicably. Yin Beiki looked at Jia Daoheng with a deep gaze. The emperor's uncle, he can't come back. Just in case, he had to do something to make Yin Zhenyu's reputation go to waste. Chapter 568. Xiang Jila traveled north, with the warrant given to her by housekeeper Li, and the token given to her by Yin Zhenyu. The weather in February still had the chill of early spring. The further north she went, the more biting the cold became when the snow melted, and even her breathing was almost frozen. Finally, Xiang Jila couldn't help but hide in the space again. Although the space was just as cold, at least there was ready-made hot water and thick quilts inside. Little ghost cultivator, where are you going now? Gonging number 3 landed in front of her. The north is colder than the west. Can you hold on until summer with your body? Xiang Jila held a cup of hot milk tea brewed by Gonging number 3 and sipped it carefully. The rich and smooth milk tea slid down her throat with heat, warming her stomach. She curled up on the mattress prepared by Gonging number 3 in the corner of the warehouse, covered with a thick blanket, yawned in enjoyment, and grabbed the little flesh on Changju's face. We have to bear it whether we can or not. The situation in the DPRK is getting more and more complicated. We don't have much time left. Alas, if she stays here for a while, she will have to go out again to travel against the northwest wind. When will those horses have a canopy to protect them from the wind and rain like a carriage? I don't understand. Why do you want to ask that old man for help? Wouldn't it be better to just rescue the people? Why do you have to ask people to go around and persuade that stubborn old man? No, Xiao Guixio's biggest mistake was not to ask that old man for help, but to ask that old man to persuade that stubborn old man. They are all enemies. Why should we save them? Persuasion may not be of much significance. Hearing Gonging number 3's dissatisfaction, Xiang Jila took another sip of hot milk tea, his eyes grim. Zhong Qiang, even if he is rescued, he can't survive. Zhong Qiang is just here. He can distinguish enemies from friends very clearly. He won't beat around the bush, and he doesn't bother to do those petty things. To put it bluntly, he is more or less pedantic. Perhaps the late emperor saw this point, so he reused Zhong Qiang. This kind of person likes to keep the so-called arrogance of a scholar. If he knew that the one who tried every means to rescue him was his former political enemy, he would definitely solve the problem by himself without them having to do anything. Letting Meng Zhong come forward to persuade him to cooperate in leaving the death row was just to do a favor for his 2 disciples. As long as the uncarved jade surrenders to Jun Nuo, it will be up to Jun Nuo to decide what kind of flower it will be carved into. When the world is stable, the role of civil officials far exceeds that of military generals. Especially the opposing civil officials, who had received favors in private. To be supported by such civil officials is far better than those who they already support. Perhaps it was because of this that Jun Nuo put Jia Daoheng on the edge and let the 2 brothers discover his specialness. No matter Yin Beiki or Yin Beima, as long as he is valued, the more hostile he is to Jun Nuo on the surface, the more beneficial it will be to Jun Nuo in the future. However, there is one thing she can't figure out: will Jia Daoheng really be absolutely loyal to him, as Jun Nuo said? Listening to Xiang Jila's analysis, Gonging number 3 seemed to understand. You told those 2 guys that you were the master's man, so that they would be grateful? Xiang Jila smiled, which was considered as tacit agreement. It is estimated that Zhong Qiang never dreamed that he would have a political opinion contrary to Yin Zhenyu in the court, and even offered a lot of strategies for the emperor to suppress Yin Zhenyu and support Yin Zhenyu's court officials. But because of Yin Beima's privately made dragon robes, he was executed by Yin Beiki for treason. Privately making dragon robes was a serious matter, and Yin Beiki immediately imprisoned all the old ministers who had previously pleaded for Yin Beima. After several tortures, some old ministers were released after being tortured, while the mastermind Zhong Qiang and several other old ministers were sentenced to death without any suspense. I thought that as the emperor's teacher, Zhong Qiang would have some mercy. Yin Beiki did show some mercy to Zhong Qiang. When all other old ministers and their families were executed, Zhong Qiang only had to be hanged. At least, he could keep his body intact. As for his family, they were exiled. But for Zhong Qiang, this mercy was not as good as just executing all his family members. Because the family was exiled to Ningxiu, which was under the jurisdiction of Saibei. The Saibei area was Yin Zhenyu's world, and this was a well-known secret. Yin Zhenyu would never give up, and this was a fact known to everyone. Yin Beiki couldn't have not known this. Similarly, no one would have exposed his intentions. They might feel sorry for the Zhong family's unfortunate end, but no one would plead with them. After all, they had brought disaster upon themselves because of their plea. Yin Beiki was simply letting himself go and courting death. As Jun Nuo said, I really don't need to bother to get Yin Beiki to work, because he is not worth it at all. Moreover, in the few months since Jun Nuo was absent from the court of Da Huang has become no longer as open to all opinions as before, but has become a one-man show of Yin Beiki. The martial arts world is no longer like the martial arts world. Those with status are all flatterers, while the real brave warriors have been suppressed. Even food and clothing have become a problem. It is only a matter of time before chaos breaks out. Not to mention the fact that the 4 Central Plains countries are eyeing them covetously. Since there will be chaos, Gongjing No. 3 flapped its wings and flew in front of Xiang Jila. Then why do you want to threaten that wicked Dugu Changda to be your acting leader? Since the martial arts world is not like the martial arts world, there is no point in sitting here as the leader. Xiang Jila stretched out his hand to embrace it, and smiled slightly. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. February 20th, the Great Phoenix Nirvana Festival. There are dancing torches inside and outside the capital. I don't know when it started, but there were a lot of rumors about the regent being forcibly taken back by a half-gu, half-human in Sichuan to be the husband of the bandit. At first, the people thought it was just a rumor, and they didn't dare to talk about it because of the regent's reputation. Later, seeing that the Prince Regent's mansion had not spoken out, and the Prince Regent had not returned, the rumors became more and more intense, and even became that someone who had returned from Sichuan saw with his own eyes that the Prince Regent was dragged into the bushes by the half-gu, half-human creature that was as heavy as a wild boar and humiliated. Prince Regent's mansion. Yin Junyo rushed back to the mansion in a dusty state. In the past, he would wash up as soon as he returned from a long trip, but this time, he was out of character and searched everywhere in the mansion after entering the gate. His steps were so big that the short legs of Li Guanjia almost couldn't catch up. My lord, what are you looking for? I will help you find it. Chu Shan pulled him aside. Where is the princess? The princess. Before Li Guanjia finished saying the master who had walked a few steps away immediately came back to him. Where is the princess now? Yin Junyo stared at him, and made him feel uneasy. Li Guanjia swallowed hard. The princess arrived in Beijing on the 3rd day of February. She stayed at the mansion for about half an hour, and then went out to do business. On the 6th day of February, she left Beijing and went north. So soon? Leaving Beijing and heading north? Yin Junyo knew that his little woman would be very decisive when she got serious, but he didn't expect that she would be so decisive that she had no attachment to him. Northward. Where to? He frowned slightly. But Lily didn't dare to hide anything. The princess meant that she had to rush to Saibei to meet Lin Bufan first, and then do other things. Do other things? Do you know what the princess wants to do? Yin Junyo's question was directed to Butlerly, but his eyes were always on Chu Shan. The princess didn't say, but this old servant feels that the princess is very busy. Isn't she very busy? The princess had to tell him something during those days, and she was in a hurry to come and go, running so fast that she was leaving after images. It seemed that she was in a hurry, and she didn't even have time to look at Yusong, who was recovering from his injuries. Chapter 569. Seeing Yin Junyo's expression becoming more and more gloomy, Stewardly looked around and found that his master was no different from before, so he bravely asked, Prince, are you back to normal now? Back to normal? Chu Shan was frightened by Steward Li's question and screamed on the spot. Standardly. Chu Shan, what are you screaming for? Yin Junyo was already in a bad mood, and after Chu Shan called him like that, his tone could no longer be as calm as before. Also, Uncle Li, when did this prince become abnormal? From the moment Yin Junyo said this, Li Guanjia sensed something was wrong, and Chu Shan blinked like a cramp. I said the wrong thing. Li Guanjia felt a chill on his neck, and with a shudder, he smiled to Yin Junyo. No, I just feel that the prince is more approachable than before this time. Raising his eyebrows, and looking at Chu Shan and Li Guanjia, Yin Junyo seemed to have no intention of delving into the matter, and brought the topic back to what he wanted to know. Did the princess leave with anything else? He looked at Chu Shan in embarrassment, as if he was looking for a solution. Seeing Chu Shan's expression of wanting to cry, but not being able to, Li Guanjia's two caterpillar-like eyebrows immediately tied into a messy knot. After pondering for a moment, Li Guanjia picked out some words that Yin Junyo might like to hear and told him. The princess said that the prince is weak, and asked this old servant to pay more attention to your daily life and diet. Yan Zhenyu, shock. Weak? Him? Seeing Yan Zhenyu's facial muscles twitching slightly, Li Guanjia bravely finished the rest of the words. In addition, the princess also left a letter for the prince, and because of the situation the prince encountered in Sichuan at that time, she also made some arrangements and changes to the prince's original arrangements. These days, I have implemented part of it according to the princess's instructions. Now that the prince is back, I am thinking since the prince has recovered, the rest will be arranged by the prince. Before he finished speaking, Yan Zhenyu interrupted him intentionally or unintentionally. Since the arrangements have changed, let's go to the study to discuss in detail. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the study room, which he had been planning to move towards the main courtyard. Seeing his master walking briskly, Butler Li nudged Chushan beside him with his elbow. No matter where the prince went before, he would bathe and change clothes before doing other things when he came back from going out. This time, he had to deal with business first after a long journey from Sichuan. Did he encounter a very difficult problem? Chushan glanced at the light armor that was poked by Butler Li and reminded, before going to the study room, you better take the letter that the princess left for the prince. Hearing this, Li Guanjia's old eyes narrowed in understanding. No wonder the prince is so active. In the study, Li Guanjia placed the plan and letter left by Xiang Zhila in front of Yan Zhenyu. The princess meant that Zhong Taifu wanted to keep him, so she asked our people to steal and change the day inside. Have the people been replaced? Yan Zhenyu tapped the desk with his knuckles, making a crisp sound. It was a close call, and they were replaced. The princess meant that when the time is right, we will let Zhong Taifu know that it was our people who saved him. At present, Zhong Taifu and his 2 disciples are placed in a villa in the north of the city. The North Garden? Yan Zhenyu's eyes darkened, and he said in a gentle tone, that's Shai Jiumo's territory. This? Surprised that his master didn't focus on Master Zhong, he whispered, but this is the princess's intention. The princess didn't use our people to gather information and pass on information these days, and the knocking sound stopped. And what? I don't know if it was an illusion, but when Butler Li heard his master asking the question, he seemed to hear the sound of knuckles cracking. This matter also has the help of Lord Ming. Ming Zhong? Yan Zhenyu's phoenix eyes slowly half-closed. Chushan. Chushan understood and immediately stepped forward. The prince had asked me to send people to investigate Lord Ming's whereabouts before. I had someone follow him for some time. There was nothing unusual on weekdays, but on the 2nd and 16th day of every month, he would go to a study called Qiju and stay there for the whole day. Qiju? Yan Zhenyu murmured. This study. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to have existed since the founding of Dahuang, and the capital was set in Kyoto. The study looked inconspicuous, but people came and went every day, and many students and scholars would go in whenever they had time. Seeing Yan Zhenyu's unpredictable expression and not saying a word, Li, the housekeeper, was worried that Yan Zhenyu would misunderstand Xiang Zhila, and hurriedly wanted to persuade him. Your Highness. As soon as he started talking, Yan Zhenyu spoke up. Does the princess know about the study? Butler Li bowed his head. The princess has analyzed the relationship between Qiju and Lord Ming with me, and made a guess. It's a guess, but it's basically confirmed that Lord Ming is the boss behind Qiju. But why did Lord Ming keep it secret? The motive is very intriguing. At that time, in order to ensure that their guess was correct, the princess specially asked him to send someone to investigate in depth. After the result was completely confirmed, she told him to tell Chushan when he arrived in Beijing. Unexpectedly, the prince knew it first. Analyzed? Yan Zhenyu lowered his eyes and looked at the pile of letters and memorials on the desk. What did she say? The princess's general meaning is that although Lord Ming has done many things to make Qiju seem to have nothing to do with him, the nephew of the Ming family's housekeeper seems to love reading too much. He goes to Qiju almost every other day, and from time to time he brings a few books to the Ming family's housekeeper. It's very suspicious. Chapter 570. Chushan said, isn't it normal for a housekeeper to know how to read and like to read books? It's normal, housekeeper Li nodded, but when I investigated the clues of the princess, I found that the nephew of the housekeeper of the Ming mansion was born dull, especially in reading and learning. He forgot what he learned in a blink of an eye and couldn't recognize a few words. But there is one thing about that boy that is really enviable, that is, his sense of direction is very good, and he never gets lost, and housekeeper Ming. At this point, Li's old face smiled and wrinkled, just like his nephew. Just like his nephew. That is, he can't recognize many words, but has a good sense of direction. However, Although the Ming family's housekeeper is not extremely talented, he is also considered to be somewhat talented in the circle of Kyoto. Now the news came back and told them that the so-called talented Ming family's housekeeper can't recognize words, so it's a bit ridiculous. But it must be said that the Ming family's housekeeper's reputation as a talent has saved Ming Zhong a lot of trouble. As a result, many normal things that happened to the housekeeper of the Ming mansion became abnormal after knowing the truth. The little woman is smart. I guess she used the Qiju incident to scare Ming Zhong so that Ming Zhong could intervene. Before any situation was clear, she knew that she didn't need the people in the palace to inquire and pass on the news, and she did a good job. But everything was done by her. What did he do? Prince, there is one more thing. Yin Zhenyu reached out and touched his chin, which was already prickly with stubble, and asked casually, "What is it?" Seeing that Yin Zhenyu seemed to be unaware of the slander, and Xiang Jila did not allow him to intervene, Li Guanjia thought again, and finally told Yin Zhenyu about the rumor and Xiang Jila's arrangement. Someone in Kyoto has been deliberately slandering the prince recently and spreading unbearable rumors. The princess did not let the Regent Palace intervene. After listening to Li Guanjia's report, Yin Zhenyu pondered, if the rumor is about the husband of the bandit, the princess did the right thing. From the day he asked Shinmachi to bring back the news, he guessed that there would be such a day, but his little nephew was more patient than he thought. Rumors have only just been spread recently. Butler Li's first reaction was to be slightly startled, and then secretly thanked himself. Fortunately, he did not act too clever, otherwise it would have disrupted the plans of the prince and the princess. With just one glance, Yin Zhenyu roughly guessed what Butler Li was thinking. He did not explain too much, but called out in a calm tone. "Chu Shan. I'm here. Since the rebellion has been successfully quelled, let's go to Beijing tomorrow." Yes. In order to avoid complications when returning to Beijing, Yin Zhenyu and the team returning to Beijing split into two groups. Because they encountered many assassinations on the way back, the team returning to Beijing had already arrived near Kyoto 2 days earlier than them. Because Yin Zhenyu had not arrived yet, the team did not dare to act rashly, and had been quietly stationed 50 miles outside Kyoto. Now that Yin Zhenyu had spoken, Chu Shan naturally had to go down and make arrangements in person. After seeing Chu Shan retreat, Butler Li stepped forward, then the old slave. Uncle Li also went down to prepare. Speaking of this, Yin Zhenyu's eyes fell on the letter, my husband's personal letter at hand, and his expression was unclear. This king will meet many people when he returns to Beijing this time. Yes, I will take my leave. The study returned to silence. Yin Zhenyu's 5 fingers slowly moved towards the letter, and his slender fingers grasped the letter, feeling a thick stack. As if hesitating, the fingers grasping the letter were still. After a few breaths, the letter was finally opened. In addition to a thick stack of letters, there was also a thin letter with Zhenyu's personal letter written on it. Yin Zhenyu didn't understand. But when he saw that the thick stack of letters was written with some words that sounded like coaxing a child, Yin Zhenyu frowned in disdain. Stupid woman, what kind of words are written? What about eating and sleeping? He is a grown man, but she coaxes him like this, making him act like a woman. He couldn't read it halfway through, so he turned to open the letter Junua's personal letter. There was only one line of words in sight. I think you must have taken a break from your busy schedule when you read this letter, so you only need to read the first 3 words of this sentence. This line of words is at least normal, but still greasy. Yin Junua's expression eased a little. Tisk, stupid woman. His tone was full of disdain, but the affection in his eyes, and the smile on his lips, could not be hidden no matter what. But soon, his smile disappeared. Qin Pei's words, only the dragon shape, but no dragon bones, kept echoing in his ears. The next day, a team of well-trained soldiers entered the capital city in a line, and stood guard in front of the palace gate. The news that the regent prince returned to the court spread like wildfire. At that time, Yin Beiki was in the morning court. Yin Zhenyu, wearing armor and carrying a huge package in his hand, rode to the front of the hall. Before everyone could react, a package the size of an adult drew a perfect parabola in the air and landed steadily on the ground, with a crisp sound that kept echoing in the hall. For a moment, Yin Beiki thought he was back in the morning court when he was canonized as the crowned prince. After seeing the pile of skulls on the ground, the whole audience was silent. After a while, Yin Beiki's voice was heard. Uncle, what do you mean? Can't the emperor see? I want to tell all the officials in the court that I have returned victoriously. Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows, and then dismounted. A Yulin guard stepped forward skillfully, and led the horse, which was also covered in armor, away. The iron armor was so cold that it almost froze the air. The whole hall was so quiet that only the sound of Yin Zhenyuo's footsteps remained. When he returned to the seat where he used to hold court but had long been removed, Yin Zhenyuo took off his helmet, looked at Yin Beiki meaningfully, and then turned to face the officials. When I entered the capital, I heard a lot of gossip, saying that I was happy in Sichuan under the banner of suppressing the rebellion. Rumors are always spread by 3 people, and I don't want to bother with the people too much. However, I found that some officials seem to be involved in the rumors, so I will give you a brief summary of my journey to the west. During this journey to the west to suppress the rebellion, 23,223 rebels were wiped out, including 1,212 Xixia spies, and 243 Northern Qi spies. In addition, the bandits in Sichuan Yaoziling who harmed the ferry hall were eliminated, and a total of 314 bandits were killed. In the court, there are 314 skulls of bandits. If you are interested, you can compare the skulls of half-gu and half-human with those of ordinary people. If you are interested in the skulls of the rebels, I can also have you said to the Jingwan in Sichuan. Dong dong a few times. Several elderly civil officials rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. The rest of the people were silent. What a joke, you still compare and see the Jingwan. How crazy they are to focus on this kind of thing. Chapter 571. The long-lasting morning court ended with Yin Zhenyuo assigning a skull to each person for observation. It is estimated that for a long time, all officials in the court would just want to avoid Yin Zhenyuo when they saw him. The Imperial Study. Yin Beiki was furious and swept the memorials to the ground. Before he could order someone to invite Jia Daoheng, who had taken sick leave, to the palace, he heard the eunuchs announce the Regent Prince has arrived and Yin Zhenyuo had already arrived in front of the imperial desk before the last note fell. Yin Beiki quickly suppressed all his reluctance and tried to make himself look no different from before. At this time, Yin Zhenyuo had taken off his armor and changed back into court clothes. His narrow and long phoenix eyes looked at Yin Beiki, which made Yin Beiki inexplicably feel like a child who had done something wrong and was caught by his elders and was about to be beaten. Uncle. Seeing that Yin Zhenyuo did not salute him, he could only suppress his anger and greet Yin Zhenyuo with a smile. The emperor still remembers this uncle of the king. Yin Zhenyuo sat casually on the chair brought up by the eunuch, and slowly leaned his back against the back of the chair. I have only been away for a few months to quell the rebellion. Why does the emperor seem to be sure that I will not come back? Have you removed my position? Even if he didn't want to believe the truth now was that Yin Zhenyuo had returned safely, and once again gave his court a warning. But it was too late. Yin Beima was dead, and those old ministers who opposed his death sentence, including his teacher, were also killed as quickly as possible. Since he was the crown prince, he had been constrained by Yin Zhenyuo, and he longed to be a dictator, and he longed to the point of not caring about the consequences. Therefore now in the court, almost everyone follows his voice, and similarly, none of those who follow his voice are afraid of Yin Zhenyuo. Why, your majesty has no intention of perfunctorily treating me now? Yin Zhenyuo's sneer made Yin Beiki feel cold in his heart, and he hurriedly explained. Uncle, I was also deceived by the traitor, so... Yin Zhenyuo obviously didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Your majesty, shouldn't you reflect on yourself, why you were deceived by the traitor again and again? Why, isn't it because you, a despicable villain, have been plotting against me and trying to seize my kingdom? My uncle has been traveling west for several months, and has not sent any news back. Do you still care about me, the ruler of a country? Yin Beiki slowly clenched the armrest of the dragon chair with his 5 fingers, trying to calm himself down, not knowing that he was now a joke in Yin Zhenyuo's eyes. Your majesty, what you said is ridiculous. Are the people traveling with me not yours? Why? No one sent you any news. Seeing the blood on Yin Beiki's face slowly fade away, Yin Zhenyuo calmly adjusted his sitting posture, folded his right leg on his left leg, and supported his chin with his hand. Let's take a step back. Even if no one really sent the news back to the emperor, didn't the emperor think of the situation that I might encounter during the western expedition? If I ran into trouble and couldn't send a message to Sichuan, wouldn't the emperor know to send someone to Sichuan to assist me? Or did the emperor intend to let me stay in Sichuan forever, so he was anxious to make a major change in the court before I returned, so as to control the government as soon as possible? Yin Zhenyuo suddenly spoke out his thoughts. Yin Beiki gritted his teeth and finally managed to say one sentence. But didn't the emperor's uncle come back safely? Besides, if the emperor's uncle didn't say it, how could I have thought that the emperor's uncle, who has always been brave, would encounter trouble in Sichuan? In fact, Yin Zhenyuo knew in his heart that those who traveled with him on the surface were all his people, but in fact, How many people obeyed his orders? I'm afraid that as soon as he arrived in Sichuan, his people had been wiped out by Yan Zhenyuo's people. Not only did he get rid of all his people, but he also plotted against him even from 1,000 miles away, forcing him to act impulsively. Now this guy is shamelessly blaming others. And the words of the emperor's uncle are biased. I don't completely agree with him. Since Yan Zhenyuo made it clear, Yan Beiki was not vague, the court is my court, and the government is also my government. I am the monarch, and the emperor's uncle is the minister. The head of the three bonds, the monarch is the minister, and the emperor's uncle is the minister. Although he is the regent, he is disrespectful to the monarch, which is already a violation of the three bonds. Your Majesty, are you teaching me how to be a minister? Why is my regent? Others don't know, but your Majesty knows? Before Yan Beiki finished speaking, Yan Zhenyuo's voice fell in the imperial study, and the eunuch outside the door suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and couldn't help shivering. Yan Beiki's feelings were not much better than those of the eunuch outside the door. I said that if your Majesty thinks this position is too stable, you can tell me that it's not impossible for me to replace someone else. Although Yan Zhenyuo's expression did not change much, every word he said was threatening. Does your Majesty really think that if Prince Qing is dead, you can work on him and this position will be stable? Hearing this, Yan Beiki stared at Yan Zhenyuo with his eyes wide open. At the same time, Ming Mansion. Meng Zhong sat in the main seat in the front hall, looked at the visitor, shook his gray beard, and finally sighed. I understand what the prince means. I would like to ask Butler Li to go to the Chiju study in person at 3 p.m. tomorrow after returning to the mansion. Ask the prince to go to the study in person. Thinking of Yan Zhenyuo's instructions, Butler Li frowned calmly and said tactfully and respectfully, I can only say that I will tell the prince what Lord Ming said. As for the prince's decision, it is not something I can influence. He was reminding Meng Zhong in disguise that if necessary, it would be better for him to go to the palace in person. Meng Zhong stroked his beard and nodded, thank you, Steward Li. Seeing that there was no point in talking any further, Steward Li politely bowed to Meng Zhong and left the Ming mansion with his servants and guards. When returning to the mansion, the head of the accompanying personal guards asked Steward Li in confusion. In the past, no one dared to refuse the prince's visiting card. This Lord Ming is really brave. Why don't you let us invite him over? Chapter 572. In the past, the number of people that needed to be invited to the palace by Li Guanjia in person, except for the princess, could be counted on one hand. For the rest, he and his brothers basically went to the palace to invite them. Of course, those who were invited to the palace by them personally did not end well in the end. Hearing this, Li Guanjia stopped, looked back in the direction of Ming's house, and said leisurely, this Lord Ming can be a veteran of 3 dynasties, and the prince personally ordered not to offend him, which is enough to show that he is definitely not as simple as we think. Moreover, his intuition told him that Lord Ming had invited the prince to the study called Chiju because there must be some unspeakable secrets, and perhaps there would be some danger. He had to remind the prince. The sun was setting. The palace? Ronghua Palace? The temporary residence arranged by Yan Beiki for Xiang Jila to stay in while she was pregnant. This is located on the right side of the Empress Wudong Palace. It is only a stick of incense from Wudong Palace to Ronghua Palace. Since the princess moved in here, the empress would send people to visit the princess every 1 or 2 days, and the former imperial physician also closely monitored the princess's physical condition. The prince does not need to worry. The eunuch leading the way respectfully explained to Yan Zhenyuo everything that had happened to Xiang Jila in the palace these days. What surprised him was that no matter how he told the master in front of him about the importance that the emperor and empress attached to the princess, the master was indifferent and seemed to have no interest at all. They arrived at Ronghua Palace in a dead voice. As soon as the eunuch announced the singing, Queen Xia came out of the palace gracefully and bowed to Yan Zhenyuo. Uncle. Yan Zhenyuo nodded slightly and raised his foot to walk into the palace. Uncle, please stay. Hearing the urgency in Xia's tone, Yan Zhenyuo paused and did not turn around. What's the matter? Perhaps it was Yan Zhenyuo's cold tone that made people feel cold all over, or perhaps it was because she was worried about the consequences after the matter was exposed. Xia's back slowly climbed up with a layer of fine cold sweat. It was February, and the wind was chilly. She couldn't help shivering. Auntie just took the pregnancy-preserving medicine and is still resting now. In the imperial study, the black fox fur blocked the pinch marks on his neck. Yan Beiqi's eyes were red and his face was pale as he looked at the open door. Your Majesty, the prince has gone to Ronghua Palace. The eunuch's cautious voice brought him back to his thoughts. Zhao Qian. His voice was gentle and a little confused. Your servant is here. The eunuch lowered his eyebrows and replied pleasingly. You said? He retracted his gaze towards the door and said slowly, Is Yin Junyo really for the Yin family, or for a woman? Yin Junyo obviously knew that he had instigated Shinmachi to do the Shishia envoy, and he did see the real murderous intent in Yin Junyo's eyes, and Yin Junyo also pinched his neck. But at the last moment, Yin Junyo still let him go. It was at this moment that he realized how ridiculous it was that he thought everything was under control. As long as the door of the imperial study was closed, it would be as easy for Yin Junyo to kill him as to kill an ant. He didn't think Yin Junyo would have any so-called sympathy for his nephew. Therefore, the biggest possibility that he could think of was Xiang Jila, who was controlled by him in the palace. Once he died, no matter whether there was a direct relationship with Xiang Jila, as long as she was taken back to the regent's palace by Yin Junyo, in the eyes of the world, she would become the murderer who made Yin Junyo kill the king. No matter where she went, she would be infamous for harming the country and the people and poisoning the great Phoenix royal family. Feeling Yin Beiqi's anger was accumulating, Zhao Qian didn't speak, his eyebrows drooped a little more. At night, the regent's mansion. Butler Li relayed Meng Zhong's words to Yin Junyo. Yin Junyo thought he had heard it wrong. Qiju? Mr. Meng did say so. Butler Li nodded in confirmation, and then his turbid eyes were filled with worry for Yin Junyo. Your Majesty, this Mr. Meng must have some secrets. I know. Yin Junyo nodded. I know what Meng Zhong is like, Uncle Li, don't worry. In that case, I take my leave first, and Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Not long after Butler Li left, Chu Shan came back. Your Majesty, it's confirmed. It's just a palace made with a body shape similar to the princess, and eyes like the princess. Hearing Chu Shan's words, Yin Junyo was not surprised at all. His palm covered the letter left by Xiang Jila, and his fingertips gently stroked the words Junyo personally, with a cold tone. Kill her and replace her. Yes. Later, Yin Beiqi came to Wudong Palace to spend the night with other concubines for the first time. Xia greeted Yin Beiqi respectfully. Yin Beiqi eagerly helped Xia up. He looked at the head maid beside him. The head maid understood and respectfully led the other palace servants to retreat. For a while, only the couple was left in the bedroom. How is it? Did you hide it? It is not difficult to hear that Yin Beiqi's tone is still a bit anxious and excited. The smell of Yin Beiqi and others filled her nostrils. Xia knew that if it wasn't for what happened during the day, her husband would never have given up other younger concubines to see her. She also knew that as long as Yin Junyo was involved, her husband would always find it difficult to maintain the tolerance of a monarch. From the beginning, when he planned to hide it from Yin Junyo, she persuaded him that Yin Junyo was not an ordinary person, and it was difficult to hide it. But Yin Beiqi didn't listen to her advice at all. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. They prosper together and suffer together. Now that we have started, we can only take it one step at a time. I use the excuse that pregnant women are easily tired and need to rest, and I also asked the imperial physician to come to testify, so I was able to hide it and stop the regent prince from approaching. However, if the regent prince wants to see Xiang again next time, I am afraid it will be difficult to hide it. Did he believe it? This is the key. No matter how they act, if Yin Junyo doesn't believe it, everything will be in vain. What if you believe it? What if you don't believe it? Xia said calmly. After all, the emperor left the person in the palace at that time. Now that the person is in trouble, there is no evidence against the Prince of Qing. If the regent prince really wants to make trouble, the emperor will still be the weaker party. It is better to tell the prince the truth directly from the beginning, and then search together. Search together? That's a naive thought. Does the queen think that if she tells the truth, the result will be better than it is now? Yin Beiqi's eyes slowly closed. Do you know that I almost died at the hands of Yin Junyo today? Hearing this, Xia suddenly raised her eyes to meet Yin Beiqi's phoenix eyes, her eyes full of disbelief. So Xiang Jila must be caught. Yin Beiqi stated his plan in a decisive manner. Not only must he be caught, but he must also find a way to make Yin Junyo believe that Xiang Jila has transferred his affection to Shinmachi. Although he didn't know how Yin Junyo had concealed it from Shinmachi, but since Shinmachi had deceived him before and made him so embarrassed, then he shouldn't let it go easily. Chapter 573. The next day at 5 p.m. Yin Junyo changed into dark-colored clothes and took Chu Shan to Qiju as promised. The shopkeeper of Qiju was an elegant middle-aged man. As if he had been deliberately instructed, the moment he saw Yin Junyo, his eyes lit up and he smiled and walked forward. Are you looking for our master chef? Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. the most prosperous one. Hearing Yin Zhenyuo's words, the middle-aged man's eyes showed a sincere smile. Yes, it's our master chef. Please follow me. Master. Chu Shan was about to catch up with Yin Zhenyuo when he was stopped by the middle-aged man. Young man, our master doesn't like to be disturbed. Please wait here. Chu Shan looked at Yin Zhenyuo worriedly. Yin Zhenyuo looked at him and nodded slightly. Stay where you are. Chu Shan glanced at the students and scholars who were quietly selecting books around him and lowered his eyes. Yes. On the second floor of the study, in addition to the library, there are 3 closed and locked small rooms. The room is small and does not look like it is used to store books. Yin Zhenyuo looked around the keyhole on the door of the small room without leaving any trace. He followed the shopkeeper to the end of the corridor, where there was a messy bookshelf. It seemed that there was no way out, but after the shopkeeper moved a few hard-covered books on the bookshelf, a secret door opened automatically. My lord, please. There was a long and narrow corridor inside, with weak oil lamps lit at both ends. Seeing that the shopkeeper had no intention of following him in, Yin Zhenyuo put his hands on his waist with his hands behind his back, kept his whole body alert, and stepped into the corridor with bated breath. The corridor was not very long. Yin Zhenyuo walked about 20 steps, and saw a room with bookshelves on all sides. The roof was low, and there were no windows. He could touch the roof with his hand when he stood up. It was very depressing. There was a desk in the middle of the room. On the desk was a small bronze lamp tree. Next to the lamp tree was a pot of freshly brewed tea and 2 Jianzhan teacups. Under the desk were 2 old cushions. The prince wanted to see me, so I guessed that the matter should be coming to an end. The old voice of Meng Zhong came from behind, and Yin Zhenyuo turned around immediately. What surprised him was that although Meng Zhong was old, he was still energetic and his spirit was not inferior to that of young people. However, at a glance, this veteran of 3 dynasties has begun to enter his twilight years. Meng Lao. Yin Zhenyuo nodded to him gently. Your Majesty, please sit down. Meng Zhong pointed to the cushion with a respectful look and bowed to Yin Zhenyuo. After Yin Zhenyuo sat down, he sat on the other side of the desk, facing Yin Zhenyuo. The 2 of them were silent, but it seemed that they had a lot to say. In the end, it was Meng Zhong who sighed first. The country is forever secure. Suppress the legitimate heir and support the illegitimate heir. Suppress the legitimate heir and support the illegitimate heir. It does not mean suppressing the legitimate heir of the entire Yin family, but suppressing this king. Yin Zhenyuo spoke calmly. This time, he did not even use any honorifics. No matter who it was, he just called them by their names. What's funny is that Yin Xiaoyou did not tell Yin Juanao all the truth, and Yin Juanao, as an illegitimate heir, actually despised the illegitimate heir's status as not being orthodox enough, and established the legitimate heir instead of the virtuous heir. He wanted to use this king and Yin Beiki to check and balance each other, so that Yin Beima could reap the benefits and support Yin Beima to the top. At this point, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I guess Yin Juanao would never have thought that his 2 sons would kill each other just because of the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. His idea is going to fail. Your Highness knows all this? A trace of surprise flashed in Meng Zhong's eyes. During the Sichuan trip, the king wiped out most of the Wangwei's nests. Some of them were good at calculations and strange gates. In a torn note, there was a deduction record. Although there were only fragments left, the 14 words Qi family is extinct, Wu Ying is destroyed, Yin family is overthrown, and destroyed by you are still clear. At this point, Yin Zhenyuo's eyes deepened. This generation of shadowless guards is the last generation to serve the ancestors of the Yin family. That's why they came out in full force, and were desperate to take his life. The explosives in the mass grave were probably prepared for him, but everything has variables, and his little woman has become the biggest variable in this matter. A helpless sigh came again in the cramped room. What you owe must be repaid. Since the founding of the Yin family, there have been 15 emperors, including 3 regents. If the prince does not act as regent, he cannot protect himself. If he acts as regent, it will still be a dead end. When the sun rises, everything comes to life, but you are forever trapped in darkness. Even if the prince is difficult to deal with, he cannot resist the fate of the king. While speaking, Meng Zhong pushed the broken and solitary copy of the Book of Confusion in front of Yin Zhenyuo. Before I found the broken copy, I always thought that the existence of Qiju was to record the rise and fall of Dahuan over the past hundreds of years. Yin Zhenyuo opened the first page, and what caught his eye was the sentence, the country will be forever stable, suppress the legitimate wife, and support the illegitimate wife. Xian Ping Qi Shua Ding Sun Gao, Xian Lan Yun Shua Xiao Jun Bei. When the country was founded, the first great ancestor sought out a master to divine for Da Huang. These 14 characters were the generation names that the master decided for the Da Huang royal family in order to stabilize the country. After that, the master could not decide. The results of the deduction all showed that the legitimate son would destroy the country. Therefore, there was this ancestral precept. However, everything has its own opposite, just like the dead breath is full of vitality, and it is reborn after death, so there is the existence of Qiju. The word Qi cannot be divided, and there is always something left. This is the original intention of our great master to establish Qiju. Meng Zhong and Yin Zhenyo told a lot about the origin of Qiju, including the secret room that was unknown to the emperors, including Yin Beiki at that time. The great master said that the notes should be recorded clearly in detail and placed in the imperial palace. When the 3-year period of the new emperor's accession to the throne is over, they should be removed and placed again after the next new emperor ascends the throne. As for everything about the Yin family, we cannot take the initiative to mention it unless the descendants of the Yin family find out the clues. The funny thing is that before this, even though he recorded all the notes as a bystander, he always thought that the regent was the biggest enemy of the Da Huang government. As a result, as the truth of the matter emerged, everything was actually a game within a game. Da Huang seemed prosperous, but in fact it had long been empty. Chapter 574. Even though Yin Zhenyo is very capable, how can he cope with the internal and external troubles? You put the things in the imperial palace without caring about your safety, just to wait for that fictitious destined person? Not noticing Meng Zhong's strange expression, Yin Zhenyo fixed his eyes thoughtfully on the 2 words dragon bones on the broken copy. Meng Zhong nodded. No matter who it is, if he can enter the secret room of the imperial palace and know the origin of the Yin family, he is a person destined to the throne. Such people usually have good luck. At this point, he looked at Yin Zhenyo and seemed to have made a great decision. He stood up and bowed to Yin Zhenyo, saying, "The existence of Qiju is just to seek a glimmer of hope for the people of the world. If war really breaks out in the future, there will be a lot of suffering. Although I don't know when the destined person will appear, I know that with your ability, I will definitely wait until the day when that person appears. If his words really come true one day, I hope your majesty." Before Meng Zhong finished speaking, Yin Zhenyo raised his hand to stop him from saying anything else. "I know what to do." His tone was firm, and his phoenix eyes were cold, and would not allow others to interfere. Meng Zhong choked slightly. He sighed, but there was a relieved smile on his face. It is a blessing for Da Huang to have the prince. It is a pity that the prince was born at the wrong time. Now he has explained to the prince everything that should and should not be said. He may not be able to see everything the prince has done for Da Huang with his own eyes. When Yin Zhenyo left Qiju, it was completely dark. Chu Shan saw that Yin Zhenyo's face was not very good, and couldn't help asking with concern, "Prince, what did that old thing say to you?" Yin Zhenyo shook his head. When he looked at Chu Shan, his eyes were more scrutinizing. Chu Shan. Chu Shan straightened his back immediately after being looked at by Yin Zhenyo. "I'm here." Yin Zhenyo looked at him deeply, especially when he saw his eyes that were as bright as if they were filled with crushed starlight. His thin lips moved slightly, and the words on his lips became, "Has the letter been delivered?" Hearing this, Chu Shan felt strange, but he didn't dare to hide anything. "It was arranged to be delivered yesterday. It will take 7 days to get from Kyoto to Saibei without any obstacles, even if you gallop." 7 days? Yin Zhenyo glanced at the people coming and going on the street. Under the flickering lights, most people have taken off their heavy winter clothes and put on spring clothes. Early spring is coming, and all the dirt and ugliness hidden in the snow will be revealed to the public again. There is no position between you and me. If there is a position, Zhenyo's position is my position. As long as you are willing, I will be your weapon to expand your territory. The little woman's words are still ringing in his ears. However, Meng Zhong's words, combined with his experience in Sichuan, are exactly the same as he guessed, and he has no reason to doubt it. So, if the little woman is really the predestined one that Meng Zhong said, then their situation is likely to be reversed. Xiang Zhila went all the way north. Arrived in Saibei around February 13th. Before meeting with Zhai Jiamo's people, she specially met Lin Bufan with a hand order of Li Guanjia. "Princess, why are you here?" Under the layers of protective walls, when Lin Bufan saw Xiang Zhila for the first time, he was surprised at first, and then an ominous premonition came to his heart. Xiang Zhila knew how important he was to Yin Zhenyo, even though he was far away in the northern frontier. Originally, he thought that the person who came to find him with Li Guanjia's order was a secret letter from the prince that needed to be passed on orally, but he didn't expect that a heavyweight figure came directly. Does the prince know that you came here? Half and half, he probably doesn't know it now, but when he returns to Beijing, it will probably be a matter of time before he knows it. Xiangjila smiled and made a little bid gesture with his index finger and thumb. So if Kyoto sends a letter asking about my whereabouts, just tell them that I went south. Tell them she's going south? Lin Bufan's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Xiangjila with a more scrutinizing look than before. Where are you going, princess? She said she was going south, but judging by her clothes, she seemed to be heading north. North of the northern frontier, across the Yang Pass, and the range of activities of the Hyena tribe, is northern Qi. You don't need to ask where I'm going. Anyway, I have something to do. As if she had seen through Lin Bufan's thoughts, Xiangjila went straight to the point and changed the subject. In a few days, the family of Master Zhong will be exiled to Ningxu. You can handle it. The family of Master Zhong? Let's see what happens. Princess, you worry too much. Lin Bufan smiled and bowed to Xiangjila. We always deal with the matter, not the person. Basically, as long as the criminals exiled to the northern part of the Great Wall do not cause trouble, we will never touch them at all. Xiangjila must know this situation better than anyone else, but some people are not happy with your strict military discipline. In certain situations, you have to take action. Xiangjila said. Lin Bufan bowed his head respectfully. I understand. After getting Lin Bufan's approval, Xiangjila nodded with satisfaction and turned the topic to what he wanted to know again. How are the potatoes shipped here last year? Speaking of potatoes, Lin Bufan's resolute face was stained with a bit of embarrassment. The princess's original intention was to let me lead the soldiers to learn to plant potatoes according to the method you gave when planting millet, but what? Seeing that Lin Bufan was hesitant to speak, Xiangjila thought something big had happened. What happened? Tell me. If he didn't tell me, I would be so anxious. Lin Bufan touched his nose and looked away, not daring to meet Xiangjila's worried eyes. After the potatoes were transported to the northern frontier, the remnants of the Hyena tribe came to harass them. In the chaos, the granary storing potatoes was burned down. Speaking of this, Lin Bufan's face was stained with a bit of embarrassment. At that time, the weather was dry and the north wind was strong. There was no time to put out the fire. After the potatoes were roasted by the fire, they exuded an attractive aroma, and then they were eaten by the brothers. Compared to Lin Bufan's embarrassment, Xiangjila's focus was completely on the granary being set on fire. You mean, the location of the granary was leaked? Has the arsonist been caught? As the saying goes, the army has not moved yet, the food has to go first. If the place where the army stored food was discovered and set on fire, it would be a very serious problem. Knowing what Xiangjila was worried about, Lin Bufan hurriedly explained, the arson was not the granary where the military food was stored, but a small wooden warehouse that was temporarily built to store potatoes. The culprit was also caught. He was a vagrant from the Hana tribe. When he saw our people eating burnt potatoes, his face was full of shock. He was executed by us before he could finish being shocked. Chapter 575. It's the Hyena tribe again. She had heard that this tribe had arrived in the capital before, and later Lin Bufan seemed to have suffered from this tribe. She still remembered that June Nua returned to the capital early because of this incident. Let's talk about this tribe. Can we destroy it? Xiangjila frowned. Speaking of this, Lin Bufan couldn't help but support the long sword at his waist. It's easy to destroy it, but there will be a lot of trouble after destroying it. At this point, Xiangjila seemed to be able to hear Lin Bufan's words squeezed out from between his teeth. Let's not talk about the alliance between the Hyena tribe and the Qiangyou, and the Qiangyou leader is good at everything. He is not only on good terms with the northern Qi Yin Wang Shengwanxi, but also pays tribute to the western Xia. Just the one in Kyoto, who deliberately shielded the Hyena tribe from invading our northern frontier, seems very passive no matter how we attack him. Lin Bufan still has a deep impression of being escorted back to Kyoto for leaking secrets. It's frustrating to say that they should not be as restricted in the northern frontier as in Kyoto, but now they have to passively take a beating just for the short-sighted waste on the dragon throne. Xiangjila turned his head to look at the magnificent wall behind him, frowning and thinking for a moment. What did the prince mean before? June Nua's personality is more or less protective of his shortcomings. In theory, Lin Bufan has suffered at their hands. Although he doesn't say anything else in public, he will never let Lin Bufan suffer such grievances in private. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will beat them to death. So when I just returned to the northern frontier, the Hyena tribe relied on being protected by someone and came to provoke me again without knowing whether to live or die. I peeled off the skin and threw them back. Skinning again. Xiang Jila's mouth twitched. What kind of obsession do Jun Nua's men have with skinning? However, Lin Bufan's words also attracted her attention. Indeed, it is easy to destroy a hyena tribe. But now the balance of the 5 countries depends on an opportunity to break. Sangong seems to be indifferent to the world, but no country is stupid. If they say they will not fight, they are likely to fight the most in the end. It is different from Junyua's conquests in previous years. Junyua's conquests in previous years were to regain the territory of Dahuang. To a certain extent, it was a kind of self-defense of the victims. But now, Dahuang's territory is becoming more and more stable. As long as other nomadic tribes do not invade their territory, if they fight back too hard, everything will change. These days, haven't you thought about how to deal with them secretly? Xiang Zila asked. Xiang Jila's eyes made Lin Bufan feel insulted, and he even spoke faster. Why didn't you think about it? As long as these barbarians fall into our hands, they will basically have no way to survive. But the barbarians are also cunning. They send a small number of people to harass us each time, and they are also flexible. On the desert sand, they have been galloping on the sand and grassland all year round, taking advantage of them. If we lead our troops deep into the depths, we will fall into their evil plan. Hearing this, Xiang Jila had a rough countermeasure in his mind. The people and soldiers in the northern part of the Great Wall mainly eat millet and rice. What about the nomadic tribes? Do they mainly eat goat milk, cow milk, beef and mutton? Yes, but the climate in the northern part of the Great Wall has been unstable in recent years, and the grassland has grown very slowly. The number of cattle and sheep in the nomadic tribes headed by the hyena tribe has sharply decreased, so they are on the weak side, and have formed an alliance with Qiangyou, and are governed by Qiangyou. However, as tribal leaders, who doesn't have ambitions, so they come to harass and invade from time to time to rob food. As he was talking, Lin Bufan immediately guessed Xiang Jila's idea. Princess, are you planning to lure them here with food, grass and meat? Xiang Jila nodded and smiled slightly. Why not? Since they are good at guerrilla warfare, we can use their methods to defeat them one by one. In addition, there are mountains of potatoes and sweet potatoes in the space, and cattle and sheep are rampant. This time, even if he didn't encounter the hyena tribe, Xiang Jila planned to add some bricks and tiles to Junyua's granary to improve the food for his soldiers. Yes, Lin Bufan said with difficulty. After all, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Even those millet rice that hurts the stomach are only produced once a year in the northern frontier. No matter how much the court spends on the northern frontier military, no matter how much the prince subsidizes, food and grass are still the most scarce link in the army. If you want to lure the snake out of its hole, and let the greedy nomadic people come to rob desperately, the most important condition is, the amount of food and grass must be sufficient. It's not that I haven't tried this method before, putting a small part of the food and grass in front of the door, and using sand as food and grass in the dark to attract their attention, but those barbarians are not stupid. No matter how real they pretend, they can always be found out. After a few times, Lin Bufan gave up the idea of wasting people's money and effort. After all, the small amount of food and grass that was taken out each time was basically useless after the chaos. If they continue to struggle, their food and grass will not last until the autumn harvest next year. What if I say I have it? Xiang Jila's voice brought Lin Bufan back to his thoughts. He blurted out, What? I have food. Xiang Jila smiled with fox eyes. Are all your potatoes really gone? She confirmed with Lin Bufan again. No. Lin Bufan answered straightforwardly. Okay, Xiang Jila raised her eyebrows. You cooperate well. The prince is busy, so this princess will help you get your place back without causing any trouble. Although he didn't understand what Xiang Jila was up to, she said before that potatoes could be delivered to the northern frontier, and they were really delivered. Maybe there will be potatoes on the way this time. Thinking of this, although he felt a little sorry, as long as he thought about getting his place back, Lin Bufan still respectfully accepted it. In a dry hinterland at the junction of Yang Pass and northern Qi, a large area of tents were neatly set up. Outside the tent, soldiers wearing Hu clothing and whose swords were standing in neat rows. The bitter north wind was howling outside the tent. Inside the tent, a tall man wearing a golden crown with an eagle and a braided hair slammed his palm, as big as a palm fan, on the table in front of him. The table cracked with a crack sound. The lacquered falcon is too much. Chapter 576. The man widened his eyes like copper bells and cursed fiercely. If we can solve the grassland and food problems by ourselves, do we still need to show goodwill to him? Now that he has shown goodwill, he still wants more cattle and sheep from us. He is simply Just a shameless villain in the eyes of the people of the Central Plains. Below the man, there were several middle-aged men sitting cross-legged in order, dressed the same as him, except for the different hats on their heads. These men all have the common characteristics of nomadic people, wearing bloated cotton jackets, dark and cracked skin, and beards on their faces. Chief, Qiangyo is not trustworthy. If we don't do something, it's only a matter of time before we are annexed by Qiangyo. A middle-aged man wearing a felt hat, and with his hair tied in double braids persuaded him in fluent Central Plains dialect. Now that we have the help of Emperor Da Huang, Yin Zhenyo can't come back to Saibei as the regent of Da Huang. It's only a matter of time before we take over Saibei. Why don't we just give it a try and fight first? The man, heard the middle-aged man's persuasion and immediately looked up at him. Do Xiao, are you going backwards as you live? Do you think Yin Zhenyo is a fool? Saibei is his base, and Lin Bufan is in charge, so it's so easy for you to take it down? We definitely can't do it alone. The middle-aged man called Do Xiao shook his head, and his triangular eyes drooped at the corners of his eyes occasionally gleamed. But, since Qidio Falcon is so cruel, why should we talk about morality with him? The palm as big as a palm fan slowly moved away from the table, and Yeha looked at Do Xiao with a little more inquiry. You mean, join forces with Chang Yu? Another middle-aged man beside Do Xiao agreed with what Do Xiao said, and said in broken Central Plains dialect, Do Xiao is right. Since Qidio Falcon is not moral, why should we care about morality? Anyway, when they start fighting, we won't help anyone and just let them fight each other. We will take the opportunity to sneak into the protective wall built by Saibei, and kill the remaining Saibei army. Without the Saibei army, Saibei will be our world, right? The middle-aged man spoke passionately, and the people beside him quickly responded. Yes, the Right King's people are best at setting fires during chaos. Not long ago, they burned down a granary of Lin Bufan. According to what the Right King said, it must be correct. A bunch of idiots, who only eat meat, and don't have brains. Do Xiao sneered, they just burned down a granary. What's there to be complacent about? If you have the ability, go and pick up all the food and grass for the entire Saibei army and bring it back. Feeling despised, the Right King stood up and swung his fist as big as a casserole to hit Do Xiao. Do Xiao, I agree with your plan because I think highly of you. Put away your arrogant face. Don't think that I dare not touch you just because you are from Xixia. Feeling the pressure of the approaching power, Do Xiao was about to roll to the side. Enough, it's time, and you are still bullying in your nest? Yeha's roar instantly chilled the two people who were blinded by anger. The Right King was straightforward. He stretched out his right hand to cover his left chest and bowed to Yeha. Chief, I was wrong. Yeha pursed his lips and nodded, his eyes fixed on Do Xiao. Do Xiao performed as Central Plains etiquette to Yeha. It's Xiao who is being rude. Yeha didn't say anything, but shifted his eyes, and fixed them on the Right King again. Sit down. What the Right King said just now makes sense, but Qidio Falcon is not stupid. He will definitely not be fooled easily. But if we want to get rid of Chang Yu's control, we must have enough food. So, it's a good idea to let the Right King's people pick up all the food and grass for the Saibei army and bring it back. Lin Bufan is very smart. If it's like before, he must know that we have an ambush here. So this time we have to change our strategy, and buy enough time for the Right King. After listening to Yeha's arrangement, several people in the tent nodded in appreciation. The leader is worthy of being our leader. He can think so wisely. In this way, when we take the food and grass in the north of the border, defeat the north of the border army, and then gather other nomadic peoples on the edge, it will not be a problem to take down half of Da Huang. Not just half of Da Huang, it's no problem to take over the whole Da Huang. That Da Huang emperor, considering his previous help, let's keep him as our leader's godson. Yes, this is a good idea. I will let Yin Zhenyo wash my feet when the time comes. The more they talked, the more excited they became, without noticing the flash of mockery in Do Xiao's eyes. A bunch of brainless idiots. At night, in a small village where northern Qi meets the desert, a gray pigeon fluttered and landed on a small adobe bungalow. A masked man in black tights skillfully took the letter off the pigeon's leg, fed the pigeon a few dried corns, and then let it go. In the house, a dim oil lamp was lit. Shai Jioma was dressed in coarse cloth clothes. When he saw the content of the letter, his eyes sank slightly, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The hyena tribe is looking for death. The dead kid is in the northern frontier now, and he is reluctant to come here, probably to deal with the small hyena tribe. Now the 5 kingdoms are on the verge of a turmoil, coupled with the previous incident with the Xixia envoy, let alone a small tribe like the hyena tribe, even if it is just an ordinary nomadic vagrant, As long as they die at the hands of Da Huang's soldiers or are poisoned to death on the border of Da Huang, it will be an opportunity for the other 4 countries to attack Da Huang. He was curious about what tricks the dead kid could have. The next morning, Lin Bufan was called by Xiang Jila to take people to a vast open space halfway through training. When he saw the pile of potatoes and sweet potatoes in front of him, as well as the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep running all over the ground, his first reaction was to slap himself twice. Feeling the pain, he still couldn't believe it, and ordered the soldier beside him, "You, pinch me." Until his hand was pinched by the soldier, and it was really painful. He looked at Xiang Jila with wide eyes. You are? Xiang Jila thought he was going to be moved, and smiled and waved his hand, and was about to speak. The next moment, Lin Bufan's words almost choked her to death on her own saliva. "Where did you steal this? Hurry up and return it to the people, otherwise it will be terrible if there is chaos." No wonder the princess disappeared as soon as it got dark yesterday. It turned out that she just went to wait for food. "What do you mean by stealing?" Xiang Jila put his hands on his waist, and looked at Lin Bufan with his fox eyes wide open. "All of this is mine." "Yours?" Lin Bufan obviously didn't believe it. "Money makes the world go round, don't you know?" As he said that, Xiang Jila took out a handful of banknotes from his arms and raised his eyebrows at him. "You don't think I'm going all the way north and doing nothing?" Chapter 577. "So these?" Lin Bufan pointed at the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep that were being chased by the soldiers. "Did you buy them along the way?" Lin Bufan frowned. Although the princess didn't have many flaws in what she said, he always felt something was wrong. "I asked my distant relatives to bring me potatoes and sweet potatoes. They just arrived yesterday. As for these?" While speaking, Xiang Jila pursed his lips. "I raised them." "You raised them?" This time, Lin Bufan even changed his tone. "How did you raise them?" Xiang Jila looked at him like a fool. "I will raise them the same way as others do." "No." "Okay, Lin Bufan, you're talking too much. What about the cooperation you agreed to?" Xiang Jila emphasized the word cooperation, and Lin Bufan fell silent. The reason for the appearance of potatoes and sweet potatoes barely made sense, but the appearance of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep was a little untenable. But, since the princess has said this, he would just be boring if he said anything else. After all, as long as he knew that the princess would not harm the prince, and he was the prince's man. Love the house and the dog, the princess can't go out of her way to trick him, right? With this understanding, Lin Bufan's attention was diverted at once. "Princess, what should we do next? How should we do it?" Xiang Jila murmured and repeated Lin Bufan's words, with a sly look in his bright fox eyes. "Although I can't enter the place where you are stationed, I can still let you have a good meal." 2 days later. On the vast sand, the Right King led a small team of elite soldiers wearing sheepskin belts and flexibly shuttled through the yellow sand. Suddenly, a soldier beside the Right King sniffed. "King, do you smell anything?" The soldier spoke to the Right King in the native language of the hyena tribe. Hearing this, the Right King sniffed as well. "It seems to be the aroma of milk." "No, it's the smell of roasted beef." While speaking, the soldier's saliva was overflowing, and he didn't have time to swallow it back. "And the smell of roasted lamb. King, we haven't eaten meat for a long time." Since the grassland had no rainy season the year before last, and the drought turned it into a desert, the most they ate was the millet they robbed from the surrounding areas, occasionally adding some goat milk and cow milk, and eating meat. They could only eat a small piece when they made meritorious deeds. They couldn't even remember how long it had been since they smelled such a strong meaty aroma. After the soldier said that, the Right King clearly felt his intestines cramp because of his excessive desire for meat. Although he was the Right King of the hyena tribe, compared with the treatment of the soldiers, his food was at best 2 more pots of goat milk and a few pieces of baked cakes per day than the average soldier. The soldiers hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and so had he. Licking his cracked lips, he spit out the sand in his mouth and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Maybe some blind soldiers came out to eat wild food secretly. Speed up. If we are lucky, maybe we can still have a meal of meat." Under a half-built abandoned fortress, Xiang Jila was working hard to ask the soldiers to brush some secret sauce on the roasted whole cows and whole sheep. She was dazzled by just watching them coming and going these 2 days. With 2 sizzling sounds, the rich meaty aroma once again aroused the appetite of everyone present. Someone's stomach growled, and then gurgles came one after another. Xiang Jila looked at the 60 or so people who helped to support the cows and sheep, and saw that they all looked like children who had done something wrong, and couldn't help laughing. "If you want to eat, just tell me." Why are you holding back? As she spoke, she took out her dagger and cut off a large piece of beef first, and then asked the soldier who was brushing the sauce to cut a large piece of beef for each person. It's freshly roasted. Eat it while it's hot. While she spoke, she also told other soldiers who were putting firewood to use wood to dig out some roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes from the fire and push them in front of others. It's cold. Eat more to have strength. More than 60 people, each holding a piece of meat, 2 sweet potatoes, and a potato, looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. I don't know what the sauce is made of. They are not particularly hungry, but they just want to eat. I don't know who said thank you. Brother Mu first, and then they started to eat voraciously. With this beginning, the voices of thank you, Brother Mu rang out one after another, followed by the sound of chewing and swallowing. The cold air mixed with the biting wind was bone-chilling cold. But the beef and potatoes and sweet potatoes were soft and warm in the stomach. The moment the meat entered the stomach, everyone felt alive. They seemed to understand why the brother, who sent them a message from the previous camp, looked envious when they came out. This time they were full, and when the next batch of brothers came out, it would be their turn to be envious. Although they didn't know what the relationship between this Brother Mu and Deputy General Lin was, they all understood that Deputy General Lin was trying to improve their meals in various ways. Although no one said it, it was a tacit understanding between them. Why did they join the Saibei army? Because only in the Saibei army could they live like a human being. Although the roasted whole cow and roasted whole lamb were covered with sand, it still couldn't stop the hungry foodies. The right king and his men were lying on the broken wall, looking at the racks with a lot of leftover meat with green eyes, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The left king's men haven't arrived yet, so we can't act rashly. He pulled the soldier who wanted to get up. After being glared at by the right king, the soldiers behind him, who were ready to move, could only swallow their saliva and lie down again. Seeing those people eating a full meal, they could eat another piece if they couldn't finish it. How long have they not eaten meat as happily as they did? No, sometimes they can't even eat enough millet. Thinking of this, they regretted not stealing the food and grass of the Saibei army earlier. When Lin Bufan was escorted back to Beijing, they should have taken the opportunity to steal all the meat and food back. Okay, eat until you are 70% full. If you eat more, you will be full. You will have meat for every meal in the future. Leave some room in your stomach. A deep, magnetic and smiling male voice came, and the right king narrowed his eyes slowly. It was this person who distributed the meat just now. This person didn't look like a cook in the army, but the Saibei soldier seemed to respect him very much. Did he find all the meat? Chapter 578. When the right king was looking at Xiang Jila and his group, Xiang Jila also noticed that the broken wall behind him had moved. The smile on her lips deepened a little. Okay, it's getting late. If you can't finish it, take the rest back. Wait until tomorrow when you notify the other brothers to come over, and I make it for them again. Take it back? You didn't say you were going to take it back yesterday or the day before yesterday. Although they didn't understand what Brother Mu was up to, but Deputy General Lin said that they had to listen to Brother Mu when they came out, so they didn't ask any more questions. They all stood up and carried the warm and fragrant whole cows and sheep back. Xiang Jila followed them and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly she came back again, took a stick and dug in the charcoal fire, and dug out more than a dozen potatoes from it. What a waste, there are still so many left. As she said that, she went to other piles of soil and dug out more than a dozen potatoes and sweet potatoes. She put her hands on her waist in distress, looked around, and made sure there was no one else. Then she murmured, "The fruit is too hot, I can't take it all away at once, I have to go back and find a basket to carry it away." After saying that, she quickly caught up with the people who had not gone far just now, called back a dozen soldiers, and worked hard with her to use sticks to pick up the sand under the fire and put out the fire. "Brother Mu, why don't you take the things away?" one of the soldiers suggested. "No," Xiang Jila shook his head, "I'd better pack them all away. It's better to feed chickens, ducks and geese if they can't be eaten." "That's right, Brother Mu still has a way. The weather is very cold, and the land can't grow millet, but you can build a shed on it to raise chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep." As the two walked further away, a soldier under the right king asked the right king, "King, the weather is cold and there is nothing to eat. Won't the chickens, ducks, cows and sheep starve to death or freeze to death?" They even built a shed to raise chickens, ducks, cows and sheep. They were all fooling them. The right king narrowed his eyes slowly, and his sharp eyes were fixed on the fires that were still smoking. "Let's take a look at those fruits first. Are they as delicious as they say, better than millet? If they are really delicious, they will find a way to steal the fruits and then drive the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep back to their place. Seeing the soldiers carrying roasted cattle and sheep back to the army, Lin Bufan knew that the princess had been waiting for 2 days, and finally managed to get the people of the hyena tribe to come. After instructing the cook to give the roasted cattle and sheep to the soldiers as a snack that day, he jumped on his horse and hurried to Xiangzila's temporary residence. For the convenience of communication, Lin Bufan settled Xiangzila in a relatively quiet place in the northern part of the Great Wall. Not far from her residence, someone actually built a temporary windproof shed. Several fat and strong goats were butting their horns against each other. Princess. There was no one around, so when he saw Xiangzila, he immediately bowed to Xiangzila. Xiangzila nodded, his face full of seriousness. The person who was peeking in the lead, wearing a sheepskin felt hat inlaid with jade, should be from the hyena tribe. When mentioning the hyena tribe, Lin Bufan's tiger eyes had a bit more cold murderous intent. The hyena tribe has a leader, who has 2 kings on the left and right. The left and right kings have no surnames or names. They are appointed together when the previous leader decides on the crown prince. The distinction between the left and right kings is marked by a cowhide felt hat inlaid with gold, and a sheepskin felt hat inlaid with jade. The leader wears a golden crown hat inlaid with an eagle, which is passed down from generation to generation. Similarly, the people under their command are also marked with cowhide belts and sheepskin belts, while the leader's people are tied with 2 color belts interwoven with cowhide and sheepskin. The ones who set fire and sent people to harass us before were the people of the right king. And the people who fought with our army on a large scale were the people of the left king, and the leader of the hyena tribe Yeha. Hearing Lin Bufan's explanation, Xiangzila folded his hands in front of his chest and pondered. It seems that their division of labor is clear. It is indeed clear, because their tribe has a limited number of people, so everyone's existence must be valuable. Lin Bufan nodded in agreement with Xiangzila's words. So, it is very likely that the right king's people did not come out in full force this time. If they didn't come out in full force, then let's play the long game and catch the big fish. Xiangzila waved his hand disapprovingly. Nomadic tribes are generally very united. If you can make them submit to other tribes, they are likely to do the same as you, because of the problem of food and grass. Once they know that there is a lot of food here, they will definitely not give up such a good opportunity. At this point, Xiangzila looked at Lin Bufan. How are the things prepared? Things? Lin Bufan thought that Xiangzila's hatching rice seedlings was just a joke, so he did it, but he didn't pay much attention to it. All his focus was on the strategy of defending against the enemy when it came. Now that Xiangzila asked, he had to report the truth. The weather is very cold, and the progress is not very satisfactory. Not as expected? It doesn't work to keep warm with fire? Xiangzila raised his eyebrows. Lin Bufan shook his head. Although firewood is not scarce, it should be used in useful places. After thinking about it, I feel that it is not feasible to use roundabout ways for nomadic tribes, so it is more straightforward to give them a knife each. Since the people who came this time were the right king's men, the old and new grudges would be settled together. At worst, we could just burn the bodies after we solve the problem, and do it without anyone noticing. Seeing that Lin Bufan was about to turn around and walk out, Xiangzila called him in a deep voice. If you could really be so carefree, you wouldn't have been so worried until now. Is it worth it to throw away all your previous forbearance just for a moment of pleasure? Can't you wait for just 1 day? After a series of questions, Lin Bufan stopped again. Since I have failed the princess's trust, I will accept the punishment myself after the matter is resolved. However, the plan has changed now, and I must make adjustments immediately, otherwise. Before Lin Bufan could finish his words, Xiangzila immediately raised his hand to interrupt him, and looked at him meaningfully. Lin Bufan, you are too aggressive. Indeed, Lin Bufan taught her the battle strategies and military tactics in her previous life, but in this life, under Jun Nuo's advice, she realized that some soldiers did not need to die in her previous life. In some battles, they didn't need to pay such a high price to succeed. They believed too much in the 4-word speed is the essence of war, so they fell completely into the hands of change and speed. Because of the need for speed, they constantly adjusted their battle plans, and rushed to attack the enemy before a tacit understanding was formed, coveting momentary pleasure. Thinking of this, Xiangzila looked at him with a little more seriousness and solemnity. In the frontier against the nomadic tribes, your battle plan can indeed achieve unexpected results, but our biggest enemy now is not the nomadic tribes, but the Western Xia, Northern Qi and other countries. Once you face the Central Plains army, which is 100 times more cunning and well-trained than the nomadic tribes, if you still rush forward with a burst of blood like now, you are basically giving heads to the enemy. Lin Bufan was slightly startled. Yin Junyo had also said the same thing to him. But now we are not fighting against other Central Plains troops, but is there a fundamental difference? Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Lin Bufan, do you know? Your biggest shortcoming is that you are usually calm and wise, but you will be impatient as soon as the critical moment comes. The more critical it is, the more impatient you will be. Chapter 579. Hearing Xiang Jila's words, Lin Bufan lowered his eyelids and said nothing. Xiang Jila reached out and put his hands heavily on Lin Bufan's shoulders twice, and said to him like an elder, "You want to win, this mentality is very good, but as a general, you must not only try your best to win, but also try your best to reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Training a new soldier and training and maintaining a veteran, which one has a lower time cost, you should know better than me." As she spoke, Xiang Jila released her hand from Lin Bufan's shoulder. "Since this princess said she would help you get back your face, then I will definitely help you get back your face. Whether it's roundabout or straightforward, just wait and see. As I said, just find some people to cooperate with me." Lin Bufan raised his eyelids and glanced at Xiang Jila. His lips moved a few times, and finally lowered his head. "I know." It was still the border between the northern frontier and the heart of the desert. The Right King led his elite troops, wrapped in clothes, and carrying a large bag of roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes, and rushed to the temporary settlement of the tribe. The beard around his mouth was still stained with potato crumbs and black charcoal. The leader entered the tent, and immediately put the large bag of roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes he was holding on the ground. This was picked up from the abandoned wall of the border town. The people of the Northern Frontier Army have wild food. Wild food? Yeha looked at the pile of charcoal-like things at the feet of the Right King, his tone full of suspicion. "Is this what you are talking about? Charcoal? This is fruit, not charcoal," the Right King patiently explained, picking the largest one from the pile of roasted potatoes, breaking it open and placing it in front of Yeha. "I don't know where they picked this kind of fruit. It tastes soft and sweet, and tastes better than the butter in the tent." Yeha took a small bite tentatively. The weather was cold, and the potatoes were already cold after being brought back by the Right King at a gallop. So Yeha did not feel the joy that the Right King had when he ate the potatoes while they were still hot. However, from the softness of the entrance, it was indeed better than millet. The Right King broke open another sweet potato for Yeha as if offering a treasure. "Before I tried it, I found that the long fruit tasted better than the round one. Why don't you try this one, Chief?" The fruit tasted good, but he couldn't say he liked it either. However, seeing that the Right King was so eager, Yeha had to take another small bite tentatively. Yeha's eyes lit up, and he was immediately captivated by the sweet potato. What kind of fruit is this? The sweet and smooth taste that spread from the entrance to the mouth was indeed better than the milk cake. Seeing that Yeha seemed very satisfied with the fruit just now, the Right King straightened his back and pointed to the pile of black charcoal on the ground. It was with the fruit just now. The Saibai army is eating such good things now? While talking, Yeha took a few more bites of the sweet potato in his hand. The special sweet and burnt taste of the roasted sweet potato made him a little unable to stop. After eating one, he opened his dark and rough palm to the Right King, another one. The Right King didn't know how to distinguish these dark things, so he just picked up a long potato and broke it in front of Yeha. Yeha couldn't wait to take a bite, and immediately found that the taste was wrong. "This is not the fruit just now." "The leader is wise," the Right King said to Yeha generously. "I suspect there are several kinds of fruits here, just like the cattle we raise, divided into yaks and dairy cows. There are only one or two kinds, but they taste so good. If there are several kinds, what kind of delicious food would it be?" Thinking of this, Yeha couldn't help licking his lips and drinking a sip of water to cover up his expectation for the fruit. "Where is the Left King now? When he saw me rushing back with the things, he followed me back. He should be here soon." As soon as the voice fell, a cold wind carrying sand and gravel rushed into the tent along with a person whose tent was opened. Not long after, a young man with dark beard on his face, tough features, dark and rough skin, and a scar from the right eyebrow to the left lower jaw came in front of Yeha, covered his left chest with his right hand, and bowed respectfully to Yeha. "Chief, just when I mentioned you, you came back." Yeha obviously liked this Left King very much. "Would you like to try the fruit that the Right King brought back from the Saibai army?" The young man, the Left King, took the black charcoal that the Right King handed to him. Seeing that the fruit in Yeha's hand was broken open, he also broke the fruit in his hand like Yeha. But he did not take a small bite immediately like Yeha did, but first put the fruit to his nose and sniffed it. A strange and sweet smell immediately filled his nose, and he took a small bite tentatively. It tastes sweet and soft. Just this one bite determined his tough attitude towards the Saibei army. Chief, I am willing to send troops to bring back all the fruits. His voice was rougher than his calloused hands. The right king looked at him indifferently. The left king can't even lead people away, so you'd better cooperate with me and work together. The left king raised his chin proudly, and didn't look directly at the right king. Those who win by unorthodox means don't win the real victory. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Ye stood up and intervened. Okay, you are all brave generals under my command, don't let this little thing ruin your relationship. This time, we should follow the previous rules. The right king's people will provide support, and the left king's people will take advantage of the chaos to lead away the main force stationed in the northern part of the border. This time, we can only succeed in snatching the fruit, not fail. Are you really not going to try another way? The left king crossed his arms, and looked at the right king provocatively. Chapter 580. Yeha has always known that Kingswood is aggressive. The scar on his face was left when he fought with a warrior from the Axon tribe when he was 14 years old. At that time, he was not as skilled as the other warrior, so he ran back to their tribe after saying something harsh and practiced hard on his skills and swordsmanship. If Yin Junyuo had not been one step faster than him and destroyed the Axon tribe, he would probably have been the one to destroy the Axon tribe. But Yeha did not expect that at this time. Kingswood would still want to fight for his life. The right king obviously disagreed with the left king's idea. My people were responsible for the support in the past, but now you change your mind. Aren't you putting my people in your eyes? At this time, the capable people should make the decision. The left king disagreed. At this point, the two looked at Hei at the same time. Chief, am I right? Yeha looked at the two pairs of eager eyes. Although he liked the left king more, he still understood the principle of the overall situation is the most important mentioned by the people of the Central Plains. After pretending to think about it, he looked at the left king. Let's do it according to the previous arrangement. The right king is right. His people have always been supporting. You should do your own job, Yeha said, and the right king glanced at the left king proudly. Even if the left king was unwilling to accept it, he could only respond with a yes obediently. After leaving the tent, the left king's confidant looked at the left king with a deep look, guessing that something must have happened, and immediately asked with concern, King, what's wrong? The left king touched his cheek with his tongue, as if he was still savoring the soft and sweet taste just now. The Saibei army has good stuff. The previous harassment of the Saibei army has allowed the right king to steal a lot of good stuff. We can't let them succeed this time. When he thought of the sweet fragrance of the fruit just now, the left king couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple, his eyes full of resentment. We can't let them take all the good stuff every time. The confidant looked at the left king thoughtfully, hesitated for a moment, and finally stammered. I heard from the people who came back with the right king. The Saibei army has meat, a lot of meat. Zhuo Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of malice and calculation, but just now, that person only brought back fruits. His people haven't eaten meat for a long time. It was night. Xiang Zila entered the warehouse in the space. With the light of the flashlight that Changju gave her, she held a soup bottle that Gongjing No. 3 had dug out from some corner, and carefully read the 1,000 years of events in China that Gongjing No. 3 had given her before. Little ghost, those 2 big baskets of potatoes, the stinky stones have already hatched them into small buds. Are you going to take them out later? Seeing that Xiang Zila ignored it, Gongjing No. 3 rolled to her feet. You have read this book many times, haven't you finished it yet? Xiang Zila said him softly, still without even raising her head. Gongjing No. 3 was not giving up, and tried to find a topic with her again. Huaxia has a history of 3,000 years. The previous Su Qian had a relatively novel mindset. She should be a person from the millennium of Huaxia. Xiang Zila still focused on finding all the information she wanted to know in the thick annals, without even raising her head. I don't know whether it is the millennium or not. The only thing I can be sure of is that the Chinese characters are similar to our characters here, but not exactly the same. I can't understand some of the characters, but based on a few similar characters and illustrations in the book, I seem to understand what they mean. The world's civilization is unified. Not to mention China, even in the original world, some characters are similar to the expressions of the Great Phoenix. Gongjing No. 3 explained. Seeing that her eyes were always on the water management column, it couldn't help asking, it's about water storage and water use again. It seems that you are really concerned about the drought in the last life. Is the drought serious? Xiang Yila's breath was slightly choked, and her hand that was turning the pages of the book paused. Her eyes fell on the words the river dried up. Yeah, it's very serious. Her voice was very light. When she just came back, her thoughts were still a little chaotic. Except for the particularly important things, she only had a rough outline of many things. But later, with the help of Gonging number 3, she remembered everything in her previous life, and also knew that the drought that seemed to not reach the level of starving people everywhere actually brought a lot of damage to Da Huang. After the drought, there was a locust plague. After the disaster, there was a major epidemic. Da Huang was troubled by internal and external troubles. The Sichuan area was taken advantage of by the Western Xia to split up. Yin Beimo still held those ridiculous imperial powers, and concentrated his military forces on suppressing the civil strife. Yin Beimo was probably very lucky at the time that the drought lasted only 1 year. Although it was laborious, it did not completely shake the foundation of Da Huang. But the years of war and chaos still caused great harm. When they were about to attack Kyoto, the aftereffects of the drought also came out. In her last life, she could destroy everything without any consequences, but in this life, she couldn't. Not only could she not destroy everything, she had to keep everything well, and give Junnu a stable and prosperous world. Now there are still 4 years before the drought. If the Rho River does not dry up, it can at least maintain the lives of all the people in the 5 states and 16 counties in the south. When the water level rises, even the smallest streams know how to roar. But the good-tempered Rho River still has no rapids and waves during the storm, just like it dried up silently overnight. Perhaps in the south, if we find the origin of the Rho River and let it dry up more slowly, we can minimize the damage of the drought. As for the north, considering the special geographical location of the northern frontier and the lack of rain and snow all year round, Xiangjila muttered to himself as he turned to the territory page of the 1,000 Years of Chronicles of the Chinese nation. The Buzhou Mountain is capped with snow all year round, and the snow melts into a vast glacial river. Perhaps we can think of a way to open up wasteland and divert the glacial river of the Buzhou Mountain into the northern frontier. Even if the weather is cold in winter and the snow and water are frozen, the people can dig ice and boil water. In summer, it is naturally no problem. But judging from the current situation, not to mention the difficulty of taking down Qiangyo, just diverting the river will also require huge manpower and material resources, and it will also pass through northern Qi and western Xia. It seems unrealistic. Little ghost cultivator, I feel like you have too many things on your mind right now. In the northern part of the Saibei, I see that there are mostly yellow sand deserts outside the city gate. The sand structure is loose, and even water cannot lock in moisture. Instead of thinking about these things now, you might as well think about how to return the favor to the master. Gonging number 3 persuaded. Xiangjila shook his head. Da Huang is Junyuo's Da Huang. The chaos of the 5 kingdoms must be taken care of, and the people's livelihood of Da Huang cannot be left behind. The will of the people is the general trend. At this point, she asked Gonging number 3 for paper and pen, and drew a sketch of the distribution of the settlements of the northern part of the Saibei, and the northern Qi, western Xia, Qiangyo and Hainan tribes on paper based on her impression. These 2 days, I have gradually learned some information about the Hainan tribe from Lin Bufan. The original base of the Hainan tribe was a grassland at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. It was occupied by Changyu more than 10 years ago, and had to retreat to the hinterland at the junction of northern Qi and Da Huang. Even so, they can still graze by the lake, but in recent years, there has been less precipitation and snowfall, and the number of cattle and sheep on the grassland has been greatly reduced, and there is a shortage of food, so they continue to harass the surrounding areas. To be fair, at first, I really wanted to kill these annoying flies of hyena, but slowly calmed down, and I found that under the current situation, compared with killing to stop killing, it seems to be more beneficial to Da Huang to lure them to surrender with benefits. As the 3rd largest nomadic tribe, although hyena cannot directly challenge Changyu, it can more or less deter other nomadic tribes. But the premise is whether these people are worth her inducement. Thinking of this, Xiangjila stared and rode to circle hyena tightly. Chapter 581. The next morning, before dawn, the Right King led more people to the abandoned wall. Unfortunately, the vast desert was almost endless, and they had nowhere to hide except for the abandoned wall eroded by wind and sand. Fortunately, as long as they bypassed those wall routes, they could sneak into the outer perimeter of the Saibei army's garrison along another wall. Perhaps it was not yet time for dinner. There were not many soldiers at the wall today, and the few sparsely scattered people were setting up the roasting racks for cattle and sheep. The young man from yesterday has not appeared yet. The sun rises. The biting cold wind keeps drilling into people's collars and cuffs. One of the soldiers who set up the support seemed unable to withstand the severe cold weather. He blew into his hands and asked another soldier, What do you think Brother Moo will grill for us today? I don't know, but the mutton was grilled to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside yesterday. I don't know how Brother Moo made the sauce. The meat fell apart when you bite it and melted in your mouth. It was so delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. I really hope noon will come soon. Another soldier said, me too. The lamb tripe that the cook made yesterday according to the method taught by Brother Moo was also delicious. The stewed lamb tripe, paired with the roasted fruit, was simply. As he spoke, the soldier swallowed his saliva. It's so delicious that I would rather be a god than marry me. I don't even want it. You are so beautiful, you still want to marry me? Hearing several soldiers talking about the taste of lamb, the soldiers around the Right King couldn't help licking their lips and swallowing their saliva. Some of them were so disappointed that their stomachs started to growl. He was slapped on the head by the Right King and cursed in the tribal language, "You are useless." As he spoke, he couldn't help licking his lips. Listening to the soldiers chatting, he seemed to feel that the smell of meat that wafted here yesterday was still lingering. Finally, near noon, several soldiers came in a mighty procession with carts pushing slaughtered cattle and sheep, and two men who looked like cooks followed behind with heavy meat cleavers. Behind the cooks, there were two carts pushing several large bags of potatoes with small sprouts. The cook swiftly assisted the soldiers to tie the cattle and sheep to the grill. One of the soldiers responsible for transporting food wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother Moo said that a sheep was missing last night, and the fruits were also scratched. Today, he wants to check the fence in the south. Today we will do it ourselves. Lin said that the food is limited and today is the last day to improve the food. He asked us to send it back as soon as we finish grilling. It's not wild food. There are sheep and fruits in the fence in the south. After refining this information, the Right King quickly squatted down and gestured to the soldiers. The soldiers squatting at other abandoned wall roots nodded one after another, covered their mouths and noses and quietly retreated. On the city wall, two figures, one short and one tall, stood one after another, the short figure in front and the tall figure in the back. Xiangjila took the 1,000 li wang and took in everything in the distance. In the distance of the abandoned wall, there was a small group of cavalry looking from afar. Because the distance was too far, under the 1,000 li wang, they only gathered into a small black dot. Is there anyone else there? Xiangjila passed the 1,000-mile view to Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan took the 1,000-mile view and stepped forward, adjusting the focus. After a while, he put down the 1,000-mile view. It's the cavalry of the Left King. Hana, the Left King is good at fighting, but with the intervention of Yeha, he can get along well with the Right King. They are independent of each other. This time, he followed so closely, probably wanting to get a share of the pie from the Right King without telling hey. A share? Xiangjila's brain started to work quickly, and then he smiled meaningfully at Lin Bufan. Since there are so many people coming, let the brothers slaughter more cattle and sheep. Guessing Xiangjila's plan, Lin Bufan frowned slightly in disapproval. Princess, although you brought a lot of things this time, our people are far more than those stationed here, and the northern frontier is far more than the place you are currently standing on. Although he knew that the princess must have her own ideas and plans, but it doesn't have to cost so much to get rid of these barbarians, right? As far as he knew, 200 or 300 kilograms of potatoes had been transported away today, not to mention the dozens of cattle and sheep that had been slaughtered. The other brothers guarding other places in the northern frontier didn't even have a bite of hot potatoes or a bite of crispy roast meat, so why should they let these barbarians get away with it? Don't worry, this princess won't let you go hungry. Xiangjila waved her hand and gave him a reassuring smile. Do you know where the Haina tribe's temporary base is now? Lin Bufan instinctively wanted to ask Xiangjila, Princess, what are you trying to do? But thinking of Yan Junyo's previous instructions, everything should be put first. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only swallow his words in the end. I know. Very good, find 3 horses and follow me out for a trip. Before leaving Beijing, your prince taught me a lot of things. Today, I will learn and put them into practice, and let you see what it means to move and stop appropriately, and to speed up and slow down in an orderly manner. Hearing this, Lin Bufan suddenly looked up at Xiangjila. The girl in front of him was dressed in civilian men's clothes. Her beautiful face became an ordinary face that could not be found in the crowd under her deliberate concealment. Chapter 582. But no matter how ordinary this face is, those fox eyes that are bright and charming because of confidence can always illuminate her whole body. In a trance, he seemed to hear the loud neighing of the jade horse, and saw the prince wearing armor and getting on the horse in front of him. There was no word, not even a superfluous look, but it inexplicably made his blood boil. Yes! The other side. Seeing the sun shining brightly, and even showing signs of setting in the west, Yeha felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. According to the plan, the left king and the right king, who had set out in the second half of the night, should have been able to deliver the first batch of food back before noon. But now, let alone food, there was no sign of people. The lake where they were currently staying was about to dry up. Before he came out, he carried the hopes of the elderly, the weak, women and children of the entire tribe. As the leader of the hyena tribe, if he could not lead his people to prosperity, then, except for dying in battle in this hinterland, he had no other choice of retreat. At this moment, there was a chaotic sound of horse hooves outside the tent, and screams. His face changed, and he rushed out of the tent with his saber. Outside the tent, dust was rolling, and his men had already fallen to the ground, covering their wounds and wailing. Along with the rapid sound of horse hooves, a boy who looked only 17 years old, holding a dark long whip, sat on the warhorse and looked down at him. Before he even had time to open his mouth to draw his saber, a strange cold and rough touch wrapped around his neck and arms, like a poisonous snake, strangling his breathing and movements. Then, he felt the saber in his hand being taken away, and he was thrown onto another warhorse. The boy appeared behind him without knowing when, quickly tied his hands and feet, tied him to the horse, and stuffed a handkerchief full of the smell of man's sweat into his mouth. Ugh! He couldn't help but dry-heaved. He was the leader of the hyena tribe, a tall and strong man weighing at least 200 pounds. He had sent envoys to Kyoto to negotiate with Da Huang last year, but now, he was tied to the horse's back with his hands tied like a rag. The young man who did all this was like nothing happened. He whipped the warriors, who blocked the road and ran away with the horse carrying him. Wait! Running away with the horse carrying him? Yeha lay on the horse's back, watching himself getting farther and farther away from the camp, and the people chasing him were sometimes big and sometimes small. He felt that his cognition over the past 30 years had been completely overturned. Is this reasonable? Is it reasonable for a skinny boy who looks like he hasn't even grown all his hair to use such a whip to tie someone up? Is it reasonable for a soldier from the Central Plains to rush into his tent, tie him up and run away as if he were in a no-man's land, and still outrun the tribal warriors, who have been grazing here all year round? I don't know how far he ran, and all his people were left behind. Someone rode a horse to meet the boy. Wait! Why does this man in armor look so familiar? Lin Bufon. After his brain told him the answer, yet his copper bell-like eyes widened again. Lin Bufon personally went to meet the soldier who captured him. It seems that this soldier is not an ordinary person. So short, so thin, and when you look closely, he doesn't even have a beard yet. The reinforcements that Yin Junyo found for Lin Bufon, while thinking, he was thrown to the ground by the young man without mercy. Before in Kyoto, you were wronged, beat him up to calm down. If he dares to leak a word, I can guarantee that I can kill him the same way I entered his army and captured him. Yeha, surprise! The sun gradually moved westward. The Right King's men waited at the foot of the wall until dozens of Saibei's soldiers finished roasting the mutton and beef, and then, they could not wait to rush up and destroy them. And a small group of cavalrymen, who were ordered by the Left King to watch the Right King's actions far behind them, also rushed up after seeing the Right King's men move. Dozens of Saibei's soldiers seemed to know that they could not beat four hands with two fists. After seeing the Left King's men rushing over from a distance, they fled one after another, not even wanting food. The people of the hyena tribe did not seem to want to chase them. They only chased them for a short distance before turning back. The people on the left and right sides began to confront each other. Right King. The cavalry of the Left King bowed to the Right King. Our king said that since everything is for the tribe, there is no distinction between you and me. This time we will drive away the Saibei army together, and each of us will get half of the things. After returning, each of us will give half to the leader. The Right King showed no sign of giving in. The Left King disobeyed the leader's orders, and will be punished according to military law when he returns. How dare you negotiate with me? With a low chuckle, the Left King's cavalry tacitly made way. Has the Right King never heard of making up for one's mistakes? The Left King rode his horse to the Right King. Behind him, there was a large group of cavalrymen. On their horses, there were either fruits in cloth bags or people tied with sheepskin belts. At the back, there were more than a dozen people driving dozens of cattle and sheep. Obviously, what should have been done by the Right King was now taken over by the Left King. The Right King frowned suddenly, bit his back teeth, and said, "In the past, we always cooperated well, and we led people into your ambush. What you are doing now has disrupted all the plans." Hearing this, the Left King sneered. "Do you think I'm a fool? You said you led people into an ambush, But when have you ever really led people into an ambush? The Saibei army didn't fall for it. Your sophistry is always the same. The left king waved his hand disapprovingly, his burning eyes fixed on the still steaming roasted whole lamb and the black carbon that was pulled out. Whether it is really because the Saibei army failed to fall into the trap or your people did not put in enough effort, we will not go into it. Anyway, I want half of the things here. The leader has to arrange this himself. The right king argued with reason and refused to give in. Ha! Ever since the right king mentioned the leader, the mocking smile on the corner of the left king's mouth has never faded. The leader's heart is almost out of control. Wait for the leader to arrange and eat your leftovers? Seeing that the people of the left king surrounded their people and pressed forward step by step, the right king clenched his fists and creaked. He didn't care that there were soldiers around him. He widened his eyes and roared at the left king. Ozwa, don't think that because you are young and the leader values you, I dare not touch you. If it weren't for your Ada's death, and your I begged the leader before his death that their mission was not completed, do you think the position of the left king would still be your turn? The roar of the right king was like a huge rock falling into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar in the heart of the left king. The face of the left king changed on the spot. Ada, the man who was like a mountain, the man who said that he would hold up the sky when it fell, and let him go out without worry, died at the hands of the Cheongyo tribe. And their tribe not only could not take revenge, but now had to live by the face of the Cheongyo. Chapter 583. A choice. No, this is not the time to think about these things. The right king is obviously trying to divert his attention. His thoughts immediately returned, and the left king immediately realized that this was a trap set by the right king. A pair of hawk-like sharp eyes swept towards the right king, and he spoke word by word, no matter what you say, I want half of the things. Seeing that the left king was not moved, the right king tightened and loosened his fists, and finally slightly turned sideways to give the left king a place to pass. The food was quickly divided into 3 portions, one for the left king, one for the right king, and one for the leader in the camp. After receiving the food, the soldiers, who had already been glowing with green light, pulled the whole sheep and imitated the people who had picked the charcoal fruit at the beginning. They picked the fruit out by themselves, not caring about the hot temperature, and stuffed the fruit and meat into their mouths. Knowing that his men were indeed starving these days, the left king did not interfere too much. As long as they still obey him as a king, it's okay to let them indulge themselves occasionally. Seeing his people being tied up by the left king ate the meat with the soft and sticky fruits, but there was no sign of releasing them. The right king couldn't help but remind him again, since we agreed to your conditions then, shouldn't you also release my people? The left king calmly ordered his men to eat the meat, and finally set his eyes on the right king. Why are you in such a hurry? That attitude, that tone, clearly meant that he didn't want to let them go. But if they really fought, he couldn't beat Zwang. Even if he was unwilling, he could only wave to his own people, handed some food and water to Zwang's people, and asked them to help feed his people. For a while, both sides were at peace. Until Vomit King, my stomach hurts so much, I feel dizzy. King, me too. Soldiers from both sides fell to the ground, holding their stomachs and vomiting. The left king and the right king looked at each other at the same time. Just as he was about to stand up, he found himself weak, with abdominal pain, heartburn and dizziness. The first thing the left king thought of was that the right king had cheated. However, when he saw that the right king vomited more violently than he did, he gave up the idea. With his long knife stuck in the ground, the left king slowly stood up. His sharp eyes swept through the situation of everyone present, hoping to find any clues from them. At this moment, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and he instinctively moved to dodge, barely avoiding the hidden arrow coming towards his face. Then, the second and third arrows rained down from the sky, trapping them under the ruined wall. What surprised them was that, although the arrows were fired frequently, they were only used to trap them. As long as they did not walk out of the specific area under the wall, the arrows would not hurt them. Everyone sit down. At the order of the left king, the soldiers who had been holding on to their abdominal pain and other physical discomforts and had drawn their swords collapsed to the ground like puppets that had lost their strings. Then, they gathered towards them in a uniform pace from far to near. If the king of Zwa still didn't understand what was going on at this moment, then he would have lived in vain for 20 years. Despicable people from the Central Plains. As despicable as the Cheongyo people. Where is Lin Bufan? Feeling that the pain in his abdomen seemed to have eased, he tried to support himself with his sword and stood up straight. Despicable villain, let him come out and fight with me, Grandpa. As if responding to his words, the soldiers made way in an orderly manner. A young soldier in armor rode over, and there seemed to be a tall and strong man tied to his horse. The left and right kings saw the tied man on the horse and felt familiar, but they couldn't remember who it was for a while, until the man was thrown in front of them mercilessly. Leader. There was no mistake. Even if he was beaten black and blue, they still recognized the man. The two of them didn't care about the discomfort on their bodies, and rolled and crawled in front of the tall and strong man. Yeha tried to open his narrowed eyes, and saw that his two kings on the left and right had pale faces and pale lips. There were still crumbs of yesterday's fruit and oil stains left by eating meat on their lips. He was filled with mixed feelings. Even though he had guesses in his mind, he still asked, "You, what's going on?" At this time, the two looked at each other tacitly, and lowered their heads in shame at the same time. Hungry. Yeha sighed weakly, looking at the whole sheep that were still intact on the grill not far away, and couldn't help rolling his Adam's apple. He wasn't hungry, but he wanted to eat meat. He had always known that the people in his tribe had suffered following him. But he also knew that since he had fallen into the hands of the enemy, he had more important things to deal with. Seeing that the warriors of his tribe were all lying on the ground with their breath exhausted, he guessed that the Saibe army, which had always been upright, had also taken a despicable path and poisoned them. He tried to stand up, stood in front of the two kings on the left and right, and looked at Lin Bufon with his back straight. "Since we have fallen into your hands, we have accepted it. If you want to kill us, just do it directly, so as not to harm our wives and children. I hope that after you kill us, you will not touch the women and children of our tribe." Before Lin Bufon could speak, another deep and magnetic male voice came from not far behind him. "Your conscience is not completely black." Xiang Jila rode slowly to Lin Bufon's side and gave him a look. After getting Lin Bufon's response, she looked at the hyena soldiers rolling on the ground. Finally, her cold eyes fell on Yeha, who was in a mess but still had a sharp look in his eyes. "Hyena leader, you don't have only one choice, death." It was night. A crescent moon was setting in the west. A middle-aged man with triangular eyes rode into the small village at the border of northern Qi and the desert with his valuables. Finally, he stopped in front of a small adobe house. "Do Shao, are you planning to pack up and go home?" Seeing the bag on the middle-aged man's shoulder, Shai Jiomel raised his eyebrows with interest. "Has Hyena been destroyed?" Do Shao bowed respectfully to Shai Jiomel. "Your Highness, it's not destroyed, but it's almost destroyed." Yesterday, the two kings disagreed with Yeha. Chapter 584. Then, Do Shao reported to Shai Jiomel everything he heard in Huhana's tent yesterday. "Food?" Shai Jiomel reached out and lifted a small tuft of hair and sniffed it. "The worst thing about the desert is that there is no water, and he can't wash his fragrant hair every day." "Yes, several kinds of strange fruits and beef and mutton." Do Shao answered respectfully. "Strange fruits and beef and mutton? Isn't it true that only millet can be grown in the northern part of the Great Wall?" Shai Jiomel frowned. If he remembered correctly, even meat could only be obtained by slaughtering a batch of skinny sheep during festivals. In order to solve the problem of food and grass for the Saibe army, and the problem of food and clothing for the Saibe people, Yin Junyo thought of many ways and subsidized a lot, but it was always a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. He had a hunch that once this kind of fruit became popular, it would definitely allow the people of Dahuang Saibe to completely get rid of the single food structure. This subordinate is also very strange, but from what they said, it seems that someone from Yin Junyo's side came and brought this kind of food. Do Shao said vaguely. Hearing this, Shai Jiomo's breath was slightly choked. "I know, you go back to Weiyang City first and find Qianshen." "Yes." After Do Shao left, Shai Jiomo's eyes slowly half closed. "You little devil, those things, could they be related to you again?" At the same time, Lin Bufon and Xiang Jila stood on the leeward wall of the tower, looking at the vast desert together. "Princess." He really had too many questions today, but he didn't know where to start. Xiang Jila raised his hand to interrupt. "Have you written down everything about the conversation with Yeha today?" Lin Bufon nodded. "I have written it down. I will write a letter back to Kyoto after I have dealt with the details." "Okay." After a pause, Xiang Jila reminded, "There is no need to say more about my sneaking into Huhana's tent alone today." "Why?" Lin Bufon didn't understand. The princess's actions, which were as quiet as a virgin and as fast as a rabbit, have given me a new understanding of the words fast and slow. This is a good thing. There were so many hyena soldiers outside the tribe, but the princess went deep into the enemy camp alone, and kidnapping Yeha was as easy as taking something out of a bag. This was the first time that he understood what movement and stillness are appropriate, and speed and slowness are orderly. He also knew that a fast raid is not only suitable for fighting with a small number of people, but also for the strategy of capture the king first. The premise is to slow down first, think about all possible situations, and throw away everything that threatens you. Seeing Lin Bufan's eager face, Xiangjila pulled the corner of his mouth funny, because, my way of breaking into the enemy camp, others can't learn it. At least under the premise of her rapid entry into the enemy camp, the long tactic is very necessary. I just want you to know that before any rapid action, you must go through a long and slow planning, and you must not be impulsive. Being fast does not mean that you can go forward without thinking about the consequences. It is precisely because of this speed that it can shock Yehe and make him dare not act rashly. Hearing Xiangjila say others can't learn it, although Lin Bufan was very disappointed, he secretly took Xiangjila as his target in his heart. Suddenly remembering the loss she suffered last time, Lin Bufan reminded, but Yehe has cooperated with the man in Kyoto after all. If you just let everyone go, what if Yehe turns against you? Xiangjila shook his head. No. Lin Bufan blurted out, why is the princess so sure? Why is she so sure? Recalling the conversation today, Yehe explained everything he had done to the Saibei army clearly, and asked her to detoxify his warriors so that they would die more easily. Xiangjila smiled softly and looked up at the starry sky, because Yehe is not only a person of faith, but also naive. Faith? Naive? Lin Bufan couldn't help but glance at Xiangjila. Are these two words appropriate for nomadic barbarians? Yes, faith. Xiangjila nodded. Just like some people pray to gods and place their hopes on gods, some people are determined to be a good official and take this as their goal. These are all faith. And yet his faith is his tribe. As a leader, he had to put his tribe first in many things. Cooperating with Qiangyu was one thing, and constantly trying to invade Saibei was another. Even if it was not Saibei that stood here today, but other places, they would still invade, because with Qiangyu becoming more and more powerful, if they did not find a place to settle down, it would be a matter of time before they were annexed by Qiangyu. Moreover, after today's failure, facing the capture of the left and right kings at the same time, the first thing he thought of was not how to escape, but to stretch his neck and put his head in front of us, asking us to let his people go. Although it is touching, it is also really naive and ridiculous. However, from here, we can see that he is actually very tired and helpless. When she arrived at their camp, she found that the water source around their camp was almost dry. If there is no new place to stay, they will either fight to the death with the Saibei army or go back to the Buzhou Ridge and wait for Qiangyu to annex them. Obviously, with no other way to go, they would rather choose the first option than the second option. No matter how many hardships they have, they can't cover up the mistakes they have made and the damage they have done to my Saibei army. Lin Bufan snorted. Indeed, if it was in the past, we could just destroy Hyena. Xiangjila nodded in agreement, then pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, but in the current situation, you can see that one more friend is always better than one more enemy. Lin Bufan was silent. In fact, he understood what the princess said. So when facing the harassment of the Hyena tribe, they were annoyed, but they could not raise troops on a large scale to attack. Once their soldiers made a large-scale move, the covetous northern Qi would definitely wait for an opportunity to move. To put it bluntly, Hyena was just a weapon to break through the last layer of the so-called relatively balanced veil of the 5 countries. The eyes of the other 4 countries were all staring at when this veil would be pierced. But as the princess said, sometimes he just couldn't control his impatience. I thought he had hidden it well in front of the prince after being reminded by the prince, but unexpectedly, the princess saw it at a glance, so. What about the prince? Does he also know that what he did was just superficial? Tightening his fists, Lin Bufan seemed to have made a great decision and said to Xiangjila, Princess, I was impulsive yesterday, I hope you don't mind. As the princess said, everyone has a belief in their heart, and Bufan's belief is to follow the prince and guard the northern corner. I hope the princess can give Bufan more advice in the future. I dare not say advice. Seeing that Lin Bufan began to have plans to change, Xiangjila reached out his hand to comfort him and patted his shoulder. You are impatient, read more books, and you will calm down after a long time. Yes. Chapter 585. Seeing the man in front of her respond to her words in a serious manner, Xiangjila loosened her hand on his shoulder and couldn't help but laughed and joked. But speaking of which, Lin Bufan, I saw that you were full of passion, and I thought you would say something like protect the territory of Dahuang, but I didn't expect you to be so unmotivated. Perhaps because Xiangjila laughed at him, or perhaps because he felt a lot more relaxed after speaking out his thoughts. Lin Bufan scratched his head and grinned in embarrassment, and his pair of bright tiger eyes curved into crescents because of his smile. He rubbed his hands full of scars and calluses, smiled naively, and his eyes were full of tiny stars. It's good to be unmotivated. Anyway, the prince has given me a new life. My goal in this life is to follow the prince well. As long as it belongs to the prince, it is a place that I will protect well. Then, without waiting for Xiangjila to respond, he changed the subject and asked her the question. What about you, princess? Do you have faith? It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Bufan to ask this suddenly. Xiangjila was slightly startled, and the playful smile froze on his lips. Soon, the playful smile slowly turned into a soft smile. Yes. What is the princess's belief? Faced with Lin Bufan's question, Xiangjila just smiled and said nothing. Her belief may be in Sichuan, or in Kyoto, or she may reappear in the court of Da Huang in the future to make decisions. In the tent of the hyena tribe, Zhuo Wang was so angry that he swept the milk cake on the table to the ground, and his sharp eyes, like a hawk, were full of cruelty. That skinny little guy actually dared to play a trick on us, despicable Da Huang people. First they poisoned, then used poison to force the leader to compromise and succumb to their tyranny, and finally they gave each of them a bowl of sugar juice like monkeys, and after drinking it, they recovered. At that moment, he really felt that they had all become monkeys in the eyes of the Da Huang people. Facing Changyu, they were already very cowardly, but they didn't expect to be so cowardly when facing these weaklings in the Central Plains. Just thinking about this, the left king's fists were clenched and creaked. The personal guard of the king carefully picked up the dozen pieces of milk cakes from the ground and arranged them, persuading, the leader will not allow us to disturb the great Phoenix Saibai again. That despicable little guy, the words of the left king seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Do you think that giving us some fruits and a few cows can wipe out the dignity in our hands? The personal guard lowered his head and dared not say more. The more the left king thought about it, the more indignant he became. He picked up his sword and was about to go out. He had only walked out of the tent for a few steps when he was stopped by Yeha, who came to visit him. Where are we going? The hand holding the knife tightened, and Zhuo Wang turned around. The scar on his face became distorted because of his ferocious facial expression. Chief, I can't swallow this breath. If you can't swallow it, just hold it. Yeha still had a wound on his face. Every word he said would cause the wound on his face to twitch. Do you think we can be so lucky every time? That's because they are despicable. Zhuo Wang was unwilling to accept it. The violent factor in his body was constantly expanding, and was at a stage where it could explode at any time. If you have the ability, just beat us fair and square, instead of tampering with our food. Is that our food? Yeha asked back. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the skinny boy did have a point. To be fair, food in a place like this is not self-sufficient no matter how hard you try. Even though Da Huang had used a trick on them this time, it was their people who were at fault first. Their people were caught stealing food, and now the other party not only released all their people, but also sat down with him, the leader, to discuss the future development of the tribe. To show their sincerity, they also gave him hundreds of kilograms of fruit and more than a dozen cattle, so that they could solve their food and clothing problems first. This was a treatment he could not get even in Qiangyou. The Qiangyou people are always tough even when they are right. Before, his people had their hands chopped off because they stole a sheep from the Qiangyou people. They were dragged back by the Qiangyou people and exchanged for 2 sheep before they stopped. It seems that they can get protection from the Qiangyou people if they submit to them, but who would be willing to submit to a powerful tribe? Just like the Quasi tribe on the other side of Mount Buzhou, they have strength. If they don't touch the Qiangyou people will not dare to provoke them. Dignity is all built on fists. Whoever has the stronger fist has the final say. Since we have seen it, if it falls into our hands, it is not our food, then whose is it? Zhuo Wang's matter-of-fact tone brought Yeha back to his thoughts. Yeha reached out and patted Zhuo Wang on the shoulder. Zhuo, uncle knows you are unwilling, but since the man from the Saibai army promised to teach us how to grow fruit and gave us a way to divert water to form a lake, let's give it a try. If it really works, our tribe can slowly become prosperous as before, which is better than being controlled by others now. The full beard and the big eyes, half closed to pretend kindness, inexplicably make people feel awkward and funny. What use is that dark and thin little guy? Zhuo Wang's tone softened a little, but still unfriendly. Can he represent Yan Zhenyuo? Don't fall for their cunning tricks again. Remembering that they were still enthusiastically discussing how to take over Da Huang Saibai and half of Da Huang, so that Yan Zhenyuo could wash their feet. Now the slap in the face came too quickly, and the face was swollen. The leader could ignore this pain, but he couldn't. Since the Saibai army has so much food, we should go and grab all the food, take Saibai, and then attack Da Huang. Before he finished speaking, he felt dizzy and his left eyeball was about to fly out. After he stood firm, He felt a dull pain in the corner of his left eye and temple. Zhuo Wang widened his eyes and looked at Yeha's clenched right fist. "Leader, you hit me?" Chapter 586. Yeha tried to calm his voice. "You are aggressive, I don't object, but if you want the whole tribe to die with you, I will be the first to disagree." Seeing that Yeha was determined not to let her go to the Saibei army to settle accounts, Queen Zhuo gritted her teeth, covered her left eye and angrily opened the tent to go inside. "Keep an eye on him." Yeha ordered the personal guard of King Zhuo. Beside the tent, a small, almost inconspicuous green light whoosh disappeared. The left king? In the space, Xiang Jila sat opposite Changju and Gongjing number 3. Changju nodded, puffed up his face, and looked at Xiang Jila seriously. "Left king, fight." Hina left king is aggressive. Lin Bufan mentioned that for such a person, either completely crush him without any chance to fight back and make him afraid from the bottom of his heart, or give him great favors and help so that he admires from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, it is more difficult. Xiang Jila pondered, "But if Yeha doesn't let him act impulsively, it's not a solution for me to wait here all the time." At this point, her eyes fell on Changju again. Gongjing number 3 seemed to see her thoughts at once. "Little ghost cultivator, are you going to let Cho Shirtu take you to teach that violent maniac a lesson?" "Violent maniac? This description is quite appropriate." Xiang Jila laughed dumbly. "No, I want Changju to bring him to me. After all, today is February 19th, and she has stayed in Saibei for 6 days. If she delays any longer, she will be late for the connection with Zhai Jiomo's people, which will inevitably affect his plan." The plan was affected, which meant that her return to Dahuang would be delayed indefinitely. No, she was very busy, and had no time to waste with the aggressive and violent Zhuo Wang. If the child is disobedient, just beat him to death and make him subdue. Early the next morning, Xiang Jila was awakened by the cold, and before he was fully awake, he was awakened by the sound outside the house. "Who is it? Come out. You dare to kidnap people but dare not admit it, right?" The voice of the person was loud and urgent. "He is impatient and has a bad temper." Xiang Jila quickly slipped into the space and washed up in a hurry, and asked the two people in the space what was going on. Changju, under the instigation of Gongjing number 3, stood out with his chest and looked up at Xiang Jila, with a curved eyebrow that was somewhat similar to Yan Junyuo. "Ju, kidnapped someone." Xiang Jila put his hand on his forehead, feeling angry and amused. "Did you kidnap someone last night?" Changju nodded and looked at Xiang Jila innocently. "Little ghost cultivator yesterday said." "Okay, I understand." Xiang Jila reached out and ruffled Changju's soft hair. "I come back to see you when I'm free." After that, she hurriedly left the space. Before Changju could react, Gongjing number 3 landed on his head, which was plucked like a bird's nest, and praised him in a low voice. "Well done." As soon as the voice fell, it was swept away by Changju's chubby hand. Outside the space, Xiang Jila was still dressed in the ordinary men's clothes that could not be found in the crowd. "Why, you came here so early in the morning to bark. Didn't you beat enough dogs yesterday?" Hearing the voice, Zhuo Wang immediately drew out his saber. "You?" Xiang Jila shrugged and spread his hands. "Isn't it me?" Then, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Why, you came here to steal something yesterday, and you forgot so quickly?" Zhuo Wang choked, still unwilling to give up. "If the thing is in my hand, it is mine." "Okay, then according to what you said." While talking, Xiang Jila raised his hand and whipped, and before Zhuo Wang could react, the saber in his hand had been rolled away by Xiang Jila. "Then this knife is in my hand now. It is mine. You can go away." Before the fight even started, the weapon fell into someone else's hands. This was a very cowardly thing, and for Zhuo Wang, it was even more of a shame. Especially the young boy in front of him was almost 2 heads shorter than him. Even when he was 14 years old, his martial arts value had never been crushed like this. "You take someone's weapon without saying a word. What kind of man are you?" As he said that, he raised his 2 strong fists and rushed forward to snatch it. The movement of the 2 attracted many soldiers, who were placed around by Lin Bufan to protect Xiang Jila. When the soldiers saw Zhuo Wang, they all vigilantly picked up their weapons and were about to step forward. "Don't come over," Xiang Jila shouted. "This is a contest between him and me." Lin Bufan arrived upon hearing the news, but due to Xiang Jila's order, he was ready to disobey orders and protect his master at any time. Even without his sword, Zhuo Wang was still a tough guy, and his punching power did not weaken at all. Xiang Jila never let his guard down. "You took my weapon away, but you used it to hurt others. This is not a fair victory. Are you okay? This is not a fight. You were talking about fairness with me. According to what you said, You are so much taller and stronger than me. Isn't this also an unfair victory? I was born with divine power. The strength and physique were given to me by the grassland goddess. Then these are the weapons and martial arts given to me by my mother. They were all given by others. I haven't told you that my mother gave birth to me so thin. You are so tall, are you not satisfied? What the hell are you yelling about? This is the first time that Zhuo Wang was speechless. Before this, his physique has always been his pride. He won mostly by relying on his own strength and physique. I didn't expect that this Mr. Mu would get to the point right away when he was scolding people. That is to say, this Zhuo Wang is aggressive and shameless. He says this is unfair, and that is unfair every day. In his eyes, only when he wins can it be considered fair. Several soldiers were talking quietly behind Lin Bufan. Chapter 587. Words. After a fight, Zhuo Wang was like a clumsy wild bull in front of the swift Xiang Jila. He wanted to punch the opponent with his fist, but every time, as if his speed was calculated, he was coincidentally dodged by the opponent, and was also hit by a whip. The person in charge was confused. Zhuo Wang didn't know that he had already become a mouse in front of the cat, but the soldiers on the side saw it clearly. Compared with Zhuo Wang's crazy pursuit and attack on the enemy, Xiang Jila was slightly panting, but he was still able to deal with his moves with ease. It seemed that the purpose of prolonging the fight was to save some face for Zhuo Wang. Finally, when the sun slowly moved to the center of the sky, Xiang Jila was tired of playing. She swept Zhuo Wang to the ground with a leg sweep, and stepped on his chest very naturally. She leaned forward slightly, and looked down at him. The winner has been decided. Do you still want to fight? As she spoke, her breath was slightly disordered. It was obvious that she had spent a lot of effort to avoid Zhuo Wang's fists in this round of fighting. Before Zhuo Wang recovered from the side stitch from falling heavily to the ground, he was stepped on the chest again. The feeling of his chest being tightly squeezed and breathing being difficult made his dark face turn purple-red, and the scars on his face twisted like a centipede. Everything that happened today was a great shame for him. He was already stepped on, yet he still admitted defeat. Still fighting? Accompanied by the gentle tone, Zhuo Wang felt that the foot stepping on his chest seemed to be more powerful. No. I won't fight anymore. In the current situation, he didn't have the strength to get up and fight even if he wanted to. Seeing that he was almost shocked, Xiang Jila loosened her foot on his chest and helped Zhuo Wang up. Just when everyone thought she was going to say a lot of polite words, two cracks accompanied by Zhuo Wang's screams, everyone present was horrified. They didn't even have time to see how Mr. Mu's slender hands, which didn't look like a cook's, removed the arm socket of Zhuo Wang, who was as strong as an ox. Obviously, Zhuo Wang's shoulders were so broad and strong. On the other side, after the arm socket was removed, Zhuo Wang had already been sweating profusely after screaming. His face, which was purple-red just now, turned waxy yellow, and he was in pain. You dare. Because of the pain, he couldn't even finish his words. What am I afraid of? Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows, and threw his sword back to him. This is just a warning to you. Don't think that you are invincible with those little punches and kicks. You can only survive if you fall into our hands. If you fall into the hands of others. Speaking of this, she slowly raised a cold smile on her lips. Do you think you still have the qualifications to scream here? After saying that, ignoring the murderous look in Zhuo Wang's eyes, she looked up at the people who were joining in the fun not far away, and raised her chin to them. Throw him back, and let Yeha thank us for our kindness. Lin Bufan took the order, and quickly ordered the soldiers to carry Zhuo Wang away. At the moment when he was carried by 7 or 8 soldiers at the same time, Zhuo Wang felt that his dignity was like his knife, being thrown on the ground and trampled to pieces. The pain of his dislocated shoulders kept tearing his nerves, his eyes were red, and he looked at Xiang Jila with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to firmly engrave Xiang Jila's current appearance in his memory. Everything returned to peace. Only Xiang Jila and Lin Bufan were left. Click twice, Xiang Jila held her wrist and moved her wrist joint, and smiled harmlessly at Lin Bufan. It seemed that the person who had just attacked fiercely was not her. After such a toss, I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. I go and boil some eggs. Do you want to eat? Lin Bufan looked thoughtfully at the direction where the soldiers left, and then looked back at Xiang Jila, who seemed to be indifferent to the matter. Remind, Zhuo Wang is vindictive and aggressive. Princess, you are letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Haven't you always doubted Huhana's attitude? This time, let's see Huhana's attitude based on the matter of Zhuo Wang. While speaking, Xiang Jila had already lit the stove in front of the house, and casually took a few eggs from the basket, and put them in the pot. Sometimes, the best way to resolve conflicts is to provoke them. Zhuo Wang was dissatisfied with Yehe's alliance with them, which was just a thunderbolt. Who knew when this thunderbolt would fall and smash them to pieces? Xiang Zhila couldn't help laughing when he casually turned his head and caught the flash of murderous intent in Lin Bufan's eyes. Don't think that you can get rid of him quietly without anyone noticing. It's a vast desert, and it's hard to find a scapegoat. Lin Bufan was disappointed when Xiang Zhila hit the nail on the head. The good thing about the battlefield is that you can fight with real guns and knives for anything. The bad thing is that no matter what bad things you do, others will guess it's you first. You know everything. Xiang Zhila smiled, and then she changed the subject. Don't worry about Hana for now. We just agreed on the terms yesterday. Even if they want to turn against us, they won't do it at this critical moment. Don't hit a smiling person. Since they have taken her things, if they dare to turn against her, she has many ways to make them spit out the things. I'm afraid Hana will take both sides. Lin Bufan touched his chin and said his worries in his heart, the one in Kyoto, Northern Qi, Western Xia, Changyu, at first glance, are all enemies that Hana can use. So if Hana can use it, why can't we use it? Xiang Zhila raised his eyebrows and smiled. Don't worry, the situation in the court and the friction between countries are changing rapidly. Today's friends, tomorrow's enemies, today's enemies, tomorrow's friends, coming and going are inseparable from the word profit. Since we have the ability to give profit, we naturally have to take all the initiative in our hands. Princess, you are not. Suddenly remembering that Xiang Zhila was going north, Lin Bufan's eyes widened. Xiang Zhila smiled slightly, and said nothing more. After that day, Xiang Zhila stayed in the northern part of the Great Wall for another 2 days. During this time, she specially asked Changju Shortlegs to run a few times. After confirming that the Hyena tribe had no other thoughts, she said goodbye to Lin Bufan. Princess, are you really going north? Lin Bufan asked again without giving up. Xiang Zhila nodded and handed Lin Bufan a beautifully crafted iron plate. The shape of the iron plate was a crow flapping its wings and about to fly. This is the Qingwan token. Facing Lin Bufan's slightly startled look, she scratched her head and explained, after all, the shape of the one bird is a bit like the phoenix. It's not good to be so public. You can find a place to keep the token. Maybe it will be useful in the future. According to her plan, Qingwan will develop from an escort agency into an organization similar to a sect in 2 years at the fastest and 5 years at the slowest. After all the lines in the south are laid out, the escort agency will consider opening branches in places close to the border in the north of the border. For no other reason, it is to provide the north of the border army with better storage and transportation of food and grass. Yes. Chapter 588. The urgent letter from Kyoto arrived the day after Xiang Zhila left Saibei. Looking at the contents of the letter, and the letter that Xiang Zhila had written in person, Lin Bufan was worried. The prince can now take charge of the overall situation, but the princess did not leave me any way to send the letter. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the pen again and reported to Yin Junyuo in detail what Xiang Zhila had done in Saibei, including delivering food to them and teaching them how to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes. At the end, he also explained how Xiang Zhila had reached a temporary cooperation with the Hyena tribe with potatoes, beef and mutton, and how she continued to go north. Before, the princess said that the prince could not go north because there was a problem with the prince. Now that the prince has recovered, then it should be no problem for the prince to know these things. Right. No problem? It's a big problem. After receiving Lin Bufan's letter, Yin Junyuo chopped off the bolthic tree trunk closest to him with a backhand palm. Under Chushan's horrified gaze, he looked calm, with a smile on his lips, but his eyes were filled with countless undercurrents. Stupid woman, you dared to go to Northern Qi, you are really getting more and more promising. Far away in Weiyang City, Northern Qi. Xiang Zhila, who was discussing the time and place of the next action with Zhai Jiumo on a map in a private house, seemed to have sensed something and sneezed loudly. Damn kid, don't tell me that you caught a cold in this warm April. Zhai Jiumo glanced at her with disdain and took 2 steps away. Xiang Zhila rubbed his nose, gathered his clothes, and gave him a cold look. It's almost April, and your place is colder than the winter in Dahuang Kyoto. Is that reasonable? How dare you say that to me? Zhai Jiumo choked. Nonsense. Dahuang Kyoto is obviously colder than Weiyang City. At least the ground heating in his East Palace is much warmer than that in Dahuang. Eager to go home, Xiang Zhila didn't want to waste too much time bickering with Zhai Jiumo. He rolled his eyes at him, and focused his attention on the sheepskin map again. April 15th is Zhou Qixing's birthday. The Zhou mansion will definitely host a banquet for many people that day. Your people are hiding here. I will sneak into the Zhou mansion first to take out all the important things. Your people will wait for my signal, and then rush in to intercept Zhou Qixing and his followers. In addition, I have found that their activities here are quite frequent these days, so it is right to send more people to guard here. His eyes followed her slender and round fingertips, and fell on the northern water gate of Weiyang City. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhai Jiumo's eyes. I thought it would take at least 2 or 3 months to resolve these issues, but I didn't expect you to act so quickly and help me resolve them all in less than a month. Before returning, he had even prepared to compete with his uncles and brothers. Unexpectedly, someone was faster than him and resolved the civil strife. After imprisoning his uncle and crippling his brothers, he even made a major change in the court. This person was Zhou Qixing, the prince's tutor who his father had always trusted, and the teacher who had taught him many truths when he was a child. It was not until Xiang Jila helped him to switch Shengwen Ao, the king of northern Qi, out of the palace, and it took some time for him to wake up, that Zhai Jiumo finally realized what was happening. He hated his father so much because of his mother, so he left the palace and went to Dahuang for more than 10 years. Now thinking about it, the misunderstanding between him and his father has deepened, and Zhou Qixing, who is both his teacher and father, has played a lot of roles in fueling the flames. Zhou Qixing, it turns out that he has been using his and his father's trust in him so early to plot something. These days, he has secretly contacted all the royal families, who were in trouble before through various methods, and also plundered some of the dead soldiers and secret guards, who have not been completely disintegrated from them. Using the people in his hands and his own strength, he quietly hibernated and occasionally cut off Zhou Qixing's minions. Xiang Jila's chuckle brought him back to his thoughts. Aren't you talking nonsense? Xiang Jila put the folded map back into his hands. Why drag it out if you can solve the problem in one step? He took the map and wanted to take the opportunity to grab her hand, but she put her hand away faster than he thought, and Zhai Jiumo smiled bitterly. You are so straightforward and heartless. I am a married woman, how can I have any affection? If I have affection, I will only have it for my Zhenyuo. Xiang Jila laughed and scolded, besides, I am busy. If I don't do it, how much time will I waste? It has been almost 2 months since she heard any news about the silly Zhenyuo. She now dreams of running back to him, letting him warm her bed, and having some emotional exchanges. As long as she thinks that Yin Zhenyuo still needs her protection, Xiang Jila feels that she has endless energy. Even the smile on her lips deepened a little, and the whole person was so lively that it seemed as if she was surrounded by a layer of flowing light. It immediately attracted Zhai Jiumo's attention. Although the boy in front of him looked ordinary and common under the deliberate cover-up, his pair of fox eyes that occasionally shone with cunning brilliance were so vivid that people could not take their eyes off her at all. She was like a flower blooming in spring, full of vitality and vitality. It seemed that nothing could knock her down. Except, I thought of a reason. He pulled the corner of his mouth in self-mockery and stopped talking. These days, if she had nothing else to do, she would stare at the south from the roof or the tower. Directly south of northern Qi, across a large desert hinterland, is the territory of Dahuang. Who is she staring at? You can figure it out with your toes. He hates, he met her too late. He hates even more. She could be anyone else's woman, but Yin Zhenyuo's woman. No, a cold-blooded and ruthless person like Yin Zhenyuo could never be sincere. Damn kid, could it be that he tricked you back here to work for me? Nanchu. Yuancheng has been in a state of panic for the past month. The imperial guards in soft armor searched the city in and out of the city in an orderly manner every day. Even the secret base of the 4 great dandies in Yuancheng was completely destroyed in a search. The front yard of Dao's mansion. Xiao Tao, Qi Muji, and Lu Pinghai sat together. It was early summer, and the colorful flowers left over from late spring still dazzled people's eyes. However, at this moment, Xiao Tao and his friends had no intention of appreciating the flowers. Dizzy asked to go to Shisa a month ago. Is it possible that the princess also went with her? Xiao Tao looked at Qi Muji, his delicate eyebrows wrinkled into a ball. Qi Muji shook his folding fan a few times in annoyance. It's unlikely. The time doesn't match. What if she's fast? Lu Pinghai looked at Qi Muji. Recently, there are many imperial guards surrounding the general's palace. I'm sure that what we think of, the one in the palace can also think of. Qi Muji shook his head. Wang Fu is determined to draw a line with the princess. Do you think she can catch up? Besides, do the imperial guards, who are surrounding her, want to wait for the princess, or have other intentions? Do you need me to explain in detail? Hearing Qi Muji's words, the other two choked slightly. Chapter 589. They all sighed in agreement, and tacitly agreed with Qi Muji's statement. The relationship between the king and General Huangfu Wang has been tense in recent years, and even those who do not enter the court can see it, not to mention Huangfu Xiao, who is half a party involved. Although no one dared to mention it, they all knew that General Huangfu Wang would most likely not come back after the expedition, but the king still agreed to let Huangfu Xiao go to Shisa, which was obviously to kill all of their lineage. Even if the princess really chased him with all her heart, what would happen, unless she was not the king's biological sister? Or, Huangfu Xiao was not the son of General Huangfu, otherwise, everything would only add to the heartbreak. Alas. I don't know who sighed first, and then, there were sighs one after another. Finally, as if he had made a great decision, Lu Pinghai stood up and looked at the other two. We are brothers, I can't just watch Dizzy die, so I've decided, I'm going back to pack my bags now. We go too. Qi Muji and Zhao Tao stood up at the same time. Lu Pinghai strode in front of the two of them, blocking their way. Don't make a fuss, this is a serious matter, especially for Brother Muji, you are the only one in the family, what if there is an accident? Look at what you said, as if Dizzy is not the only one in the family. Zhao Tao glanced at Lu Pinghai. Anyway, the elders in the family treat me as a girl, so it's a good opportunity to follow Dizzy to kill the enemy and practice my masculinity. Qi Muji nodded. I am the eldest brother, I have to take care of the younger brother. Besides, apart from the 2 times when Huangfu sneaked away to Da Huang, when have the 4 great playboys in Yuancheng ever separated? Brother Muji is right, Zhao Tao quickly responded. Luden, you can't be in the limelight all the time, right? Lu Pinghai blurted out a retort. How is that possible? With a few words, the few of them willfully decided on their destination in the later period. Nanchu Palace. Nandong Yao stood on the majestic palace building with his hands behind his back, and the commander of the imperial guards behind him was respectfully reporting to him. Lord, the servants in and out of the general's palace have been strictly checked these days, and the inside and outside of Yuancheng have been dug 3 feet deep, but there is still no trace of the princess. Do we need to expand the scope and continue the search? Nandong Yao's eyes fell on the layered clouds and mountains in the distance, and what echoed in his mind was what she said the day before she left, but he didn't take it to heart at the time. Sleeping is just a bed. What does it matter where you sleep, or whether the place you sleep is gorgeous or not? At that time, he really thought that her memory would be removed with the king of Gu in her body, and she would be a good sister, and never thought about it carefully. If she really only remembered that she was a princess, and was raised delicately from childhood to adulthood, how could she say such a thing? What he didn't expect was that she actually had the ability to join forces with Gong Sunming, and for the sake of Huang Fujing and his son, she and Gong Sunming deceived him together. What the Gu king was removed, the memory was lost, it was just that Gong Sunming mixed the medicine that could resist the Gu poison in her body into the tea, and coaxed him to drink it with Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue. She actually treated him like this for Huang Fujing and his son. His fists slowly clenched, and Nandong Yao's eyes gradually darkened. No need to continue searching, you can leave. Yes. Northern Qi. The Zhou mansion was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Today was Zhou Qixing's 45th birthday party, and the mansion was extremely lively and joyful. With the help of Changju, Xiang Jila sneaked into Zhou Qixing's study without anyone noticing. According to Changju's instructions, she successfully entered the secret passage behind the wall, and followed the guidance of the secret passage to a dark layer of an underground secret room. This was the place she had asked Changju to follow for a long time before discovering. Zhou Qixing's private accounts, and the handles on the ministers in his hands were all in it. Xiang Jila flipped through a few letters stacked on top of each other between the neatly arranged bookshelves, and couldn't help shaking her head and saying tis tsk. Even though she knew that places like the court were more or less corrupt, she didn't expect that Northern Qi could be so corrupt. If Northern Qi was a piece of solid wood, then this piece of solid wood had basically been eroded by termites, and was looser than rotten wood. With so many serious crimes that cost them their lives, it was no wonder that Shai Jiomo's uncles were ruined. If he comes back later, Shai Jiomo, the prince who has been missing for more than 10 years, may have reached the end of his life. There was a slight noise outside. Xiang Jila quickly put the open letter back in place, and slipped into the space. Almost at the same time, 2 people came into the secret room. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for helping to deliver the letter. If Xixia is in trouble in the future, we Beiki will definitely help you with all our heart. Xiang Jila recognized this sanctimonious voice. When he sneaked into Zhou's house before, he was lucky enough to see Zhou Qixing coaxing a concubine. If you only look at his appearance, Zhou Qixing's first impression is that he is a gentle and loyal minister. Unfortunately, This loyal minister is only loyal to himself. Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. This is a small gift prepared by my young master. I hope you will accept it. The person who spoke was another person, whose voice was much older than Zhou Qixing's. It was probably that old Wei. Seeing the contents of the brocade box in Wei Lao's hand, Zhou Qixing was flattered and took it. Thanks to young Master Yuan for his appreciation and help, Zhou will serve the young master wholeheartedly. Seemingly satisfied with Zhou Qixing's attitude, Wei Lao exchanged a few more polite words with him, and then left. After Wei Lao left, Zhou Qixing called his confidant, who was guarding outside, and ordered in a cold voice how to deal with it. You don't need me to teach you, right? Yes. The confidant bowed and left with the brocade box in both hands. When he was the only one left in the secret room, Zhou Qixing completely removed all his disguises and pushed open the hidden layer on the wall. He secretly took a quick look at the officials stacked on the shelves, who were searched back from various channels using various methods, as if he were inspecting the country, and his expression was even more contemptuous. The Ying family only provided me with a few strategies. Do you really think you are my benefactor? Without him, I can still be the ruler of the Northern Qi. That look, that action, as if the Northern Qi was already in his pocket. After looking at the letters on the shelf for a long time like a treasure, he reluctantly left the dark layer, returned to the secret room, and then left the secret room. Xiang Jila flashed out of the space, and looked through a few letters again. Originally, she only wanted to take a few useful ones, but now it seems that all of them are useful. Seeing the full shelf of letters, she lowered her eyes and thought about it. After obtaining the consent of Gonging number 3, she went back and forth several times to move all the letters into the space in batches. Before leaving, she did not forget to set a fire to the bookshelf and the secret room. Chapter 590. After returning to Zhou Qixing's study, she skillfully set it on fire again. Thick black smoke rose. Someone shouted fire, and Zhou Qixing, who had just returned to the front hall and sat down, saw the direction of the smoke, and his face changed drastically. Before Mrs. Zhou could react, he stood up again. I will send someone to put out the fire first. Please do as you please. After saying that, he did not look closely at the expressions of the guests present, and hurried to the direction of the fire with the servants and guards of the mansion. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Aren't all the affairs of the harem handled by Madame Zhou? Why is Lord Zhou more anxious than Madame Zhou after the fire? A middle-aged official asked the young official next to him. The young official was cracking melon seeds out of boredom, and the melon seed shells sprayed lightly. He casually picked up the teacup at hand, blew off the tea foam on it, and took a sip. Well, who knows? I just want to start the banquet quickly, and then leave after the banquet. The middle-aged official next to the young official paused, lowered his head and whispered, to be honest, I have the same idea as you. There were many similar conversations between officials, but no matter how much they talked or thought, it was useless before the master came back. The master didn't say that the feast could start, so they had to endure it even if they starved to death. A young man with ordinary appearance and clothes of a servant of Zhou Mansion ran over in a hurry. The fire is too big, and has begun to spread to the front yard. My lords, run away. The front yard, which was still chattering a moment ago, seemed to have been paused. The next moment, the chattering sound turned into a mess of footsteps. The officials who were still thinking about eating the feast fled out with their heads in their hands. On the other side, the thick smoke is a signal, charge. The secret guards dressed as civilians, who had been waiting outside, and Zhai Jiumo's few confidants in Weiyang City, who were guarding with the secret guards, rushed in at the same time. We are the prince's guards. Now that the prince has returned to the court, there is solid evidence that you have formed a clique and are plotting rebellion. Why don't you surrender quickly? As soon as these words came out, several officials who were less courageous immediately fell to the ground. There were more officials who were unwilling to give up and wanted to escape. The number of officials at the banquet was nearly twice that of Zhai Jiumo's secret guards. Even though they were agile, they still couldn't stop those who were determined to get out with 2 fists. In addition, the Zhou Mansion itself raised death squads, and the fight between the death squads made the battle even more chaotic. The common people didn't know what had happened, so they gathered in the distance to watch. In the crowd, there were a group of spies planted by Zhai Jiumo. Seeing the officials fleeing from the mansion, the spies skillfully formed groups of 3 and followed them one by one. After the secret guards dealt with all the dead soldiers, the officials who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't escape had been neatly tied together and thrown in one place. Zhou Qixing sighed. The fire was too big, and after the fire was put out, most of the things in the study had been destroyed. Seeing the beams in front of him that had fallen to the ground and were emitting white smoke, He almost fainted. This was his kingdom. Now he just hoped that the secret room was not affected. After looking around and not finding his confidant, he asked angrily, "Where is Chun Sheng?" Everyone was trembling and lowering their heads, not daring to look at his angry look. "Master! Master!" Accompanied by a weak cry, the confidant, who was wet and bruised, Chun Sheng stumbled like a water goes through the servants carrying wooden barrels, and squeezed in front of Zhou Qixing. "There's an assassin in the mansion, hurry up! Hurry up and send someone to chase him." After finishing his words in one breath, Chun Sheng closed his eyes and fainted. When he heard that there was an assassin, Zhou Qixing's beard was blown by his breathing. Now there are still people in northern Qi who dare to make trouble for him. "Search them all," he ordered in a cold voice. At this moment, a servant also staggered from the front yard. "Master, master, there are many assassins in the front yard, saying that they are the prince's guards, and they have tied up all the adults." "What?" Zhai Jiumo arranged a small group of people to guard the 4 gates of Weiyang City in the dark, fearing that the news would leak out in advance and someone would escape. He also used the limited manpower to set up a dragnet and conduct a carpet search of the water gate outside the city. "Your Highness, we have found something." After a round of search, a water ghost emerged from the water. He delivered a scroll wrapped in rubber oilcloth to Zhai Jiumo. Almost at the same time, the other people guarding the gates also reported back. "Your Highness, a suspicious person escaped from Shimen and has been intercepted." "Your Highness, a suspicious person escaped from Songmin and has been intercepted." "Your Highness, a suspicious person escaped from Liangmin and has been intercepted." "Your Highness, a suspicious person escaped from Shuimin and has been intercepted." 1 cannon for shots. At this moment, Zhai Jiumo's sight slowly moved from the open scroll to the 4 people kneeling in front of him, and his eyes gradually became cold. Very good, everything underwater was fished out and returned to the court. A simple and inconspicuous small house in Weiyang City. In the space, Xiang Jilo was looking through the official secrets that were moved in from Zhou Qixing's secret room. Gonging number 3 and Changju rolled into a pile while playing nearby. He accidentally lost control of the direction and fell on Xiang Jilo, knocking down all the information that he hadn't had time to look at carefully. Little ghost cultivator, it was the stinky stone that was too strong. Bad bird, bad. The 2 guys who were good friends just now, after feeling that they had caused trouble, both pushed the responsibility to each other. Xiang Jilo folded the information in his hand and put it beside him, and gave each of them a slap on the backhand. "Are you 2 done yet?" Every time they came in, these 2 were either fighting or playing like children and rolling around. It perfectly explained to her what it meant to love and hate each other. "How did you mess it up? You 2 pick it up for me." Changju and Gonging number 3 looked at each other and started fighting again. "Stinky stone, you are wrong, you come. Bird bad, you come. You come. You come." Xiang Jilo felt his temples throbbing. "That's enough. I do it." After saying that, she squatted down and picked up the letters, an account book scattered on the ground one by one. One of the letters with strange patterns attracted her attention. The hand that was originally picking up the account book immediately turned around and picked up the open letter. Just a casual glance, Xiang Jilo couldn't move his eyes away. It turns out, the poison of the king of northern Qi was caused by Xixia again. She murmured to herself, and her eyes fell on the signature of the letter. There is no signature. She reached out and touched the pattern on the letter. The back of the letter was very delicately engraved, which looked very much like the correspondence paper used by some great families. After a brief thought, she put the letter together with other things she was going to organize for Zhai Jiumo. She kept a few secrets of northern Qi that might be useful to Da Huang in the future. Except for Jun Newell, she would try her best to keep a backup plan for anyone who had a temporary cooperative relationship with her, so as not to turn against the other party. Steady footsteps were heard outside, and Xiang Jilo immediately put the things in his clothes and flashed out of the space. Chapter 591. Mr. Mu. The man is called Bian Sun, one of Zhai Jiumo's confidants, and the former guard number 1. Xiang Jilo nodded slightly to him, and handed him the pile of letters he brought out. "These are what I found in Zhou Qixing's secret room. See if your master has anything useful?" Bian Sun quickly took off his coat, and wrapped up the pile of letters, and account book Xiang Jilo gave him. "Mr. Mu, aren't you going over?" Xiang Jilo shook his head. "This is a family affair of Beiki. As an outsider, it's not easy for me to interfere. As long as these things are in your master's hands, the evidence of Zhou Qixing's treason is basically solid. Just let your master handle it." Seeing Xiang Jilo's calmness, Bian Sun moved his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He just bowed respectfully and politely to Xiangjila. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for your help. Xiangjila smiled slightly. No need to thank me. Your master helped me before, and this time I'm returning the favor to him. Zhou Qixing's matter will probably be settled soon, so I won't stay. Not staying? Mr. Mu, are you planning to go back? Yan Sun was very surprised. Yes, Xiangjila nodded. Please tell your master that I plan to leave tomorrow and let him take care of his own business. Remember what he promised me before. This time, we are even. Jun Nua must be angry because he traveled all night and has been out for so long. No matter how Jun Nua recovers, she will go back to see him, accompany him, and coax him. Otherwise, he will not only lose his temper, but also feel insecure. As long as Xiangjila thinks of Yan Zhenyu, his eyebrows always soften uncontrollably, and even a smile can't help but appear at the corners of his mouth. Yan Sun was silent. Originally, I thought that Master Mu would stay here for at least 3 or 5 days to wait for Zhou Qixing's matter to be resolved before leaving, but I didn't expect that he was unwilling to wait even for these 3 or 5 days. His Royal Highness even ordered him to make some preparations in secret, intending to give Master Mu a surprise, but now it seems that the surprise cannot be given. That night, the East Palace. With the account books and letters that Biansun brought back, Zhai Jiumo's people were even more powerful in doing things. After clearing out the civil and military officials, who colluded with Zhou Qixing, and sorting out the evidence of everyone's crimes, the moon in the sky was already setting in the west. After discussing with several trusted staff members, and drafting a preliminary plan for dealing with Zhou Qixing and the officials, Zhai Jiumo rubbed his brows tiredly, and lifted up the hair on his shoulders to smell it. The faint fragrance of the hair was refreshing, and dispelled his fatigue. He asked casually, Biansun, you have been absent-minded all night. What are you thinking about? Biansun was distracted, and when Zhai Jiumo asked, he immediately came back to his senses. Your Highness. He hesitated. What? Zhai Jiumo stood up, stretched his body, and loosened his stiff joints. If you have something to say, just say it. Mr. Mu. By the way, that little brat helped a lot this time. Did he ask for any reward? Hearing Biansun mention Xiangjila, Zhai Jiumo's tired brows were tinged with tenderness. She has been running around for my affairs these days, since she came to Weiyang City. Before, because she couldn't reveal her whereabouts, she had to live in that simple place. Now that I have returned to the court, there is no need to hide it. Tomorrow, you will help her move to the Donglin Villa, send a few capable maids to serve her, and let her rest for a few days. Biansun was very surprised to hear that his master asked him to arrange for Master Mu to live in the Donglin Villa. After all, it was a private villa built for the crown prince by the queen herself, and most of the plants and trees in the garden were modeled after the style of Da Huang Nanling, with a pavilion at every step, forming a unique scenery. In the past 10 years, except for the time when the queen went there before she fell into a coma, and the time when he was lucky enough to go there before the crown prince left northern Qi, the rest of the time, it was heavily guarded and no one else could get close. Now, His Highness has arranged for Master Mu to stay there. I always feel something is wrong. Why don't you arrange it? I heard the urging of my master in front of me. My master still needs to drink strong tea and ginseng soup to refresh himself and deal with the affairs of the court. Biansun didn't want to disappoint his master. After thinking it over, he still bravely said, Your Highness, Master Mu said that he will leave tomorrow and asked you to remember what you promised him before. He also said that you are clear between you two. With a clang, the teacup in Zhai Jiumo's hand fell. Xiangjila was half asleep and was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu. Who is it? Who the hell is Mr. Mu? She turned over with her head covered by the quilt in annoyance and wanted to continue sleeping. However, the person outside the door seemed determined to wake her up. Mr. Mu, are you awake? Wait. Mr. Mu, it seems to be her. After regaining consciousness, Xiangjila got out of bed angrily wrapped in the quilt and opened the door. Are you calling for my soul? Can I sleep? Since she has been alone these days, Xiangjila didn't even let her hair down when she slept. Besides being a little grumpy when she woke up, her hair was sticking up a few loose strands, but it didn't affect her going out. Seeing that the person coming was Biansun and the sky was turning pale, Xiangjila covered her mouth and yawned. You come here so early in the morning. Don't you have to serve your master? Mr. Mu, it was Biansun who was rude. Biansun looked at Xiangjila apologetically. My master had a high fever yesterday and wanted to see Mr. Mu. I hope you can go with me. Jijioma had a high fever? Xiangjila frowned slightly. If your master has a high fever, ask a doctor or imperial physician to help him reduce the fever. I can't treat diseases. What's the use of asking me? Chapter 592. I thought that no matter how anxious Mu Zhenyan was, since he had come to Northern Qi and knew the identity of his master, he would give him some face after knowing that his master was unwell. I didn't expect that the other party would refuse so bluntly. Bian Sun was stunned at first, then his face became more respectful, and he bowed to her. Mr. Mu, I understand that you are eager to return home. But after all, His Highness, and you have worked hard for so many days, and the affairs of the court are about to be resolved. At this juncture, if something happens to His Highness or he is counterattacked by the rebels, then our efforts these days will be in vain. If the matter is not resolved, how can you make peace with my master? Besides, you are the leader of the martial arts world of Dahuang, but there are many grudges in the martial arts world, and your personality may not be suitable for the court of Dahuang. You may not be able to stay in Dahuang anytime. If you have the support of my master, it will be a way for you in the future. Listening to Bian Sun's reasonable analysis of the pros and cons with her, Xiangjila faintly smelled a conspiracy. Her eyes narrowed slowly. Your master taught you to say these words. Feeling an inexplicable pressure in front of him, Bian Sun choked, thinking of his master's instructions. A layer of sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead, and said with a guilty conscience, the front is, and the martial arts leader behind is my own idea. Xiangjila looked at Bian Sun, and recalled that when she was with Jijioma before, that person would say some strange things from time to time. She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Lead the way. In any case, he had grasped her most concerned point. If the matter was not resolved, it could not be considered as a clean break. The sky was bright. East Palace. Jijioma was lying in the bedroom, his radiant peach blossom eyes looking at the light yellow tint ceiling with dark embroidered four-claw dragon pattern without focus. He was struggling with his mind. He knew that doing this was inappropriate and risky. But a strong voice in his heart told him that it was better to have the courage to try it than to regret it later. She helped him so wholeheartedly, it was impossible for her to do it just to repay a favor. Just this once. If she was still so heartless. Then he. Your Highness, I'm here. Outside the door, another confidant of Jijioma, guard number 2, guard number 5, walked to his bedside lightly and swiftly, quickly stuffed several sheepskin hot water bottles filled with hot water into his quilt, and skillfully applied a wet brocade handkerchief to his forehead. Jijioma immediately closed his eyes and frowned. The heat from the hot water bottle spread in the bed. Soon, he was sweating profusely. Xiangjila, led by Bian Sun, successfully entered Jijioma's bedroom. Before she got close, she felt the heat on the bed. Yin Zhenyo was not around, so she could only sleep with the hot water bottle for a long time. Xiangjila was too familiar with this abnormal heat. She had a vague guess in her heart, and she frowned and looked at the two of them. Your master is so sick, don't you ask the imperial doctor? Following Jijioma's instructions, the two men said to Xiangjila with difficulty, the situation is not stable yet. Whether it is to invite a doctor or an imperial physician, it is very risky. Xiangjila did not continue to listen to the rest of the words. Her eyes fell on the sweat beads that were about to fall from Jijioma. After thinking for a while, she ordered the two men, I know, you all leave. Bian Sun was still a little hesitant, but Wei Wu grabbed him and shook his head gently at him. The two men left respectfully. After the door closed, Xiangjila did not rush to the bed to check on Jijioma. Instead, he sat down away from the bed and spoke calmly to the bed in his female voice. Everyone has left, stop pretending. The person on the bed did not respond. Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. You are sweating all over, aren't you afraid that the hot water bottle will burn you to death? Hearing this, Jijioma immediately lifted the quilt and stood up. You little devil, can't you hope for me to get better? The full-bodied voice did not show any sign of weakness. 5 hot water bottles emitting heat fell to the ground as he moved. Xiangjila smiled coldly. Have you finished all the work? So free? Still pretending to be sick, facing Xiangjila's undisguised mocking eyes, Jijioma felt that his dirty thoughts were exposed. He said stubbornly, you are leaving before the work is done, which is contrary to the original intention of our cooperation. Cooperation is nothing more than you helping me, and I returning a favor to you, each taking what they need. Seeing that your work is settled, I am not leaving. What am I staying here for? Stay here. Jijioma quickly bit off the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and changed his words with red ears. Anyway, the matter has not been resolved, and you just ran away like this, it's not kind. Xiangjila looked at him in confusion. Don't tell me that all the evidence is conclusive, and you can't punish a few traitors. Are you kidding? As soon as Xiangjila said this, Shai Jiomo seemed to be greatly insulted. He stood up and walked quickly to Xiangjila, crossed his arms, and looked down at her. Am I so useless in your eyes? Chapter 593. Xiangjila raised his eyes to meet Shai Jiomo's, with a suspicious and sarcastic look on his face. Do you think you are useful? You are screaming over a small matter, saying that we are not even if we haven't solved the problem yet. This kind of look and this kind of words are not what Shai Jiomo wants. He doesn't like them very much. Especially the word even. Since Bien Sun told him yesterday that she was leaving, these two words were like a rusty and blunt knife, cruelly cutting his pain nerves. Thinking of how she said we're done to Bien Sun without any regrets, and didn't even come to see him to say goodbye. Now she is so eager to draw a line with him again. Shai Jiomo took a deep breath and mustered up the greatest courage in the past 20 years. Little Moo. Miss Xiang, tell me, in your eyes, there is really nothing else about me that is worth your attention? His tone was serious, and his eyes met Xiangjila's eyes deeply, as if he wanted to see through her deepest thoughts. Xiangjila was stunned. Care about him? Why would she care about him? No, she is Jun Nua's wife, but he calls her a girl now. Xiangjila's alarm bells immediately went off. This person. When she told him her true identity, she also told him clearly that she already had a husband, and her husband had personally warned him. Now he still calls her a girl and asks such questions. Would he be so reckless as to ignore Jun Nua's previous warning to her, and dare to have any thoughts about her? Looking at Shai Jiomo, as if he had seen a ghost, Xiangjila's expression also became serious. I hope I misunderstood you. Communication between smart people is always incomplete. Shai Jiomo lowered his eyes, and did not deny it. No denial means tacit consent. Xiangjila immediately stood up, and took 3 steps away from him. Don't have that kind of thought about me, otherwise, we can't even maintain a cooperative relationship. No matter how much benefit there is, no matter how many cooperative relationships are established, the premise is that they can only be carried out under the premise of ensuring that the relationship between her and Jun Nua is not hurt. If the other party really has feelings for her, she would rather betray him than do anything to hurt Jun Nua. Because of Xiangjila's words, the entire bedroom fell into a strange silence. It was so quiet that even the footsteps of the guards passing by outside the hall could be heard clearly. After a while, Shai Jiomo found his voice and told Xiangjila, the only guess that could stand up in his heart. Have you ever thought that in Yin Zhenyuo's eyes, you are just a tool that can be used? People like him, what can't they do to achieve their goals? To use her? Xiangjila laughed dumbly. She hoped that he could use her well. Without thinking, she corrected Shai Jiomo's idea. You are wrong, Zhenyu never married me for use, let alone for any benefit. On the contrary, everything I do now, I do it without telling him. Thinking of Yin Zhenyu, who was far away in Dahuang, Xiangjila's eyes fell on the bed curtain with dragon pattern embroidered behind Shai Jiomo, and a layer of tenderness slowly climbed up her eyebrows. I have always wanted to protect me behind him and be his regent princess without worries. Maybe this is his purpose, to use his acting skills to make you fall in love with him. Shai Jiomo gritted his teeth and blurted out, it's impossible for someone like him to be sincere. You should be more clear-headed. Whether he is sincere or not, I am happy with it. Xiangjila's voice was louder than his. The relationship between us does not need anyone to judge. Every step I take and everything I do now is what I want. So, don't try to discredit him in front of me. You are? At this point, Xiangjila's disgust flashed. It disgusts me. As soon as the words "it disgusts me" came out, Shai Jiomo woke up as if from a dream. What on earth was he doing? He knew that the chances were slim, but he still said what he was thinking. He was obviously not the kind of person who couldn't restrain himself. He clenched his fists in his hands, and then loosened them. He lowered his eyelids, hiding the pain in his eyes, but still wanted to keep her. Hearing the movement in front of him, he knew that she wanted to turn around and leave. When I first came back to Weiyang City, and you helped me get my father out of the palace, I still couldn't face him calmly. Everyone was trying to persuade me that there was no overnight hatred between father and son. Although the queen was still in a coma, she still hoped that His Highness and His Majesty would resolve their differences. Only you stood by me and told me that others had not experienced your past, so they were not qualified to make any decisions for you. His voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Xianggjila to hear. Xianggjila stopped walking out without looking back. Shai Jiomo laughed at himself. At that time, I was thinking, how nice it would be if you could stay by my side forever. It was probably only he who knew how hard it was to find someone who understood him. It was also that time that made him determined to keep her by his side. Listen to me first. Seeing that Xiangjila didn't look back, Zhai Jiumo quickly raised his hand to interrupt, thinking that she would say those heartbreaking words again. I just want to tell you that in this world, in your understanding, there are more men who are sincere to you than Yin Junyuo. As long as she is willing, he is willing to give her his whole heart. But, Xiangjila paused for a moment. His voice was very light, but his attitude was very firm. There is only one Junnu in the world, and I don't want anyone else except him. Even if he has become a waste who has forgotten how to eat one day. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whip wind whistled past his ears, and skillfully wrapped around his neck. The man who seemed calm just now had a strong anger in his eyes. She changed her soft voice, and spoke with murderous intent. No matter what he becomes, he is mine. If I hear you say that about him again, I will twist your tongue. At this moment, Zhai Jiumo could even hear the sound of his own heart breaking. Is he really worth doing this for you? Yes. Xiangjila answered without hesitation. The long whip was retracted, and Xiangjila kept his distance from him again. Since you want to settle the matter before we are even, then I will wait for you to settle Zhou Qixing's matter satisfactorily before leaving, and you will also give up the intention of keeping me in Beiki, otherwise. At this point, she looked at him again and slowly said, I can help you take back the initiative, and I can also pull you down again. Do you believe it? You little devil, you dare to threaten him on the land of Northern Qi? I am the crown prince of Northern Qi, aren't you afraid? Before Zhai Jiumo finished speaking, Xiangjila sneered. Afraid? What am I afraid of? Since I dare to come to Northern Qi with you, do you think I won't make preparations? Chapter 594. Zhai Jiumo suddenly looked at her. What did you say to Lin Bufan? Nothing. Xiangjila retracted his cold eyes, shrugged at him, spread his hands, and grinned innocently. I told Lin Bufan that if anything happened to me, do you think that your Qi Lianchuan alone could resist Junyuo's Saibei army? Hearing this, Zhai Jiumo suddenly felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. We agreed not to let Yin Junyuo know, but now you actually. I really didn't tell Junnuo, Xiangjila said confidently, but Lin Bufan cares about me so much, I can't let him worry. Knowing that she was playing tricks, but he couldn't do anything to her, Zhai Jiumo's back teeth were about to break. After knowing that the blood was changed in the court, he and she knew it. The person stationed at Ningjuan Pass was replaced by Qi Lianchuan, General Qi, by Zhou Qixing. Although General Qi was brave and good at fighting, he had always been stationed in the area of the border of Buzzhowling, and the confrontation with Changyu was also a small-scale annihilation battle with large infiltration and detours. He didn't have much experience in marching and deploying a large army, and it could even be said that he was very weak. Now that he couldn't spare the time to recall Qi Lianchuan, if he faced the Saibei army of Da Huang at this time, it would be no different from handing over Ningjuan Pass to others. Seeing Zhai Jiumo's fear, Xiangjila knew that his words had worked, and he paved a way for Zhai Jiumo very tactfully. However, since you and I are partners, there is no need to do things so decisively. I can regard what happened just now as you being sick and confused. As long as you put away the thoughts that you shouldn't have and fulfill what you promised me, maybe we can have another opportunity to cooperate. Your Highness, how to do business to make it profitable. You have been a businessman for so many years, you know better than me, right? The words Your Highness the Crown Prince suddenly pulled the distance between the two people apart by 1,000 miles. Zhai Jiumo was silent. Xiangjila was also silent. She was waiting for Zhai Jiumo's promise. Now Zhai Jiumo has just returned to the court of Northern Qi. Although he is not too stupid, he only sees the superficial pros and cons in many things. If he is exposed to more court affairs, he will definitely not be so easily fooled now. At first glance, the Northern Qi and Da Huang are fighting. Da Huang has the upper hand, but in fact, the ones who benefit in the end are Qiangyou and Xixia. As for Northern Qi, both Zhou Qixing and Zhai Jiumo have private cooperation with Xixia. If Da Huang moves first, it will be easy to fall into a passive position. Now, what she has to do is to personally cut off the cooperation between Northern Qi and Xixia, just like Zhai Jiumo's thoughts about her. As for the rest, it still has to be done step by step. Being threatened on his own land, Zhai Jiumo felt even more helpless than when he was in Da Huang. But Xiangjila was right. A country that belongs to him, a beauty that does not belong to him. There is no need to think too much about what to choose. I will not forget what I promised you. With just a few words, the relationship between the two became distant. Xiangjila was very satisfied with his claim. Distance is good, so there is a sense of boundary. In the following days, Zhai Jiumo started to get busy again. While busy, He did not forget to ask Bian Sun to give Xiang Jila the list of people that Ouyang Yi had placed in Da Huang. As for whether he kept some for himself, Xiang Jila just assumed that he had kept some for himself. After all, who is not selfish? Since some impossible situations have been eliminated, it is not certain when they will be enemies. For the rest, it is not impossible to follow the clues of the people on the list to investigate and analyze them. Maintaining the good appearance is just to better develop in their respective areas. As for the subsequent development progress, Zhai Jiumo cannot see Xiang Jila's situation, and Xiang Jila cannot see Zhai Jiumo's situation either. April 25th. Everything is settled. Zhou Qixing plotted to murder the monarch and intended to rebel. The evidence is solid, and he was directly implicated and executed by slow slicing. As for other party members, Zhai Jiumo used the secret letters that Xiang Jila had taken out for him to sentence those with serious crimes to be torn apart by 5 horses, and to punish their entire clans as a warning to others. Those with less serious crimes were sentenced to exile or caning. Officials who were persecuted for their loyalty were also rehabilitated and posthumously honored. Officials who were innocently exiled or dismissed were also re-employed. The court of Northern Qi, after several years of turmoil, stabilized again with the return of the prince. May 1st. Under Xiang Jila's provocation, although Zhai Jiumo was still uncomfortable with his father, he still obediently accepted the abdication edict from the hands of the Northern Qi monarch, who was about to die. With the witness of all the civil and military officials, he ascended the throne as the king of Northern Qi. As for those uncles and half-brothers who provoked the dispute and were later plotted by Zhou Qixing, Zhai Jiumo went to their homes one by one in disguise on the second day after he ascended the throne, and used their evidence to coerce and bribe them. In the end, his uncles and half-brothers all asked to be sent out. On the 5th day of the 5th month, Xiang Jila set out on the return journey. Zhai Jiumo was dressed in civilian clothes, and only brought Wei Wu and Bian Sun to see her off. It was not until they reached the outside of Weiyang City, and signaled with their eyes, that Wei Wu and Bian Sun should leave that Zhai Jiumo uttered 2 words with his thin lips. Little devil. After many days, Xiang Jila stopped and turned to look at him, when he heard this name again. Why, did you forget what I said before so quickly? Zhai Jiumo smiled bitterly. Do we have to be enemies? If we are friends with pure thoughts, it is not impossible. Xiang Jila reached out, and touched the horse's mane beside him. You are like this, always like to exaggerate small things, he said. When Zhou Qixing controlled the court, Zhang Gulao ignored the safety of the whole mansion, and sent his granddaughter to the palace to pretend to be a maid to serve the still unconscious mother. I plan to marry her granddaughter. That's good. Now that you have taken back the country, you should govern it well, and start a family. Xiang Jila analyzed it with him in a logical way. A girl who is willing to help you take care of your unconscious mother regardless of her safety in this situation shows that she is not coming for your power. At this time, if you are willing to take the responsibility that a man should have, you will definitely win the loyalty of many court officials. Is it good? He lowered his eyes, and didn't look at Xiang Jila. The two walked a little further. Xiang Jila. His voice became softer if. Xiang Jila's horse neighed at the right time, covering up Zhai Jiumo's next words. If what? She asked. Chapter 595. Zhai Jiumo covered his lips with his hand, and coughed lightly, shaking his head. It's okay. You're already the ruler of a country, but you're still fussy. Xiang Jila rolled his eyes at him, got on his horse, and bowed to Zhai Jiumo. Well, I send you 1,000 miles away, but we have to say goodbye. Since you and I are friends, you can't break your promise. Remember what you promised me. Zhai Jiumo nodded. As long as I'm in power, I never invade Da Huang. After getting Zhai Jiumo's assurance, Xiang Jila pulled the corner of his mouth at him, pretending to smile. Based on the current situation that Zhai Jiumo has shown her these days, this friend is still worth making friends with for the time being. As for what will happen in the future, we can only wait and see. The whip hit the horse's buttocks mercilessly. The horse's hooves flew, raising a cloud of dust. Zhai Jiumo stood there in a daze until Xiang Jila's horse disappeared from his sight. He then spoke softly. If Yan Zhenyo treats you badly, will you think of the existence of my backing and Beiki? Even if we are just friends. Nanling. Jin Mansion. The 4 secret guards of spring, summer, autumn and winter gathered together for a rare occasion, sitting around a table. Moyud intends to withdraw from our business dealings, but we have not yet fully penetrated into the East China Sea. If there is no Moyud's help, based on the xenophobia of East China Sea merchants, we estimate that our business there needs to be withdrawn immediately to stop losses. Chud Shou looked at the other 3 solemnly. However, the princess is now in the north, and I don't know if the letter I gave her has been delivered, so I want to ask for your opinions. Xian Yin sat with a frown on his face. This is a trap set by Mo Yud. If we withdraw, although we will suffer heavy losses, we will have regained the initiative. If we don't withdraw, our business in the East China Sea will be at his mercy, which is almost like giving him money. It will be a bottomless pit that will drag us to death. Weighing the two options, I think we should withdraw. After all, he has been in the business world for so many years. How can his thoughts be pure and his hands clean? Dongren said, if we withdraw, he may use other means to contain us. I think we should hold our ground for now, and see how things go. Shiozi lowered his eyes, and thought for a moment, then looked at Chuncho. Has he established a firm foothold in the business of Biling and Nanling? Chuncho understood immediately and said in annoyance, he has established a firm foothold a long time ago. At the beginning, because Mo Yud seemed harmless, and was interested in Aunt Jean, she also put in a lot of effort. I shouldn't have helped him. Chuncho sighed. It's not a question of whether to play a role or not, Chiozi said. Now that he can frame us, it means he must have anticipated our future actions. It's easy to withdraw, but it's hard to get back in. The salt fields and charcoal in the East China Sea. Having said this, Chiozi didn't say anything more. The meaning behind it is self-evident. In fact, my idea is similar to Chiozi Dongren's. Chuncho looked at the others. Since that's the case, let's not withdraw for now. As for Mo Yud, several people gathered around a table, concentrating on discussing how to deal with Mo Yud's sudden attack. They didn't notice the figure walking away quickly outside the house. At night, Mo's mansion. After checking the accounts all night, Mo Yud rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Xie carefully brought the refreshing ginseng tea to his hand. Master, you seem to be willing to go back to rest very late recently. Are you worried about something? Mo Yud shook his head. Not too worried. He just wanted to teach Jin's family a lesson. At the same time, he also wanted Jin Yu to know that he, Mo Yud, was not the simple-minded man she had met before. If you dare to plot against him, you will have to pay the price. Xie thought that Mo Yud was working so hard for Jin Yu, and couldn't help but persuade him. Master, sometimes some things may not be as complicated as you think. It's not worth it to work so hard for a woman. Thinking that Xie was dissatisfied with his neglect of his health these days, Mo Yud chuckled, and there was more sincerity in his eyes and eyebrows than when he faced outsiders. Old Xie, I know my own health. After taking a sip of ginseng tea, he changed the subject. By the way, I asked you to find out about the matter in Nanling before. Now several months have passed. How come I haven't heard you mention any news? Hearing this, Xie sighed. Those things seem to have been intentionally kept secret, so it is difficult for this old servant to find other related clues. Because of this, he felt that those rumors were very likely to be true, and that Boss Jean was not worthy of the master working so hard for him. Mo Yud frowned, try to find out more details. Yes. At the same time, in Kyoto, the Prince Regent's palace, Chu Shan once again put a pile of urgent documents on Yin Junyuo's desk. Your Highness, the news from Nanchu has come back. General Huangfu has been exhausted since the westward expedition in January. The hand that was writing the reading comment on the urgent document paused slightly, and Yin Junyuo's eyes fell on the top letter. What has the king of Nanchu done? My uncle also escorted grain and grass to the west in March. The king of Nanchu seems to want to cut the grass and wipe it out completely. With a click, the blood-red cinnabar fell under the pen tip, making a small red spot on the request for instructions. Xiangjila took a detour and trudged all the way back to Yangwen in the northern part of the Saibei on May 15th. This time, she didn't have time to find Lin Bufan, and met an unexpected person at a tea shed where she was resting. Qin Pei? Qin Pei bowed to her politely, but didn't say anything. Xiongjiu received Qin Pei's hint, stepped forward to take the reins from Xiangjila's hand, and led the horse to the other side. Why did you come to the northern part of the Saibei? Seeing an old acquaintance, Xiangjila naturally walked side by side with him to the tea shed. In May, the temperature difference in the northern part of the Saibei is very large. It is cold at night, but it is stuffy and irritating during the day. Before sitting down, Qin Pei paid 4 copper coins, and bought 2 bowls of milk tea unique to the northern part of the Saibei. Chapter 596. After sitting down, he pushed one of the bowls of milk tea in front of Xiangjila. I arrived in Saibei in March, but you had already set off to Saibei, and then north at that time. I couldn't deduce the correct time, so I could only wait on this necessary road. Xiangjila wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, glanced at the bowl of salty and fragrant milk tea in front of him, and then set his eyes on Qin Pei. You are waiting for me here. It must not be just to treat me to a cup of tea, right? The question was a question, but the tone of the question was affirmative. Qin Pei glanced at the other people around him, who were also drinking tea and dressed differently, and nodded slightly to Xiang Jila. Sir, have your tea, take a rest first, and we will talk in another place later. Beibei, 160 miles north, was an extremely bitter and cold place before the establishment of a Yang Pass Road. It was occupied by nomadic mobs. Since Jun Nuo fought in his youth, he pacified the scattered 68 remnants of the frontier, and recovered the 23 lost pools, and then gradually developed the scale of Beibei today. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Saibei and Sichuan together account for at least 1/3 of the territory of Dahuang. However, due to the bitter cold, the population of Saibei and Sichuan is not even 1/6 of that of Dahuang. On a gentle and endless slope, Xiang Jila held a long whip in his hand and looked at Qin Pei with a sullen face. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break your neck. Qin Pei chuckled, not caring about the danger he was about to face. The princess and the prince are indeed husband and wife. They all have a special liking for breaking his neck. Xiang Jila sneered. Qin Pei, until now, you have always asked us to trust you, and we did trust you. But until now, your so-called advice seems to have brought us no substantial benefits except for separating us as a couple. Before, it was all for the sake of consolidating Jun Nuo's rule, so a short separation would be fine. Now he actually said something shocking, and wanted her to rebel against Dahuang like in the previous life. The current Dahuang is the Dahuang under Jun Nuo's regent. In other words, what is the difference between rebelling against Dahuang in this life and rebelling against Jun Nuo? He was simply jumping back and forth on her bottom line. Qin Pei met Xiang Jila's eyes with a firm tone. Your Majesty, you can rule the great Phoenix Kingdom, but you are not qualified to be the master of the kingdom. Not qualified to be the master of the kingdom? Xiang Jila couldn't help but sneer. No matter what others said about her, no matter how bad it was, she didn't care, but she couldn't bear to hear a single bad word about Yin Junyo. Especially when faced with such a denial of Junyo. As soon as Qin Pei finished speaking, she almost instinctively wrapped her long whip around his neck and blurted out a rebuttal. Nonsense. Let's not talk about the turmoil in the north of the border. It was my prince who pacified the north and expanded the territory of Dahuang. In the past 1 or 2 years, it was my prince who pacified the turmoil in the south of the border, investigated the largest tax embezzlement case in recent years, and filled the treasury with the proceeds of corruption. It was still my prince who stabilized the people's hearts and eliminated a major disaster for the people of Sichuan during the Gu People's Rebellion in Sichuan. He was able to control the government and manage Dahuang in an orderly manner, and he was able to deter foreign enemies so that others would not dare to covet Dahuang. Mr. Qin, if even my prince is not qualified, who else in this world is qualified to be the ruler of the Great Phoenix? The tightness in his neck and the tightening force of Xiang Jila made Qin Pei's fair and handsome face turn liver-colored. He almost used up all his strength to untie the long whip around his neck, and did not forget to speak intermittently. How many things in the world are absolutely fair, and how many things can happen as a matter of course? Not only are there many such truths in dealing with people, but even books have long said that diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. Hard work is a virtue, and hard work will definitely pay off. However, when it comes to diligence, who in this world can be more diligent than the farmers who face the lust and back to the sky? When it comes to suffering, who can endure more than the lowest people? But the fact is that hard-working people always make wedding clothes for others. People who can endure hardships often can't even solve the problem of food and clothing. I warned the prince before I left Beijing, but unfortunately the prince didn't listen to all my words. Now that man-made disasters have arrived, natural disasters are probably not far away. Man-made disaster? Natural disaster? Xiang Jila's heart tightened, and she moved her wrist to retract the long whip and wrap it around her waist. She reached out and grabbed Qin Pei's collar, making him look at her. Speak clearly. Poor Qin Pei was not short, but he was bit a lot by Xiang Jila. He had no doubt that if the princess wanted him dead, she could definitely break his bones even without the long whip. Does the princess still remember the crimes the prince suffered in Sichuan? The appearance of the shadowless guards, explosives, poisoning, and various assassinations. Qin Pei coughed a few times, cleared his sore throat, and tried to pronounce the words clearly. If the princess had not gone to Sichuan by mistake, it would have become the biggest variable that changed the direction of all things. According to the prince's rebellious heart to the current emperor, the successive man-made disasters would have been enough to keep him there forever. Two crackling sounds came from the slender hand that was tightly grasping his clothes. Qin Pei lowered his eyes to look at the slender hand whose knuckles turned white due to too much force, and continued to speak with a stiff face. What I wanted to tell the princess at the beginning was that the prince had a dragon shape but no dragon bones, and could only be a minister but not an emperor, otherwise he would die a violent death. But at that time in Kyoto, before I told the princess the truth, I suddenly received another guidance, which instructed me to tell the prince the truth first, so I broke my promise to the princess later. I thought that if the prince could turn back from his mistakes, everyone would be happy, but I didn't expect. The prince's temper was so strong that he knew he was going to a dead end, but he still wanted to go. Qin Pei's words made Xiang Zila's heart tighten again. Dead end? Thinking back to the danger Yin Junyo suddenly encountered in Sichuan, and the large amount of gunpowder in the mass grave. Thinking back to the series of hell-like training Yin Junyo gave her before leaving Beijing, and those things that she shouldn't have learned, he forced her to get familiar with them. All the seemingly reasonable abnormalities, all the answers are ready to come out. She slowly let go of the hand holding Qin Pei's collar, and said softly, "The prince has been strong all his life, and the blood in his bones will never give up because of your words. Not only will he not give up, he might even speed up the progress of the plan. While speeding up the progress of the plan, he would also think that once she lost him, she would most likely walk here on her knees with blood all the way like in her previous life, so that's why he trained her so strictly before. The man who used to want to tie her to his belt, and use his ability to support her and protect her, loosened her restraints with his own hands, and even allowed her to develop her own power in the south after she left Beijing. Before today, she always thought that she and he were working hard together for their common future. Unexpectedly, the result turned out to be that she was paving the way for her future, while he took all the dangers alone, using his life to gamble their future. He was so careful and thorough in his thinking that even she was deceived by him. Yes, the hexagram clearly shows that the prince is the kind of person who will not give up until he reaches the Yellow River. As long as he has determined the path, he will go on even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of him. Seeing that the murderous intent in Xiang Zila's eyes had faded, Qin Pei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to tell what he knew, but what the prince doesn't know is that this time is different from the past. In the past, the prince fought for power and fought for people's hearts, but now he is fighting for the country and fighting against heaven. People can never defeat heaven. Chapter 597. People can't fight against heaven? She waved her arm and sneered at Qin Pei. If I can't fight, I will make the world restless. If my prince is not the emperor, no one will be qualified to rule the world. Qin Pei shook his head and looked at Xiang Zila with a deeper look. Didn't the princess do this in her last life? But after the world was in turmoil, what was the result, and what price was paid in the end? You know better than anyone, don't you? The sentence "since her murder was caused by me" echoed in his mind. Xiang Zila suddenly clenched his palms. The smile froze on his lips, and he fell silent. Seeing Xiang Zila regain her composure, Qin Pei slowed down his tone and made it clear. The prince is destined not to fight, but the princess can. Not hearing the other meaning in Qin Pei's words, Xiang Zila said, as if it was a matter of course, "I should fight for him." Originally, fight for him? Qin Pei looked at her meaningfully. The princess thinks everything is too simple. You don't think that the prince has no desire to fight now, do you? Qin Pei immediately guessed what Xiang Zila was thinking when he noticed that her aura stagnated slightly. She smiled and shook her head. Every breath you take is a variable. Many times, what the princess thinks is just what the princess thinks. When the red snake falls to the ground one day, no matter how hard the prince works, Da Huang will still be riddled with holes. In the struggle between the superiors, the people will still suffer. Although she didn't know what Qin Pei meant by the red snake falling to the ground, Xiang Zila felt that it was a bad omen. For Qin Pei's ability, Xiang Zila still retained a partial belief in him. In addition, he was also a member of the Qin family army, so she didn't twist his neck all at once. And when he said, "What the princess thinks is just what the princess thinks," Xiang Zila's first thought was not her current situation, but Jun Nua's situation. Guessing that Xiang Zila didn't take his words too seriously, Qin Pei was not in a hurry. The dragon marrow has slowly turned into bones. Under the fate of heaven, human resistance is nothing more than a few more natural disasters. It is only a matter of time before the princess listens to his advice. Now, he has an urgent problem to solve. I came to wait for the princess this time. In addition to giving her a reminder, I also want to ask for her consent. Qin Pei changed the subject, and the solemn atmosphere between the two of them dissipated a lot. What's the matter? Thinking of Yin Junyo, Xiangjila was even more eager to go home after hearing what Qin Pei said. She thought Junyo was stupid, but Qin Pei seemed to mean that it was just her thought. At this time, countless thoughts had already flashed through her mind. If this is true, then is it possible that Junyo has recovered not long after she left Junyo? No, according to Junyo's personality, he must have sent people everywhere to look for her. As long as he wants to find her, she can't be out of his sight. Now she hasn't received any news. So is it possible he has more important things to plan? For example, how to kill Yin Beiki without anyone noticing. When this terrifying thought came out, Xiangjila felt a chill on her back, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared. Thinking of the dead end Qin Pei mentioned, she didn't even want to see Lin Bufan, and didn't want to rush on the road. If it weren't for Qin Pei, she would even want to flash into the space directly, and ask Gongying No. 3 to help find a way to send her back to Junyo. Before, on the way to persuade the Qin family army with Miss Chiosi, we encountered some accidents. After hearing Qin Pei's tortuous story, Xiangjila, who was eager to get rid of Qin Pei, immediately raised her hand to interrupt him, speak to the point. Guessing that he was disliked, Qin Pei mustered up his courage and bowed to Xiangjila. I like Miss Chiosi, the princess's subordinate. I hope the princess can help me. As soon as Qin Pei said this, Xiangjila felt her brain bang as if it was hit by something, and all her thoughts were messed up for a moment. Heart is pleased with Chiosi? Qin Pei is pleased with Chiosi? He is sincere? Or is this just a way for Qin Pei to show his loyalty to her? Xiangjila is not sure. Although the 4 personal guards selected by Yan Zhenyo for her were all ordered by Yan Zhenyo to work for her, Chiosi died because of her in the last life. Emotionally and rationally, she should give her a splendid life in this life, and let her find someone who truly loves her like Chunshou. After thinking about it, Xiangjila let Qin Pei stand up first. With her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, she spoke to him with difficulty. Although I am her master, this is a matter of life and death. Unless she is willing, I cannot make the decision for her. If you really like her, you should ask her to accept it openly instead of coming to me. She had never heard Chiosi mention Qin Pei before. On the contrary, there were several times when Chiosi would have secretly cut Qin Pei's neck if she hadn't persuaded him. Besides, Qin Pei was a bit scheming. Before she knew whether he was sincere or just wanted to show his loyalty to her through this matter, she should not match them up randomly, so as not to hurt Chiosi. Hearing Xiangjila's refusal, Qin Pei's eyes flashed with disappointment. Miss Chiosi is loyal to the princess. If the princess does not agree, I am afraid that I will wait until I die of old age, and I will not be able to wait for her to look back. Things like feelings can never be forced. Xiangjila looked at Qin Pei with a serious face. If she really likes you, you will naturally see the response. If she has no feelings for you, your self-proclaimed deep affection is just a burden to her, so why deceive yourself? Although he didn't completely agree with Xiangjila's words in his heart, Qin Pei's attitude towards Xiangjila was still respectful. What the princess said is that I will try my best to impress Miss Chio. If I can't impress her, I won't bother her anymore. Xiangjila nodded. It's best if you can think it through. She had said what she should say very clearly. If she really found out that he dared to use Chiosi, then... Are you going back to Beijing, princess? Qin Pei's words interrupted Xiangjila's thoughts again. That's what I'm planning. As far as I can see, Qin Pei is still one of us for the time being, so Xiangjila didn't deliberately hide his whereabouts. The prince is not in Kyoto. If you want to find him, you have to go south, Qin Pei reminded. Go south? Xiangjila looked at him, and said hesitantly. Yes, go south. Qin Pei nodded firmly. I will also wait for the princess here to come back. Wait for her to come back here? Xiangjila's eyebrows trembled, and he looked at Qin Pei inscrutable. If there is nothing wrong, she must have come back because her brain was kicked by a donkey. Of course, Xiangjila couldn't refute Qin Pei's words. What if Qin Pei really said it? Chapter 598. She still understood the principle that words can cause trouble. After half believing and half doubtingly saying goodbye to Qin Pei, Xiangjila took back the horse from Xiongjiu and drove a short distance. When passing through a strange stone forest with no one around, she tied the horse to a hidden stone pestle and slipped into the space. Little ghost Xiao. Seeing the cute Changju coming towards her, Xiangjila immediately picked him up and kissed him, and then said to Gongying No. 3, who was following behind Changju, Little 3, hurry up, help me see where Jun Nuo is, and by the way, see if you can find a way to teleport me to his side. Hearing this, Gongying No. 3 immediately closed its machine eyes, and a soft red light shone all over its body. After a long while, the red light faded away, and it fluttered its wings and landed on Changju's head. Looking at Xiangjila, little ghost cultivator, the master is now in the south, the distance is too far, and Xiao 3 can't help you teleport. Really in the south? Then can you sense his current situation? Xiangjila did not give up, and continued to ask Gongning number 3. Worried that Gongning number 3 did not understand her question, Xiangjila also explained it specially. That's right, he was a little. That now, has he recovered? After sensing quietly for a while, Gongning number 3 turned on its machine eyes again. I can't sense whether the master has recovered or not. At present, I can only confirm that the master is not in danger of life. Ah. Stinky Stone, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking, Changju picked up the little wings of Gongning number 3 and swung them happily. Little, ghost, repair, master, play. Xiangjila snatched Gongning number 3 back from Changju's hands and pulled his soft hair. Okay, Xiaoju, I don't have time to play with you for now. You stay here with Xiao 3 first. Don't always bully Xiao 3. I come in to play with you when I'm free, okay? Seeing that Gongning number 3 was indeed pitifully crushed by Changju, Xiangjila pretended to be angry. If you always bully Xiao 3, I won't come in to play with you. Originally very unhappy because Xiangjila took his toy, Changju put his index finger in his mouth and tilted his head to look at Xiangjila, as if comparing get along well with Gongning number 3, and Xiao Guatio comes in to play with him, or don't get along well with Gongning number 3, Xiao Guatio doesn't come in to play with him. After a while, he nodded to Xiangjila. Okay, no, play with birds. His pink little face and soft little body were like a little dumpling. If it weren't for his unusual body temperature, Changju would be no different from an ordinary child. His cute appearance touched his heart, and Xiangjila couldn't help but pick him up and kiss him twice. After asking Gongning number 3 to help keep a close eye on Yan Zhenyuo's physical condition, he flashed away again and left the space. He got back on the horse. Xiangjila looked at the vast road ahead, and was a little confused for a moment. Going south is necessary, but Junnuo went south. Should she go back to Kyoto before going south? After thinking about it, Xiangjila decided to look for Lin Bufan, an important place for the northern garrison. After receiving the letter from the letter guard, Lin Bufan left the camp at full speed. As promised, he arrived at the dilapidated wall, where the leader Hyena and the left and right kings were captured before. Princess, when did you come back? Seeing Xiangjila was safe and sound, Lin Bufan was obviously very happy. Xiangjila smiled at Lin Bufan. Although she tried hard to make herself look energetic, the fatigue between her eyebrows could not be concealed no matter what. I just arrived at your garrison territory today. I wanted to go back to Kyoto directly, but suddenly I thought that you should have been in contact with Chu Shan and others in the past few months, so I wanted to ask, what is the current situation in Kyoto? When Xiangjila mentioned Kyoto, Lin Bufan's smile obviously froze. Xiangjila carefully noticed that his expression was different. What? Something happened in Kyoto. Lin Bufan shook his head. Nothing serious, and the prince's body has recovered. The princess doesn't have to worry. Although he had some guesses in his mind, Xiangjila's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he heard from Lin Bufan that Yan Zhenyuo's body had recovered, and even his tone became nervous. So you are now. The water in Kyoto has been very muddy these past few months. As he spoke, Lin Bufan pointed to the sky. That man, now because the princess was imprisoned in the palace, thought he could control the prince, and began to openly challenge the prince in the court. The killing of the Xixia envoys became more and more serious. Nanchu was angered by Xixia, because it stood on the same front as us. As a result, that man not only did not rush to help Nanchu, but also ordered Sichuan to take the initiative to invade Xixia. The prince had a dispute with him for this, and angrily stopped the court. So, the prince went south under the guise of stopping the court? Chapter 599. Xiangjila followed Lin Bufan's question and continued. Even though she had already guessed the general idea from the words of several people, she still wanted to get a definite answer from Lin Bufan. And Lin Bufan did not disappoint Xiangjila. Yes. As he spoke, he became more respectful to Xiangjila and laughed at himself. I thought the princess would not think of this so quickly. I have even thought of what to say to the princess. The prince is now going south only in his personal name. It seems that he is helping Nanchu, but he actually wants Nanchu to help him and stop Sichuan from invading Xixia. As soon as Xiangjila said this, Lin Bufan looked at her in surprise again, and after a while, he slowly spoke. The princess seems to know the prince very well. Xiangjila smiled but said nothing. It sounds incredible, but Junnuo likes to do this kind of thing to deceive people. He would rather take a few more steps than let others guess his next move. As husband and wife, and during that time, Jun Nuo did not keep any secrets in his training. Xiang Jila probably guessed that Chu Shan and Uncle Li should still be in Kyoto to cover for him. Facing Yan Beiqi's meddling, according to Jun Nuo's previous temperament and current strength, as long as he puts in some effort, Da Huang can have a grand national funeral. However, he hesitated to take action. Xiang Jila's guess is, Jun Nuo didn't completely believe what Qin Pei said, but he didn't completely deny it. If it is true as Qin Pei said, after the man-made disaster, the natural disaster will come, then the appearance of this natural disaster will definitely be accompanied by some major events in Da Huang. As long as Yan Beiqi is alive, Jun Nuo will be a minister of the highest rank, and once Yan Beiqi dies, he will be the one who controls the government. After roughly understanding Jun Nuo's plan, Xiang Jila said goodbye to Lin Bufan with mixed feelings and went south. Along the way, she was thinking about the details she had sorted out when she met Qin Pei and Lin Bufan these days, and she was filled with mixed feelings. To be fair, she hoped that he could stay stupid forever and live a carefree life under her plan. However, she knew that he was never the kind of obedient wolf cub who could be trapped in a corner. If he was allowed to stay stupid forever, it would be so cruel to him. Huang Fujiao's face flashed in her mind for no reason, and a strong sense of uneasiness instantly spread and occupied all her thoughts. Xiang Jila suddenly remembered that it seemed that there had been no news from Nanchu for a long time. Everything was too coincidental. Go! The force of his legs clamping the horse's belly increased a little bit. Xiang Jila didn't care about his tired body, and whipped the horse's buttocks again. The horse's hooves flew, raising a cloud of flying dust. Yasui, the most important pass in Shisai. Its importance is not an exaggeration to say that Yasui is broken, Nanchu is gone. Compared with other dangerous passes in Nanchu, such a pass is the easiest to attack and the hardest to defend. Therefore, the people living in Yasui are all the garrison soldiers of Nanchu. At this moment, in Yasui Pass, the humid air is mixed with the smell of rain and the smell of blood and rust. It smells bad and chokes the nose. Before the beginning of the year, Shixiao launched an attack on Nanchu Yasui Pass because Nanchu stood in Da Huang and occupied Yasui Pass on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Since the beginning of the year, Huang Fujing has led his army to fight against the Shixiao army for more than a few months. Although Yasui Pass was recaptured, there were people in the Shixiao army who knew how to poison, and Huang Fujing was very passive in this battle. Even though Huang Fujiao's food and grass had been escorted to the garrison camp more than 100 miles away as scheduled, the Shixiao army seemed to have anticipated Huang Fujiao's actions and blocked all of Huang Fujiao's support routes without any deviation. To this day, the thousands of remnants led by Huang Fujing have been guarding Yasui Pass for nearly a month and a half. If it drags on, the Shixiao army doesn't need to worry at all. The remnants of the Huangfu army trapped in Yasui Pass can completely kill themselves. General, the water source upstream has been poisoned. Even if it has rained these days, it is only a short burst of rain. It evaporates before we can store any water. For us, it is almost nothing. The water source they found gradually dried up, the food and grass had been consumed, and now they were still suffering from the poisonous smoke and miasma of the Shixiao army from time to time. Many soldiers in the army had hallucinations, and were hacking people randomly. If they didn't break out of the siege, the soldiers would either starve to death or kill each other. Yes, General, one of the reasons is that they have no strength. I am afraid that when people are very hungry, they will see anything and pounce on it and eat it. We have a lot of wounded soldiers here. If things go wrong, this empty city will really become a purgatory on Earth. Fortunately, it's not the dead of winter now. If it were, with a heavy snowstorm, we would either starve to death or freeze to death. If it doesn't work, we open the city gates tonight and hack those Shixiao villains. If we're lucky, we can break out of the siege, which is great. If we're unlucky, we die, which is better than being half dead like now. We, the Huangfu army, would rather die on the battlefield than stay here and die at the hands of our own people. That's right, General. We're just waiting for your order. In the dilapidated and dim house, which served as a temporary meeting room, a map of Shisa was hung behind the main seat. Huang Fujing stood in front of the map, his cloudy eyes swept over the deputy generals in front of him one by one. They were covered in dust and had become skinny in just 1.5 months because their food intake did not match their labor expenditure. Huang Fujing's beard had long grown back, and the wound on his right face had not healed for a long time because the enemy's blade was poisoned, and there were even signs of rotting. His left leg was also wrapped in bandages, and the blood on the outermost layer of the bandages had turned black. At this time, his right hand was tightly holding the crescent blade, and his expression was covered by his beard, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking at this moment. Report: a soldier rushed in from outside the door. Because he had not eaten for a long time, his voice was obviously weak. The Xixia army is gathering outside, and seems to want to attack. Hearing this, several deputy generals turned their heads to look at Huang Fujing at the same time. If Yazui Pass is breached, what difference does it make whether you go out or not? Yes, General, what are you worried about? You were not like this before. The strength in his hand suddenly decreased, and Huang Fujing stood up with the crescent blade as support. Get ready, defend the city. General. A deputy general wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by another deputy general. At the signal of the deputy general, the guard who wanted to persuade him also saw that Huang Fujing's hand, holding the crescent blade, was shaking slightly. Chapter 600. The sky was gloomy and extremely hot. The sky, which had been drizzling recently, seemed to be trying to brew a bigger storm. Inside and outside the Yazui Pass, war drums were beating, and the sound of fighting shook the sky. Although Huang Fujing ordered the defense of the city, most of the defenses in the city were destroyed in the war. The remaining thousands of generals were mostly wounded. Even if he used his military skills, like a god, he could only delay the time for the city gate to be broken. Without reinforcements, all they could do was to fight for their lives. The man in front fell, and the man behind took up the place without hesitation. Fighting is never a one-man job. General, we can't hold on. The blood-soaked Deputy General Gutian charged to Huang Fujing with great effort. The tattered armor on his body had long disappeared, and the wound on his back was bleeding. The thousands of Huang Fu troops were decreasing rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Xixia army that came this time was led by the current Grand Princess's husband, General Yusheng, Ning Chusheng. Seeing that there were only a few hundred Huang Fu troops left not far away, and the city gate was about to be broken, he rode on his warhorse, and looked down in the direction of Huang Fujing. With a glance, the deputy general beside him immediately walked to the front of the army. The horn sounded. The Xixia troops who were fighting seemed to have received a call, and they drew their swords and evacuated in an orderly manner, surrounding the hundreds of Huang Fu troops under the city gate. The wind started to blow. Huang Fujing's head armor had long been lost because he went into battle with the enemy. His hair was half scattered on his shoulders. The crescent moon in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. After stopping, he could hardly swing it again. Of the several deputy generals who had suggested it to him before the siege, only Gutian, who was covered in wounds, survived. How many years had it been since he was so embarrassed? He even forgot. General Huangfu, our general respects you as a tough guy, and now we will give you a way out. Before Ning Chusheng's deputy general finished speaking, Huang Fujing stood the crescent moon on the ground, his eyes red, and shouted in the direction of Ning Chusheng with all his strength, "No surrender." Then there's no need to waste time talking. As soon as the deputy general finished speaking, Ning Chusheng immediately raised his arms, and shouted, "Break the city." The two sonorous words were like cold water splashing into an oil pan, stirring up pieces of oil. The Xixia army, which had just stopped fighting, suddenly rushed towards the hundreds of Huangfu troops with their weapons. Some Xixia troops, taking advantage of the wind direction, were making fires and ready to poison at any time. At the same time as the Xixia army rushed in, there was also a burst of deafening horse hoof sounds coming from far away. Ning Chusheng, who was looking down on Huang Fujing from a high position a moment ago, seemed to be fixed on the horse's back after giving the order to break the city, and even the posture of raising his arms did not change at all. Someone behind him shouted the general was shot by an arrow in a shrill voice. The horse was frightened, and Ning Chusheng fell straight off the horse. The Xixia army was in chaos on the spot. Someone on the Huangfu army side shouted happily, "It's reinforcements, reinforcements have arrived." The soldiers behind Huang Fujing looked at the army coming to fight. On the blood-red flag, the dark and flamboyant Huangfu shocked the remaining Huangfu army. "No, that's not the reinforcement said by the court, it seems to be Huangfu army." No, the two people who killed the Xixia soldiers in the front were not wearing Nanchu's armor. Look, the man in black armor has a bow on his back. The one who just shot and killed the Xixia commander must be that man. After killing two enemy soldiers with a backhand, Huang Fujing wiped away the blood that blocked his vision. Even if the man was wearing a mask, he could still recognize his extraordinary skills. He couldn't hear what the remnant said, and his mind was filled with only one thought. Why is he here? The Xixia army was thrown into chaos by Ning Chusheng's arrow and fell off his horse, and was easily defeated by the Huangfu army that came from behind. As if to oppose the Huangfu army, the wind suddenly blew up in the light breeze, blowing up a piece of flying sand and rocks. The heavy rain poured down, hitting people's faces, hurting them. It also blurred everyone's vision and the way out. Forget it, go back to the city first. Until the moment the order was given, Huangfu Jing's breath had not yet adjusted. The arrival of the reinforcements not only brought hope of life to Huangfu Jing and his party, but also brought food, herbs and military doctors. The storm was still raging outside. With food and detoxifying herbs for bandaging wounds in the house, the storm seemed so insignificant. After settling the injured soldiers and arranging the sentry soldiers, Huangfu Jing personally led the two masked leaders to his house without even taking care of himself. Yan Zhenyu and Shinmachi, who was carrying a bow, took off their masks at the same time. When Huangfu Jing saw Shinmachi, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but this surprise turned into a complicated emotion when he looked at Yan Zhenyu. This emotion was the ecstasy of seeing an acquaintance, mixed with the embarrassment of having to face the reality despite losing face. After a while, he patted Zhenyu on the shoulder, as if nothing had happened. Good boy, I really didn't make a mistake about you. Brother? Yan Zhenyu frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Shinmachi looked at the wound on his face that had not yet healed and spoke first. It is indeed the blood lotus. What? Huangfu Jing turned his head to look at Shinmachi, and his vigilance did not relax a bit, because he was brought by Yan Zhenyu. Knowing that Huangfu Jing did not trust him, Shinmachi did not explain too much, but directly said, the wound on your face has been there for some time, but it has not healed. Have you never doubted it? Not only the wound on your face, but also the wounds of the injured soldiers in your army. Huangfu Jing glanced at Yan Zhenyu, who nodded to him calmly and said, the king of Pingnan can be trusted for the time being. Shinmachi's expression changed slightly, but because of Huangfu Jing's presence, he still endured it. I've heard that the former princess of Pingnan is well versed in poison and medicine. Could it be that the prince of Pingnan also learned from your father? Huangfu Jing asked with a bow. Although the former prince of Pingnan Shen Yanshu and Huangfu Jing had fought against each other many times, they were both real swords and guns, and never used poison as despicable as Xixia. Although he didn't know what Shinmachi's purpose was, since Yan Zhenyu said he was trustworthy for the time being, he would trust him for once. I happened to encounter this situation, and sent people to develop this antidote. Shinmachi sneered, however, considering that the Huangfu army and our Black Armor army were enemies before, I cannot guarantee that all antidotes are safe. Therefore, whether to use the medicine depends entirely on General Huangfu's decision. I will not force it. Hearing this, Huangfu Jing immediately looked at Yan Zhenyu. Yan Zhenyu also looked back at Huangfu Jing with a deep gaze, as if to convey some information to him. Huangfu Jing understood, bit his back teeth, and had a desperate momentum. He bowed to Shinmachi. Since the Prince of Pingnan has gone to such great lengths to come here, how can Huangfu Jing doubt the Prince of Pingnan's intentions? However, there are too many wounded soldiers in the army, and the antidote may not be produced in large quantities at once. If possible, I hope that the Prince of Pingnan will give advice to the military doctors so that they can make a small amount of antidote. Jing is willing to be the first person to use the medicine. Chapter 601. Fortunately, Shinmachi did not deliberately attack Huangfu Jing. He glanced at Yan Zhenyu, put on his mask again, and asked Huangfu Jing to send someone to lead him to the military doctor. Yan Zhenyu and Huangfu Jing were the only ones left in the room. Are you still planning to work for the guy from Yuancheng? Yan Zhenyu asked Huangfu Jing directly without any twists and turns. It's not really working for me. After Shinmachi left, Huangfu Jing's energy seemed to be drained away all at once, and he fell powerlessly on the shaky armchair. The armchair creaked and screamed. Yan Zhenyu's eyes followed the armchair's scream, and fell on the legs of the chair calmly, as if he was wondering when Huangfu Jing would collapse the chair. A few uncontrollable coughs drew his attention back to Huangfu Jing. At this time, Huangfu Jing had changed from his previous spirited look. He looked listless, and coughed up blood from time to time. Obviously, in addition to external injuries, he also suffered serious internal injuries. You have already missed the opportunity. Yan Zhenyu sat down on one side and calmly analyzed with him. If you could take over the position 2 years ago, the worst result would be that Nanchu would be divided into two, but... Speaking of this, Yan Zhenyu looked at him, and his eyes, which were always deep, became more solemn. Now it seems that he is obviously better than you. If Xixia really wants to attack Yazui, do you think he can still sit still in Yuancheng? When he led his troops here, I had already guessed it was a trap. Huang Fujing's eyelids half closed. As you said, Shower is not the material to govern the country. Even if the country is really handed over to him, it will only make him bear decades of infamy or let him worry for a few more years. Yin Zhenyu carefully analyzed the meaning of Huang Fujing's words without saying a word. After a while, he asked, "Does Zhang Lingyun know? Do you know the current situation of you and your son?" Hearing the name Zhang Lingyun, Huang Fujing's eyes quickly flashed a trace of loss and nodded. He guessed it a long time ago, but even if he could guess it, what can he do? From the surface, the person in Yuancheng has been praising us father and son. If you return to the court, the real war will begin. Yin Zhenyu reminded. In the Battle of Yazui Pass, Nangongyao had no intention of letting Huang Fujing and his son return to Yuancheng alive, so Shisha's Yazui Pass was so easily captured, and Huang Fujiao's route of escorting grain and grass was so easily known by the enemy. Now that Huang Fu's army has turned the tide of the war in an instant, with the addition of him and Shinmachi, Shishia has lost General Yusheng. I believe that soon, Shishia will send a message back to Yuancheng to let Nangongyao prepare. By then, when the father and son return to the court, what awaits them is most likely treason. I know. Huang Fujing nodded, but when I left Da Huang, I had already betrayed Da Huang and Ruer. 18 years have passed. Not to mention that my duty as a soldier does not allow me to be disloyal to my country. As far as I am concerned, I also don't want to make a second mistake and ruin Shower's happiness. I don't know if it was Yin Zhenyu's illusion, but this man who always had a loud voice and high spirits looked a little old when he mentioned Qin Banruo and Huang Fujiao. He frowned in disapproval. Ruin Huang Fujiao's happiness. Qin Banruo's matter was indeed a big mistake and could not be reversed, but what does it have to do with Huang Fujiao? Knowing that Yin Zhenyu was not clear about Li Yu and Huang Fujiao's affairs, Huang Fujing smiled bitterly. Shower loves Li Yu, our Nanchu's eldest princess. As soon as Huang Fujing said this, combined with the strange words just now, Yin Zhenyu immediately understood his plan. With a palm, the broken table at hand was smashed into pieces. The tone was grim. So you plan to use your life to exchange Huang Fujiao for a marriage? Huang Fujing, are you going backwards as you live? Did you ignore what I said to you at Da Huang? I thought Yin Zhenyu would ask about Li Yu's identity, but he would start by scolding him. After several questions, Huang Fujing didn't know which one to answer first. He moved his lips, and finally let out a sigh. Seeing this, Yin Zhenyu even wondered if his appearance had ruined Huang Fujing's plan. He stood up from his seat, and said to him with a gritted teeth and a smile, "Have you ever thought that what you thought was for him, in the end, only moved yourself? Do you think that as long as this kind of thing is based on your so-called sacrifice, Huang Fujiao will be happy in the future? Let's not talk about the fact that he is still young and doesn't know what it means to be happy. Even if he really has someone he likes, especially the eldest princess of a country, as a descendant of a general, he has encountered difficulties in emotional matters. What he needs to do is to make a name for himself with his own strength. In the face of obstacles, he will protect the woman he wants behind him, even if God stands in his way and Buddha stands in his way, instead of hiding under your wings like a woman and letting you make plans for him." After finishing a long paragraph in one breath, Yin Zhenyu looked at Huang Fujing with his hands behind his back. The power of the Regent King immediately crushed Huang Fujing's murderous spirit. Huang Fujing, the fledgling will eventually grow up, and you will also grow old one day. Now you have not allowed the fledgling to grow up. When you are gone one day and lose your protection, what will happen to the fledgling? Yin Zhenyu said this to Huang Fujing, and also to himself. After listening to Yin Zhenyu's words, Huang Fujing trembled slightly, and continued to remain silent. At night, after the heavy rain, the smell of blood faded a lot. The air had a unique fragrance of soul, which was particularly refreshing. The sky was also washed away by the heavy rain, and the haze of the past was washed away, revealing a starry sky. After giving the antidote formula to the military doctor, Shinmachi found Yin Zhenyu at Huang Fujing's residence. Chapter 602. Yin Zhenyu, explained clearly, "What do you mean by temporarily trustworthy? That's not what you said when you came to me in Bailing a few days ago. If it weren't for you, why would I risk my life with you and come here to suffer under Huang Fujing's suspicion?" Yin Zhenyu crossed his arms and looked at him with a lazy eyebrow raised. "Whether it's for me or for yourself, you and I know it very well." Shinmachi choked, lowered his head, and his voice became a little softer, with a little grievance. "I didn't have to go to such great lengths." Yin Zhenyu raised his lips, agreeing with his words. The two walked side by side, and climbed up the tower of Yasui Pass together, looking at the devastation left by the day's war with their hands behind their backs. The soldiers who still had energy were picking up the weapons that had fallen on the ground by both sides during the day not far outside the city, and dragging their brothers, who had fought through life and death, to a pile to bury them. Shishia is really a sin, Shinmachi said without thinking. Yen Junyo nodded, indeed. However, the general trend is irresistible. Without Shishia, there will always be Nanchu, Baki, Sangong, even his restless and incompetent nephew who will provoke the war. It is only a matter of time before the 5 countries are in chaos. Now Shishia dares to poison so blatantly, only because of Ouyang Yao's great help. Shinmachi spoke in a calm voice, with a chill in his eyes, as if he was not talking about his biological mother, but the enemy who killed his father. Why, are you planning to go back to Shishia to recognize your ancestors and find your mother? Yen Junyo turned his head to look at him. His tone was rarely playful. Shinmachi raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. My mother died of illness a long time ago, and that woman is now just the eldest princess of Shishia. You are so persistent that you want to coat the arrow with poison to shoot your stepfather. Yen Junyo looked at the distance again. You still care about that woman in your heart. Do you care? Shinmachi's eyes followed Yen Junyo's eyes and fell on a cluster of stars in the distant sky. After a long while he slowly spoke. I just feel sorry for my father. Fell in love with such a woman. Perhaps because he sensed Shinmachi's emotional changes, Yen Junyo stopped talking. He was a person without a childhood. When he was young, he saw his mother die tragically in front of him under the order of his father. He was unwilling to mention too much about the love and hatred between his parents. He had no curiosity about the love and hatred of other people's parents. But his lack of curiosity did not mean that Shinmachi would not tell him. Back then, your regent's will. The story started with his regent's will. No matter how curious Yen Junyo was, he had to listen patiently. From Shinmachi, Yen Junyo learned the story of the former Pingnan King Shin Yanshu and the Shishia Grand Princess Ouyang Yao. He also knew that when Shin Yanshu betrayed Da Huang, it was Ouyang Yao who helped him. And stealing his regent's will was just to keep Shinmachi a trump card in case he would attack the Pingnan King's lineage after he became regent. As for the reason why Shinmachi said that he led his army to rebel against Da Huang in his previous life, in addition to revenge for Shin Yanshu, the main reason was that during Yen Baiqi's reign, the trend of reducing the power of the vassal states was too fierce, and if he was not careful, he would be doomed. Just when he was planning to start an army, a stupid woman happened to be rebelling, so he simply watched the battle from the other side, until a stupid woman found him, and he went with the flow and cooperated with her. Seeing that Shinmachi's story was getting more and more twisted, Yen Junyo interrupted unhappily, You can just talk about your parents' story. Why bring up my princess? Shinmachi choked when his little thoughts were exposed, and angrily brought the story back to his parents. Like the beginning of many storybooks, Shin Yanshu was injured when he encountered an assassination and was rescued by Ouyang Yao. For safety reasons, both of them concealed their identities. During their time alone, their feelings quickly heated up, and they soon fell in love. However, as the only king of a different surname in Da Huang, Shin Yanshu was still sensitive to certain identities. At that time, Ouyang Yao used the alias Ji Yao and claimed to be a lady from a small medicine clan in the world. Because her parents died, and she was hunted by her enemies, she had to conceal her identity. Such a lame excuse can be overturned by careful thinking, but Shin Yanshu, who has been smart all his life, is like a fascination in front of Ouyang Yao, and is bewitched by this woman. According to the servants, my father and that woman did have a period of loving days when they just got married. However, many people can't tell when that love started to change. All we know is that after that woman gave birth to him, the two had a quarrel, and then everything seems to have not changed, but everything seems to have changed. Since Shinmachi started to remember things, he found the relationship between his parents very strange. Although his father cared a lot about that woman, he never went home for many years. When he came back, he just held him, who was still young and couldn't even speak complete words, and read the art of war and history one by one. When he was older, he invited a teacher to teach him. Occasionally, he would take him out and teach him riding and shooting. Usually at that time, the woman would naturally walk away. When my father went to war again, the woman would take over his education and teach him how to make and use poison. To the outside world, the three of them had a happy time, but that happy time did not last long. Because, when he was 6 years old, he discovered the secret of the woman. When my father was fighting, the woman did so many things to replenish her yin that I can't even remember. After all, I encountered such dirty things more than once or twice. Sometimes it was in the garden, sometimes it was in the pavilion. The funny thing is that even when my father came back, he only executed the adulterer in the face of solid evidence, and the woman was still the princess of Ping'an. It was not until my father was secretly executed by Yanjun, that is, the late emperor, and my father's confidant returned to Biling with his last breath and brought back such a shocking secret, that I knew that the vicious woman had used my life to threaten my father to work for Xixia. During my father's mourning period, the woman did not even change her dissolute nature. Not only did she not wear mourning for my father, but she also openly had fun with the adulterer in the main courtyard where she and my father lived together. The first person I poisoned was the adulterer of that woman. That year, I was 8 years old. I personally caught her doing something dirty and broke up with her. The funny thing is that, until the adulterer died in front of her, she didn't even look at him, and even put on her clothes in front of me. Not long after, the woman died and went back to Xixia. From then on, women were synonymous with unfaithful and cunning and shameless in his heart. Chapter 603. Until he met Xiang Jila. After listening to Shinmachi's story, Yin Zhenyo said slowly, "This kind of woman, I would make her into a toy. I also think she is dirty." Just like when he was 8 years old, he peeled off Yin Xiaoyu's skin with his own hands, and after peeling it off, he found it too disgusting, so he directly let Nanfeng throw it away to feed the dogs. Knowing that Yin Zhenyo was defending him in his own way, Shinmachi smiled and reminded, "Her bones are also poisonous, you better give up this idea." Yin Zhenyo pulled the corner of his mouth and turned to look at him. "Over there, they should be almost ready." Shinmachi nodded. "Luyan has taken Ning Chushing's head, I will leave tomorrow." After not seeing each other for so long, he must prepare a big gift for that woman. Yin Zhenyo tsk a sound, "You said it was for me, but you ended up using me." Shinmachi was so angry that he laughed. Immediately refuted. "Yin Zhenyo, check your conscience, compared with your use of me, is this considered using me? It was just a drizzle at best." However, for Shinmachi, the familiarity between people started from exploitation. Whether it was Yin Zhenyo or Xiang Zila. Xiang Zila galloped southward. During this period, he inevitably had the help of Gongjing No. 3 and Chengjue, and he shortened the 2-month journey to 20 days. When she arrived at Nanling and Biling to meet Chuncho and others, it was the day when Huang Fujing was besieged. "Master, Wang." When Xiang Zila arrived at Jin's house, only Xian Yin was there. "Where are the others?" Xiang Zila nodded to Xian Yin and handed the reins to the servant, who came up to lead the horse. "Chuncho went out on business, and will be back tonight. Chiosi went to Danzhou, and should be here tomorrow." Doran escorted Madame Jean out to discuss business. Xian Yin reported the whereabouts of the other people to Xiang Zila in an orderly manner. Xiang Zila and Xian Yin entered the mansion together and asked, "Is there any news from the south?" Xian Yin understood and glanced around. After confirming that the other servants had not paid attention to this place except for greeting their master at the beginning, he nodded solemnly. "Master, let's go inside and talk." Jin Mansion, Xiang Zila's residence. After listening to Xian Yin's report, Xiang Zila frowned. "Has there been no news since the Dragon Boat Festival?" Xian Yin shook his head. "No." "I see." While speaking, Xiang Zila rubbed his tired brows. "You go prepare water and food. I wash the dirt off my body first. If they come back, you ask them to come find me." Seeing that Xiang Zila really looked like a mud monkey at this time, Xian Yin bowed and retreated immediately. Xiang Zila sat on a chair nearby, rubbing her sore temples, analyzing the news Xian Yin had just reported to her. Uncle Jing led his troops to the west on New Year's Day because of the sudden invasion of Xixia, and Brother Xiao was appointed to escort grain and grass to Yazui Pass in May. Before the father and son went to the expedition, Li Yu, the eldest princess of Nanchu, recognized her ancestry and returned to her ancestral home. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that Uncle Jing and Brother Zhao's expedition had something to do with this matter. The matter itself was not complicated, but the complexity was that Li Yu was the eldest princess of Nanchu, and this eldest princess also replaced her identity as a county lord. This was completely beyond her expectations. After all, the rumors in the previous life said that the lost sister of Queen Nanchu had a crescent-shaped birthmark on her right shoulder. The queen often couldn't sleep at night because she missed her sister. The king loved the queen and issued an edict to find the lost sister for the queen. The edict happened in the year when she sought cooperation with Shinmachi, which was still a few years away from the event line of this life. As for when the sister was lost, how old she was when she was lost, and how old she should be now, there was no mention in the rumors and the edict. That's why she was slightly startled when she saw the birthmark on Li Yu's shoulder. Then she quickly denied the possibility that Liu was related to Nan Chu. After all, in her previous life, Liu had always lived in Dahuang as a man, and until she died for her husband, she had never heard of Liu having other identities. Moreover, after the dirty things that happened in Jun Nua's family, the so-called external rumors were just to glorify the existence of royal family members. No one knew the truth. In other words, whether the so-called sister really exists is still a mystery. That's why she let Liu go back to Nanchu with brother Xiao and the others. Her original intention was very simple at the time. Liu had helped her a lot, and was a friend she recognized from the bottom of her heart, so she just wanted Liu to follow her inner thoughts and live a carefree life. Unexpectedly, it actually sent a thunderbolt to the father and son invisibly. If Uncle Jing and his son were not punished for deceiving the emperor after Liu's identity was restored, it is very likely that the matter was suppressed by the king of Nanchu, at least on the surface. I'm afraid that the king of southern Chu is two-faced and thinks that Princess Yongla is real, and then takes advantage of Uncle Jing and his son's expedition to find a fake person to plot against Uncle Jing and his son. Since May, she has been feeling sullen, and it seems to be related to what happened to brother Xiao recently. It seems that before finding Jun Newell, she has to go to Yazui Pass first. While Xiang Jila was thinking about it, Xian Yin had already asked someone to prepare hot water. Xiang Jila sat in the bathtub in her underwear, letting Xian Yin untie her bun and wash her hair. The first time she bathed, the water was yellow-brown, and there were some gravels under the water. The second time, the water was still turbid, but there were obviously fewer gravels. It was not until the fourth time that the water was clear that Xiang Jila really took off her clothes and sat in the bathtub. When the warmth of the bath water touched her skin, her tense muscles these days relaxed, and the muscles in her legs and lower back also began to tingle and ache. She looked down, and under the clear water light, she saw that the inside of her legs had been rubbed to the point of peeling. Even her pubic bone was aching. Before, Xiang Jila had to rush on the road every day and be alert to possible dangers around her. She even slept with her clothes on. If she wanted to take a bath, she would enter the space and ask Gongying No. 3 to prepare hot water for her. However, in the current space, there was Changju, a kid who didn't understand any worldly affairs, so she naturally didn't dare to relax like she did now. Now that the breath he had been holding was released, all the discomfort came over him. Xiang Jila couldn't help but groan. It was really uncomfortable. "Princess, there is a slight bulge in your lower back. I will help you press it later." After washing Xiang Jila's hair, Xian Yin rubbed her back with red eyes and a distressed look on her face. "Are you rushing even when you are resting?" Chapter 604. Hiss, Xian Yin, be gentle. Xiang Jila almost jumped out of the bathtub when Xian Yin pressed her so gently. She hurriedly explained, "I think my waist was hurt by the bumpy road these days. I'd be fine after a night's rest." "It's okay. But princess, the position of your coccyx is really prominent." "It's really okay. Help me get dressed." "But, dress." After Xiang Jila's repeated refusal, Xian Yin had to give up the idea of massaging her waist. After helping Xiang Jila put on her clothes, Xian Yin said to her with concern, "Princess, it's early afternoon now, and there's still some time before dinner. I asked the cook to make you some snacks. Would you like to eat some snacks first?" Xiang Jila glanced at the sky and nodded. "Okay, the snacks will be delivered to the room. I take a rest first. When Aunt Jean and Chuncho come back, you can notify me." "Yes." After Xian Yin personally brought the snacks, Xiang Jila ate a few mung bean cakes at random. Feeling that the hunger in her stomach was not so obvious, Xiang Jila drank a glass of warm water and dragged her body back to bed to lie down. "Xiao 3, I think I've been traveling too hard recently, and my body is a little injured. Can you help me repair it?" As soon as she lay down, she couldn't wait to establish contact with Gongying No. 3. After a while, the voice of Gongying No. 3 came to her consciousness. "No problem." After the body was repaired, Xiang Jila returned to the familiar place and bed, and finally let down his guard. Slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Red, the sky and the ground were all blood red. Even the sun in the sky was that kind of enchanting red. When Xiang Jila woke up, she found herself covered in wounds, tied to a stone pillar covered with fine needles on a high platform, and even the ropes that bound her were covered with glowing runes. As long as she moved slightly, the runes on the ropes would flash, and the bone-deep coldness and stinging pain would sweep over her. But if she didn't move, the frost under her feet would spread rapidly, freezing her body and consciousness. When she arrived, she had already let the frost under her feet spread to her calves. She gritted her teeth and endure the cold and pain that penetrated deep into her bones, and began to struggle. The cold and pain that penetrated deep into her bones became more and more obvious. The blood on her body had already been torn by her wounds, and the color deepened again. Offstage, all kinds of abuse came from all directions. A mere ghost cultivator, diluting the holy place of the upper realm, is simply overestimating one's own ability. It is said that this ghost cultivator had committed too many sins and crimes in the mortal world, and even the underworld would not accept her. But somehow, she caught the eye of immortal Master Mengjiang. "What's wrong with you? In the past thousands of years, I have never seen immortal Master Mengjiang taken anything except the mountain and water immortal servant. She must have used some unorthodox methods to plot against immortal Master Mengjiang. Now that her true identity has been exposed, she has been driven out. It is still wise that the heavenly Dao Saint Master has long realized that the qi here is not right. Bah, ghost cultivators are ghost cultivators, and they still dream of becoming immortals. Now that the ghost subduing formation that has not been used for 1,000 years is used on her, if her soul is scattered, it can let us see the power of the ghost subduing formation, and she can be said to have scattered for the right place." The curses surged, but when Xiang Jila heard Mengjiang immortal venerable, she felt as if she was dead, and all the strength in her body was drained away in an instant. It seemed that something happened before she was tied here, which made her so desperate that she had no motivation to survive. Seeing that the white frost was about to cover her waist, a red light covered the white frost, and the warmth was like a trickle, spreading to her limbs in an instant. She moved slightly. The rope covered with runes that she had tried her best to break free the moment before. At this moment, the runes were scattered, and the rope was also broken into powder. She slowly slid down the stone pillar to the ground, and just as she was about to fall, a small, soft body quickly cushioned her. "Little ghost cultivator, be careful, don't crush me to death." This familiar voice. Xiang Jila was refreshed and instinctively raised her eyes. A tall and clear figure, with his back to her, stood in front of her with his hands behind his back. Mengjiang immortal venerable Shan Shui. Xiang Jila suddenly woke up from his dream with sweat all over his head and blurted out. Afterwards, this dream was like a wild goose passing by without a trace. No matter how Xiang Jila thought about it, he couldn't remember a single bit. The room was pitch black. Xiang Jila wiped the sweat from her temples with her sleeve. Xiao Yan's voice came from outside the door. "Princess, are you awake?" Xiang Jila nodded. "Come in." After the repair of Gongjing number 3 and a good sleep, Xiang Jila's spirit was mostly restored. She glanced at the waning moon that had already risen above the willow branches and asked Xiao Yan, "Are Aunt Jean and the others back?" Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. "They are all back. I know you were resting, and they are all waiting for you to get up in the dining room to have dinner together." Knowing that Aunt Jean and the others were worried about him, Xiang Jila didn't say anything else. After quickly washing up, he went to the dining room with Xiao Yan. "Aunt Jean." Seeing Jean Yu, Xiang Jila felt like a child who had found her home. No matter whether she had been wronged or not, she couldn't help but feel hot in her eyes. "Why are you crying when you see your aunt?" Jean Yu couldn't help but tuck the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief, and stepped forward to pull Xiang Jila to her side. "It's good that you're back. Look at you. You've lost a lot of weight since you went out. You have to make up for it here quickly, otherwise I see how I deal with you." As she spoke, Jean Yu had already filled Xiang Jila's bowl with meat, and pushed a bowl of clear soup in front of her. Ginseng fish maw stewed with snow clam, replenishes qi and blood, nourishes yin, and nourishes the skin. As long as you are here, Auntie will stew it for you every day. Auntie Jean saw that Jean Yu was about to tell the servants to buy something tomorrow. Xiang Jila smiled, and held her hand down. "Wait until Chiosi comes back and meets her tomorrow, then I will continue my journey south. You don't have to bother, just do it as it should be." As soon as Xiang Jila said this, the smile on Jean Yu's face froze. Chapter 605. Going south again? Going south from Nanbeiling, you will reach Nanshu. What are you going there for? Jean Yu raised her hand to let all the servants leave, frowning disapprovingly. It's very chaotic there now. Even she had heard rumors that Xixia and Nanshu were going to go to war, and recently her shop had received many refugees who had fled from Nanshu to find a way to survive. In order to avoid getting into trouble, she didn't dare to use any of them. At most, she dared to quietly send people to throw some steamed buns and cakes near the refugees. She did this not for fame, but purely to make herself feel better. A little bit of kindness, a big bit of hatred. She had heard too many stories of people being killed for showing off their wealth, so it was better to do something that would make her conscience feel at ease, secretly. The work is not done yet, so I have to go there. Xiang Jila curved his eyebrows, which was completely different from Jin Yu's fear of a great enemy. Annie, don't worry. Xiang Jila comforted Jin Yu again. Jin Yu sighed, shook her hand, and took off her purse and stuffed it into Xiang Jila's hand. When you go out, you must bring enough money. Do you have enough money on you now? Auntie. Not enough, right? Come to me after dinner to get the money. I don't have anything else, but I still have 2 boxes of banknotes. Now I don't open many branches, so there's no point in keeping them. Take them all with you. As a girl, you always go out and run around, so you need to hire some strong thugs to protect you. Xiang Jila's eyes twitched, and he glanced at Chen Xia and Dong at the same time. Did I do something wrong? Let Jin Yu always think that I don't even have the money to survive, and I don't need to hire thugs to protect me? After dinner, Xiang Jila played a round of Tai Chi with Jin Yu on the grounds that he was tired and needed to rest. In the end, he defeated Jin Yu by a narrow margin, and returned to the room with Chun Shou and others under Jin Yu's reluctant gaze. Chun Shou, Xiao Yan, Dong Ren and others reported to Xiang Jila about what they had handled in the south these days. The rest of the things were progressing similarly to what Xiang Jila had imagined, except that the Qingwan escort agency and the cooperation with Mo Yi were beyond her expectations. When talking about the cooperation with Mo Yi in the East China Sea, Chun Shou still had a guilty look on her face. Before, Princess, you have been in the north, so the subordinates made their own decisions on the East China Sea. You have done a good job on the East China Sea. Xiang Jila couldn't read the boring account book, but the account book recording method specially made by Chun Shou and others for her made Xiang Jila read it with relish. When responding to their reports, her eyes were still on the implementation plan of the intelligence point. She didn't even raise her head. If we really withdraw, we will fall into Mo Yi's trap. But we always thought that Mo Yi could be a long-term partner. These days, his attitude towards us is really abnormal. Chun Shou continued. His hand paused to turn the page. Xiang Jila looked up at Chun Shou and the others, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why do you think so? The few people looked at each other, and after seeing the truth in each other's eyes, they looked at Xiang Jila again. Mo Yi was interested in Aunt Jean before. With a rip, a page that should have been turned over was torn off by Xiang Jila. Almost at the same time, in the Kyoto Imperial Palace, a eunuch with outstanding temperament was confronting Yin Beiki in the imperial study. Yin Junyo had been absent from court for nearly a month. Yin Beiki knew that Yin Junyo must have made some moves, but no matter how his people tried to investigate, they still couldn't find out any news. Since Zhong Qiang's death, he also tried to reuse other old ministers who supported him. But without exception, the other old ministers could not agree with his ideas. Your Majesty, cooperating with our master is to get what you want. You protect the kingdom of Dahuang and continue to be the unique ruler of Dahuang. We want Yin Junyo's life, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The eunuch's clear voice brought Yin Beiki back to his thoughts. His eyes fell on the eunuch, and there was a little more hesitation in his narrow and long phoenix eyes. Are you sure you really only want Yin Junyo's life? Won't it shake my position in my country? Yin Junyo was born to be a high-ranking official. If he is allowed to sit on the throne of a country, even the heavens will not be able to bear it and will punish him. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. The eunuch looked at him without hesitation and straightened his back. And Yin Beiki seemed to have long been accustomed to the eunuch's disrespect. After hesitating for a moment, he finally raised his hand to let the eunuch leave. I will think about it again. After all, if he really cooperated with the master mentioned by that person, it would mean that he would not be able to see the light of day until Yin Junyo was killed. To Yin Beiki's surprise, the eunuch did not listen to his orders and leave obediently this time, but a trace of ridicule flashed across his eyes. Your Majesty, the Great Phoenix is so hesitant, but he is just attached to this position. But why don't you think about it? Yin Junyo clearly knows that any decision you made recently is enough for him to kill you. But why doesn't he do it? Do you think he really doesn't kill you because he cares about the thin uncle-nephew relationship between you? The eunuch's words immediately hit the pain and doubts of Yin Beiki these days. Almost instinctively, Yin Beiki blurted out, he also knows? Not only do we know, he has already started to find a way to crack it. The original Western expedition and the Regent Princess being imprisoned in the palace, His Majesty the Great Phoenix only needs to think about it and sort things out, and the whole story will naturally be clear. Seeing Yin Beiki silent, the eunuch persuaded him again. Once Yin Junyo finds a way to crack it, Your Majesty the Great Phoenix, do you think you can still sit here peacefully like you are now? Yin Beiki was silent again. For an emperor, the most fearful thing is that his relatives are better than him, And the second is that the throne has always been coveted. And Yin Junyo has both. Otherwise, why would he keep trying to find a way to get rid of Yin Junyo? The trouble in his heart, the news brought to him by the shadowless guards, has indeed given him a lot of inspiration. From another perspective, in order to get rid of Yin Junyo, even the shadowless guards founded by his ancestors could endure humiliation and surrender to Shixia, and even persevered in sneaking into the palace to persuade him. Then he should listen to this advice and endure humiliation. Let everyone in the world know that Yin Junyo is the disaster star of Da Huang, and regain the support of officials and people. It seems that it is not so difficult to accept. Chapter 606. Thinking of the peace of mind in the future, and thinking of this person, who has been waiting for him in the palace since the beginning of the year. Yin Beiki gritted his teeth and looked at the eunuch. Okay, I promise you, but I hope you can keep your promise and let this matter go. Don't keep entangled. A strange look flashed across the eunuch's eyes. This is inevitable. The next evening, when Chiosi came back from outside, Xiang Jila was still working hard on the accounts and business records given to her by Chuncho and others. Princess, the intelligence points in Shishou and Danzhou have been set up. Okay. Xiang Jila responded, looking up from the pile of account books at Chiosi. When she met Chiosi's cold eyes, she inexplicably thought of Qin Pei and what Qin Pei said to her in Saibei. She wanted to ask about the things between her and Qin Pei, but seeing that Chiosi didn't seem to have any abnormalities, she finally changed the question to, did you encounter any other unexpected obstacles when setting up the intelligence points these days? Chiosi shook her head. That situation is not an obstacle. When a business first arrives in an unfamiliar place, there will always be some blind local snakes or officials who make things difficult. However, my subordinates are always skilled in taking advantage of the situation. Therefore, if we find someone who can make the decision, teach him a lesson, and bluff him, no one will dare to cause trouble. That's good. Originally, Xiang Jila was worried that if he concealed his true identity to do something, he would encounter obstacles. However, although Chiosi didn't talk much, her thinking was always flexible. Since she said it was no problem, it should really be no problem. Just, seeing Chiosi's rare hesitation, Xiang Jila couldn't help but be more patient with her. Just what? Princess, do we still need to distribute the Qingwan order? Chiosi frowned slightly. Before, the escort agency intended to recruit people from the martial arts world, and we distributed a lot of Qingwan orders. During my trip to Danzhou, I found that the number of people who ate and drank for free in our tea houses, inns and restaurants with Qingwan orders has only increased, not decreased. Even if these people only eat 2 meals a day, it is still a considerable expense. Although more than half of the intelligence points have been set up, most of the people who come to have tea and snacks are those who hold the Qingwan order. Some people even regard the seats in the tea house as their own private seats and openly drive away the guests when they come. Not to mention the long-term situation. For now, the losses of our tea houses, inns and hotels are very serious. Chuincho's accounts indicate that most of the profits are used to make up for the losses caused by the distribution of the Qingwan order. It is obvious that the income is not enough to make ends meet. Listening to Chiosi's report, Xiang Jila stroked the page of the account book. The question raised by Chiosi was only vaguely mentioned by Chuncho and others yesterday. At that time, she thought that the progress was going smoothly, but she didn't expect it to be like this. After thinking for a while, Xiang Jila asked Chiosi, how many Qingwan orders have been distributed now? Xian Yin is doing the statistics for this matter. Chiosi replied. After taking a look at the 2 thick books that he had already read, Xiang Jila closed the account book in his hand and threw it on the 2 books. You asked Chuncho and the others to come to me. Seeing Xiang Jila's face suddenly darken, Chiosi's heart beat quickly. Didn't they tell the princess about this? Yes. Chunxia Qudong and the other 4 stood in front of Xiang Jila again. In the promotion of the Qingwan order, you did not distribute the Qingwan order according to my request, and the expenses involved were not registered in the book. If Chiosi hadn't brought it up, did you intend to keep it secret from me? Xiang Jila's expression was very calm, and his voice was very cold. The 4 of them lowered their heads at the same time, without saying a word. Whose meaning? Xiang Jila asked again. Still no one answered Xiang Jila's question. Chuncho, you say? After being called, Chuncho had to bite the bullet and step out. Knowing that she was in the wrong, she even spoke a lot softer than usual. The subordinates know that the purpose of the princess's distribution of the Qingwan order is to recruit soldiers, but talents are scarce, like the waves washing away the sand. The princess's previous method of attracting people from the martial arts world with the Qingwan order was good, and attracted many people from the martial arts world to come, so the subordinates thought that if more people came, like the prince's selection of secret guards, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, then the talents that came out would definitely be able to better help the princess relieve her worries and work. Nonsense. Before Chuncho could finish his words, Xiangjila immediately slammed the table and stood up. The courage and domineering spirit that dominated the battlefield in his previous life were clearly displayed at this moment. Several people were startled at the same time, and all looked at the master in front of them, who was half a head shorter than them. Realizing that he had indeed lost his composure just now, Xiangjila simply put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth for a few steps. When the anger at his heart faded a little, he slowed down his tone and said to several people, "I know you all want to share my worries and relieve my work, but I don't want top talents, and the way you are trained by the palace is different, so there is no need to waste this kind of money, let alone the Qingwan order. To put it bluntly, things are valuable because they are rare. Once too many Qingwan orders are distributed, they become worthless. If you encounter something that is ungrateful, what troubles will it bring in the future? Have you ever considered it?" Hearing this, several people lowered their heads even lower. Xiangjila sighed helplessly, but swallowed the words of blame that were about to come out of his mouth. "I know your loyalty is beyond doubt, but there is a saying that goes, good intentions lead to bad results. No matter what your intentions are, if I find out again that you have made some decisions in private that you have concealed from me, then don't stay with me." This time, Chuncho and Chiosi had been with Xiangjila for nearly 2 years, and Xiangjila had said the most cruel words to them. The faces of several people changed at the same time. "Princess." Chuncho bent her knees, and immediately knelt in front of Xiangjila, raised her head, and looked at Xiangjila with open eyes. "When we are secret guards, the first thing we have to do is to obey the orders of the master absolutely. When the master is in danger, we will not hesitate to sacrifice our lives for the master. When the prince wanted to assign us to you, we really just wanted to do the duty of a secret guard. But... Speaking of this, Chuncho choked up. "Princess, you are different to your subordinates. As a secret guard, I have seen too many cold and indifferent people when I am performing my duties. I understand that the mission of a secret guard is to protect the master, to get information for the master, and to die for the master when necessary. To be honest, when you just married the prince, your subordinates always thought that you were not worthy of the prince. It was not until I spent a long time with the princess that I realized that you were different. You are thinking about us from the bottom of your heart, and even let us decide our own life events. Before we met you, we didn't even dare to think about these things. So, we want to help the princess think more, and don't want you to worry about this matter. If the princess is unhappy, the princess can kill the subordinates, but please give me another chance and don't chase me away." As soon as Chuncho finished speaking, Xianyan, Chiosi, and Dongren also knelt on the ground at the same time. "Please give me another chance, and don't chase me away." Chapter 607. After hearing Chuncho's words, she looked at the sincere eyes in front of her. No matter how Xiangjila hinted that she couldn't cry, her eyes still turned red. In her opinion, her care for Chuncho and the others was just a superficial love from the master to the servants. In addition to the guilt she felt for Chuncho and Chiosi in her previous life, her trust and care for Xianyan and Dongren was entirely because of Yanjunyua's relationship. Besides, she needed them to do a lot of things, such as finding someone to treat their injuries when they were injured and giving them the right to choose when they had someone they liked. These were all very normal things in her opinion. But she didn't expect that they would take it so seriously. With her fists clenched slightly, Xiangjila raised her head and slowly closed her eyes. "Everyone, get up. I just said that if you do it again next time, you don't have to stay with me. Now that you realize your mistakes, I will give you another chance." Hearing this, several people were as if they had been pardoned. "Thank you, princess. Now, tell me how much Qingwan order has been distributed, and how much silver has been lost due to the excessive distribution of Qingwan order." As soon as Xiangjila finished speaking, the eyes of the others fell on Xianyan. Xianyan stepped out and bowed his head. The princess ordered that 500 Qingwan orders be made of fine iron, including 10 black iron Qingwan orders, 50 red iron Qingwan orders, and the remaining 440 ordinary iron Qingwan orders. Almost at the same time, there was a hurried knock on the door. The little maid who had been with Jinyu for the past 2 years said anxiously, "Cousin, the lady fainted from anger. Please go and see her." Fainted from anger? Xiangjila was shocked. Immediately signaled Chuncho to open the door. The little maid saw Chuncho as if she saw a savior. "Miss Qing, You came at the right time. The woman who fainted from anger wanted to escape, but was stopped by the servants. She is now in the front hall. Woman? Xiang Jila stopped Chuncho and followed the maid. In the front hall, a woman who looked to be in her early 30s and dressed gaudy was stopped. This woman was none other than Yin Yang of Cheonghua Tower, Lu Mayer. Yin Yang was similar to other women in the brothel in that they were bought by the brothel to please the customers. The difference was that before Yin Yang was bought by the brothel, she was usually a performer kept by a wealthy family. When she reached a certain age, she was not liked by the owner and was disliked for her age, so she was sold. The price charged by wealthy families is usually high. In addition, they are often taught various sexual activities while being kept as prostitutes. Therefore, no decent family is willing to buy these prostitutes, and poor families cannot afford them. Therefore, they basically end up in brothels. There are only two outcomes for those who end up in brothels. Either they continue to sing and dance in the brothels for a living, hoping to meet someone who can redeem them, and wait for an opportunity to become good people. Or they engage in the flesh trade like other girls in the brothels, and give up their lives completely. Lu Mayer belongs to the former. Although her appearance is a little different from other selected opera singers, she can be said to be as beautiful as Dio-chan among the beautiful ladies in Cheonghua Tower, who can only be regarded as decent. Because her dancing posture is quite beautiful, she is used to being praised by others around her. She has never seen other big things, so she is inevitably a little more arrogant. Meeting Mo was completely a matter of fate. He was dragged to Cheonghua Tower by his business partner, and she happened to dance on that day. Just that one time, Lu Mayer set her sights on Mo. A man who was willing to drink honestly, and not let other girls touch him in a brothel was already a very good man in her eyes. After asking around, she learned that the man was a newly arrived wealthy businessman in Bailing. Now the businessman had no wives or concubines, only a daughter. He was indeed a good man. She knew that if she caught such a man, she would no longer have to rely on him in the future. In order to create more chance encounters, she even squeezed out her rest time. Unexpectedly, when Mo was not discussing business, he basically stayed at home. He went out only because his daughter sneaked to Jin's house, and Mo chased her to Jin's house to find his daughter. After a while, she also found out that Jin Yu and Mo had been entangled. How could that be possible? She heard a lot about Jin Yu's affairs when she was in Cheonghua Tower. For a period of time, the rumors in the brothel were all about Jin Yu's affair with dozens of men. No one cared who first talked about the affair, and no one wanted to know whether it really happened. People just need to know what they want to know, so that they can have something to talk about after dinner. But it is just such an ugly slut, who is rich, and now she is favored by a rich businessman because of a girl. And she has a charming talent, but because she can't catch the opportunity to become a good woman, she has to stay in the brothel. How can she not be jealous? Bah, a slut is a slut, dirty and broken, but she still wants to hook up with men. When Xiang Jila arrived, Lu Mayer was still shouting arrogantly. Don't you look in the mirror? You've become so old. Ah. Before she finished speaking, Lu Mayer felt a burning pain from the corner of her mouth to the right side of her face. She reached out and touched it, and it was wet. Her face was beaten. She looked in front of her instinctively. The servants, who had blocked her way, just now made way for her. An ordinary-looking boy was walking slowly, and wrapped the whip back around his waist. You have a dirty mouth. I guess keeping this face will pollute other people's eyes. Chapter 608. Lu Mayer covered her face, horrified. There is actually a man who can make the decision in this mansion? The original plan was to anger the servants of the Jin mansion and make them embarrass her. Now it seems that this ugly boy is not easy to deal with, and the plan must be changed immediately. What, are you mute? Or do you lose your voice when you see a man? While speaking, Xiang Jila had already sat down in the main seat in the front hall. With a thought in her mind, Lu Mayer immediately lowered her head, put on a pitiful look that seemed to be about to cry, and tried to seduce Xiang Jila. This young master whipped someone without asking why. I'm afraid I'd die if I continue to talk. Yes, it was seduction. The conditions were limited at the moment. She couldn't use her posture that could always please men to attract the attention of this ugly boy. Fortunately, she still had a trick of pear blossoms with tears, crying to break a man's heart. This soft voice, harmless look, if Xiang Jila hadn't heard her cursing Aunt Jean with his own ears, and her dress was really eye-catching, Xiang Jila would have doubted whether he had whipped the wrong person just now. Just talk. Don't you mind pinching your throat to hurt people's ears? Xiang Jila leaned back lazily. Didn't you have enough energy just now? What, are you tired of cursing? Lu Mayer choked, and continued to pinch her throat and said softly, Master, I was just telling the truth just now. Tell the truth? Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows and sneered. Who are you? How can you enter the house and tell the truth to my elders? As she spoke, she looked up at the servants gathered in the front hall and raised her voice. Who let this kind of stuff that looks like it came from a brothel in the first place? As soon as the word goods came out, Lumiere seemed to be greatly insulted, and even forgot to pinch her throat. What do you mean? In her opinion, goods generally refer to the cheap women who do the flesh trade in the brothel. She was from a wealthy family in Shizhou after all, and she had been selling art but not her body in Qionghua building for several years. She was much more noble than those cheap women who made money by doing the flesh trade. Now this ugly boy dared to put her in the same category with those cheap women. It was simply too much. Just when Xiang Jila wanted to say something to her, the doorman hurried over after being notified by other servants. He knelt in front of Xiang Jila with a horrified face. My cousin, it's unfair. This bitch was very polite when she was outside the door. She said she was a friend of Boss Missouri and knew Boss Jean, so I let her in. Who knew she would do such a thing? In the final analysis, it's because you don't know people well. Xiang Jila's face was as cold as water. Go to the guard to get 30 sticks and find 1 month's monthly silver to continue staying, or go to the guard to get 30 sticks, and then go to the account office to get 3 months' monthly salary, and pack up your bedding and leave. It's your choice. Without thinking, the doorman immediately kowtowed to Xiang Jila. I am willing to take 30 strokes of the stick, and be fined 1 month's salary to continue staying. Xiang Jila nodded. Go. After the doorman left, Xiang Jila's eyes fell on the servants surrounding the front hall. Since you know she came to cause trouble, and made the master faint, why don't you drag her out? The leading servant stepped forward and said to Xiang Jila in embarrassment, Master, it's not that I don't want to drag her out, but as soon as I stepped forward, she said that she was delicate and precious, and was the fiancée of Mr. Mo Yud. If we get hurt, we will not only offend Mr. Mo, but also can't afford her medical expenses. Oh! Xiang Jila raised his hand, and asked the leading servant to continue to retreat outside the door, and his indifferent eyes fell on Lumiere again. Boss Mo's fiancé? That was just an excuse Lumiere used to bluff the servants of the Jean mansion. The strange thing was that in front of the servants, she could tell lies that sounded like the truth. Now that Xiang Jila's eyes swept over her, Lumiere felt inexplicably weak in her heart, and even her calves felt weak. However, she didn't lose the battle. Thinking that the people should be here soon, she immediately straightened her back and looked at Xiang Jila. Why can't I? After staring at Lumiere for a long time, until a layer of fine sweat crawled up on Lumiere's back, Xiang Jila suddenly smiled harmlessly and spread his hands to her. Sorry, I didn't dare to think about it when I saw that your temperament was different from ordinary people. I didn't expect that Boss Mo's vision was so special. This was a roundabout way to belittle her. After hearing the hidden meaning of Xiang Jila's words, Lumiere was immediately irritated and blurted out, So what if I'm special? It's better than some shameless sluts who seduce other people's unmarried women at their age. Oh. Before she finished speaking, Lumiere was whipped again on the face, this time on the left side. If you can't speak, just shut up. I'm giving you face. Under Lumiere's horrified gaze, Xiang Jila wrapped the whip around his waist again, put away his sinister eyes, and smiled at her. Tell me, who gave you the courage and guts to come to my house and shout so openly? Almost at the same time Xiang Jila said this, another doorman hurriedly came to report, my cousin, Boss Missouri is here. Mo Yud? From beginning to end, Xiang Jila's eyes never left Lumiere, so when the doorman reported that Mo Yud was coming, the bright color of success in Lumiere's eyes naturally did not escape Xiang Jila's eyes. After learning about the past between Mo Yud and Jin Yu from Chuncho and his group, Xiang Jila's fox eyes slowly half closed. Please let him in. Soon, Mo Yud brought his servants, and went to the front hall under the guidance of the doorman. Oh, Boss Mu is back? Obviously, Mo Yud was surprised by Xiang Jila's appearance. Boss Missouri, long time no see. Boss Missouri, you are here for your fiancée, right? Boss Mo is so lucky. Remember to notify me when you have a big banquet. If I don't make it back by chance, I will definitely give you a generous gift. After a pleasantry, Mo Yud was not given a chance to interrupt. Then Xiang Jila went straight to the point. But as the saying goes, you should marry a virtuous wife. A virtuous wife will bring prosperity to 3 generations. You should still consider your lifelong affairs carefully. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying your fiancé is bad. I'm just saying that your fiancé is a bit impulsive and has a big prejudice against our Jean family and my elders. Just now, she made my elders faint. At this point, she shook her head maturely. This impulsiveness is prone to bad things. Boss Missouri, just be straightforward about this matter, and see how to solve it. After solving it, I have to go back to the backyard to visit my elders. Xiangjila said a lot, and Imoyed felt that he was about to be confused by what she said. He came here because someone from Cheonghua building wanted to find him, saying that Boss Jean from Jean Mansion wanted to cause trouble for Mayor because of him. So he hurried here to avoid unnecessary trouble. Who knew that as soon as he arrived, Mu Junyun's chatterbox was like a clockwork, and he couldn't stop at all, saying things he couldn't understand. What fiancé? What made her elders faint? Mu Junyun's elders, aren't they Jean Yu? Mu Junyun's fiancé made Jean Yu faint. Chapter 609. Brother De, save me. A soft and limp sound brought Imoyed back to his senses. At this moment, he realized that the person he came to rescue was kneeling on the ground with his face covered in embarrassment. Mayor, what happened to your face? His first reaction was that Jean Yu scratched Lu Mayor's face out of jealousy. After all, it was Jean Yu who first called Mayor to the Jean Mansion. But when he thought of Xiangjila saying that Jean Yu had fainted, he quickly removed the suspicion of Jean Yu himself and cast his suspicious eyes on Xiangjila. He personally bent down and helped Lu Mayor up. Who hurt your face? Although he was not familiar with Lu Mayor, he met her several times and found that Lu Mayor was not only good-looking, but also had a good personality. He had thought about redeeming Lu Mayor, but as soon as he thought about her being stranded in Cheonghua Tower for several years, and Shuchi didn't like her, he stopped thinking about it. He could accept a married woman, but he couldn't accept a woman who was available to everyone. Not knowing what Imoyed was really thinking, Lu Mayor thought she had a blessing in disguise, and fell into Imoyed's arms, pointing at Xiangjila with a shaking finger. This person he. Boss Mu, what do you mean? After guessing what he was thinking, Imoyed frowned after he straightened Lu Mayor and protected her behind him. Imo and Boss Jean are innocent, and I don't have any other thoughts about Boss Jean. Why would you embarrass a girl from a brothel? Don't have any other thoughts about Aunt Jean? Embarrass a girl from a brothel? Xiangjila smiled, and smiled ostentatiously and domineeringly, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. Boss Missouri, are all the things I just said nonsense? I never thought that Boss Missouri would be so deeply in love with this Miss Mayor, to the point of being blind and heartless. A weak voice sounded outside the door, seamlessly connecting Xiangjila's words. The people in the front hall looked in the direction of the voice. Jean Yu walked into the front hall with a pale face, supported by the maid and Chuncho. Auntie Jean. Xiangjila changed his domineering look just now, hurriedly stepped forward to take Chuncho's hand, and helped Jean Yu sit on the chair. What are you doing out here? Jean Yu patted Xiangjila's hand with his backhand, and said with a smile, my affairs have caused you a lot of trouble. I can't hide behind you all the time. In fact, since Jean Yu knew that Imoyed had calculated Chuncho's business in Donghai, she had privately looked for Imoyed several times, but each time she parted unhappily. The reason for the unpleasant parting was nothing more than that Imoyed believed those unfounded rumors and minded her unbearable past. He had also interrogated her when she looked for him, and said that he would believe whatever she said. But it's not necessary. What is the relationship between them? Why expose such scars to outsiders? Fortunately, after finding him, Imoyed also restrained himself. At least, they maintained the peace on the surface. That's right, businessmen value profit. The principle of stopping when things are going well, these two people who are almost 100 years old in total must understand it more thoroughly than young people. Boss Jean. Seeing Jean Yu looking at him with a calm look, Imoyed couldn't help but step forward and want to tear off her disguise. Jean Yu put away the smile she had shown to Xiangjila and the others, and nodded to Imoyed in a distant manner. Boss Missouri, can you please have a word with me? After saying that, she let go of Xiangjila's hand, straightened her back and walked out. Imoyed glanced at Lu Mayor, and under her pleading eyes, he followed Jean Yu's steps and left the front hall. After Imoyed left, even though she had left someone to watch over her, Lu Mayor still had the illusion that she had fallen into a wolf's den. She maintained the aggrieved look and posture she had when Imoyed was still there, and she didn't even dare to breathe. Xiangjila gave Chuncho a look, and Chuncho nodded in response, and then left the front hall. Under the corridor, Jean Yu's left hand hugged her right arm, with her back to Imoyed. She whispered, Boss Missouri, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Because of Shuchi, I used to think that you would be more or less different from some men. So, she would go with the flow under Shuchi's intentional or unintentional matchmaking. Unexpectedly, the heart that was finally gathered back and mended was trampled to pieces again before it could be given away. She should wake up. She is already this old. She has encountered such things before. If it were someone else, she would have committed suicide long ago. Now she can live such a life with the encouragement of Nanan and others. It is already very good. What else is she greedy for? Listening to Jin Yu's tone, Mo Yud felt that his chest was pressed by a ball of tone that could not be pushed away. He thought Jin Yu was playing tricks again. His tone was a little worse than in the front hall. What do you want? Sighing faintly, Jin Yu said weakly and firmly, haven't you been checking whether I have been with many men in Nanling? No need to check, I will tell you the truth, but Mo Yud, listen carefully, after knowing all the truth, if you dare to say a word, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. After saying this, Jin Yu began to tell Mo Yud about her past without waiting for him to say anything. Renqing, the reign of Yin Xiuyou, in the 21st year, I listened to Qinreni's deception and married Qinreni with my sister Jinhua. No matter what, we endured it until August of the year before last, when we went to Nanling and encountered the Nanling Rebellion. The year before last, I encountered the Nanling Rebellion and lost my innocence. Last year, I was involved in a tax and silver embezzlement case and lost my only relative in the world. Whether Mo Yu wanted to hear it or not, since she had decided to tell Mo Yu the truth, at this moment, Jin Yu really wanted Mo Yu to know everything about her past. She thought that she had forgotten many things in the past 1 or 2 years, but she didn't expect that once this topic was brought up, all the truth was like a ruthless knife, piercing into this scabby, forgotten wound again without mercy, causing her heart-wrenching pain. As Jin Yu's eyes were red, she narrated the whole process in a very calm voice. Mo Yud's face had already turned the color of liver, and he felt ashamed and annoyed for his previous actions and speculations. He asked in a hoarse voice until Jin Yu finished the last word, why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jin Yu smiled with red eyes. Hasn't Mr. Mo heard a story? A monkey had a wound on its belly, and it showed its scar to everyone it saw. But the others could not empathize with it, and only comforted it with a few words. But does the monkey need comfort? No, it doesn't need comfort. What it needs is someone to comfort it, and take it to a doctor to suture its wounds and treat it. In the end, the monkey died of pain because of its serious injuries and long period of time without treatment. People are like this. If you can't cut your own body with a knife, you will never know the pain of the person involved. What's the use of saying it? Does it make you pity me? Speaking of this, Jin Yu turned around and looked at Mo Yu calmly. Boss Missouri, do you think I'm the kind of person who needs pity? Chapter 610. Boss Missouri thinks I am the kind of person who needs pity. After more than 10 years in the business world, Mo Yu felt so ashamed in front of a woman for the first time, and even felt that he was not as good as a woman. Boss Jin Mo. His bad attitude gradually cracked and finally shattered into slag. On his face, there was the simple and honest look that Jin Yu was familiar with. But after experiencing his alienation and Lu Mare's incident, the heart that used to be moved by this man, because of Shao Qi had long been as calm as water. At this moment, she saw the look on his face and felt extremely disgusted. Jin Yu turned around again and didn't look at Mo Yu. Boss Missouri, I don't want to cause trouble. If it's okay, take your fiancé and go. Fiancé? When did Mo have a fiancé? Mo Yu frowned. Could it be that the fiancé that Mu Junyan mentioned just now is his? Jin Yu sneered. Why, the girl has come to the door and said that you are going to redeem her and live with her, but you are not even as good as the girl. Xiaoyu. He hurriedly tried to explain. Jin Yu interrupted him sharply. Shut up. Don't call me that. You are old. Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand you? Mo Yu choked. But it's obvious that they called each other that way before the Lantern Festival. He called her Xiaoyu, and she called him Yud. Thinking of that brief warm time, and thinking of his attitude when Jin Yu came to him in the past 6 months, and his calculations on her nephew's business, Mo Yu regretted it. From her story, he naturally understood how important Mu Junyan, the boy who saved her by chance, was to her. Although he thought it was unlikely, he couldn't help but ask with a dry throat, Can we? Still like before. It's impossible. Jin Yu shook his head, suppressing his reluctance to Mo Qi, and resolutely refused. Since you are going to get married, you should take good care of Shao Qi in the future, and don't let her run here at every turn, so as not to make your wife feel disgusted. The most important thing is that she is already this old, and she finally has a peaceful life now. She can't make any more mistakes. That's not my fiancé. Mo Yu explained again. She's just the prostitute in Xianghua Tower. Xianghua Tower? Mo Yu actually went to that kind of place? This time, Jin Yu was once again glad that she could get out of it early. Sure enough, most men in the world are like Qinreni. As long as they have money, they will go to brothels. Boss Missouri, you don't need to explain too much. Since you are here for your lover, Then take your lover and go. I will let them let your lover go, so as not to pollute her and the children's eyes. Seeing Jin Yu wanted to leave, Imoyu quickly stepped forward and tried to hold her back. Xiaoyu. Boss Missouri, just talk, why are you pulling and tugging? Xiang Jila quickly stepped forward and stopped Imoyu, blocking them. And Jin, you go back first. Jin Yu nodded, and left the corridor without hesitation. Imoyu's eyes were eager to stick to Jin Yu, but Xiang Jila blocked him again with a bad face. Boss Mu, what do you mean? Imoyu frowned. Nothing, just to let Boss Missouri see Aunt Jin's attitude. To be fair, if you and Aunt Jean really have a good impression of each other, and you cherish Aunt Jean from the bottom of your heart, Mu, as a junior, has absolutely no reason to stop you. Unfortunately. At this point, Xiang Jila looked at Imoyu with a little more sarcasm. I heard from my sisters that your daughter seems to like Aunt Jean very much. In the past few months, she sneaked out from home from time to see Aunt Jean, and it was Aunt Jean who took care of her. A woman who can take good care of a stranger's child. How could you believe that she could do such a shameful thing? Imoyu was powerless to refute. Xiang Jila continued, in this matter, Aunt Jean is the biggest victim. I set people to suppress the Nadling incident. The military commander mentioned in the rumors is me. As for how, and where these rumors came out recently, I will send people to investigate. Do you need help? Imoyu blurted out. Does this have anything to do with you? Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows. Aunt Jean told you all the truth, not to let you clear up your misunderstanding of her, to let you stop obstructing us in Donghai because of this little thing, and to keep an eye on your family. Hearing Xiang Jila mention Donghai, Imoyu felt guilty again, and even his voice was a little lower. It was Imo who went too far. It's good that Boss Missouri knows. Xiang Jila nodded, but even if Boss Missouri is not kind, we still thank Boss Missouri for bringing us into the business circle of Donghai. If there is nothing to do in the future, we should have less business dealings. Now, take your fiancé, please. Looking at Xiang Jila's gesture of sending him away, Imoyu swallowed his words of defense again, and spoke with concern. Chapter 611. Her face is very pale. Remember to ask a doctor to see her. When Imoyu said this in front of Xiang Jila, he clearly felt that he had no confidence and position at all. Xiang Jila sneered, don't bother, Boss Missouri. If Boss Missouri really wants to treat her well, then please don't come to her again, and don't let your messy lovers disturb her. After saying that, Xiang Jila turned around and left without looking back. Imoyu looked in the direction where Jin Yu and Xiang Jila left, and finally sighed, wanting to walk towards the front hall. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around and hadn't started to move, he was told by the oncoming servant that his fiancée had been sent outside the Jean mansion, so that Boss Missouri didn't have to make another trip. The sky gradually darkened. The night market slowly set up on the street. After Imoyu was invited out of the Jean mansion, he saw Lu Mayer standing next to his carriage, with a face that said, I have suffered a great injustice, but I can't cause trouble for him. Combined with what Jin Yu and Xiang Jila told him, Imoyu could more or less guess the whole story. Fiancé? He snorted inwardly. This woman from the brothel seemed to think he was a fool. Brother De, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Seeing that Imoyu had been standing there, Lu Mayer walked up to him aggrievedly and looked at him timidly. Imoyu glanced at the closed door of the Jean mansion, and when he turned to look at Lu Mayer, a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Mayer, tell me honestly, was it Jin Yu who was causing trouble for you today, or did you come to Jin Yu to cause trouble to me? Lu Mayer was anxious because Imoyu had predicted her plan, and she quickly reached out to pull Imoyu's sleeve. Brother De, we have known each other for 2 or 3 months, you know me, I have always. I see. Before she finished speaking, Imoyu had avoided her touch without leaving a trace, and turned to get on the carriage. May's face was injured, so don't go back to Cheonghua Tower today. I will send someone to deliver the silver to Cheonghua Tower later. Send the silver to Cheonghua Tower? Brother De. Brother De is worried about her, he wants. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Mayer felt like she was dreaming. She even forgot the pain from the whip on her face, and followed Imoyu's steps to get on his carriage with small steps, and didn't forget to thank him shyly. Thank you, Brother De. Inside Jin's house, Xiang Jila took the teacup from Jin Yu's hand and handed it to the little maid beside him. In the past, Chuncho and the others sent me letters, but they didn't say anything about your health. Are you hiding something from us? The maid who put down the empty teacup interrupted. Madam has been busy with business these days, except for taking care of Miss Mo. She always wakes up at night and doesn't get enough rest. She must be tired. Xiao Dan. Before the maid finished speaking, Jin Yu called her in a stern voice. Seeing Xiao Dan lower her head and walk away quickly. It seemed that she had done something bad that could be easily exposed. Xiangjila's eyes flashed with a dark color, and her eyebrows slightly frowned. "And Jean, can you bear to part with Imoyud?" She knew a little about Jean Yu's assets. With what she is now, even if she does nothing now, relying on the harvest from the farm and the income from the shop, she can have enough food and clothing in a place like Bailing. So, Jean Yu can't be so poor that she can't sleep. If it's not a matter of money, then it should be a matter of feelings. But seeing how she broke off relations with Imoyud. Don't listen to Xiao Dan's nonsense. Have you ever seen anyone who doesn't get enough rest look as good as me? Jean Yu grabbed her hand nonchalantly and patted it on his own. Really? Xiangjila stared at her with his eyes, trying to see something from her face. Are you sure? It would be fine if he didn't look at her, but once he did, the paleness on her face faded. Of course I'm sure. While speaking, Jean Yu's eyes couldn't help but blink a few times, avoiding Xiangjila's sight. She didn't hear the expected concerned greeting. Jean Yu secretly turned back and met Xiangjila's gaze without any intention of looking away. She immediately shrank slightly, feeling guilty like a child who had done something wrong, and compared her index finger with her thumb. I just put on a little bit of powder to refresh myself. That look was completely different from when she broke up with Imoyu just now. Xiangjila couldn't hold back his serious expression for a moment. He chuckled and reached out to wipe away the paleness on her face. "And Jean, your face has faded." When the powder on her face was rubbed off, Jean Yu immediately realized that her trick had been exposed. She immediately smiled and poked Xiangjila's forehead with her index finger. "You're so good, you know that Auntie has powder on her face, but you still pretend not to know. It's fun to tease Auntie, right?" Xiangjila smiled and said, "It was Auntie who teased me first." At first, when Xiaodan said that Auntie Jean fainted from anger, Xiangjila was actually very worried. Until later, when Imoyu came to the house, Jean Yu showed up at a very timely time, and she also exposed her scars to Imoyu. As Xiangjila smiled, his eyes turned red. "Auntie, it's hard for you." For her, even this past was exposed in front of people. Jean Yu put away her smile and reached out to touch her hair. "Silly child, there is no such thing as hardship between us. Auntie is very happy to be able to help you. In the future, Imo, you should not touch your business in the East China Sea anymore." "Why do you say that, Aunt?" Jean Yu moved a little and patted the bed. When Xiangjila followed her movements and sat beside her, she spoke again thoughtfully. "What kind of person do you think Imoyud is?" Xiangjila thought for a while. Although Moyud looks honest, he himself has been ups and downs in the business world for so many years. How could he be simple-minded? The fact that he can tie our hands in Donghai is enough to show that he has a wide network of contacts and many friends. Maybe even the past he told us for the first time was exaggerated. And Chancho was also suspicious of his knowledge and conversation. A businessman whose family has been farming for generations. Moyud is really good at judging and knows more words. His network is also wider than she thought. Jinyu nodded. Andy thinks so too, especially a businessman like him who looks honest. Maybe he has as many tricks as a sieve. From his style and methods, he can't be ranked as a good person. But he couldn't fake his love for his daughter. A father who loves his daughter will have his bottom line even if he does something bad. Then, Jinyu told Xiangjila that he had personally met Moyud after knowing what happened in Donghai. "My intuition is about 60% to 70% accurate. My intuition tells me that he has something to do with me when he is making things difficult for you in Donghai. Once I give in and let him get the answer, it won't make much sense for him to plot against you again." Chapter 612. Jean Yu's words seemed to be a reminder to Xiangjila, but in fact, she was trying to smooth things over for Moyud. Xiangjila touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Jean, tell me honestly, what do you think? From what Chancho and the others said yesterday, it seemed that Moyud was the one who was interested in Aunt Jean at the beginning. And Aunt Jean. She should have some feelings for Moyud, otherwise how could she be willing to take the risk of being stabbed in the back by others, and go out with him and Mochi?" The sudden change of topic made Jean Yu confused. "What do you think? Tsk Moyud?" Xiangjila's tone was full of disdain, and he almost carved the 3 words "you are so stupid" on his forehead, for Jean Yu to see clearly. Jean Yu was slightly startled, and then her facial features were all flying, laughing, and scolding exaggeratedly. "Why are you the same as Xiaoqing and the others? He and I are both old, what else can we think? Really not?" Xiangjila winked at her unwillingly. Jean Yu raised her hand and poked Xiangjila's forehead again. "What do you want to eat?" Xiangjila covered his forehead. "I'm not interested in eating, but it's time for dinner. And Jean, do you want to go to the dining room with me? or do the whole show and eat in the house? This time, Jean Yu rarely stuck to Xiang Jila. Let's do the whole show. Okay, I ask Xiaodan to bring you dinner later. Dining room. Xiang Jila looked at Chun Shou and the other seriously. And Jean probably won't be in a good mood these days. If she wants to eat in the dining room, let her go. If she doesn't need it, don't force her. Yes. After getting the response from several people, Xiang Jila nodded slightly and continued. In the East China Sea, temporarily closed 20% of the shops. No matter what happens, the remaining shops should not be increased or decreased. Confused by Xiang Jila's inexplicable order, several people looked at her in confusion. Princess, why is this? Didn't they say that MOU would not target us in the later period? Xiang Jila smiled coldly. On the surface, MOU has no reason to touch us, but who knows? It would be a good idea to try it out while the shop is closed. A businessman who has moved his business out of Donghai can still call the shots in Donghai. This is a very interesting thing. Besides, in addition to the fact that Donghai is close to Sangdong, 50% to 60% of the charcoal produced in Donghai every year is transported to the military equipment inspection offices in various parts of Dahuang. For the business in Donghai, the key is not how much money you make, but to assist the tea houses set up there to obtain intelligence. Yes. It was night. After Xiang Jila returned to his room, he flashed into the space. Master is now west of your position. Since it is more than 5,000 miles away, it is difficult to determine the exact position. Gongjing number 3 explained the cruel reality to Xiang Jila truthfully. If you teleport, the moving position may still be deviated. Xiang Jila grabbed Chang Ju's hand that was about to pull her hair, frowned and asked, can't we do the companion mission? Companion mission, accurate positioning within 100 miles, but more than 100 miles. Cough, 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 cough. Before Gongjing number 3 could finish his words, Chang Ju coughed a few times. Xiang Jila looked at him with concern. What's wrong? Chang Ju shook his head and got into Xiang Jila's arms. While Xiang Jila was not paying attention, he stared at Gongjing number 3 with a strong threat. Gongjing number 3 immediately changed his mind. Within 100 miles or 1,000 miles, if it's only me and the spiritual power released by the system task, it's still a bit difficult. If I take Chang Ju with me, it will be safe. Hearing this, Xiang Jila immediately lowered her head, and her eyes fell on Chang Ju. When she saw that there was still a small section of the collar on Chang Ju's neck that had not yet fully recovered its green color, she shook her head. It's not easy for Xiao Ju to recover a little spiritual power. It's better to do the companion mission within 100 miles. Chang Ju once again stole a glance at Gongjing number 3 without making a sound. Gongjing number 3's wings tightened, and he immediately persuaded, Chang Ju is different from me. His spiritual power increases the more he uses it. You can rest assured to take him with you. Really? Xiang Jila still didn't believe it. Chang Ju nodded frequently, and almost said a few anxious words. Really, take me with you. But, it's too conspicuous to bring him around. Xiang Jila still wanted Chang Ju to stay in the space. Gongjing number 3 instinctively looked at Chang Ju, and under Chang Ju's increasingly intense eyes, it immediately used its trump card, Little Ghost Cultivator, since Chang Ju turned into a human form. Except for the time when he rescued the master, he has been following you everywhere, and there is no chance to see the master at all. In this case, Xiang Jila finally understood Gongjing number 3's intention to let her take Chang Ju with her, and couldn't help looking at Chang Ju. Do you want to see Ju Nuo? Chang Ju's eyes lit up and nodded. I miss my master. After thinking about it, Xiang Jila finally nodded. I can take you with me, but you have to be obedient, and don't be naughty, understand? Okay. Chang Ju smiled. The relaxed eyebrows and eyes made him look more like Ju Nuo. For some reason, Xiang Jila remembered the dream that he couldn't remember last night. By the way, Xiao 3, I have something to ask you. Asked. Gongjing number 3 was now being held in Chang Ju's arms and stroked vigorously. Even though it was a robot egg that looked expressionless, Xiang Jila could still feel its helplessness towards Chang Ju. Who is Immortal Master Meng Zhang? As soon as Xiang Jila asked the question, Gongjing number 3's robot eyes froze, and even Chang Ju's hand stroking it stopped. Time seemed to freeze. Xiang Jila asked tentatively, is it Junio from the original world? After a while, Gongjing number 3 finally sighed, yes. Regarding the main world, no matter how Xiang Jila asked, Gongjing number 3 could only give Xiang Jila the answer of yes. Because of the Qingwan order, Xiang Jila had to disrupt his plan and stayed in Bailing for a few more days. In the past few days, Bailing also had an incredible event. Lu Meyer, a famous and arrogant Yin Yang in Xianghua Tower, actually became a good woman. The person who followed was not someone else, but Hua Haoran, a villain in Bailing known as the Spotted Cat. Speaking of Hua Haoran, everyone in Bailing knows him. It is said that Hua Haoran is extremely strong, specializes in debt collection, is lustful, and loves to drink. However, these are not the main points. What really made him well known was that before Lu Meyer became a good woman, he had married 3 times, but without exception, they all died on his bed because he was drunk and could not control his strength. Everyone speculated with gloating, could a man like Hua Haoran who didn't know how to cherish women be a good match? It is said that after learning the news, several wealthy businessmen found Lu Meyer and wanted to persuade her to be their concubine. However, Lu Meyer changed her ambiguous way of speaking and was determined to marry Hua Haoran, saying, "I would rather be a wife from a poor family than a concubine from a rich family." Chapter 6:13. No one knows what she likes about Hua Haoran. Anyway, it is true that on the night of the wedding, the neighbors in the whole alley heard her screams. You can imagine how her life will be in the future. When these things were heard by Xiang Jila and his group, Xiang Jila just smiled and passed it by. He is a tough guy. Jin Yu, on the other hand, did not care about it. She made soup for Xiang Jila when she should, and went out to talk business when she should. During this period, Mo Yu brought Mo Chi to see her twice, but she refused both times on the grounds that she was not feeling well, and it was inconvenient. In the study, Princess, a total of 1,950 Qingwan orders were distributed before. Fortunately, our industry is now concentrated in the south, so 1,232 have been recalled to date. For the rest, some people can't find them, and some say that the tokens are lost. Xian Yin reported to Xiang Jila while holding a heavy box. The box was full of iron tokens, some of which had a layer of reddish-brown rust on them. As she spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller. Xiang Jila stepped forward and casually looked through the tokens in the box. This was the Qingwan token forged after her journey to the west. The workmanship was far less exquisite than the first batch. She put the token back into the box and ordered, "Melt all of these, and use the molten iron to reforge the Qingwan token." As she spoke, she put the Qingwan token she had brought with her on the top of the box, make it exactly according to the shape of this one, and make it all solid. The pure black Qingwan order has particularly exquisite and smooth lines compared with other batches of goods. Xian Yin recognized that this was one of the first 5 Qingwan orders made of black iron. Because it was the first batch of orders, it was particularly important. Except for the 2 that Xiang Jila took away, the other 3 were still kept by Chunshou. "How many do we want to make this time? 500? Xian Yin asked. Xiang Jila shook his head, his eyes sparkling. "No, 100 is enough." The previous distribution of Qingwan orders was not completely without benefits. At least people saw the sweetness of getting Qingwan orders. In the world, the cruelest thing is never to ask for something but not get it, but to get it, and then lose it. When does the princess plan to set off to continue south? Is it to wait until the Qingwan order is made? Xian Yin continued to ask. No need. Xiang Jila shook his head. His eyes slowly fell on the letter sent to Chunshou from Kyoto. The words retreat were particularly eye-catching, lying in a pile of lifeless ink. I will set off tomorrow. Just as Xiang Jila was preparing to go to Yazui Pass. At the border of Nanchu, Huang Fujing handed a letter similar to a family letter to Yin Zhenyo. Your people are really not afraid of death. They dared to send the letter to you to me. Yin Zhenyo wore a copper mask and spoke in a flat tone. The sender knows that even if the letter falls into the hands of certain people will not be able to understand the content inside. Huang Fujing choked. Who are you slandering? He always had to choke him. Huang Fushao saw his father looking frustrated from a distance, and walked to Huang Fujing with a smile. Father, are you looking for trouble again? Huang Fujing instinctively wanted to slap Huang Fushao on the forehead, but found that Huang Fushao was still wearing a helmet. He raised his hand halfway, and silently put it down. Very free? Just a bit free. Huang Fushao smiled and rubbed his hands. Father, the army has almost rested. When will we set off to go back? Huang Fushao escorted the grain, and grasped to meet Huang Fujing on the third day after Shinmachi left Yazui Pass. At that time, the wounded soldiers were still resting. When they arrived at Yazui Pass, Huang Fujiao's arm was still hanging on his chest. According to him, he was stabbed on the first day of escorting grain and grass. He thought it was just a skin injury, and didn't care. Unexpectedly, the wound got deeper and deeper. If he didn't hang it up, he was afraid that his hand would fall off one day. He said it humorously, but Huang Fujing immediately heard something wrong. Before he had time to let him sit down and drink a sip of water, he drove him to find a military doctor. After confirming that the poison in Huang Fujiao's hand was the same as the poison on his face, Huang Fujing was relieved. After all, because of Shinmachi's arrival, the prescription he left behind had obvious effects on the poison in their wounds. Because they were worried that Xixiao would suddenly attack, and they had sufficient food and grass, and medicine was temporarily sufficient. The reinforcements from Yuancheng and the imperial edict to return to the city had not yet arrived. Huang Fujing took a look at the wounded soldiers on the ground and immediately decided to stay in the city for another half a month. Yan Zhenyo didn't say much else, but from the day Huang Fujing decided to stay in Yazui Pass to rest, he had several more soldiers wearing Nanchu bamboo armor around him. Huang Fujing knew that those were Yan Zhenyo's men, and out of trust, he did not ask too many questions. He crushed the letter in his hand into pieces with his internal force. Yan Zhenyo spoke softly to the father and son. The part of the Huangfu army that you lent me to contain Xixiao has now returned to you without missing a single one. There is something going on in Kyoto, and I must go back to deal with it immediately. After Ning Chushing's death, if Xixiao wants to make a comeback, it must re-recruit troops. The Lord of Nanchu has been reluctant to let you return, so he must have a backup plan. You should pay more attention. Realizing that Yan Zhenyo must have encountered something serious, Huang Fujing nodded seriously. I know. And this time, thank you very much. Yan Zhenyo nodded slightly, glanced at Huang Fujiao's eyes that were very similar to hers, and turned around to leave quickly. Chapter 614. Huang Fujiao called him. Be careful, don't die on the road. Yan Zhenyo's eyes fell on Huang Fujiao's eyes again. This pair of eyes that looked like hers. I really want to dig him out and keep him by my side. Having no idea of Yan Zhenyo's thoughts, Huang Fujiao only knew that he was uncomfortable being stared at by Yan Zhenyo at this moment. I always felt that the old man seemed to like him. He coughed twice unnaturally and turned his face away. I am worried about you for Xiaoxila. Retracting his gaze from him, Yan Zhenyo snorted coldly and passed by him. Forget it, at least this idiot is good to his little woman. If these eyes are dug out, his little woman will definitely be very sad. Keep it for now. 5 days later. A small border town at the junction of Nanchu and Dahuangyang Pass Road. It was a yellowish earth and foggy. There were only a few pedestrians on the wide street. With each breath, the mouth and nose were filled with a foreign body sensation, as if eating dust. Obviously, this place had just experienced a sandstorm not long ago. You guys shortened the journey of 20 days to 5 days. The horses are almost run to death. Xiangjila covered her face, and complained to Gongjing number 3 in the space, rubbed her waist, and got off the horse. She even felt that the broken skin on the inside of her legs, which had finally recovered, was rubbed again. One of the waiters, who was taking a nap at the door of the store, saw Xiangjila and immediately stepped forward and smiled attentively at her. My guest, are you here for a meal or staying overnight? Xiangjila looked up. The front of the inn was not big, and the plaque on the door was not grand. What caught her eye was the 4 characters Zhangji in which were covered by dust, but the outline could still be vaguely seen. Obviously, this kind of inn belonged to the people's own family. This type of small inn is generally more common in the border areas between the two countries. Looking at the sun that was about to set, Xiangjila nodded. Stay in the hotel. While she was speaking, the voice of another person sounded almost at the same time as Gongjing number 3's reminder. Stay in the hotel, food will be delivered to the room, and water will be prepared. Little ghost cultivator, the master is nearby. Xiangjila immediately looked inside the door. What she saw was a tall and familiar figure. The man was holding a long sword, wearing a black outfit with a belt of the same color. His black hair was tied up into a ponytail with a black cloth strip. He wore a copper evil ghost mask on his face, and he had a bag on his shoulder, looking like a man in the martial arts world. Since Xiangjila was wrapped from head to toe, only a pair of eyes that were deliberately concealed were exposed. The man she was looking at didn't even give her a glance, and turned around and followed the waiter upstairs. Xiangjila hurriedly asked Gongjing number 3. Is it him? The height and back are similar, but this person deliberately restrains his momentum. The voice is not very similar, and the whole face is covered tightly. Before confirming that it is Jun Newell, she should calm down first, otherwise it will be embarrassing if she rushes up and recognizes the wrong person. It's him. Gongjing number 3 answered firmly. Sir, if you stay in the hotel, do you need to send the food to the room? Do you need to prepare water? The waiter's patient questioning voice came again. Xiangjila immediately put his fist to his lips, and coughed twice, to cover up his embarrassment. What room does that person live in? I just live near him. Okay, sir, please follow me. I thought that this border place was not as good as the Nanling and Biling mountains, and the living environment of the inn should be relatively dirty and messy. Unexpectedly, although the guest room was old, it was also clean and tidy, which was beyond Xiangjila's expectation. The hot water and food were delivered very quickly. Sir, please stay here with peace of mind. Although we are not as prosperous as those places in the capital, it is absolutely safe. If you have any problems, just call us. Xiangjila politely thanked the waiter. After a quick dinner, she took a bath before slipping into the space to dress up as a woman. Changju looked at her pitifully. Little ghost cultivator. Little Jew, be good. Xiangjila rubbed his head and said apologetically, it is obvious that his current dress is deliberately concealing his identity. In order not to cause him trouble, I will go to check it out first. If there is no problem, I will come back and take you to see him, okay? Changju lowered his head in disappointment. Okay. Xiangjila kissed his little face to comfort him, and Changju's disappointed expression was not so obvious. Thoughts surged in his heart. After Xiangjila comforted Changju, he trembled and chose a companion task of kiss, hug and lift up high, and waited for himself to appear in front of Yin Junyo with excitement and expectation. Then, Gongjing number 3, an unreliable dog, actually teleported her to the door of Yin Junyo's room. The guest room was even locked from the inside. How did she get in? Ah! Who are you? What are you doing standing there furtively? The waiter shouted angrily. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiangjila immediately covered his face with his sleeves like a thief. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? The light was too dim, and the waiter couldn't see her true face, but she was dressed simply and her temperament didn't look like a bad person. The waiter's expression eased a little, and he was about to persuade Xiangjila to leave. The people in the room spoke faster than he did. What's the commotion? The waiter glanced at Xiangjila and finally decided to tell the truth. Sir, a female guest came here and sneaked around your door, saying she was looking for someone. Xiangjila immediately said in his original voice, following the waiter's words. Yes, I'm looking for an old friend. As soon as the voice fell, the room fell into silence, and soon there was a sound of a stool being tripped. Not long after, the door was opened. Xiangjila immediately put down the sleeves that were covering her face, turned around and looked up. What she saw was still the evil ghost bronze mask. The person wearing the mask also looked down at her. It's you. He blurted out, and the eyes under the mask contained a surging wave. The moment their eyes intertwined, the waiter inexplicably felt that his presence seemed a bit redundant. He said embarrassedly, So you really know each other. Even the look he gave the two of them was a little more understanding. Then please do as you please. After saying that, he tactfully put the rag in his hand on his shoulder and left. Half a year. The two met again in such a place. There was no expected excitement to embrace, just a look that was familiar to each other, and the two seemed to have found a harbor for each other. The wandering and restless heart settled down. After entering the guest room, Xiangjila locked the door with his backhand and raised his hand to take off the mask covering his face. Chapter 6:15. The moment she saw his true face, Xiangjila's eyes, which were filled with mist, seemed to have opened the floodgates, and she burst into tears. For some reason, after 6 months of separation, no matter what danger she encountered or what injury she suffered, she never shed a single tear. When facing Jinyu, she was moved by Jinyu, and even if Xiangjila's eyes were red, she could hold back and not let the tears fall. Only in front of him. He just stood there, even if he didn't say anything. She still felt wronged and wanted to cry, and she would keep crying if he didn't comfort her. Seeing that a certain man was still motionless, she felt even more wronged. Stupid man, you don't even want to. Before Xiangjila finished speaking, she was lifted up into the air, and all the unspoken words were sealed into another mouth. She was not released until the two of them were out of breath. Lulu. Lulu. The man spoke in a hoarse voice, repeating her name over and over again. All the coldness and sharpness, at this moment, all turned into softness. After a long separation, any words are superfluous. In the space, Gongjing number 3 was very tactful to block all contact with the outside world. Because the functional soil dissolved its previous ice by itself, it and Changju were sitting beside the functional soil with serious faces. Watching the functional soil getting more and more moist, the water in the soil slowly overflowed and then absorbed. This happened several times. Suddenly, a white halo shot into the soil, and the moist functional soil suddenly emitted a soft white light, which gathered on it, and did not dissipate for a long time. The halo slowly dissipated until a tender green bud slowly emerged from the soil. Changju tilted his head to look at the bud and immediately grinned. He took Gongging number 3 and stood up, pointing at the bud and calling, "Little master, little master." Gongging number 3 flapped its wings and struggled to get out of Changju's clutches. It circled around the bud for a few times, and after making sure that it was not mistaken, it immediately added a layer of light red protection to the functional soil. Seeing this, Changju imitated Gongging number 3 and added another layer of protection to the functional soil. Then he embraced Gongging number 3 and spun around happily. "Little master, little master. Stinky stone, be careful, don't step on the little master." The whole space was reverberating with the joyful voices of one person and one egg. The moon was setting in the west. After bathing with him, Xiangjila lazily nestled in his arms and listened to him talk about what happened in Yasui Pass these days. Uncle Jing sighed. "Is indeed a bit tricky. If it weren't for the sudden emergency in Kyoto that required me to rush back to deal with it immediately, I would have stayed in Yasui Pass for half a month to a month. However, before leaving, I asked Xi and Lu to mix in with the army and let him pass a letter to Chin Buku if anything unexpected happened." Hearing Yin Junyo mention the letter guards, Xiangjila inexplicably thought of Cindy in the mansion. She smiled gently. "Your letter guards, apart from other things, are first class at delivering letters while escaping. No matter where they are, there is no letter they can't deliver." As she spoke, she slowly slid down to rest her head on his thighs, looking up at him. "I thought you would use Nanchu to solve the problems in the west before going back." After a moment of silence, Yin Junyo slowly said, "The remnants of the Qilin guards have infiltrated the palace, and Yin Beiki has reused those spies, rushing to seek death. If I don't go back to take charge of the overall situation, Da Huang will be in chaos." Xiangjila had long disregarded Yin Beiki's life and death. Therefore, she was no longer surprised by his stupid and suicidal actions. If it weren't for the fear that his death would affect Junyo's luck, Xiangjila would even want to kill Yin Beiki himself. Her eyelids kept fighting. But she cherished the time of their reunion, and was stubborn and refused to close her eyes. "Why are you here?" After saying his own things, Yin Junyo hugged her from behind, adjusted her to a comfortable position, and let her play with his 10 fingers. "I also came here because of the Yasui Pass incident. I wanted to go back to Kyoto to meet you, but Lin Bufan said that you went south because of the problem in the west. Since Uncle Jing went on the expedition to the west, there has been no news from Nanchu for a long time. I was also worried that Uncle Jing and his men were in danger, so I simply came here to see if I could help Uncle Jing and his men, and secondly, I also wanted to try my luck and see if I could meet you." Then, Xiangjila did not hide anything and briefly told Yin Junyo the news that Chuncho brought to her. At last, she sighed in frustration. "I thought that everything would be under control after starting over again, but I never thought that what I encountered now were things that I had never encountered in my previous life." What made her even more powerless was that every time she avoided a trouble, another trouble would come and disrupt her plan. Yin Junyo withdrew his hand that she was playing with, covered her hair and rubbed it. "You are already amazing to be able to travel all over the country on your own, so don't put too much pressure on yourself." Xiangjila moved his head and sat up, not letting him treat her like a child anymore. "Silly Junyo, I'm your wife. Can't you ask more of me? I want to be the one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you based on my own strength in the future. To be the one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with himself based on his own strength." Why did a little pride suddenly grow in my heart? Yin Junyo pulled her into his arms again, not letting her see the corners of his mouth that were raised. He said in a clear voice, "No matter whether you are powerful or not in the future, you are my wife." Of course, Xiangjila hummed in his arms. "Why, do you think you abandoned me after having an affair?" At this point, she flipped over and pushed him down on the bed, looking down at him, poking his chest word by word. "I'm telling you, there's no way. Since you provoke me, you have to spend your whole life with me, and only me." I don't know if Xiangjila poked something that shouldn't be poked, or touched something that shouldn't be touched when moving. Anyway, after saying this, she clearly felt Yin Junyo's body stiffen, and then quickly grabbed her hand. "Stop it." Knowing that he still had to hurry, Xiangjila immediately calmed down and lay on him. She still kept on complaining, "When I become stronger, you can't abandon me even if you want to." Yin Junyo stretched out his arms, and hugged her tightly, snorting coldly. Tenderness filled his narrow eyes. "Stupid woman. A lifetime is not enough." The two of them were affectionate for a while, until Xiangjila fell asleep in a daze. Yin Junyo still couldn't bear to close his eyes, greedily looking at her sleeping face until the sky gradually brightened. Originally, he just squinted for a while, and when he heard the movement beside him, Xiangjila also sat up with sleepy eyes. Are you going back? This question was asked. It was like a concubine who wanted to send her husband back to his wife. Yan Zhenyuo's eyes slowly half closed, walked to the bed, leaned over and gently kissed her forehead. You are the most important. According to the angle he leaned over, Xiangjila reluctantly put his arm around his neck, choking and admonishing, you must be safe and sound. Yan Zhenyuo nodded and tried to persuade, why don't you go back to Bailing and wait for me first? Chapter 6:16. Xiangjila shook his head and said firmly, how can a wife sit back and watch while her husband is fighting in the front? I must go to Yazui Pass. If Uncle Jing's problem is not resolved, it will affect the direction of most of Nanchu's military forces. If Nanchu's military forces are directed towards Dahuang, then the people of Dahuang will suffer. That is Zhenyuo's Dahuang. She will definitely not allow this to happen. With a thought in his mind, Yan Zhenyuo stood up and took her up from the bed, tightly embedding her in his arms. Knowing that persuasion was meaningless, he whispered in her ear, I will handle the matter as soon as possible. If in the past, he knew that Yan Beiki would collude with Xixia to take the risk of Dahuang in order to overthrow him, he would definitely kill him immediately. He didn't care about the backlash of heaven and the years of war, and he didn't care who would take over Dahuang. But it's not possible now. He still has a little woman. Once Dahuang's kingdom is shaken, as the regent, he will be the first person to become the target of public criticism. If he really has any misfortune, his little woman is so fierce that she will never live alone. Jun Nua, I don't need my husband to be a hero, I just need him to live well. Do you understand what I mean? Xiangjila hugged him tightly. Yan Zhenyuo did not answer Xiangjila directly, but just softened his tone to remind her. The journey to Yazui Pass is dangerous, you have to be good too. If you encounter danger, you can't be strong, you have to hide, understand? Seeing that he no longer stopped what he was doing, Xiangjila nodded quickly. It was not until Xiangjila fell asleep again that Yan Zhenyuo carried her back to the room where she had stayed at the beginning. He carefully put her back on the bed. Just as he was about to stand up, he found that his scalp was tight. The little woman had reached out and grabbed his hairband without knowing when. He curled his lips slightly, leaned over and kissed her mouth again, and quietly reached out to untie the hairband and let her hold it. When he checked out of the room and left neatly on his horse, 12 Qilin guards came from all around and followed him in unison. These people had been lurking around Yan Zhenyuo when he was staying at the hotel to prevent any changes. This time, Yan Zhenyuo did not plan to take them back to Beijing, but raised his chin and ordered the 12 people. Everyone stay and protect the princess in secret. The 12 people did not ask any reason and answered in unison yes. The sun was in the sky. After her body was repaired by Gonging No. 3, except for a little soreness in her waist, she felt very comfortable all over. She lazily stretched her hand to the side, and as expected, there was no one around her. She slowly opened her eyes and sat up, looking around. The furnishings in the room were exactly the same as when she moved in yesterday. This was her room. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Was she dreaming last night? When she moved her hands, she found that she seemed to be holding something. Xiangjila looked down, and her disappointment suddenly turned into ecstasy. No, it was not a dream last night. This was Jun Nua's hairband. It seems that Jun Nua really rushed back to Kyoto. She also had to work hard not to hold him back. Xiangjila immediately got out of bed and washed himself with full motivation. Suddenly, the voice of Gonging No. 3 came into his mind. Little ghost, I can't let you travel as hard as before. Why? Xiangjila stretched out his hand to rub his still sore waist, and wrapped it with layers of chest-binding strips again. Because the little master is sprouting. July. The scorching sun ruthlessly burned the earth. This year's summer in Kyoto seems to be hotter than in previous years, and even the water level of the moat has dropped by nearly 1/3. The emperor suddenly became seriously ill, the regent stopped the court, and the entire Kyoto court fell into a strange balance. Because no one knew what the uncle and nephew were up to. In addition, from the experience of the previous regents, the one who broke the balance first would definitely die the fastest, and become the chicken used to warn the monkey. So, if you don't do it, you will never go wrong. The palace? Chaoyang Palace. The eunuch dismissed the palace servants, sat by the bed, and looked at the person with sunken cheeks and black lips on the bed. Your Majesty. Yan Beiki struggled to open his eyelids. After seeing the bright blue figure, a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes, and then he smiled with relief, and nodded weakly to the eunuch. How long will it take? Soon. The eunuch's voice was as soft as cotton. Yin Beiki coughed a few times with difficulty, and then said weakly, I always feel very tired after taking your medicine. A strange color flashed across the eunuch's eyes, and then he smiled respectfully at Yin Beiki. This is normal. After all, a play should be made more realistic. As he spoke, he increased the dosage of the medicine for Yin Beiki again. After Yin Beiki took the medicine, the eunuch said, Your queen came here and was sent away by me. The fake one in Rongwa Palace is quite good at martial arts. Is he your man? Not bad at martial arts? Yin Beiki's heart was alarmed, but he had difficulty even saying a word at this time. Palace maids don't know martial arts. This simple sentence confirmed the eunuch's thoughts. He raised his lips and spoke again. There are still many spies of Yin Junyo in the palace. Do you need me to help you get rid of them all? Yin Junyo's spies? Yin Beiki tried to make his chaotic thoughts turn. Although Yin Junyo was annoying, but with his spies around, those people should be more or less afraid of Yin Junyo. Otherwise, they would not start with him to attack Yin Junyo. Yin Beiki wanted to shake his head, but his eyes went dark. The voice of the eunuch came again. If the emperor doesn't speak, then I will take it as the emperor's tacit consent that you need me to help you get rid of all the spies. Watching the eunuch leave neatly with a distracted look, Yin Beiki couldn't lift his hands no matter what. His eyelids jumped, and the situation seemed to be out of his control. Chapter 6:17. It was a dark night with strong winds. In the palace, a silent slaughter was going on. After dealing with the last maid, the rest of the men in black disappeared into the darkness with great agility. Only one guard in patrol armor returned to the Lotus Pond near Chaoyang Palace to report to the eunuch. Master Yin, most of Yin Junyo's spies in the palace have been cleared, and the remaining few have escaped. We are trying our best to search for them. The eunuch called Master Yin stood with his hands behind his back and faced the guard. Is there still no movement from the regent's palace? No. The guard reported truthfully, not only is there no movement, our people can't get in either. We only know that the one who is giving orders in the regent's palace is Yin Junyo's confidant named Chu Shan. Confidant? Yin Ju lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, Find a chance to deal with Chu Shan. I now suspect that Yin Junyo is not in Kyoto at all. I want to find a way to test it. If Yin Junyo is not there, the regent's palace can be slaughtered first. Yes. After receiving the guard's response, Yin Ju continued to ask, How is the situation in the west? The guard bowed his head and reported, General Yuxing died in the battle, and his head is missing. The eldest princess was furious and personally put on armor, and went into battle, threatening to avenge her husband. Avenge her husband? The Lord Yin repeated the last few words softly, and raised his lips meaningfully. Then we see who lives longer. Ning Chuxing's uselessness was beyond his expectations. He had the right time, right place, and right people, but he couldn't even deal with Wang Fujing. 2 days later at midnight. After a fierce battle, Yin Junyo returned to the regent's palace in a dusty state, while the imperial guards were searching for assassins all over the city. Easily avoiding the search of the imperial guards, Yin Junyo observed from the dark. Seeing the direction of the imperial guards, he frowned slightly, and did not return to the palace through the main gate, but quietly climbed over the wall to go back. Almost at the same time he climbed over the wall to enter the palace, the imperial guards surrounded the regent's palace in an orderly manner. Butler Li's residence. Chu Shan, wearing a nightgown, was stabbed on his right hand, and fled back to the regent's palace in a panic, grinning, and letting Butler Li bandage him with his unprofessional method. Hiss, Uncle Li, be gentle, my hand is going to break. Nothing is more frustrating than not being able to get the news and being plotted against. Seeing the black blood on Chu Shan's hand slowly turning back to red under constant pressure, Steward Li reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and pulled the bandage to wrap around his wound. Bear with it. This is the most effective medicine in the mansion. It was only used when the prince was assassinated by the princess. Ahem, it was used when the princess killed the prince. Others don't even have this chance. This opportunity is for you. Do you want it? Chu Shan yelled again, and at the same time, he couldn't help but worry about Yin Junyo, who was away from home. I don't know when the prince will be back. We are in danger here. The emperor was in a coma, the eunuchs were in power, and the Yulin guards were all sent out of the palace. Some of the people they had planted in the palace were removed, and some remnants of the Wing guards had infiltrated the palace. The situation in the palace was getting more and more tense. In addition, he had encountered various assassinations almost every day since the beginning of summer. If it weren't for his light skills that made him escape quickly, he would have gone to the King of Hell to talk. Hearing Chu Shan's concern for Yin Junyo, Li Guanjia's expression could not help but worry. If the prince was here, How could there be so many evil spirits in Kyoto? He couldn't help but spit. It's all the fault of that young man in the palace. He is stupid and unwilling to be humble. He has no ability, but he still wants to take the lead. If he hadn't deliberately covered up at the beginning, we would not have discovered the clues too late, and how could there be so many incidents? Now that he is unconscious, he has left a mess. Sooner or later, the empire of Dahuang will be destroyed by him. Outside the door, a servant hurriedly reported. Butler Lee, there are many guards outside our mansion, saying they are coming to capture the assassin. Butler Lee and Chu Shan looked at each other, and both saw seriousness and solemnity in each other's eyes. It seems that the situation is much more serious than we see. Butler Lee slowly narrowed his cloudy old eyes. Chu Shan slammed his fist on the table in front of him with a bang, and cursed with gritted teeth. These damn remnants. Even more damnable are those people in the palace who are blinded by lard. Outside the palace gate, Gao Daong, the leader of the Imperial Guards, was negotiating with Li De, the leader of the personal guards of the Prince Regent's palace. But it was obvious that the negotiation was not very effective. Before they had even negotiated for a few words, both sides had their weapons out, ready to fight at any time. Well, it turns out that the Prince Regent's palace had long been rebellious. No wonder they dared to disobey orders so openly. Having suffered a lot under the personal guards of the Prince Regent's palace in his early years, Gao Daong had long wanted to find an opportunity to dampen Li Da's spirit. But due to the prestige of the Regent Prince, he dared not act rashly. Now that he had heard that the Regent Prince was not in the capital, how could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? Come on, all of you. Li Da's eyes widened, and he stabbed the spear in his hand heavily into the ground, and his whole person's momentum was intimidating without anger. Who dares? As his voice fell, the personal soldiers of the Regent Prince's palace stepped forward and took a step closer to the Kyoto guards. When Butler Lee arrived, he saw that the fight between the two sides was about to break out, and he couldn't help sweating. If a fight really breaks out, it will fall into the trap of someone with ulterior motives. What are you doing? What are you doing? Butler Lee pulled Li De back and waved his hand to let the guards of the palace take a step back. Seeing that the guards were about to approach, Butler Lee smiled, and his expression flickered under the reflection of the torch. What kind of wind blew our Lord Gao here tonight? As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Seeing Butler Lee's smiling face and polite attitude, Gao Dayong's expression finally eased a little compared to when he faced Li De. He bowed to Butler Lee. Butler Lee, I won't say any more nonsense. There was an assassin in the palace tonight, and we came here to catch the assassin. Hearing this, Butler Lee's face changed immediately. Assassin? Li De immediately refuted Gao Daong. Nonsense, the palace is strictly patrolled, and there is no chance for the assassin to sneak in. Gao Daong sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether it's there or not. Then, he pretended to bow to Butler Lee again, with a helpless look on his face. Butler Lee, Gao is also following orders. I hope you can be convenient, and let us go into search. His tone was overbearing, and could not be resisted. Chapter 618. This is not asking Butler Lee to do him a favor. This is clearly threatening Butler Lee. Butler Lee cursed in his heart, but still maintained a steady smile on his face. Mr. Gao should cooperate in performing official duties. But now my prince has gone to bed. If there is too much noise, it may disturb the prince. Gao Daong immediately waved his hand. We brothers are still very measured in our actions, and we will not disturb the prince at all. Just then, a servant hurriedly came out of the room and whispered a few words in Butler Lee's ear. A flash of surprise flashed across Lee's eyes, and then they immediately lit up. He stepped aside and smiled at Gao Daong. Mr. Gao, the prince invites you. The guards who were blocking the palace also made way because of Lee's step. Seeing this, Gao Daong's heart skipped a beat, and he was very nervous. But he was afraid that it was just an empty city plan of the Regent's palace, so he could only bite the bullet and follow Lee's housekeeper into the palace to find out the truth. Antechamber. What's the matter with making a fuss outside the palace in the middle of the night? Yan Zhenyuo sat lazily in the main seat in his outer robe, supporting his chin with his hand, his black hair half tied up, and his tone was angry. It was obvious that he was disturbed by the noise outside the mansion after he rested. Your Highness? Seeing Yan Zhenyuo, Gao Dayong's expression changed drastically, and he knelt down hurriedly. Your Highness, I greet you. As arrogant as he was just now, he was as humble in front of Yan Zhenyuo at this moment. Yan Zhenyuo nodded and said him, but did not let him get up, rubbing his eyebrows by himself. He said casually, you are quite courageous. Gao Dayong's body trembled, and he dared not say a word. Why, I just stopped attending court and stayed at home, and you all thought I was dead? Yin Junyo's voice came from the top again, and Gao Daong humbled for a long time before he found his own voice. The assassin entered the regent's palace, and I obeyed the order. Handed? The emperor is seriously ill now, and I didn't know that in this capital, besides me and the emperor, there are other people who can order you around. At this point, Yin Junyo paused, and his sharp eyes fell on Zhang Daong again, or is the emperor's serious illness just a cover? As soon as Yin Junyo said this, Gao Dayong's back immediately broke out in a layer of cold sweat. These days, the emperor was in a coma, and the regent prince did not enter the palace. They had become accustomed to obeying the orders of Eunuch Hong, and had never thought of this. With an upward-ending tone, Zhang Daong felt as if he was sitting in a carriage to the underworld, and hurriedly explained. It was Eunuch Hong in the palace who ordered, saying that there was an assassin in the palace. Eunuch Hong? Yin Junyo immediately caught the unfamiliar name. Where is Zhao Qian? Zhang Daong explained quickly. Eunuch Hong was Zhao Zongwan's apprentice. It is said that Zhao Zongwan will leave the palace to work for the emperor, so Eunuch Hong will take over the responsibility of serving the emperor. Get out. Yes, I will get out now. Wait. Gao Daong turned back halfway. Your Majesty? Since you are out, don't rush back. However, the morning court is about to start. Please send someone to inform all officials that I will personally preside over the morning court tomorrow. Anyone who is late will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane. Yes. After Zhang Daong left, Li Guanjia, who had been waiting in front of the front hall for a long time, hurried forward and looked at him with concern. Your Majesty. Yin Junyo raised his hand to interrupt Li Guanjia's question and asked, What's going on? Infected by Yin Junyo's emotions, Li Guanjia's concern gradually turned into solemnity. Your Majesty, please follow me. Southern Chu Western Camp. After another heavy rain, the long-awaited imperial edict to return to the court finally came. But what does the king mean by this? Let me stay at Yazui Pass to guard it, and let you, my father, return to Yuancheng. Isn't it obvious that you are taking this opportunity to contain the two of us? Huang Fuxiao was the first to lose his temper, pacing back and forth in front of Huang Fujing and Xiang Jila. Although Yazui Pass is weaker than other frontier city passes, it is definitely not so easy to be captured. Do you believe that there is no trick? Huang Fujing pursed his lips and said nothing. Xiang Jila lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, then looked at Huang Fujing. Even if we return to Yuancheng, Uncle Jing will have a tough battle to fight. Huang Fujing's eyes fell on Xiang Jila, and he did not continue to follow Xiang Jila's words, but looked at Xiang Jila with his eyes full of spirit. Western Xia will definitely invade again. As for why there has been no movement until now, it is very likely because they are afraid of us, or they are still waiting for some opportunity. I have set people to investigate, and I believe there will be results soon. Xiang Jila nodded. I know that Western Xia is good at poison. The only thing that can make them stay put is that the poison has run out, or they have other intentions. Plan? I think it's to disperse our forces so that they can defeat us one by one. Huang Fuxiao gritted his teeth. As soon as Huang Fuxiao finished speaking, Xiang Jila and Huang Fujing looked at him at the same time. Huang Fuxiao felt uneasy when he was stared at, and his expression of hatred gradually turned into guilt. Did I say something wrong? Xiang Jila and Huang Fujing shook their heads at the same time. You are right this time. After discussing with Huang Fujing and his son about the intentions of the king of Southern Chu and how to deal with the Shixia's attack for a whole day, Xiang Jila finally returned to his tent when the moon was on the top of the willows. As soon as she stepped into the tent, she couldn't even turn on the light before she could wait to flash into the space and stare at the small seedling with only 2 leaves in the functional soil with a strong red light. Little ghost cultivator, you only have 3 months. Once the 3 months are up, the little master must grow according to the rules, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to it. As soon as he saw her, Gongging number 3 reminded her tirelessly, 20 days have passed now. If the growth of the little master had not been stopped, the little master would definitely have sprouted 2 more tender shoots. Xiang Jila's eyes were gentle, and a smile that was completely different from the past appeared on the corners of her mouth. She copied 2 tender leaves in the red light with her hands. I know. At the beginning, when Gongging number 3 told her that Junyuo's hard work had paid off, Xiang Jila's first reaction was ecstasy. However, what followed was worry. The current situation is unstable, she still has a lot of things to do, and the child came at the wrong time. It is impossible to abort it. This is the continuation of her and Junyuo's life, and it is also their first child. Therefore, she persuaded Gongging number 3 and Chengjue, and finally bought herself 3 months. During these 3 months, the child stopped growing safely in her body, and she could fight enemies and ride horses as before. But after 3 months, no matter how she handled things in these 3 months, as long as the child grew again in her belly, she could no longer use force or ride horses at will. Little ghost cultivator, do you want to tell the master about this matter first? What if you are separated for too long and a child who is 13 months pregnant suddenly appears? Hearing this, Xiangjila's gentle smile froze. Gonging number 3's worry was not unreasonable. But, according to Jun Nua's character, if he knew about it, his plans would definitely be disrupted. It's not certain that the doctor can tell the pulse now. At this critical moment, it's better not to distract him. Chapter 619. Regent Palace. After learning from Chu Shan how difficult it was to move forward without spies in the palace, Yin Zhenyo has been making intensive plans these days. While observing which ministers were normal during the morning court session, he arranged with Chu Shan how to enter the palace and bring Yin Beiki out. Prince, he is eager to die. Why are you saving him? Chu Shan angrily spoke up for Yin Zhenyo. What's the point of saving a tyrant who is willing to hand over the great Phoenix Kingdom to others for his own selfish desires? He deserves to die, but the people of Dahuang do not. Yin Zhenyo said calmly, his eyes fixed on the bamboo forest near Chaoyang Palace. Besides, I am not saving him, I am saving myself. Even if he did not believe Qin Pei's words, even if the situation in the court was suddenly disrupted. But since it concerns the Yin family and his safety, Yin Zhenyo must try his best. Chaoyang Palace. Yin Beiki lay on the bed with his breath dying. Recently, he has been dreaming about the scene before Yin Beimo was sentenced to death. A bastard who does not have the demeanor of a king, still wants to be supported by all officials? The dark but tidy prison. After the incident of Shixia colluding with the enemy, Yin Beimo's confidence had been cleared out. He also learned from the jailer that the emperor was furious recently, and sent all the old ministers, who pleaded for him to prison, and even Zhong Qiang was imprisoned. He guessed that his good brother would not tolerate him in the end. The moment he saw Yin Beiki coming, he had clearly guessed his fate. He couldn't help laughing crazily. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbits die, the running dogs are cooked. Others dare to do such things only after calming down the people, but you can't even wait for this little time. Yin Beiki, do you overestimate yourself or underestimate Yin Zhenyo? At a glance from Yin Beiki, Zhao Qian immediately brought the poisoned wine on the tray to Yin Beimo. The emperor is kind, and has granted the king of Qing an intact body. Leave an intact body? Yin Beimo's eyes were red, and the corners of his mouth were still curled with a sarcastic smile. Give me an intact body? Are you really so sure that you can defeat Yin Zhenyo? You don't have to worry about these things, Yin Beiki said calmly. The situation was over, and Yin Beimo went to his death calmly. Before he died, he looked at him with a mocking look, and laughed like a ghost. Yin Beiki, one day, your end will be 100 times more miserable than mine. His back felt cold, and he felt a murderous intent in front of the bed. Yin Beiki opened his eyes reflexively. In front of his dragon bed, there was a person standing. The person was wearing a black nightgown, and although his face was covered, this pair of familiar and cold phoenix eyes. He moved his lips with difficulty. Uncle. Emperor. I have only been absent from court for a month and a half, but the emperor's court has fallen into the hands of a small eunuch. The emperor's ability to govern the country really makes me look at him with new eyes. Yin Zhenyo's voice was calm and cold, as if he was just stating a fact. Yin Beiki turned his head to the inside of the bed, not wanting to talk to him more. Yin Zhenyo is here, and his plan can be implemented. Everything is hopeless, but he is still so naive. Yin Zhenyo raised his eyebrows. You don't think that the remnants of the Shadowless Guards are really here to help you, right? Why do you think that others will willingly give you the kingdom you have obtained? Yin Beiki blurted out, It's you. It's all your fault. If you are stubborn, you might as well die. After saying that, Yin Zhenyo snorted coldly and stuffed a detoxification pill into his mouth. Yin Beiki used all his strength to push the detoxification pill out of his mouth. You don't even think about it. Yin Zhenyo mercilessly removed his jaw, stuffed the pill in, and then lifted it up again, not saying a word to him. If it weren't for the fact that he looked like he could not hold on any longer, Yin Zhenyo would not have considered giving him the detoxification pill so soon. After taking the detoxification pill, Yin Beiki felt that his weakness had improved significantly. He felt a pain in his chest, and he felt that Chu Shan had carried him roughly on his shoulders. Yin Zhenyo was actually going to take him away from his bedroom? What did he want to do? Did he know about his plan to fake his death and wanted to take the initiative? As his consciousness gradually became clear, Yan Beiki secretly thanked Chu Shan for not pressing his acupoints. Seeing that they had skillfully avoided the guards of Chaoyang Palace, Yan Beiki immediately took advantage of Chu Shan's inattention, pulled out the dagger from Chu Shan's waist, and stabbed Chu Shan's back with force. Chu Shan felt pain, but he gritted his teeth and carried him forward. Catch the assassin. Someone catch the assassin. They were almost at the secret passage outside the palace, and Yan Zhenyuo turned his head when he heard the voice. Seeing Chu Shan sweating profusely, he immediately stopped and lifted Yan Beiki off Chu Shan's shoulder. Fool, you didn't say anything even though you were injured. Yan Beiki fell to the ground in embarrassment. This was the first time that he dared to challenge Yan Zhenyuo's tolerance so brazenly. Yan Zhenyuo, you are my uncle, but you actually want to take me out of the palace. I will definitely ruin your reputation tomorrow morning. The emperor is over there. Quick, catch the assassin. The fire was moving quickly in their direction. Yan Zhenyuo pushed Chu Shan forward and pushed him to the person who came to meet him. Retreat. Master. Chu Shan wanted to turn back, but was dragged away by the person who met him. Seeing that the leader was a man who looked like a eunuch and had great martial arts skills, Yan Zhenyuo knew that it would be useless for him to fight with him at the moment, so he took a look at Yan Beiki and quickly flew away. The guard was about to chase him, but was stopped by the eunuch in the lead. No need to chase, I know who it is. Chapter 620. Yan Zhenyuo had returned to control the government a few days ago, and he came to snatch people today. He was very patient. If Yan Beiki hadn't asked to catch the assassin, his people would not have known that Yan Zhenyuo had personally taken action. Why don't you send the emperor back to Chaoyang Palace? Eunuch, Lord Yan ordered the guards. After taking the pill, he felt that his body had recovered. Seeing that the guards in the palace were still strict, Yan Beiki couldn't help but think that he had really worried too much before. He was actually worried that this person gave him poison. If it was a fatal poison, how could Yan Zhenyuo have a chance to give him an antidote? And, most importantly, he had never seen Yan Zhenyuo so embarrassed. If Yan Zhenyuo's secret agents in the palace were still there, he would have been kidnapped before Xiao Hongzi brought people to rescue him. Although he still needed the support of guards to walk, since his doubts had been dispelled, when he passed by Master Yin, he couldn't help but say, I think the time is ripe, and there is no need to follow the original plan. Even if he didn't have to hide his identity and leave the palace, just based on what happened tonight, with so many witnesses in the palace, it would be enough to ruin Yan Zhenyuo's reputation. Yan Zhu looked at Yan Beiki with a little surprise. Your Majesty, what is this? Yan Beiki's eyes flashed with a strange light. After being tossed around by them, I feel a lot better, and even feel hungry. As if he could see the fate of Yan Zhenyuo tomorrow, Yan Beiki did not forget to remind Yan Zhu, by the way, the person who sneaked into the palace tonight to kidnap me is she. Before Yan Beiki finished speaking, Yan Zhu interrupted loudly, why don't you send the emperor back? As soon as Yan Zhu finished speaking, the guard who was supporting Yan Beiki carried him up, and walked towards Chaoyang Palace without caring about anything. How dare you? I'm talking you guys. The doubts that Yan Beiki had finally dispelled came back to his mind again, and he struggled hard. How dare you? You guys. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked, and he was carried back to the palace. During the whole process, Lord Yin didn't even blink because of Yan Beiki's matter. When everyone had left, Lord Yin still stood there, looking thoughtfully at the fork in the road in front of him. On one side was a barren bamboo forest, and on the other side was a dilapidated coal palace. There must be one of these two places that could lead to the outside of the palace. Soon after, a man in black landed behind him. He raised the letter with both hands. Master Yin, a letter from the priest. Master Yin came back to his senses and took the letter. He opened it. Red snake falls, dragon form disperses. He slowly took out the fire stick he carried with him and burned the letter. The dim flames reflected the greed in Master Yin's eyes. In other words, as long as Yan Beiki died, Yan Zhenyuo would be shackled by fate and restricted everywhere, and the kingdom of Dahuang would no longer be named Yin. As long as he could find the person with the dragon bone during this period and kill him. As if he had thought of some crazy good thing, the corners of Master Yan's mouth became more and more ferocious. The next day, the news that the emperor's health had improved spread throughout the palace. The regent was ill, and did not attend the court. Neither the uncle nor the nephew appeared in the court, and the ministers were discussing again. The emperor's health has recovered, but the regent is ill. What's going on? The court is facing internal and external troubles. Shouldn't the emperor and the prince solve all the problems together first? The prince is really... Alas! In the end, It was the eunuch beside Yanbeki who came to notify the court to adjourn, and everyone was able to leave the palace. Soon, the news that no one attended the morning court was reported back to the Regent Palace. "Your Majesty, why?" After Chu Shan's wounds were bandaged, he stood in front of Yan Zhenyu with a pale face, and seemed puzzled by Yan Zhenyu's behavior. "The morning court is meaningless." Yan Zhenyu threw the secret letter in his hand heavily on the desk. His tone was grim. Ministers with a little status in the court were replaced by the remnants of the shadowless guards, and the generals were injured and disabled under his fear and acquiescence. There is not even a single useful person in such a huge court, and he is rushing to die. It's simply stupid. Before leaving Beijing, he had made arrangements. When he returned from Nanchu, he would settle the few old ministers who supported Yanbeki and put his own people in those old ministers' positions. In this way, he could take over the entire political power of Dahuang while Yanbeki was still in that position. Unexpectedly, the remnants of the Shadowless Guard had already sneaked into the palace at the beginning of the year and won Zhao Qian's trust. Originally, these things were not a big problem before Yanbeki acquiesced, but the problem appeared. Since Zhao Qian left the palace, the remnant of the Shadowless Guard named Eunuch Hong easily gained Yanbeki's trust. With his acquiescence in the early stage, the remnant of the Shadowless Guard successfully established prestige in the palace, and never eroded everything in the palace step by step. Last night, he personally sneaked into the palace. In addition to seeing whether Yanbeki could be saved and whether he was worth saving, there was another more important thing, that is, he wanted to find out the truth and meet the Eunuch Hong. The result was not much different from what he guessed. Although Eunuch Hong painted his face pale, Yan Zhenyu still recognized him from the intentionally weakened facial features. Yan Changzhou, the one who disagreed with Qi Hongban and took away a group of shadowless guards. This was unexpected, but also reasonable. It was reasonable because according to Chu Shan's report, Qi Hongban's people were uprooted by the little woman and his people at once when he was unconscious, and the remaining remnants came to take revenge and complete their mission. What was unexpected was that Yan Changzhou came in person this time. He didn't know Yan Changzhou. But since he could disagree with Qi Hongban, it was enough to show that he and Qi Hongban had different ideas and concepts, and they had reached the point where they had to separate. Qi Hongban was quick and fast, and Yan Changzhou was also fast in the palace this time, and his mind was more meticulous than Qi Hongban. Last night, he should have guessed that the person was him. Even if he didn't guess, Yanbeki's suicidal behavior would have reminded him. If Yan Changzhou wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him, there would be more to the court today. At the moment, the only noise in the court was that the court was suspended. Then, there was only one possibility. It was my negligence that led to the failure of this mission. I hope the prince will punish me. Chu Shan's words interrupted Yan Zhenyu's thoughts. Seeing Chu Shan kneeling on the ground with a face full of self-blame, Yan Zhenyu immediately stepped forward and pulled him up. "It's not your fault. People who don't cooperate will be a disaster even if they are rescued. Are we going to continue the operation tonight?" Chu Shan looked at Yan Zhenyu worriedly. He knew how important the rescue mission last night was. However, most of the spies have been eliminated, and the Yulin guards are suppressed everywhere. If they want to do something in the palace like before, they have to plan for a long time. Yan Zhenyu sneered. Yan Changzhou personally took action, and Yanbeki and him were in collusion and rushed to seek death. If they take action tonight, wouldn't they be rushing to die? Yan Changzhou, the leader of the remnants, actually took action personally. Chu Shan frowned immediately. "Your Majesty, what do you need me to do next?" Having seen how difficult Qi Hongban's group of shadowless guards were, Chu Shan could more or less guess how difficult this group of shadowless guards remnants were.